Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 4824 to Chapter 4903. More than 400 creatures from the primordial sacred mountain appeared above the cracks. Ninth Young Master, should we charge in immediately? It seems like those small fries have already entered. An old man beside Ninth Young Master said. This person had also been to the Heaven Destroyer's encampment and was extremely powerful. He was a King Realm battle envoy and had the combat strength of the strongest Lord of Heaven. Of course we have to charge in. Look at the location. These two cracks are the largest and the location is the best. They are already below these two cracks. Let's split up and charge in from these two locations. Ninth Young Master pointed at two locations. These two locations were where the heavenly human race and the quasi-sage race had entered previously. Just as the primordial light race was about to attack, several figures suddenly flew out from one of the cracks. They were from the quasi-sage race. Leading them was Xianxia. They had been searching for a few days but didn't find much. Xianxia planned to go out first and change to another location to search for treasures. But when they saw the primordial light race, their pupils suddenly shrank. I didn't expect them to come out before we could charge in. Well, let's send them on their way. Charge. Ninth Young Master said coldly. Although their numbers were much smaller than the immortal race, they didn't put the quasi-sage race in their eyes. Swish. Swish, swish. Over 200 primordial light race immediately charged towards the quasi-sage race. Their light beam hair fluttered like extremely sharp swords, piercing through the void and stabbing towards the quasi-sage race. Every primordial light race member had over 1,000 light beam hair. When over 200 primordial light race members attacked together, it was as if over 200,000 battle swords had appeared in the void. They were densely packed and filled the void, enveloping all the quasi-sage race members. It was extremely terrifying. Attack! Xianxia shouted and attacked with his strongest attack. The other quasi-sage race members also attacked with all their strength. The quasi-sage race members were also very powerful. The mark between their eyebrows glowed and they attacked with terrifying heat. When thousands of people attacked together, it was as if even space and time were about to burn. They blocked the attacks of the primordial light race in an instant. There are many experts. There's even a King Realm battle envoy. Ninth Young Master looked at a robust man beside Xianxia. Leave this person to me. There was also a peerless fighter by Zhou Gongzi's side. It was the Guanqian emissary, who had fought Gu Changfeng to a draw back at the Heaven Destroyer base. This Guanqian royal envoy directly ascended to the heavens, and at the edge of the heavens that peerless master similarly, he also charged out. The two peerless experts clashed together, unleashing a world-shaking battle. At the same time the others were also engaged in close combat. In the quasi-immortal race, an existence comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven. Including Firmament, there were 9 of them. However, the primordial light race had plenty of such experts. Although only 200 people had been dispatched, there were actually 10 experts at this level. In addition, it was equivalent to a top-level Lord of Heaven or a peak-level Divine Master. There were even more. Therefore, although the Yuanguan clan has a small population, but for a moment, he actually managed to gain the upper hand. Yes, I want to leave. Suddenly, Ninth Young Master looked in another direction. That was the direction where the heavenly human race had entered. The Extermination Lord of Heaven and the others had already explored the meridian but did not find anything. They had originally planned to come to the surface to monitor Lu Ming and the others while waiting for the Yi Immortal. They had not expected to see the battle between the primordial light race and the quasi-immortal race as soon as they appeared. They were almost scared to death and hurriedly retreated into the crack. Spread the word that I have been using recently. /me /read /a /d /d /a /c /o /Android and Apple phones supported. Unfortunately, no one from the primordial light race had discovered it. The rest of you, follow me. Ninth Young Master ordered. The remaining 200 people from the primordial light race followed Ninth Young Master and charged toward the heavenly human race. The primordial light race was extremely fast. Like streaks of light, they charged into the crack where the heavenly human race was and chased after them. There were more than 2,000 people from the heavenly human race, and their cultivation levels varied. Some of them were very slow, which affected their overall speed. Soon, the primordial light race caught up with them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, his hair was like a sharp sword that pierced toward the heavenly human tribe. Block it! The Lord of Heaven roared. Since they had caught up to him, he could only fight. The Lord of Heaven the Exterminator, the Lord of Heaven the 100 Battles, and the other strongest lords of heaven charged to the front and sent the beams of light flying back. 6 existences comparable to battle envoys. Interesting. Ninth young master's lips curled up in a cold smile as a startling murderous intent filled his eyes. Before entering the Purple Heaven Cave, the creatures of the 3 forbidden lands had reached a consensus to eliminate the original creatures of the universe. In the eyes of the creatures of the Forbidden Lands, the original creatures of the universe, such as the Celestial race, the Quasi-Immortal race, the Fiend race, and the Heaven Destroyer, were in the way. Unless they were willing to be their slaves, they had to be eliminated. Therefore, when they saw the Celestial race and the Quasi-Saint race, they immediately attacked. Boom! Jiao Gongzi stepped out, and a vast aura burst out, pressing towards the heavenly human tribe. The experts beside Jiao Gongzi also burst out with their auras and stepped out. What a terrifying aura! There are at least 7 existences at the level of the Lord of Heaven, or even more. The Lord of Heaven the Exterminator's face turned pale. In fact, it was very difficult to determine whether they were at the level of the Lord of Heaven based on their auras. Because the cultivation of the Lord of Heaven was also at the peak of the Divine Master realm. They were not strong in terms of cultivation, but in terms of combat power. Only by fighting could one determine their strength. The Lord of Heaven the Exterminator was at the level of the Lord of Heaven, so he was very sensitive to experts at this level. Based on his experience, he determined that there were at least 7 existences at the same level as him in the primordial light race. This was only his judgment. Perhaps, there were still some that he could not judge. In other words, there were at least 7 existences at the level of the Lord of Heaven in the primordial light race. However, there were only 6 of them. Although they had more people, it was useless against an existence at the level of the Lord of Heaven, unless they were all at the level of the Lord of Heaven. If they had more people, they might be able to hold back the Lord of Heaven. However, they did not have many top-level experts at the level of the Lord of Heaven. There were so many top-level experts in the primordial light race. What should I do? The Lord of Heaven the Exterminator's mind raced as he tried to think of a countermeasure. In an instant, dozens of ideas flashed through his mind. That's right. Suddenly, the Lord of Heaven the Exterminator's eyes lit up. He had thought of a countermeasure. Lu Ming. That's right, it was Lu Ming. He had naturally heard about the feud between the primordial light race, the Heaven Destroyer, and Lu Ming. He had also heard about the unusual battle between Lu Ming and the 9th young master of the primordial light race. I know where Lu Ming is. Heaven Destroyer's Lu Ming. The Lord of Heaven the Exterminator roared. Lu Ming. The 9th young master of the primordial light race's eyes flashed with killing intent. The 9th young master of the primordial light race hated Lu Ming very much. He wanted to kill Lu Ming at all times. Back at the Heaven Destroyer station, Lu Ming had not only disobeyed him, but he had also defeated him in the end. Being defeated by an 8th-layer divine master in front of his subordinates was a great blow to his prestige. Hence, he wanted to kill Lu Ming at all times. Back in the universe ruins, for the sake of the big picture, he had endured and not made a move. Originally, he wanted to kill Lu Ming after entering the Purple Heaven Cave. Unfortunately, he had not met Lu Ming after entering the Purple Heaven Cave. Now that he heard about Lu Ming, his killing intent was completely aroused. The 9th young master stopped and said coldly, "Speak. Where is Lu Ming? You have to let us go after I tell you." The Extermination Lord of Heaven shouted. "You have no right to negotiate with me. Speak. Otherwise, die." The 9th young master was very domineering. He did not care about the Lord of Heaven's conditions at all. "If you don't agree to my conditions, don't expect me to tell you." The Extermination Lord of Heaven said. "You want to threaten me with this? How naive. Kill." The ninth young master was very decisive. He waved his hand. Boom. Boom, the expert beside him stepped forward again, shaking the void. His light hair danced, and his aura was oppressive. Damn it, the extermination lord of heaven roared in his heart. He knew that it would be impossible to get rid of the primordial light race easily. However, he had to tell them about Lu Ming's whereabouts. If he told them about Lu Ming's whereabouts, the primordial light race would most likely send people to kill Lu Ming. That would also reduce the pressure on the ninth young master. Lu Ming is in another direction. Follow this crack and you will find him. The extermination lord of heaven shouted and pointed in a direction. The ninth young master's eyes flashed. How could he not know the intention to exterminate the lord of heaven? However, he was even more eager to kill Lu Ming. All of you, stop them. The rest of you, follow me. Jiao Gongzi assigned his men and ordered 5 of them who were as powerful as the Lord of Heaven, as well as more than 100 others from the primordial light race to stay behind. He wanted them to hold back the celestial race's men. He personally led the remaining people towards Lu Ming's location. He didn't want to waste any more time. He was afraid that Lu Ming would escape. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the ninth young master led more than 90 Origin Light tribesmen and charged towards Lu Ming's location. Their speed was extremely fast. Before long, they had reached Lu Ming's location. Full force, break through. After ninth young master led his men away, the exterminating Lord of Heaven roared and led his men to break out of the encirclement. This was a rare opportunity. The Origin Light race only had 5 powerful Lord of Heaven left, while the Jiao Gongzi had 6 of them. This was a good opportunity for them to break through. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to escape when the ninth young master returned. However, even though the Origin Light race only had about 100 people left, it wasn't easy for them to break out of the encirclement. The light beams of the Origin Light race danced in the wind and intertwined with each other. They formed an inescapable net that sealed off the surrounding void. Kill. The exterminating Lord of Heaven, the Lord of Heaven of 100 Battles, and the 2 old and powerful Lord of Heaven of 100 Battles worked together. The 2 primitive godly spirit puppets were like a sharp knife as they attacked fiercely in a certain direction. When the 6 powerful Lord of Heaven worked together, their power was terrifying. The light beams in that direction kept exploding. In the end, the 5 battle envoys of the Origin Light race worked together to stop them. However, they were still defeated. Of course, the Origin Light race was at a disadvantage when it was 5 against 6. Set up the formation. At this moment, one of the Origin Light race's battle envoys gave the order. Swoosh, 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 suddenly, 7 of the Origin Light race's elites moved in a flash. A shining armor appeared on their bodies at the same time. The armor was covered with runes. These runes shone brightly and a mysterious aura spread out. The aura of the 7 Origin Light race elites gathered together. Boom, powerful energy spread out from the 7 Origin Light race elites and intertwined with each other to form a giant. Among the 7 of them, 5 of them had 4 limbs and a head. The other 2 were torsos. They formed a giant out of energy and its aura was terrifying. Boom, the giant wielded a battle sword and slashed at the exterminating Lord of Heaven and the others. It collided with the exterminating Lord of Heaven of exterminating, and both sides were pushed back. They were evenly matched. A combined attack formation. A Divine Lord level combined attack formation. The exterminating Lord of Heaven of exterminating shouted in shock. Although the heavenly human tribe did not have a combined attack formation above the Divine Lord level, he had heard of it before. Therefore, he recognized it at a glance. Yes, this was a Divine Lord level combined attack formation. The armor on the 7 Origin Light race elites was the carrier of the combined attack formation. Among the 7 Origin Light race elites, 4 of them were peak Divine Lords. The other 3 were only 9th level Divine Lords. However, when the 7 of them set up the combined attack formation, their combat strength was comparable to that of the strongest Lord of Heaven. This was the power of a combined attack formation. Without the combined attack array, the combined forces of the 4 ordinary peak stage Divine Masters and 3 ninth stage Divine Masters would be no match for the strongest Heavenly Lord, no matter how powerful the primordial light race was and how much stronger they were than the heavenly human race. To put it bluntly, they would not be able to cause any harm to the strongest Lord of Heaven. They would be easily defeated. However, once the combined attack formation was set up, they would be comparable to that of the strongest Lord of Heaven. However, this was not the end of it. The other 7 members of the Primordial Light clan also flickered as armor similar to the previous 7 appeared on their bodies. Another 7 Origin Light Race elites set up a combined attack formation. 5 of them were the 4 limbs and the head, while the other 2 were the torso. They formed a giant. This combined attack formation was exactly the same as the one set up by the 7 Origin Light Race elites. In this way, the Origin Light Race would have 2 more Lord of Heaven's combat strength. Their top combat strength had already surpassed that of the Heavenly Human Tribe. It was no wonder that the 9th Young Master had allowed the Origin Light Race elites to stall the Heavenly Human Tribe, even though the Origin Light Race's combat strength was inferior to the Heavenly Human Tribe's. This was the reason. Boom. Boom, boom. 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 The Heavenly Human Tribe elites' momentum was blocked and they could not charge out. Damn it. The exterminating Lord of Heaven of Exterminating roared. His expression was extremely ugly. In the universe, there had never been a combined attack formation above the Divine Master realm. Therefore, he had overlooked this possibility from the beginning. He did not expect that there would be a Divine Master realm combined attack formation among the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds. This had put them in a passive position. If this continued, they would not be able to break out. When the other Origin Light Race elites returned, they would all be killed. Explode. Let the primitive divine spirit explode. Suddenly, the exterminating Lord of Heaven of Exterminating roared. Of course, he was transmitting his voice to the Lord of Heaven of 100 Battles and the other Lords of Heaven. Let the primitive divine spirit puppet explode. This puppet is comparable to that of the strongest Lord of Heaven. The Lord of Heaven of 100 Battles widened his eyes. The Heavenly Human Tribe had spent a lot of effort to create such a puppet. It would be a pity if it exploded just like that. Now is not the time to hesitate. If it doesn't explode, we will all die. The Lord of Heaven of Exterminating said. In the end, the Lord of Heaven of 100 Battles and the others agreed. The Lord of Heaven of Annihilation was right. Although the primitive godly spirit puppet was extremely precious, could it compare to them? To put it bluntly, the primitive godly spirit puppet was just an experiment by the Heavenly Human Tribe. It was an experiment that used the powerful primitive godly spirit as the foundation and fused with various powerful forces. In the end, it was just a puppet and would be difficult to improve in the future. On the other hand, they had unlimited potential. Their value was completely different. Even if the Ye Immortal knew about it, he would not blame them. In the end, they decided to let one of the primitive godly spirit puppets self-destruct. Boom, the primitive godly spirit puppet's body rapidly grew until it was 1,000,000 feet tall. It stood upright and charged in a direction, completely ignoring its defense and attacking with all its might. Puff. Puff, suddenly, the primitive godly spirit puppet's body was pierced by beams of light and hair. However, the primitive godly spirit puppet did not stop at all. It continued to charge forward, emitting terrifying waves of energy from its body. It's going to self-destruct. Stop it. A Lower King War envoy from the Primordial Light Tribe shouted. He and the other Lower King War envoys, as well as 2 other 7-man war envoys, attacked the primitive godly spirit puppet crazily. They wanted to kill it before it self-destructed. However, it was just a puppet. Moreover, its vitality and defense were extremely strong. It was extremely difficult to kill it quickly. Although the primitive godly spirit puppet's head, one of its arms, and one of its legs had been cut off, its self-destruction did not slow down. Its aura was getting stronger and stronger. It emitted a dazzling light like the brightest star. Not good. Retreat. 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 The Primordial Light Tribe shouted. They knew that they could not stop it, so they quickly retreated. The Primordial Light Tribe retreated very quickly, but some people were still one step too slow. Boom, an earth-shattering roar, that primordial godly spirit puppet, which was comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven, had exploded and created a terrifying destructive power. It swept in all directions. More than 10 Primordial Light Tribe members were swept in. they were smashed into pieces. However, the primordial light tribe had 5 lower king war envoys and 2 war envoys with 7 war envoys. They avoided the center of the self-destruction. However, when they were hit by the powerful destructive force, primordial light tribe members, their bodies shook violently and they almost vomited blood. The siege of the heavenly human tribe by the primordial light race, a huge gap was forcibly created. Go. Exterminate the Lord of Heaven. Was he the first to break out of the encirclement? The other heavenly human tribe powerful beings followed closely behind. Did they all rush out of the gap? Then, he flew into the distance. Chase. Don't let them escape. Send ninth young master a voice transmission. The primordial light clan members roared and chased after the heavenly human clan members. Let's go to that ancient city. The Lord of Heaven of Extermination shouted. The walls of the ancient city could greatly suppress the extreme corpse, but against the primordial light race, most likely, it would be useless. But the walls of the ancient city, there were still some broken formations left behind. Dealing with the absolute corpse, you don't need these broken arrays. However, it would be useful against the Yuanguang clan. As long as he could activate the remaining formation, he should be able to stop the primordial light tribe. People from the celestial race and quasi-saint race, they had already studied the broken formations on the ancient city as a precaution. In the end, they confirmed that there were some broken formations on the ancient city that they could activate. The Lord of Heaven of Extermination's goal was very simple. He wanted to return to the ancient city and rely on the broken formations to stop the Yuanguang clan. It was too dangerous to run to other places. Once he encountered the extreme corpse or other creatures of the forbidden area, he would be in danger. Defending the ancient city and waiting for reinforcements was the best plan. On the other side, the quasi-saint race had also rushed out of the encirclement. Based on their apparent strength, it would be very difficult for the quasi-saint race to break out of the encirclement of the Yuanguang clan. However, the quasi-saint race had also mastered a joint attack formation of the Divine Lord realm. They had a 9-person joint attack formation carrier that could allow 9 peak Divine Lord realm existences to join forces to set up the formation. Its power was very shocking. When it was used, it could fight against several powerful existences at the level of the Lord of Heaven. In the end, they relied on this formation to break out of the encirclement and led the quasi-saint race toward the ancient city. They had the same idea as the heavenly human race. They planned to use the broken formations of the ancient city to resist the Yuanguang clan. While the heavenly human race and quasi-saint race were fighting against the Yuanguang clan, the 9th young master led more than 90 Yuanguang clan experts to find Lu Ming and the others. It's the creatures of the forbidden area of the Yuanji Holy Mountain. Lu Ming and the others' expressions changed when they saw the 9th young master and the others. They had not expected to encounter creatures of the forbidden area in the realm aura. Brat, you are indeed here. Very good, very good. How dare you offend me? Today will be the day you die. Kill them. The 9th young master roared. His aura erupted as he led more than 90 Yuanguang clan experts to attack Lu Ming and the others. Light beams filled the sky and pierced through the void. It was extremely terrifying. It's just the 4 strongest Lord of Heaven. How naive of you to think that you can kill us. Guillemot sneered. As soon as the other party attacked, Guillemot sensed with his sharp intuition that there were only 4 Lord of Heaven level experts among them. They had 5 of the strongest Heaven Monarch realm experts. Be careful. They are setting up a formation. It's a joint attack formation of the Divine Master realm. Dandan suddenly shouted. Indeed, as the Yuanguang clan rushed toward Lu Ming and the others, some of their figures flickered and began to set up a formation. There were 2 groups of people in total. One group consisted of 7 people. A set of armor appeared on each of their bodies. The armor was full of runes. Among the 7 people, 5 of them had 4 limbs and a head. 2 of them had a torso. They formed a giant with a battle sword in their hands. This joint attack formation was exactly the same as the one set up against the heavenly human race. The other group was even more shocking. There were 9 people setting up a formation. Each of the 9 people held a battle sword covered with runes. These battle swords were the carrier of the joint attack formation. Their auras were connected. The 9 of them joined together and formed a giant battle sword. It was extremely terrifying. It slashed toward Lu Ming and the others. Its speed was faster than the others, and it was the first to approach Lu Ming and the others. Guillermo rushed forward and swung his purple-gold battle axe. He slashed down and hit the giant battle sword. With a loud boom, Guillermo's body shook violently. Then, like a cannonball, he was sent flying backward. Lu Ming and the others' hearts sank. The battle sword was able to send Guillermo flying with one blow. Its power was shocking. It was obviously beyond the strength of the Lord of Heaven. Fortunately, Guillermo's defense was shockingly strong. There was no need to worry about him. Oh no, this joint attack formation is set up by 9 peak divine masters. It's too powerful. We can't stop it. Retreat. Dandan exclaimed. Let's go. Lu Ming also shouted. These creatures of the Forbidden Land had mastered a joint attack formation of the Divine Master Realm. They were no match for them. Now, there were only 7 and 9 people setting up the formation. Who knew if there were any more advanced joint attack formations? Lu Ming and the others quickly retreated. You want to leave? Today, none of you will leave. Jiao Gongzi shouted coldly. Jiao Gongzi was filled with murderous intent as he charged toward Lu Ming and the others. The battle saber formed by the 9 people's joint attack was too fast. It continued to slash toward Lu Ming and the others. Before the saber slashed down, the terrifying saber aura had already caused Lu Ming and the others to feel pain on their skin. It was as if they had been cut by a small knife. Dandan, is there any way to break their joint attack formation? Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Dandan at an extremely fast speed. No. The joint attack formation of the Divine Master Realm and above uses the carrier as its foundation. It is extremely difficult to break. Unless you have an extremely strong combat strength to shatter their carrier, Dandan replied. Lu Ming was speechless. If they wanted to break the formation, they would have to have a combat strength that far exceeded their opponents. However, if they had such combat strength, they would be able to tear the formation apart directly. Why would they need to break the formation's carrier? Buzz, the battle god spear in Lu Ming's hand vibrated as he planned to take the attack head-on. Lu Ming, leave it to me. Cho flew out and turned into a suit of armor that blocked the attack of the saber. Clang, there was an earth-shattering explosion. Cho's armor shook violently and twisted continuously. In the end, it retreated like a bone demon. However, it still managed to block the attack in the end. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others took the opportunity to retreat. Spacetime Vortex. Sky Demon Field. As they retreated, Cho unleashed the spacetime power to the maximum. The power of time and space spun wildly and formed a huge vortex that tried to pull the people of the Primordial Light Tribe into it. At the same time, Xianxia also unleashed the Sky Demon Field to disrupt the people of the Primordial Light Tribe. This was undoubtedly effective. The speed of the people of the Primordial Light Tribe was somewhat affected. Lu Ming and the others took the opportunity to fly a long distance away. Dandan had already transformed into his original form. His turtle shell glowed. As he flew, numerous runes flew out of it and disappeared into the void. Chase after them, don't let them escape. Jiao Gongzi roared. He led his men in hot pursuit. Lu Ming and the others quickly met up with Bone Demon and Cho and flew in the same direction. The direction in which they were flying, it was the same ancient city from before. In that ancient city, there were many incomplete formations. With Dandan's understanding of formations, she was able to activate many of them. Behind, was the Primordial Light Clan chasing after them, but while Dandan was flying, setting up an array on the side, disrupting the Primordial Light race along the way, Bubbles and Xianxia at the same time, using the spacetime power and the Heavenly Demon Domain to disrupt their opponents, it would be very difficult for the Primordial Light Tribe to catch up to Lu Ming and the others in a short time. Not long after, that ancient city, it was already in sight. Was it the Celestial race and the Quasi-Immortal race? They actually fled back here. Far away, Lu Ming and the others saw the people from the Celestial race and the Quasi-Sage race. The people from the Celestial race and the Quasi-Sage race were holding divine weapons with blue firestones and charging towards the ancient city. This was because there were still some extremine corpses around the ancient city. These extremine corpses kept charging towards the quasi-sage race, the celestial race, and the primordial light race. The celestial race and the quasi-sage race had divine weapons with blue firestones, so it was easy for them to deal with the extremine corpses. They easily opened up a path and quickly approached the ancient city. What surprised Lu Ming and the others was the primordial light race. The primordial light race could actually deal with the extremine corpses, and it didn't seem to be very difficult. The primordial light race's light beam hair fluttered in the wind and vibrated at a special frequency. When it pierced towards the extremine corpse, it easily pierced through the extremine corpse's body. The extremine corpse's body was covered with a thick layer of black gas, which made the extremine corpse's defense extremely shocking. Lu Ming and the others had a deep understanding of this. However, the people from the primordial light race could easily pierce through the extremine corpse's defense. The powerful extremine corpses were fine, but some of the weaker primordial light race members could also easily pierce through the extremine corpse's defense. This made Lu Ming and the others very surprised. They seemed to know the extremine corpse's weakness very well. Moreover, the black gas on the extremine corpse's body doesn't seem to have a strong defense against the primordial light race's power. Tang Jun said softly. Lu Ming nodded. He had also noticed this. It was no wonder that the primordial light race didn't seem to be afraid of the extremine corpse even though they didn't have blue firestones. Could the extremine corpse be related to the living beings in the Forbidden Grounds? Otherwise, why would it be like this? Lu Ming's mind raced, but he couldn't figure it out. However, the blue firestones were still more effective against the extremine corpse. Therefore, the people from the celestial race and the quasi-sage race advanced even faster. Charge! Lu Ming and the others also rushed toward the ancient city. Naturally, some extremine corpses also rushed toward Lu Ming and the others. However, there were also some extremine corpses that rushed toward Jiu Gongzi and the others. Disgusting corpses were found by the extremine tribe. Get lost! Jiu Gongzi shouted coldly. His light beam hair danced in the wind and pierced through the bodies of a few extremine corpses. The other primordial light race members also attacked with all their might. However, they weren't as fast as Lu Ming and the others. The extremine corpses here weren't particularly strong. This was because the strong ones had already been killed by them when they left. Therefore, Lu Ming and the others were extremely fast. The extremine corpses in front of them were either killed or sent flying. Just as the quasi-sage race and the celestial race rushed into the ancient city, Lu Ming and the others also approached the ancient city. Quick, activate the array. Don't let the primordial light race members in. The exterminating Lord of Heaven shouted. When he looked at Lu Ming and the others, his eyes flashed with killing intent. Buzz buzz buzz, those from the celestial race and the quasi-sage race who knew array formations started to activate the array formations on the ancient city with all their might. Those who didn't know array formations kept launching long-range attacks to stop the primordial light race members. Fortunately, they had already studied the array formations on the ancient city. Therefore, it wasn't too difficult to activate them. Buzz buzz buzz, suddenly, the ancient city lit up. Runes filled the air and the array formations were activated one after another. Many of them were defensive array formations. They formed layers of light shields that enveloped the ancient city. Of course, some of them were offensive array formations as well. Go over there and activate the array formations. The primordial light race members are coming in. The exterminating Lord of Heaven pointed in a direction and shouted. His eyes flashed with cold light. Because that direction was the direction that Lu Ming and the others were coming from. Lu Ming and the others hadn't entered the city yet, but the Lord of Heaven wanted to activate the array formations. Obviously, he wanted to take the opportunity to stop Lu Ming and the others outside. Immediately, a few celestial race experts who were proficient in array formations rushed over there and activated the array formations on the city walls. Buzz buzz, runes filled the city walls and several defensive array formations appeared. Damn it. These guys want to stop us outside. The myriad gods roared in anger. They want to stop us outside? With me here, they are too naive. Dandan said. The turtle shell lit up and an array formation flew out from Dandan's turtle shell. It enlarged and flew onto the defensive array formations. The defensive array formations immediately trembled and caved in. A gap appeared. Lu Ming and the others rushed in through the gap. Lu Ming and the others rushed into the ancient city through the gap. The gap quickly disappeared. Boom, the Wanshan stepped out and a powerful aura spread out, suppressing the heavenly human tribe. What did you mean? Are you blind? Can't you see that we haven't entered? Are you trying to stop us from entering? The Wanshan shouted and stared at the Lord of Heaven of Extermination and the others. It's a misunderstanding. We activated the array when we saw that the Primordial Light Tribe was about to enter. After all, it would be troublesome if the Primordial Light Tribe were to enter. Heavenly Lord of Extermination smiled faintly and said casually. Do you think it's that easy to brush it off with just a sentence? The Wanshan said angrily. Boom. Boom, boom. At that moment, the Primordial Light Tribe arrived. Strands of light hair pierced the defensive array like sharp swords, causing a series of explosions. Everyone, the enemy is right in front of us. We should work together to deal with the enemy. Songqiong said not far away. Young Master Songqiong is right. We should work together now. This is not the time for internal strife. The Lord of Heaven of Extermination smiled coldly. Damn it. The Wanshan was furious. Don't worry, Wanshan. We will settle this score sooner or later. Lu Ming patted the Wanshan's shoulder and smiled. He would remember this score and settle it sooner or later. Indeed, this was not the time to do so. Otherwise, the Primordial Light Tribe would benefit from it. Dandan also joined the group of people activating the array. On the city wall, remnants of the array were activated. Most of them were defensive and a few of them were offensive. Unfortunately, too many years had passed and only remnants of the array were left. Compared to their heyday, their power was worlds apart. However, there were a lot of them, stacked together, their power was still impressive, they had blocked the attacks of the Primordial Light Tribe. Furthermore, a small number of offensive array formations had killed more than a dozen Primordial Light Tribe members. What about the remaining Primordial Light Tribe members? They retreated to a certain distance. The three groups of Primordial Light Tribe members gathered again. There were about 400 of them. Ninth Young Master, what should we do? The array of the ancient city, is it powerful? It's not easy to break. One of the war envoys said. The ancient city is very big, we're going to be all of them, gather them together. These formations were all incomplete, and their might was limited. If they were to fight for too long, it would be impossible for them to succeed. I can definitely break it. Also, send them a message, let them all gather here, these people's lives are mine. Ninth Young Master said coldly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. It was as cold as a blade. Yes. Immediately, the 400 or so Primordial Light Tribe members gathered together and attacked a specific part of the array formation, causing it to tremble continuously. They want to work together to attack one place. Let's also attack and disrupt them. Firmament Path. The Quasi-Saint race, Celestial race, and Lu Ming's group also gathered at that location and launched long-range attacks from within the array formation. Attacking from the inside out would not be affected by the formation. The attacks were still affecting the Primordial Light Tribe greatly, causing them to be unable to attack in peace. Retreat. After attacking for a while, the members of the Primordial Light race retreated and stopped attacking. They cleared out the scattered extremine corpses around them and formed a fan shape, surrounding the ancient city. They've finally retreated. Many people in the ancient city heaved a sigh of relief. However, Firmament Path, Lord of Heaven, and some other intelligent people did not look good. They knew that the Primordial Light race was most likely waiting for reinforcements. Once the reinforcements arrived, they would be in danger. Should we break out? An old man beside Firmament Path asked. Firmament Path frowned and thought quickly. Now, they had two choices. One was to stay here and rely on the ancient city's array formation to resist the Primordial Light race. Then, they would spread the news and wait for the Quasi-Saint race's reinforcements. However, the Primordial Light race was definitely waiting for reinforcements as well. It would depend on whose reinforcements arrived first. The other choice was to break out now and fight their way out of the encirclement. Currently, there were not many members of the primordial light race. There were many experts and top-notch experts in the primordial light race, and they also had many joint attack arrays. However, if the Quasi-Saint race, Celestial race, and Lu Ming's group joined forces, they might be able to break out. However, breaking out of the encirclement was also very risky. Even if they managed to break out of the encirclement, they might encounter other creatures from the Forbidden Lands. After all, there were 3 groups of creatures from the Forbidden Lands. They had only seen one of them. Firmament Path could not make up his mind. Lord of Heaven and the others were also thinking about the same thing. Look over there. Suddenly, someone pointed to the south and shouted. Many people looked over, and their expressions changed drastically. They saw streaks of flowing light flying over from that direction. It was the primordial light race from the Forbidden Lands. Everyone saw clearly that the streaks of flowing light were also from the primordial light race. The reinforcements from the primordial light race had arrived so quickly. Many people's hearts sank. Fortunately, there were not many primordial light race members here. There were only about 300 of them. Soon, the 300 primordial light race members met up with the 9th young master and the others. The number of primordial light race members outside the city walls had reached 700. This is troublesome. It will be difficult to break out of the encirclement now. Firmament Path muttered. The primordial light race was very strong. They could suppress the heavenly human race in a battle of the same level. Previously, there were only 400 of them, but it was already very difficult to deal with them. Now that there were 300 more, the heavenly human race was not confident of breaking out of the encirclement even if they wanted to. However, the primordial light race members did not attack. They continued to surround the city walls, waiting for reinforcements. Dandan, let's go and refine that combined attack formation first. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Dandan. The current situation was very unfavorable for them. They had to increase their strength as soon as possible. The combined attack formation was undoubtedly the quickest way to increase their strength. The combined attack formation required 12 people to perform together. However, if there were not enough people, they could still perform it. It was just that they would not be able to unleash the full power of the combined attack formation. Alright, let's go and refine it immediately. Dandan nodded his head. He told Firmament Path and the others to send them a message if anything happened. Then, he left the city walls. What are these guys up to now? Are they going to refine those primordial crystals? Damn it, the exterminating Lord of Heaven roared in his heart. He was very anxious. The thought of the piles of primordial crystals being refined by Lu Ming and the others made him feel very uncomfortable. However, the primordial light race had not attacked the city yet. He could not find a reason to stop Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and the others found a secret place in the ancient city. Dandan set up a concealment formation around it. Then, he took out the 12 metal plates and gave each of them one plate. Each metal plate has a different formation on it. In order to successfully set up the combined attack formation, you have to refine the metal plates first. Then, you have to familiarize yourself with the formation on it. Then, you have to work together. Only when you work together perfectly can you unleash the full power of the combined attack formation. Dandan explained the main points of the combined attack formation. The steps were very simple. Everyone just needed to follow the steps. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Ling Yue, Dandan, Bubbles, Wan Shen, Qiu, Bone Demon, and Tang Jun. Each of them held an iron tablet and began to refine it. Refining the iron tablets was actually very simple. It didn't take long for Lu Ming and the others to refine all the iron tablets. They could store the iron tablets into their sea of consciousness at will. The difficult part was the runes on them. When they refined the iron medallion, a piece of information was automatically transmitted into their minds. This piece of information was a section of an array formation. It wasn't a complete array formation. It was just a section of an array formation. Each of the 10 of them had obtained a different array formation. Each of them had to completely grasp the corresponding array formation and then cooperate perfectly. Only with the iron tablets as a carrier could they use the joint attack array formation. They didn't stop at all. There wasn't much time left for them. They had to grasp it as soon as possible. As soon as he comprehended it, Lu Ming felt that this array formation was very obscure and difficult to understand. After comprehending it for a while, his progress was extremely slow. He opened his eyes and saw Wan Xin, Bubbles, and Ling Yue, Autumn Moon and the others were frowning. Clearly, they had encountered a problem. They weren't very good at array formations in the first place, and this array formation, it was obviously left behind from the previous era, it was even more difficult. Xianxia, Tang Jun, and Bone Demon were better. In the past, after all, they were all existences in the origin realm. With the foundation there, comprehending it would be smoother. The most relaxed, naturally, it was Dandan. His turtle shell glowed, a dense array of runes enveloped him, it seemed to be going smoothly. After pondering for a while, Lu Ming continued to comprehend. A deity realm cultivator, on the Tao of array formations, they would more or less dabble in it because some simple array formations were sometimes very practical. Especially the deeper one's cultivation, the deeper one's comprehension of the Tao of cultivation. Their understanding of the Tao of array formations? It would also be deeper. For example, a divine master realm expert, even if he didn't deliberately cultivate the Tao of formations, but regarding the control of array formations, he was still stronger than a true God realm array master. This was the difference brought about by the difference in realm. So, only Lu Ming and the others could comprehend this kind of array formation. Otherwise, if they knew nothing about it, it would be impossible for them to comprehend it. Dandan's speed was very fast, but it still took him 3 days to fully understand the array on the iron plate. Although the formations that each of us needs to comprehend are different, there are some common points. Let me share with you some of the experiences that I've come up with. Dandan asked Lu Ming to stop for a while and told him about his experience in comprehending the combined attack formation. With Dandan, this formation Grandmaster's guidance, the speed of Lu Ming and the others' comprehension was indeed greatly increased. A few days later, Xianxia, Tang Jun, and Bone Demon also succeeded. Lu Ming was also close to success. After all, each of them was a genius with extraordinary comprehension ability. The speed at which they learned something was much faster than ordinary people. A few days later, after they had comprehended the array formation for 10 days, Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, Bone Demon, Bubbles, and Ling Yue also succeeded. Come, let's try setting up the array formation. Dandan was already impatient. For a formation grandmaster like him, he was simply too curious about the combined attack formation left behind from the last era. Set up the formation. Lu Ming shouted softly. Immediately, the group of 10 people flashed and stood in different positions according to the formation they had mastered. At the same time, the iron plate appeared at their waists. Runes filled the air and flickered with mysterious multicolored light. Between the 10 of them, multicolored light interweaved and slowly condensed into a huge figure. This figure was in the shape of a human. Of the 10 of them, 2 were the head, 2 were the torso, 2 were the left and right arms, and 1 was the feet. However, the figure was very blurry and not solid enough. One could barely see that it was a person covered in pitch-black armor. The armor looked somewhat sinister, and there were sharp barbs on the wrists and shoulders. This figure was also holding a halberd in his hand. He looked very majestic. However, just as Lu Ming and the others were about to activate the formation and control the figure to attack, the figure trembled and collapsed. They had failed. What's going on? We have clearly grasped the formation. Why can't we succeed? Myriad God asked doubtfully. That's because our cooperation is not perfect. We need to practice more. Dandan said. Alright, let's start again. Lu Ming said. They continued to try setting up the formation. Unfortunately, the figure that was condensed was still blurry and quickly collapsed. The difficulty of setting up the joint attack formation was indeed very high. According to normal procedures, even with the formation as a carrier, the people controlling it would need a long time to practice and break in before they could set it up perfectly. However, they did not have much time left. They had to set it up as soon as possible and practice even harder. They entered a frenzied state of practice and forgot to eat and sleep. Just like that, another 5 days passed. After 5 days of continuous practice, their grasp of the joint attack formation had improved greatly. The figure that was condensed was also much clearer and could exist for much longer. It could last for about a minute. Furthermore, when they tried to attack, the power was indeed astonishing. Their attack power was higher than the Lord of Heavens by a level. Unfortunately, they still could not set it up perfectly. They kept feeling that they were missing a step. This final step is very difficult. If you want to succeed, there are only two ways. The first is to practice for a long time and succeed naturally. Dandan said. What about the other one? Wanshan hurriedly asked. The other one is to succeed in one fell swoop when faced with a life-and-death crisis and set it up perfectly. However, it is very dangerous and you may lose your life if you do not do it well. Dandan said. Nests, it seems like it will be difficult to succeed in a short period of time. Wanshan muttered. Don't be discouraged. Even so, our strength is much stronger than before. At least within a minute, Lu Ming smiled and comforted Wanshan. This combined attack was extraordinary. Although they couldn't set it up perfectly, they were still much more powerful in the minute they set it up. At the very least, their attacking power was close to Gu Chongfeng's level. At this moment, Lu Ming received a message from Song Qiong. The war is about to begin. The primordial light tribe is about to attack the city. Lu Ming said solemnly. They did not have any time to practice. After waiting for half a month, the primordial light tribe had finally started to attack the city. Reinforcements had most likely arrived. Let's go. Lu Ming and the others flew towards the city walls. Lu Ming and the others quickly flew toward the city wall. Before they reached the city wall, they heard a series of explosions. The people from the primordial light race had already started to break the array. There are so many people from the primordial light race. When Lu Ming and the others arrived at the city wall, they were shocked. The number of people from the primordial light race outside the ancient city had increased by another 500 compared to half a month ago. Half a month ago, there were only 700 people from the primordial light race outside the ancient city. Now, there were 1,200 people. 1,200 people from the primordial light race were definitely very powerful. This was because the quality of the primordial light race's experts was too high. There were many experts in the primordial light race, and their combat strength was also very shocking. The overall strength of the 1,200 people from the primordial light race had far surpassed the combined strength of the quasi-saint race, the heavenly human race, and Lu Ming and the others. If they fought head-on, they would definitely be wiped out. The 1,200 people from the primordial light race were divided into two groups and attacked two positions in the ancient city. The light beams danced in the air as if the sky was filled with sword lights. They stabbed the defensive array on the city wall, causing the array to constantly rumble. Some of the primordial light race were extremely terrifying. Their combat strength was on par with the strongest Lord of Heaven. Are these the so-called lower-level war envoys of the primordial light race? There are as many as 14 of them. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The lower-level war envoys of the primordial light race were comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven of the heavenly human race. Now, there were 14 of them. This was an astonishing force. When the heavenly human race defeated the evil demons and attacked the heaven-exterminating troops' encampment, they only had 20 heaven monarchs. With the addition of the purple-robed youth, there were 15 lower-level war envoys. This force was not much weaker than the heavenly human race and was much stronger than the heaven destroyer and the demons. This was only 1,200 people from the primordial light race. There were almost 3,000 of them that had already come out. There were even more primordial light race that were still sealed away. The truly terrifying ones were the Guanqian royal envoys. They were the ones that were truly terrifying. The strength of the creatures in the Forbidden Lands was truly terrifying. 14 primordial light race, he attacked the array with all his might. The power was astonishing, causing the array to tremble violently. Counterattack! Tianqiong shouted. Commanding the quasi-saint tribe to attack, attacks flew out of the city envoys. He attacked the members of the primordial light race and interfered with their attempt to break the formation. So, the primordial light race, couldn't they break the array? The primordial light and the other side, the heavenly human race were also attacked outside heavens were of the races of the heavenly human races of the heavenly human race. They were also attacking Smings the walls. How many people's attacks, of the heavenly human light of heaven. Of the array formation of the sky, of the god of the god of the god of his of the Slus were, many heavenly human tribe powerful beings began to set up joint attack spell formations, of the battle. Were of thems. Be it the quasi-immortal tribe, the heavenly human tribe, or Lu Ming's group, they were all shocked. Of the races of them, thereof of them. The most shocking thing was, there was actually a 21 people combined attack formation. 21 Yuan Guang clan experts? And in each of their hands, each of them had a battle sword covered with runes. The battle swords glowed and intertwined. They formed a giant battle sword. Of the 21 people who had set up the array, 12 of them were peak divine masters, while the other 9 were 9th stage divine masters. The battle swords they formed were filled with a terrifying aura. Boom, the huge battle sword slashed down on the defensive formation, causing the light barrier to tremble violently. It trembled crazily, causing ripples to appear on its surface. Even the city walls were shaking violently as if an earthquake had occurred. What terrifying power! The people inside the city walls were shocked and their expressions changed drastically. The power of the 21 people's battle array was too shocking. The more people there were, the more terrifying the battle array of the Divine Master realm and above would be. However, the number of people in the array formation could not be increased easily. The more people there were, the more complicated the array formation would be. The requirements for the carrier would also be higher and it would be very difficult to refine. It did not mean that the combination of 2 7-man battle arrays would create a 14-man array formation. It was impossible. There was a world of difference between the combination of 2 7-man battle arrays and a 14-man battle array. Boom, the battle sword formed by the 21 people's battle array continued to bombard the array formation, causing it to shake continuously. Stop them! Stop them with all your might! Xianxia shouted. They continued to attack, including Lu Ming and the others. Thousands of attacks bombarded the giant battle sword, causing a series of explosions. However, the battle sword was unharmed and continued to bombard the array formation. Boom! Boom, a series of explosions rang out, and the formations in this area trembled, creating ripples. After a while, with a bang, one of the formations was broken. Fortunately, there was more than one defensive array formation on the city walls. Although one was broken, there were still a few more. However, everyone's expressions were ugly. If this continued, the other array formations would also be broken. Without the array formations, they would only be killed by the race of primordial light. Although they had a large number of people, they were completely vulnerable. Especially the battle array formed by the 21 people from the race of primordial light. It was too powerful and had already surpassed Gu Chongfeng's level. Even Gu Chongfeng could only retreat in the face of such an array formation. Hold on. We must hold on. Setting up such a battle array consumes a lot of energy. They won't be able to hold on for long. As long as we can stop them, their battle array will collapse on its own. Dandan shouted. That's right. Stop them. Tianqiong shouted. The quasi-saint race also had battle array formations above the Divine Master realm. They naturally knew the weakness of the battle array formation. It consumed a lot of energy. The more powerful the battle array formation was, the more energy it would consume. More than 2,000 quasi-saint race members and Lu Ming's group attacked the giant sword with all their might. They wanted to disrupt it. Unfortunately, the other members of the race of primordial light could not sit by and do nothing. They took action and blocked the attacks of Lu Ming's group. On the other side, the heavenly human race wanted to come over and help, but they could not leave. They also had to interfere with the race of primordial light. If they left, without their interference, their array formation would not be able to hold on for long. The situation was getting worse. After a few minutes, the battle array of the quasi-saint race was continuously broken by the giant sword. It seemed that the last array formation was in imminent danger. Prepare for battle. The rest of you, continue to control the array formation. Tianqiong shouted. The array formation was broken, but it did not mean that it was destroyed. As long as they continued to control it and inject energy into it, the array formation would be reactivated. They had to block the attacks of the race of primordial light before the array formation was reactivated. A crack appeared in the final formation. It looked like it was about to be completely torn apart. Just as the last array formation was about to be torn apart, the giant sword formed by the combined array formation of the 21 members of the primordial light tribe started to tremble. The glow of the giant sword quickly dimmed as though it was about to collapse. Their power is about to run out. Dandan roared. Everyone's spirits were lifted. To be honest, they were very afraid of the 21 people's joint attack array. They were simply unable to contend against it. Now that the other party's power was about to run out, they had a chance. Final attack. A voice came from the giant sword formed by the joint attack array. Then, the giant sword's radiance exploded again as it slashed at the defensive array. This time, a huge crack appeared on the defensive array as though it was about to collapse. The people who had set up the array had finally run out of power. The giant sword's radiance trembled and finally collapsed with a bang. The 21 people who had set up the array appeared one after another and retreated rapidly. The other members of the primordial light race took the opportunity to launch a fierce attack, wanting to completely tear the array apart in one fell swoop. Beat them back. Firmament roared and ordered the people from the quasi-saint race to continue attacking the people from the primordial light race. The quasi-saint race had a total of 7 people who were comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven. In addition, there was also a peerless expert whose combat strength surpassed the strongest Lord of Heaven. When they attacked together, the power was still very shocking. However, the primordial light race had too many experts. The primordial light race had a total of 14 battle envoys below the Lord of Heaven. On the other side, there were also 7. Most importantly, the primordial light race had too many joint attack arrays. There were 7-person arrays and 9-person arrays. When they were used, the power was very shocking. As long as the people who set up the arrays had a high enough cultivation level, the combat strength of a 7-person array, it was comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven. In an instant, the attacks from Firmament and the others were blocked. Swoosh, at this moment, a middle-aged man beside Firmament made his move. Transforming into a stream of light, appearing in front of the city wall in an instant, thousands of light beams shot out crazily and pierced the cracks in the defensive array. Open! The middle-aged man from the primordial light race roared. The light beams of the opponent's hair were like tentacles, they grabbed the sides of the cracks, they tore the cracks apart. The remaining part of his hair intertwined together to form a shield, it blocked the attacks from the quasi-saint race and Lu Ming. Was this a terrifying expert? Had combat strength surpassing the strongest Lord of Heaven? It was a Guangqian king of the primordial light race. The primordial light race, there are at least 2 king of kings. Lu Ming's expression was grave. Because of this person? The Guangqian Wang ambassador, who had fought with Gu Changfeng at the Heaven Exterminating Army's base, was still with the 9th young master. This meant that there were at least 2 Guangqian imperial envoys in the primordial light race. Is. To be. To be to attack to. To pull to be to break close combat? Lord to be. To be. To be. To be. To be. He unleashed the Sky Splitter move, turning it into a dazzling spear light that pierced toward the Guangqian king. Lu Ming used all his strength in this attack. Illusory light pillar. Cho also attacked at the same time as Lu Ming. A light pillar shot out and enveloped the Guangqian king. Cho wasn't the only one who attacked. Autumn Moon, Xianxia, and Bone Demon also attacked. 9 apertures in one origin slash. Boundless demonic palm. Autumn Moon and Xianxia both used their ultimate moves. Autumn Moon slashed out a transparent blade light. Xianxing's ultimate move was the combination of the boundless devil steel and the demonic palm. It was extremely powerful. As for Bone Demon, he appeared in front of the Guangqian king in a flash and slashed down with his purple gold combat puppet. Lu Ming's attack was the fastest. He immediately pierced through the Guangqian king's intertwined light beam hair. A series of explosions erupted as energy rippled outwards. Bone Demon, Autumn Moon, and Xianxia's attacks also arrived. The Guanqian king was slightly affected by Qiuqiu's illusory light pillar. There was a moment when his strength wasn't at its peak. This was the moment when Lu Ming and the others attacked. They grasped the opportunity very well. Boom! Boom, boom. Under the continuous attacks, the Guanqian king's light beam hair exploded continuously. Lu Ming and the others' attacks were directed at the Guanqian king's body. The Guanqian king's pupils contracted slightly as his body instinctively retreated. Get into formation and attack with all your might. Firmament's reaction was also very fast. When Lu Ming and the others attacked, he also shouted and ordered his subordinates to attack. The defensive array formation hadn't been completely broken yet. As long as they blocked the attacks of the primordial light tribe, the defensive array formation would be easily reactivated. If they missed this opportunity, the consequences would be unpredictable. The people of the Quasi-Saint tribe also took out their trump cards. In addition to the all-out attack of the 7 strongest heaven monarchs, there was also a 7-person joint attack formation and a 9-person joint attack formation. The 7-man joint attack array formation was equivalent to 1 strongest lord of heaven. The 9-man joint attack array formation was set up by 9 peak almighty experts. Its combat strength was equivalent to several times that of several strongest lord of heaven. In addition, the other Quasi-Saint tribesmen also attacked with all their might and blocked the attacks of the primordial light tribe's experts. Dandan and the other experts of the Quasi-Saint tribe who were proficient in array formations tried their best to control the array formation in an attempt to reactivate it. You are courting death. After being pushed back by Lu Ming and the others, the Guangqian emissary roared angrily and revealed a strong murderous intent. Xiaoqing, Autumn Moon, stand at the back. Qiuqiu, Gu Mo, work with me to block him. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to the others. Qiuqiu landed on Lu Ming's body and turned into an armor that covered Lu Ming. However, the armor was different from before. 2 sabers appeared on both sides of Lu Ming's body. They were transformed by Qiuqiu and could be used to attack. There was also a mirror on Lu Ming's chest that was also transformed by Qiuqiu. As Qiuqiu's cultivation deepened, he could already use several kinds of mystical source-grade divine weapons at the same time. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming and Gu Mo rushed to the front and attacked the Guanqian emissary while Xianxia and Autumn Moon attacked from behind. Their defensive power was too weak. If they were hit by the Guanqian emissary, it would be no small matter. Lu Ming and Gu Mo attacked with all their might and collided with the Guanqian emissary's attack. Both sides exchanged a few moves in an instant. Then, Lu Ming and Gu Mo retreated rapidly. Lu Ming felt his blood and qi churning and almost vomited blood. The Guangqian emissary's battle power was too strong. Even if he merged with Qiuqiu, the difference was too great. If it weren't for Gu Mo, Xianxia, and Autumn Moon working together, he wouldn't have been able to block the Guangqian emissary. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Don't overestimate yourself. Die. The Guangqian emissary shouted coldly. His whole body was covered in resplendent rays of light as if he was about to turn into a ray of light. A terrifying aura spread out, making Lu Ming and the others fearful. Song Qiong, send someone to support us. Lu Ming roared and asked Song Qiong for help. The pressure was too great for them to face a Guangqian emissary alone. The cultivation of Wanxin, Dandan, Bubbles, and Ling Yue were too low. It was difficult for them to be of any use against such a peerless expert. You guys, go and help Lu Ming and the others. Song Qiong clenched his teeth and ordered the 9 people to attack the array together. He knew very well that if they couldn't stop the Guangqian emissary and let them break the array, the Quasi-Saint tribe would suffer the greatest loss. Annihilation, Baijan, come and help us. Let's restart the array here first. You guys can still hold on for a while. Song Qiong roared again. His voice was transmitted to the Lord Annihilation and the others. The situation was too dangerous because another expert beside the 9th young master of the primordial light race had made a move. This expert was the one who had fought with Gu Changfeng at the Heaven Destroyer station. He was also a Guangqian emissary. The Quasi-Saint tribe's peerless expert went up and blocked this person. But overall, they were completely at a disadvantage. Without that peerless expert and the 9-person array, the quasi-saint tribe's strength was far inferior to the primordial light races. On the other side, the Lord Annihilation's expression kept changing. But in the end, he clenched his teeth and rushed over with a group of heavenly human tribes experts. He didn't want to help Lu Ming and the quasi-saint tribe. He hoped that Lu Ming would die in the hands of the primordial light race, but he couldn't sit by and do nothing. They were now in the same boat. Without the lips, the teeth would feel the cold. If Lu Ming and the rest were killed and the array was broken, the heavenly human clan would be the next to be killed. They only made a move to protect themselves. With the heavenly human tribe's participation, the quasi-saint tribe's pressure eased a lot. And with the help of the 9-person array, Lu Ming's pressure also eased a lot. They finally managed to block the Guanqian emissary. Killing array, rise for me. After a while, the dandan on the city wall shouted. The city wall under his feet glowed. A formation appeared. This array? It appeared in the air, emitting a dazzling glow. Then, inside the array, a huge bird flew out. This giant bird looked very much like the golden-winged roc. Its entire body was golden. Filled with a terrifying aura, wings like divine blades, he charged toward the group of primordial light clan members. Puff puff puff, instantly, more than 10 members of the primordial light clan had been killed. One of them was a peak divine master. Then, the golden bird turned around and charged toward the other heavenly human tribe powerful beings. The power of this golden bird was astonishing. It killed many members of the Yuan light race in a row. Even a warrior below the king level was sent flying by the golden bird. Haha, now you know how powerful I am. Dandan laughed. The killing array on the city wall, this guy actually managed to activate one of them. Firmament and the others were shocked. They knew, was that the killing array of the city wall, it was just that it was very broken and almost unusable. Was it the previous array master of the quasi-immortal race? He had already studied it, and the conclusion he came to was that it was impossible to repair it and activate it. Unexpectedly, Dandan had successfully repaired it. Lu Ming, let me help you. Dandan laughed. His turtle shell glowed, and runes spread out continuously as he activated the killing array on the city wall. The runes in the array formation in the void intensified. Then, a huge golden bird condensed and charged toward the Guanqian Wang ambassador who was fighting with Lu Ming and the rest. Kill! The Guanqian Wang ambassador shouted coldly. His body seemed to have turned into a ray of light. This light covered his light beam hair, increasing the power of his light beam hair greatly. Hundreds of beams of light swept out and sent the golden bird flying. However, the golden bird was formed by the array. After it was sent flying, it flapped its wings and charged toward the enemy again. With the help of the 2 golden birds, the pressure on Lu Ming and the others was greatly reduced. They were able to completely block the primordial light clan members. At this moment, the 9th young master ordered the primordial light clan members on the other side to attack this place. Both sides gathered all their strength, intending to fight it out. However, the array on this section of the city wall glowed brightly. Many of the array formations had been reactivated. The array formations are about to be activated. Retreat! Song Qiong shouted. They retreated as they fought. However, the primordial light clan members naturally didn't want Lu Ming and the others to retreat into the ancient city so easily. They launched a fierce attack. Dandan controlled the 2 golden birds to stop the primordial light clan members, allowing Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others to retreat into the ancient city successfully. Then, the quasi-saint tribe and the heavenly human tribe also retreated successfully, but they paid a price. When Lu Ming and the others, the heavenly human tribe, and the quasi-saint tribe, successfully retreated into the ancient city, the defensive array formation on the city wall was activated again, blocking the primordial light clan members outside. Damn it! Retreat first. The 9th young master of the primordial light clan said. He ordered the primordial light clan members to temporarily stop and retreat to a certain distance. The primordial light clan members had exhausted a lot of their energy during the battle and needed time to recover. Inside the ancient city, the people from all 3 sides heaved a sigh of relief. It had been really dangerous just now. The reason they were able to block the primordial light clan was because they had occupied an advantageous location. They had only blocked the gaps in the broken array formation. The gaps were limited and the Primordial Light clan members couldn't all attack. This was the only way they could block the Primordial Light clan's attack. If the Great Array formation was broken and the Primordial Light clan members charged in, the three sides would only be defeated even if they joined forces. Lu Ming, why didn't you use your full strength just now? The Lord of Heaven suddenly asked Lu Ming. Lu Ming was slightly taken aback. What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't you see Lu Ming risking his life just now? He was injured and yet he didn't use his full strength? You must be blind. Dandan shouted. Haha, back then, Lu Ming was able to kill the three strongest Lord of Heaven of our clan. His combat strength is incomparable. Lu Ming was obviously hiding his strength just now. We were all risking our lives, but he was hiding his strength. What is his intention? The Lord of Heaven sneered. This guy, Dandan gritted his teeth but was speechless. The news of Lu Ming killing the three strongest Lord of Heaven of the heavenly human tribe had already spread throughout the universe. The combat strength that Lu Ming had displayed just now was obviously not that strong. Could it be that Lu Ming was really hiding his strength? Many people from the Quasi-Saint tribe looked at Lu Ming with suspicion and indignation. The Quasi-Saint tribe had suffered great losses in the battle just now. More than 50 experts had fallen and they were all Divine Master Realm existences. The greatest loss was the 7-man joint attack array formation. In the previous battle, the 7-man joint attack array formation of the Quasi-Saint tribe had been broken by the other party's experts. 3 of the 7 people who had set up the array formation had died and 3 of the carriers of the array formation had been seized by the other party. This meant that the array formation was useless. This was a great loss. The joint attack formation of the Divine Lord Realm and above could only be set up through a carrier. Refining a carrier was extremely difficult. Not only did it require precious materials, but it also required a person who could refine the carrier. Refining a carrier for a joint attack formation was much more difficult than setting up a formation or refining a divine weapon. One had to have extremely high attainments in both the Tao of Rune formations and the Tao of weapon forging in order to successfully forge it. More importantly, many of the methods to refine carriers for joint attack formations had been lost. Therefore, the destruction of a joint attack formation carrier was a huge loss. It was no wonder that the people of the Quasi-Sage tribe were unhappy. They were fighting with all their might and had suffered huge losses, but Lu Ming was still hiding his strength. What was his motive? Was he trying to make use of the living creatures in the Forbidden Land to weaken their strength? This guy is really cunning, Lu Ming muttered in his heart. He knew very well that the Heavenly Lord of Extermination had 2 motives for saying this. The first was to drive a wedge between him and the Quasi-Saint tribe so that the members of the Quasi-Saint tribe would view Lu Ming as their enemy. The second was to reconfirm whether Lu Ming could unleash the power of the Heaven Destroyer. Lu Ming couldn't refute. Could he say that he couldn't unleash that kind of power and that he had already tried his best? Of course, he couldn't say that directly. Otherwise, wouldn't it reduce his deterrence? I believe Brother Lu has his reasons. The most important thing now is to recover your strength as soon as possible so that the Yuan light race won't attack again. Firmament came out to smooth things over. He was extremely smart and had already guessed that Lu Ming had most likely tried his best. As for the power that killed the 3 strongest Lord of Heaven and the Heaven Destroyer, most likely, it couldn't be used. Moreover, now wasn't the time for conflicts. It was more important to work together to deal with the Yuan light race. The Lord of Heaven sneered and walked to the side to recover. Lu Ming and the others, they also started to recover. Outside the ancient city, some higher-ups of the Yuan light race, they would discuss it further. Ninth young master, it's very difficult to deal with these guys with the power of the ancient city's array. The attack just now, we lost dozens of men. A war envoy of the king reported. The members of the Primordial Light clan had been sealed away for countless years. Therefore, there weren't many of them. They couldn't be compared to some of the big races in the universe. So they couldn't afford to losing a few dozen, it made their hearts ache. A frontal attack, was it really not a good plan? Even if they could take it down, our losses will not be small either. After Ninth young master finished speaking, he thought for a while before continuing, if we can't attack them head-on, then split them up from the inside. Divide them internally? How do we divide them? Someone asked. I've heard about it before. What were the strongest forces in the universe? Did they all have a grudge against each other, especially the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Human Tribe? Lu Ming and the Heavenly Human Tribe were mortal enemies. Was it because of their pressure that Lu Ming agreed to cooperate with them? If we change our strategy, their alliance will fall apart in an instant. Let's do this. Send someone to announce outside the ancient city that my target is Lu Ming's group. As long as they take the initiative to hand over Lu Ming's group to us, we will immediately retreat, Ninth Young Master ordered. Great. The Heavenly Human Tribe and the Quasi-Saint Tribe probably know that Ninth Young Master and Lu Ming have a grudge against each other. They will definitely believe you. In order to protect themselves, a war envoy of the king sneered and flattered Ninth Young Master. Okay, let's act immediately. Ninth Young Master waved his hand. On the city wall. The Yuan light race is here again. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, interrupting the others' recovery. Everyone immediately stopped recovering and looked outside the city wall nervously. Why did the Yuan light race come so quickly? Logically speaking, the Yuan light race should have consumed a lot of energy just now. Shouldn't they be recovering? They hadn't recovered yet. They immediately heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out that there was only one person from the Yuan light race. A Yuan light race member stopped outside the ancient city and shouted, "Everyone inside, listen up. Our Ninth Young Master has said that he only wants Lu Ming and his group. It has nothing to do with anyone else. As long as you hand over Lu Ming and his group, we will immediately retreat and leave this place. I will say it again. Our Ninth Young Master has said that he only wants Lu Ming and his group," the primordial light tribesman shouted twice before stopping. There was a moment of silence on the city wall. Then, many people couldn't help but look at Lu Ming's group. Some people's eyes were already filled with hostility. So the Yuan light race's target is Lu Ming and his group. As long as we hand them over, we will be fine. There is no need to fight to the death with the Yuan light race. Some people had already started discussing secretly. Could this be the Yuan light race's plan to sow discord between us? Not everyone was easily fooled, and some people raised their doubts. It might not be a plan to sow discord. Haven't you heard that Lu Ming and the Yuan light race's Ninth Young Master have had a feud for a long time? Back at the Heaven Destroyer base, Lu Ming defeated the Yuan light race's Ninth Young Master in front of everyone. It's only natural that the Yuan light race wants revenge. Someone retorted. That's right. Lu Ming and the Yuan light race's Ninth Young Master do have a big feud. It seems like this is really possible. Some people who had been doubting this were starting to believe it. Perhaps the Yuan light race would retreat as long as they handed over Lu Ming and his group. More and more people stared at Lu Ming's group with hostility, especially the people from the heavenly human race. The extermination Lord of Heaven even sneered. The Yuan light race's actions were exactly what he wanted. This is obviously the Yuan light race's plan to sow discord and weaken our strength. Can't you even figure this out? Are you out of your minds? Dandan shouted. However, the attitude of the people around them did not change. They were still staring at Lu Ming's group with hostility. If it were not for the fact that they were worried about Lu Ming's combat strength, they would have already attacked. Lu Ming, things have already come to this point. We can't help you even if we want to. How about this? Since we are cooperating with you, we won't attack you. You can leave the city on your own accord. The extermination Lord of Heaven spoke with a cold smile on his face. If you want us to leave, just say it. Saying it like this will only make you look hypocritical. Lu Ming said indifferently. Lu Ming, don't you want to leave? You didn't use your full strength earlier. Do you really want all of us to be implicated by you? The extermination Lord of Heaven said. That's right. Hurry up and leave before we attack. Hurry up and leave. Don't be so selfish. Do you want us to die with you? The rest of the people started to shout. You want us to leave? Let's see if you have what it takes. Dandan shouted coldly. That's right. Before we leave, let's destroy the heavenly human race first. The myriad god shouted as a powerful aura emanated from his body. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Bone Demon, and the rest also exuded powerful auras. Their auras contained cold murderous intent. The Lord of Heaven had targeted them repeatedly, and Lu Ming and the others had long wanted to kill him. The people of the heavenly human tribe also emitted powerful auras that collided with the auras of Lu Ming and the others, creating waves of ripples. On the city wall, a series of thunderous roars could be heard. Outside the ancient city, the people of the primordial light tribe looked at each other from afar and smiled. The ninth young lord is really clever. Look, they are already in a state of disunity after passing on the message. A battle envoy below the king realm flattered. You are right. The heavenly human tribe, the quasi-sage tribe, and the heaven destroyer are originally in a state of disunity. Just a little trick can make them fall apart. Pass down the order that they will only be given 3 days. If they do not hand over Lu Ming after 3 days, we will continue to attack. When the time comes, we will not leave even a chicken or a dog alive. The ninth young lord sneered. Then, the people of the primordial light tribe outside the city wall repeated the ninth young lord's words. At this time, the confrontation on the city wall became even more tense. Wait a minute. At this time, Xiang's voice was heard. He brought the experts of the quasi-sage tribe and suddenly appeared between Lu Ming and the heavenly human tribe. The peerless expert who had surpassed the strongest Lord of Heaven suddenly emitted a powerful aura. Like a sharp sword, it forcibly separated the confrontation between Lu Ming and the heavenly human tribe. Brother Xianxia, what do you think? Lu Ming looked at Xianxia. Xianxia asked. Brother Lu, if it's just me, I will definitely support you. At most, we will fight to the death with the primordial light tribe. But... Xianxia paused. He pondered for a moment. There was a sneer at the corners of Lu Ming's mouth. He already knew what Xianxia's attitude was. Sure enough, Xianxia continued, but I am the young master of the quasi-sage tribe. Do I have to be responsible for the thousands of lives of the quasi-sage tribe? Can't I let them accompany me to their deaths? So, Brother Lu? Sorry? Please leave, sigh. Nest, you hypocrite. If you're afraid of death, just say so. Why did you want to cooperate with us before? Is this the way of cooperation? Dandan cursed loudly. He glared at the sky. Brat, watch your attitude, the primordial light clan's condition was for us to hand you all over. We didn't do anything, but you can leave on your own, I've already done my best. Don't push your luck. At the edge of the sky, a middle-aged man berated. Come on, let's fight. Who's afraid of who? Dandan shouted. Dandan, Wan Shen. At that moment, Lu Ming patted Dandan and Myriad God on the shoulders, indicating for them to calm down. Lu Ming had been very calm the whole time, a cold smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. He was well aware of Firmament's intention to exterminate the Lord of Heaven. Letting them leave on their own instead of handing them over was the best plan for the quasi-saint tribe and the heavenly human tribe. Because handing over Lu Ming and the others would inevitably lead to a huge battle. Even if they could capture Lu Ming and the others in the end, could the quasi-saint tribe and the heavenly human tribe guarantee that they wouldn't suffer any losses? Moreover, they didn't trust the primordial light clan. What if the primordial light clan didn't retreat after handing over Lu Ming and the others and continued to attack? If they let Lu Ming and the others leave on their own, they wouldn't have to attack Lu Ming and the others. Moreover, if Lu Ming and the others left, they would definitely fight with all their might. That would definitely lead some of the primordial light clan away, which was very advantageous for them. Alright, we'll leave in 3 days. At that moment, Lu Ming spoke. Many people were shocked. Dandan, Wan Shen, Bubbles, and the others looked at Lu Ming in surprise. Obviously, they didn't expect Lu Ming to compromise with his character. Lu Ming, why did you agree to their request? At most, we'll just fight. Although we can't deal with the quasi-saint tribe with our battle strength, we might not lose to the heavenly human tribe. Dandan transmitted his voice to Lu Ming, full of doubts. As you can see, the quasi-saint tribe definitely won't sit idly by when we attack the heavenly human tribe. If we fight the heavenly human tribe, both sides will most likely suffer losses. This will weaken the ancient city's strength, which is disadvantageous for the quasi-saint tribe. They will definitely protect the heavenly human tribe. Lu Ming explained. Then if we leave, won't we also weaken the ancient city's strength? This time, it was Wanshin who asked. If we leave, we can at least lead some of the Primordial Light clan away. Even the 9th young master of the Primordial Light clan will leave with his men, Lu Ming explained. Dandan, Wanshin, Bubbles, and the others all understood. As for Xianxia, Tang Jun, Bone Demon, and the others, they were meticulous and had already guessed it. Given the current situation, it's better to leave than to stay here. Who knows, we might be able to walk out of the current predicament. Lu Ming continued. If they continued to stay here, the ancient city would be breached sooner or later. At that time, it would be very dangerous for them to face the Primordial Light tribe head-on. Of course, they couldn't leave casually. They had to make some arrangements. Otherwise, rushing out like this was tantamount to a moth flying into a flame. In addition, there was another reason why Lu Ming decided to leave. They already had a joint attack formation, which was their biggest trump card. Although it wasn't perfect, once it was used, it would play a great role at a critical moment. If they set up a joint attack formation, it wouldn't be difficult to defeat the Lord of Heaven and the others. If the quasi-immortal tribe didn't help them, Lu Ming would really take action. He would deal with the Lord of Heaven and the others first. However, with the quasi-immortal tribe's intervention, it was impossible. If they really fought, both sides would suffer and the Primordial Light tribe would benefit. When the Primordial Light tribe took the opportunity to break the formation, they would all die. This was another important reason why Lu Ming decided to leave and not attack the heavenly human tribe. Lu Ming, what's your plan? If we leave like this, it'll be like moths flying into a flame, Tang Jun transmitted his voice. Create a diversion. We have 3 days to prepare. In these 3 days, let Dandan set up a formation somewhere. The Primordial Light tribe will definitely think that we're going to break out of the encirclement with a formation. When the time comes, we'll break out from another direction. Immediately, Lu Ming gave a simple explanation of his location. I think it's feasible. Guillemot nodded. Alright, let's do it. It's a pity that I can't kill that bastard Zhu Miao with my own hands. How annoying, Dandan sighed. Zhu Miao will die sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. Let's let him live a little longer. Lu Ming said coldly. His voice was filled with killing intent. A little impatience spoils great plans. If Lu Ming was alone, he might have launched an attack and dealt with the Lord of Heaven first. However, the lives of Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Ling Yue, Guillemot, Dandan, Bubbles, Wanshin, Qiu, and Tang Jun were all in their hands. He had no choice but to act cautiously. The first thing he had to consider was the safety of the others. As for killing the Lord of Heaven and the others, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. We will leave in 3 days. Lu Ming repeated himself. Then, he looked at Xianxia and said, I am a person who draws a clear line between kindness and hatred. I will repay kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge. You gave us the refining method of the leap-crossing airship back then, so we owe you a debt of gratitude. But from now on, we will write off our debt of gratitude. After saying that, Lu Ming left with Xianxia and the others without looking back. Xianxia's attitude today had clearly shown that he was standing against Lu Ming and the others. In order to protect himself, he had betrayed Lu Ming and the others. In that case, the debt of giving them the leap-crossing airship was written off. Humph, what's there to be arrogant about? He's just a dying man, besides Xianxia, a quasi-saint snorted. This person is indeed a genius. If it weren't for the current situation, I wouldn't want to make things worse. Xianxia sighed softly. He had always felt a huge pressure towards Lu Ming. Although his current combat strength wasn't lower than Lu Ming's, he was always wary of Lu Ming. This was an instinct. He instinctively felt that Lu Ming would be very terrifying in the future. If it weren't for the current situation, he wouldn't have chosen to offend Lu Ming. At least, he wouldn't have done so openly. But since he had offended Lu Ming, he hoped that Lu Ming would die in the hands of the Primordial Light race. Send someone to keep an eye on Lu Ming and the others. See what they are going to do in the next 3 days. Exterminate the Lord of Heaven, ordered his subordinates. Lu Ming and the others left the city wall and found a place to recuperate and adjust their breathing. Not long after, they recovered to their peak state and started to set up the array. Dandan left secretly and went to the north of the ancient city to set up the array secretly. The primordial light rays didn't attack the north of the ancient city because the defensive array here was stronger. Dandan left the ancient city secretly and set up the array outside the city wall. Of course, all of this was discovered by the members of the heavenly human tribe. This was because every move of Lu Ming's group was under the surveillance of the heavenly human tribe. News of Lu Ming's actions quickly reached the ears of the Lord of Heaven, and the others. It seems that Lu Ming and the others are planning to set up a formation there. After 3 days, they will rely on the power of the formation to break through the encirclement. The Lord of Heaven of 100 Battles said. That's right. That World Divine Turtle's control of the formation is extremely exquisite, surpassing most of the World Divine Turtles. If he spends 3 days and some materials to set up the formation, he might really be able to set up a very powerful formation. The Lord of Heaven of Extermination said. Then what should we do? Should we leak this information and let the Primordial Light Tribe find out? The Lord of Heaven of 100 Battles said. Although they were enemies with the Primordial Light Tribe, if they deliberately leaked the possible route that Lu Ming and the others might take to break through the encirclement, the Primordial Light Tribe would send people to guard that route even if they did not believe it. No. If Lu Ming and the others are killed by the Primordial Light Tribe as soon as they break through the encirclement, it won't do us any good, the Lord of Heaven of Extermination said. Although he really wanted Lu Ming and the others to be killed by the Primordial Light Tribe, he still hoped that Lu Ming and the others could break through the encirclement for the sake of his own life. That way, they would be able to draw some of the Primordial Light Tribe away and reduce the pressure on them. If they were killed easily, they would not be able to draw the Primordial Light Tribe away. However, he could not allow Lu Ming and the others to break through the encirclement too easily. If the Primordial Light Tribe did not even realize that they had broken through, that would not do. If the Primordial Light Tribe did not realize that Lu Ming and the others had broken through the encirclement, it would not do them any good. Instead, it would benefit Lu Ming and the others. How about this? When the 3 days are almost up, we will purposely leak the route that Lu Ming and the others took to break through the encirclement. However, it will not be one route, but 2, one real and one fake. This way, not only will the Primordial Light Tribe know that Lu Ming and the others have broken through the encirclement, but they will also disperse their forces and kill Lu Ming and the others. The Lord of Heaven of Extermination said. Great. We will continue to send people to monitor them. The Lord of Heaven of 100 Battles clapped his hands and said. Bubbles, what is the heavenly human tribe's plan? On the other side of the ancient city, Lu Ming asked Bubbles. The heavenly human tribe's plan was actually within Lu Ming's expectations. Bubbles had already discovered that there were people secretly monitoring them. Bubbles controlled the power of time and space. She could hide in layers of voids and disrupt time. Only she could monitor others. How could others monitor her? Of course, it was another matter if their cultivation base was much higher than Bubbles. Hence, Lu Ming asked Bubbles to secretly monitor the Lord of Heaven of Extermination and the others. He wanted to see what the Lord of Heaven of Extermination and the others were up to. Big brother Lu Ming, those guys are really bad. They planned to leak the route that Dandan had set up to the Primordial Light Tribe. However, they will not only leak one route. They will also leak a fake one. Immediately, Bubbles told Lu Ming everything about her. That's a good plan. However, this is also good. It suits me just fine. Lu Ming smiled. The plan to exterminate the Lord of Heaven of Extermination was also part of Lu Ming's plan. Only by exterminating the Lord of Heaven of Extermination could Lu Ming's plan be carried out smoothly. When the time came, the Primordial Light Tribe would attack the real route and the fake route while Lu Ming and the others would break through from the third route. It would definitely be much easier. Bubbles, continue to monitor the heavenly human tribe's movements. Lu Ming said to Bubbles. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Bubbles chuckled and waved her little fist. In a flash, she disappeared into the void. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, the deadline given by the Primordial Light Tribe was approaching. During these 3 days, Dandan had been pretending to secretly set up a formation in that place. He had deliberately made it very secretive. Of course, all of this was seen by the heavenly human tribe. When the deadline was approaching, the heavenly human tribe purposely sealed the news in a jade stone and threw it outside the city wall. It was discovered by the Primordial Light tribe. The people of the Primordial Light tribe immediately reported it to the Ninth Young Master. Ninth Young Master, the heavenly human tribe would not be so kind as to pass on the news that Lu Ming and the others are about to break out of the encirclement to us. In my opinion, this might be fake. An elder from the Primordial Light tribe said. It's not the same. The heavenly human tribe has always been enemies with Lu Ming and the others. They will not rest until one of them is dead. It is not impossible that they would leak the news of Lu Ming and the others breaking out of the encirclement to us. Another expert from the Primordial Light tribe said. If they leak the news of Lu Ming and the others breaking out of the encirclement to us, we will easily kill Lu Ming and the others. This will not benefit the heavenly human tribe. Instead, it will weaken their strength. The first person immediately retorted. The two sides each had their own opinions and discussed fervently. In the end, they all looked at the Ninth Young Master and waited for him to make the decision. It's better to believe it than not. We must not let Lu Ming go. The Ninth Young Master said coldly. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Lu Ming had made him lose his dignity in front of his subordinates. He must kill Lu Ming to regain his dignity. Moreover, the heavenly human tribe has given us two routes. This means that the authenticity of the two routes is much higher. It is very likely that one of them is real and the other is fake. They are deliberately trying to divide our forces. Jiao Gongzi continued to analyze, his eyes shining with wisdom. It is indeed possible that one of them is real and the other is fake. Then, we can only split into two. As long as we find out which route is real, we can reinforce the other one. A handsome young man in his 20s sat on Jiao Gongzi's right. He was a Guangqian royal envoy, the right-hand man of Jiao Gongzi. He had an extraordinary status. Those who could become Guangqian royal envoys were all peerless talents with unlimited potential. Their future achievements were limitless. They were the focus of the Primordial Light tribe. Although their status was not as high as Jiao Gongzi's, it was not much lower. Therefore, he could sit on Jiao Gongzi's right. Another man in his 30s sat on Jiao Gongzi's left. He was also a Guangqian royal envoy. As for the others, they were all seated below. No, we have to split into three. I'm afraid that the two routes given by the heavenly human tribe are fake. Jiao Gongzi's eyes flashed coldly. Then, he gave the order and started to make arrangements. Soon, more than 1,000 Primordial Light tribe figures flickered and disappeared from the ground. The cold wind whistled. It was as cold as a knife. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and the others appeared in a few remote corners of the ancient city. They were shrouded in the space-time power. In addition, Dandan had set up a formation to hide their aura. They did not alert anyone. It's time. Dandan, let's do it. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Dandan. Leave it to me. After saying that, Dandan's hands quickly formed seals. Countless runes entered the void and disappeared. In the next moment, on the other side of the ancient city, outside the city walls, a faint light filled the air. Runes flickered, and within the flickering runes, 10 figures condensed. These 10 figures were Lu Ming, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and the others. They were exactly the same as real people. These 10 figures were like specters as they rushed out of the city walls at high speed. Lu Ming, you are too naive if you think you can break out from here. A cold shout was heard. Following that, many figures appeared in the void in front of them. The leader of the group was the Guangqian royal envoy, who looked to be in his 20s. Behind him was a large number of elites from the Yuanguang tribe. The powerful aura caused the void to tremble. Lu Ming and the rest did not respond at all. Instead, countless runes appeared around their bodies. These runes formed a huge array. The formation madly absorbed the energy between heaven and earth, forming a battle sword. Lu Ming and the rest were inside the battle sword. They followed the battle sword and dashed out. In fact, the figures of Lu Ming and the others in the array formation were naturally fake. They were condensed by Dandan's array formation. However, they were all enveloped by other arrays, which seriously interfered with the judgment of the Yuanguang clan. Therefore, the Yuanguang clan thought that they were real. Boom, the people of the Yuanguang clan made their move. Thousands of light beams gathered and collided with the battle sword formed by Dandan's formation. There was an earth-shattering explosion and thousands of sword chi shot up into the sky. The collision lasted for only a few breaths before the battle sword formed by the formation collapsed. However, the moment the battle sword collapsed, another formation was revealed. Another battle sword formed and enveloped Lu Ming and the others. Dandan had spent 3 days to set up this formation. During this time, he had used up a lot of resources. In the Tao of formations, the power of setting up a formation out of thin air and adding materials to it was completely different. With the addition of various materials and the stimulation of the energy within the materials, the prowess of the formation would definitely be greater than that of a formation set up from nothing. Given Dandan's current attainments in array formations, she had spent a lot of resources and 3 days to set up the array formation. Its power was already very shocking. Although it was impossible for it to break through the encirclement of so many primordial light tribe members, it was still possible to stall them for a while. On the other side of the ancient city. It has begun. Let's go. Lu Ming spoke when he saw the sword chi shooting up into the sky. Then, they silently rushed out of the ancient city. There were people of the Yuanguang clan patrolling every area of the ancient city. However, most of the people of the Yuanguang clan had been attracted by the real and fake paths. There were not many people of the Yuanguang clan patrolling the area. Lu Ming and the others encountered 2 groups of people of the Yuanguang clan patrolling the ancient city. There were 2 people in each group. However, before they could react, they were killed by Lu Ming and the others. They did not even have time to spread the news. In a short while, Lu Ming and the others were getting further and further away from the ancient city. The ancient city had already been left behind. It was like a black dot in the distance. However, Lu Ming, Xianxia and the others suddenly felt a sense of danger. Retreat! Lu Ming shouted softly and his figure retreated rapidly. As soon as they retreated, streaks of sword light burst out from the ground and pierced towards the place where Lu Ming and the others had been standing. Those were strands of light hair. Then, the soil on the ground exploded and dozens of people of the Yuanguang clan appeared. Then, in front of Lu Ming and the others, more and more people of the Yuanguang clan appeared. There were more than 200 of them. The leader was a young man with a cold gaze. It was the 9th young master. As expected, the so-called 2 paths are fake. This is the real direction you are going to break out of the encirclement. The 9th young master said coldly. How did you know we were going to break out from here? Lu Ming quickly calmed down and scanned the people of the heavenly human tribe. Fortunately, he did not see the Guanqian royal envoy. Do you have any other choice other than the places we usually attack and the 2 paths? Lu Ming, I have to say that you are very smart. Not only did you deceive the heavenly human tribe, but you also almost fooled me. The 9th young master said. Haven't you already been fooled? Lu Ming mocked. If they had not been fooled, there would be more than 200 people of the Yuanguang clan here. It was obvious that the rest of the Yuanguang clan had gone to guard the 2 paths. Humph, we are enough to kill you. Set up the array and attack. The 9th young master shouted with a murderous look on his face. Swoosh, 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 the people of the Yuanguang clan flashed and their light hair danced in the air. Led by the 9th young master, 4 of them charged towards Lu Ming and the others. The 4 of them had the combat strength of the Lord of Heaven. Of course, the 4 Lord of Heaven were no match for Lu Ming and the others. The trump card of the Yuanguang clan was the combined array. There were a total of 3 combined array, 2 of which were 7 people and 1 of which was 9 people. They all charged towards Lu Ming and the others. The remaining people of the Yuanguang clan controlled their light hair with all their strength. Countless light hair intertwined and formed an inescapable net that enveloped the area and blocked Lu Ming and the others' escape route. The entire sky was filled with light beams, forming an inescapable net, enveloping a large area within it. Obviously, the goal of the primordial light tribe was to restrict the movements of Lu Ming and the others so that they would not be able to escape. The main attackers were the 9th young master and the other 4 elites who were comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven. There were also 3 formations. The 2 7-man formations formed a giant figure that held a battle sword and slashed at Lu Ming and the others at an alarming speed. The array formed by the 9 of them formed a combat sword that pierced through the air. It was the fastest and was closing in on Lu Ming and the rest at high speed. What Lu Ming and the rest were truly fearful of was the combined attack of the 9 of them. Previously, when they were attacking the ancient city's defensive array, Lu Ming and the rest had witnessed the prowess of this 9-man combined attack array. The people who had set up the array were all powerful individuals from the Yuanguang clan. The combat power of the array was comparable to that of the 3 most powerful lords of heaven. The combat strength of the 2 7-man formations was also comparable to one of the strongest Lord of Heaven. In total, the combat strength of the primordial light tribe was comparable to 9 of the strongest Lord of Heaven. This was definitely not something that Lu Ming and the others could handle. Therefore, the 9th young master was very confident that he would be able to take down Lu Ming and the others this time. Set up the formation and charge out in one go. Lu Ming shouted in a low voice. His voice rang in the ears of the other 9 people. Swoosh, 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 the others moved in a flash and the metal plates at their waists appeared. Runes filled the air as they started to set up the formation. In the face of the primordial light tribe's formation, especially the 9-man formation, they could only fight back with the formation. Otherwise, no one would be able to block the 9-man formation. Even if the Bone Devil's defense was strong, the combined attack of 9 people would most likely not be able to hurt him. However, it was still possible to send him flying. In that case, Lu Ming and the others' formation would be messed up and they would be entangled by the primordial light tribe. Once that happened, they would be in great danger. Furthermore, the primordial light tribe from other directions would definitely be rushing over. If they could not break out of the encirclement quickly and were entangled for a while, they would be doomed when the other primordial light tribe arrived. It was impossible to count on the heavenly human tribe or the quasi-immortal tribe for help. Therefore, the best choice was to unleash their strongest combat strength and set up the formation to break out. The metal plates glowed and connected the auras of Lu Ming and the others. A giant figure, however, was not solid and was somewhat blurry. The huge figure was covered in pitch-black armor and held a halberd in his hand. He looked like an ancient war god. While the primordial light tribe, the primordial light, the primordial light, the primordial spirit. Sword chi whistled and the void trembled. The terrifying sword light slashed down on Lu Ming and the others as if it was going to cut everything in half. There was no doubt that the 9-man formation was extremely powerful. One could imagine how powerful this attack was if it could fight against 3 of the strongest Lord of Heaven alone. Even the strongest Lord of Heaven would be severely injured. Buzz, the figure formed by Lu Ming and the others moved. The halberd slashed out horizontally and slashed at the incoming sword light. Boom, the halberd and the giant sword collided and exploded with an earth-shattering boom. Violent force swept out in all directions. Then, the giant sword trembled and was sent flying back. Lu Ming and the others had gained the upper hand in this attack. This made Lu Ming and the others happy. Even without the perfect formation, the power was still shocking. It was far more powerful than the strongest Lord of Heaven. One attack had sent the 9-man formation flying. If it was perfect, the power would definitely be even stronger. Charge! Let's charge out in one go. Lu Ming shouted. They controlled the formation and rushed forward. Now, they only had one path, which was to continue forward and break out of the encirclement. Retreating was impossible. If they retreated, they would be surrounded by the other primordial light tribe members. The giant figure stepped on the void and rushed forward like a ray of light. It raised its halberd and slashed down. This time, they were facing 2 formations with 7 people attacking in unison. Stop them! There was a loud roar from the 2 array formations. The 2 huge figures that they condensed brandished their combat swords, wanting to block Lu Ming and the rest. However, after 2 consecutive booms, the 2 7-man formations retreated at the same time. One of the figures formed by the formation trembled uncontrollably and was on the verge of collapsing. Kill, how could Lu Ming and the rest miss such an opportunity? Taking advantage of the fact that the others had yet to arrive, they continued to attack. They pressed forward courageously and slashed with all their might at the combined attack that was about to collapse. Bang, this time, the 7-man formation was directly destroyed. The formation collapsed, and the 7 figures retreated. 2 of them had only retreated for a short while before their bodies exploded. Even the armor they were wearing, which was the carrier of the formation, exploded. This set of formations was equivalent to being destroyed. However, Lu Ming and the others also suffered a few heavy blows from Ninth Young Master and the others. Their formation was almost destroyed. I can't hold on any longer. My power is almost exhausted. Dandan roared. I don't have much power left either. Me too. Bubbles and Ling Yue also spoke up, their faces pale. Setting up a joint attack formation consumed an enormous amount of energy. In particular, their combined attack formation seemed to consume an even more terrifying amount of energy. Dandan was only at the 6th level of the Divine Master Realm, while Ling Yue and Bubbles were at the 7th level of the Divine Master Realm. Their power was limited, and they were about to reach their limit. Hold on. This is the last move. Break their encirclement. Lu Ming roared. They ignored the attacks of the others and charged forward with all their might, striking with their halberds again. At the same time, the other people's attacks also landed on them. Boom. Boom, boom. The figures formed by the formation trembled violently and were about to collapse. Each of them unleashed their potential to the extreme, concentrating all their energy to maintain the formation. Boom, finally, they struck with their last move, slashing at the inescapable net that the primordial light tribe had set up with light beams. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of strands of light beam hair were severed. The encirclement that the primordial light tribe had set up was forcibly cleaved open. More than 10 primordial light tribe members did not even have the chance to scream before their bodies were torn apart by the terrifying energy and turned into ashes. Let's go. Lu Ming and the others seized the opportunity and charged through the gap, breaking out of the encirclement of the primordial light tribe. As soon as they broke out of the encirclement, the figures formed by them trembled and collapsed completely. Dandan, Ling Yue, and Bubbles couldn't hold on any longer. All their energy was drained, and they couldn't even stabilize themselves. They fell to the ground and were held back by Lu Ming and the others. They didn't stop at all. Lu Ming, Bone Demon, and the others led Dandan, Ling Yue, Bubbles, Tang Jun, and Wanshan forward. Tang Jun's cultivation was only at the 7th level of the Divine Master Realm. Like Dandan and the others, his power was almost completely drained. Wanshan's cultivation was at the 8th level of the Divine Master Realm. His situation was much better, but he had also consumed a lot of power. Lu Ming's taboo power was extremely strong. Although he had consumed a lot of power, it wasn't a big problem. Lu Ming, Gu Mo, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and Qiuqiu led Dandan and the others forward at full speed while Dandan and the others used the time to recover. Chase. Don't let them escape. Ninth Young Master roared furiously, his expression ugly. He had thought that this time they would definitely succeed. He hadn't expected Lu Ming and the others to escape. To be honest, he hadn't been sure that Lu Ming and the others would take this route. He had thought that Lu Ming and the others would take the real and fake routes. He had brought people to guard this place just in case. Therefore, he hadn't brought the 2 Guanqian royal envoys with him. The 2 Guanqian royal envoys had their own missions. One was guarding the direction where Dandan had set up the array, while the other was keeping an eye on the heavenly human race and the quasi-saint race. They also had to guard against the heavenly human race and the quasi-saint race taking the opportunity to cause trouble. However, he had thought that the forces he had brought would be enough to suppress Lu Ming and the others. After all, there were 3 joint attack arrays and 4 people who were as strong as the Lord of Heaven. However, he had never expected that Lu Ming and the others would have a joint attack array. In a moment of carelessness, Lu Ming and the others had broken out of the encirclement. He was furious, and his killing intent was extremely strong. Bringing the people of the primordial light race, he quickly chased after Lu Ming and sent a voice transmission to the primordial light race in other directions, asking them to gather as soon as possible. As for the heavenly human race and the quasi-saint race, they only needed to leave some people behind to guard them. 2 sides, one in front and one behind, they flew rapidly, leaving the mountains and rivers behind them. Fortunately, the extremine corpses in this area, they had all gathered around the ancient city before. They had more or less cleaned them up, so they hadn't encountered a large group of extreme corpses along the way. Otherwise, it would be another problem. Lu Ming and the others flew deep into the purple heaven grotto heaven. About 10 minutes later, Dandan, Bubble, Ling Yue, Tang Jun, Wanshen's group, and the others they had recovered their strength. After recovering some of its strength, Bubbles made a move and shrouded Lu Ming and the rest with the power of time and space. Instantly, Lu's group's origin. Quickly leaving the primordial light race behind. Damn it, ninth young masters roared. Dang, of course. He's group of the chased after them. Not long after, there was a stream of light coming from behind at an astonishing speed. Soon, he caught up to ninth young master and the others. He used use of Dao of soul Dao. Hiss of them of his confidence T. It was one of the two Light King envoys. His name was Yuan Yu. Yuan Yu, you came at the right time. Go ahead and chase after them. Lu Ming and his group are just ahead. Bring me their heads. Ninth young master shouted. Ninth young master, don't worry. I'll bring their heads to you soon. Yuan Yu sped up, turning into a stream of light and flying forward. Soon, he disappeared from ninth young master's sight. Lu Ming and the others flew deep into the purple heaven grotto heaven with the help of Bubbles' time and space power. Dandan and the others continued to recover, stuffing divine pills into their mouths as if they were free. Some divine pills were used to recover strength. The recovery speed was very fast. Soon, Dandan, Wanshen, and the others' strength had recovered to their peak. Do you feel that our control over the joint attack formation has improved again? Dandan asked. Yes, I feel that way. Lu Ming nodded. The others nodded as well. Earlier, they had used all their strength to control the combined attack formation against ninth young master and the others. They had taken several hits from the other party. At that time, their essence, qi, and soul had reached their peak. At the last moment, they had made a significant breakthrough in the combined attack formation. Let's find a place to test it and see how far we are from perfect, Dandan smiled. There's no need to find a place. We'll know soon. Lu Ming's expression suddenly turned serious as he looked behind him. Then, Xianxia, Qiu Moon, and the others' expressions changed as they also looked behind them. Behind them, a stream of light was rapidly approaching. Its speed was much faster than theirs. It's Light King Envoy Guanqian of the Yuan light race. Qiu Moon exclaimed. I'm here to take your heads. Die obediently so that you don't have to suffer needless pain. The one chasing them was naturally Light King Envoy Yuan Yu. Yuan Yu's cold voice sounded. Freeze! Bubbles shouted as she tried to use her spacetime power to interfere with Yuan Yu. Bubbles, don't waste your energy. We have to set up a combined attack formation to deal with this person. Lu Ming pulled Bubbles down. The combat strength of a Guanqian emissary was too strong. Even though they had the combat strength of 5 heaven monarchs, they could not withstand a single blow from a Guanqian emissary. They would be defeated and killed one by one. Only by setting up a combined attack formation could they resist. Lu Ming and the group were no longer flying. They simply stopped and began to activate the array carrier. The members of the Primordial Light Tribe were known for their speed. Every member of the Primordial Light Tribe was extremely fast, let alone the Guanqian emissary, who was even faster. Even if they continued to fly, they wouldn't be able to outrun the Guanqian emissary. Do you know that you can't escape? Still, you want to resist? You're overestimating yourselves. Die. Yuan Yu's cold voice sounded. Thousands of light beams turned into thousands of sharp swords and stabbed toward Lu Ming and the others. Thousands of sharp swords were extremely powerful. Each of them could kill an ordinary peak divine lord. The power of thousands of swords was unimaginable. If an ordinary peak divine lord didn't have a combined attack formation, it would be useless no matter how many of them there were. To be honest, the battle prowess of the Guanqian emissary had already surpassed the limits of the godly lord realm. He could already contend with the average origin realm. Even if he wasn't as strong as an origin, he wouldn't be too far off. Lu Ming and the others didn't dare to be careless. They immediately set up a combined attack formation. A huge figure appeared once again. To Lu Ming and the others' delight, the figure that appeared this time was much more solid than the previous one. It also looked a lot clearer and wasn't as illusory as before. They had guessed correctly. In the previous battle, their control of the combined attack formation had improved. Buzz, the huge figure waved his halberd and set up a large light screen in front of him. Boom! Boom! Beams of light slammed into the light screen, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The huge figure formed by the combined attack formation trembled violently and kept retreating. It was under great pressure. So strong. Is this the battle prowess of the Guanqian emissary? It's too strong. Dandan shouted with an ugly expression. They had set up a joint attack formation, but they still felt a huge pressure when they resisted. The key was that his strength was rapidly depleting. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long and would be exhausted. It wasn't just him. Bubbles, Ling Yue, and Tang Jun were all the same. Their faces were pale, and the strength in their bodies was rapidly depleting. Hold on, sublimate the formation to perfection. This is our only way out. Lu Ming shouted, and the taboo power continuously poured into the formation. At this moment, everyone forced out their potential and raised their essence, energy, and spirit to the extreme. That's right, there were only two ways to perfect the joint attack formation as soon as possible. The first was to spend a long time polishing it. With enough time, the joint attack formation would naturally reach a perfect stage. Most joint attack formations were run in like this. Another was to borrow external force, borrow the strong external pressure, sublimate the formation under the pressure, and perfect it. The second method could be said to be very difficult. Unless the person who set up the formation had amazing talent, they could break through at the critical moment. Coincidentally, Lu Ming and the others were all peerless geniuses. It was impossible for others, but for them, it was possible. Under everyone's full strength, the figure condensed by the joint attack formation actually became a little clearer. It's useless to resist stubbornly. Kill! Yuan Yu shouted coldly. His entire body glowed as if his body had turned into a ray of light. Then, his light-like body rushed out, it actually turned into a battle sword, it slashed towards Lu Ming and the others. Although it was only one sword, but its power was even more terrifying than the hundreds and thousands of sword lights from before. Lu Ming and the others controlled the formation, and the huge figure brandished the halberd and slashed out. The attack of the two, they collided and exploded with a loud bang. The huge figure's body trembled non-stop. Every time it trembled, its body would become a little illusory, it was as if it would collapse at any moment. Finally can't take it anymore? Then, next move, break the formation. Yuan Yu said coldly. His light-like body once again transformed into a battle sword and continued to slash at Lu Ming and the others. He wanted to use this move to break Lu Ming and the others' joint attack formation. As long as the joint attack formation was broken, Lu Ming and the others would be at his mercy. But just as the sword light was about to hit the huge figure, the originally blurred gigantic figure, why did it suddenly condense so fast? It was as if they had become corporeal. A huge figure, wearing black armor with barbs on it and holding a halberd, he looked like a warrior from ancient times. There was no feeling of illusory at all. It was no different from a real body. Perfect. At this moment, Lu Ming and the others' joint attack formation had finally reached a perfect state. There was no obstruction when everyone worked together. Kill! Kill! Lu Ming, Dandan, Myriad God, and the others shouted at the same time as they activated the joint attack array. Whoosh, the enormous figure took to the air. Its black battle armor shone. It held the halberd with both hands and hacked outwards. The halberd once again collided with the sword formed from Yuan Jade. Boom, thousands of shockwaves swept out in all directions. This time, the black-armored warrior formed from the joint attack formation did not move at all. Instead, it was Yuan Jade's battle sword that trembled violently. About 5 breaths later, Yuan Jade's battle sword exploded with a loud bang. The black-armored warrior did not stop as he continued to hack downwards with his halberd. Yuan Jade was alarmed as he frantically retreated. His speed was astonishingly fast. He retreated like a wisp of light and appeared tens of thousands of miles away in an instant. However, he was still a step too late. A huge wound appeared on his body, nearly cleaving him in half. His face was pale and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His expression was extremely ugly. He had actually been injured. A mere joint attack formation of 10 could actually injure him. This made his killing intent extremely intense. What a powerful attack. This array formation is impressive. Dandan shouted in excitement. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others were also excited. After the joint attack formation reached perfection, its power exceeded their expectations. It could actually injure a Guanqian emissary in a head-on collision. This proved that the joint attack formation's combat power exceeded that of a Guanqian emissary. They had previously seen the joint attack formation of 9 people from the primordial light tribe. It was not that powerful. It was only comparable to the combat power of a few Lord of Heaven. There was still a large gap between it and the level of a Guanqian emissary. The joint attack formation of 10 people only had one more person than the joint attack formation of 9 people. However, its combat power seemed to be much stronger. It was able to suppress the Guanqian emissary. One had to know that they did not have the upper hand when it came to setting up the formation. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Bone Demon, and Qiu all had the combat power of a Lord of Heaven. However, their combat power was often not reflected when they were setting up the formation. For example, secret techniques and ultimate moves that could increase one's combat power could not be used when they were setting up the formation. Setting up the formation was often related to the power one controlled and the cultivation level of the formation. Although the power they controlled was very strong, their cultivation levels were too uneven. There were peak Almighty Masters, 9th level Almighty Masters, 8th level Almighty Masters, 7th level Almighty Masters, and 6th level Almighty Masters. If the gap was too big, it would be very disadvantageous for setting up a joint attack formation. In order to set up a joint attack formation, it was best for everyone's cultivation level to be similar. At the very least, the difference could not be too great. The people who had set up the formation from the Primordial Light Tribe and the Quasi-Saint Tribe had all been of the same cultivation level. At the very least, 9th level Almighty Masters and Peak Almighty Masters should be working together. Only when the difference was not too great could the joint attack formation's power be maximized. However, the joint attack formation set up by Lu Ming and the others was still so powerful. This could only mean that this formation was not to be underestimated. There were thousands of joint attack formations and there were many types. Not all formations with the same number of people would have the same level of power. For example, a joint attack formation with 9 people would have different power if the formation was different. Obviously, the joint attack formation they had obtained was not to be underestimated. Give him one more move and we will retreat. Dandan, can you guys still hold on? Lu Ming transmitted his voice to everyone. One move is still possible. I can. Dandan, Ling Yue, and the others nodded. Without saying anything else, they quickly controlled the formation. The black-armored warrior took a step forward and crossed tens of thousands of miles. The black halberd became 100,000 feet long and slashed at Yuanyu. The void crumbled under the halberd and turned into nothingness. Sky-breaking primordial light art, brilliance illuminates the 9 provinces. Yuanyu shouted. His long hair fluttered in the wind and emitted a dazzling light that merged with his body. In an instant, countless rays of light flew out. Each of these rays of light was a ray of sword chi with boundless power. They bombarded the black warrior's body. However, the black warrior was like an invincible god of war. The sword chi bombarded his black armor and made clanging sounds. The black-armored warrior was like a god of war. He swung his halberd with irresistible force, shattering the countless rays of light before landing on Yuanyu's body. Yuanyu retreated again. This time, he was even more injured than before. His aura was slightly weakened. Let's go. Lu Ming and the others did not stay any longer. They turned around and left, disappearing into the horizon as a ray of light. It was not that they did not want to continue attacking, but that they were powerless. Dandan, Bubbles, and the others were about to run out of divine power. In fact, even if they still had energy left, it was almost impossible to kill a Guanqian royal envoy. Although their combined attack was stronger than a Guanqian royal envoy, it was not ridiculously strong. They could defeat him, but it was impossible to kill him. If he wanted to leave, they would not be able to stop him. As expected, if they continued to waste time, they would not be able to leave when the other members of the Yuan Guang race arrived. What Lu Ming and the others feared the most was the combined attack of the 21 members of the Yuan Guang race. The combined attack of 21 experts was extremely terrifying. It was definitely stronger than their combined attack. Once they encountered it, they would only be defeated. After flying for a while, they dispersed the combined attack. Just like before, Lu Ming and the others flew forward with Dandan, Bubbles, and the others so that Dandan, Bubbles, and the others could use the time to recover. Damn it! Yuan Yu growled. His face was twisted. He had boasted in front of Jiao Gongzi that he would bring back the heads of Lu Ming and the others. Now, not only had he failed, but he had also been injured. If this spread, he would become a laughingstock. Don't even think about escaping from me, Yuan Yu said coldly. He took out a few healing pills and swallowed them. With a sway of his figure, he chased after Lu Ming and the rest. However, he was still injured in the end. His speed was greatly affected. For a while, he could not catch up to Lu Ming and the others. The main reason was that he did not dare to use his full strength. At his level, he was very close to the origin realm. He could break through at any time. Especially at this time, the more cautious he was, the less he would be left with any hidden injuries that would affect his future breakthrough. So when he was injured, he did not dare to use his full strength, he was afraid of leaving any hidden injuries. After flying for a while, Bubbles had recovered a little, using the power of spacetime to help Lu Ming and the others increase their speed. That guy, he's been following us, Dandan said. His face darkened. The guy he was talking about was naturally referring to Yuan Yu. Dandan had set up a surveillance array along the way, so he could naturally see that Yuan Yu was not far behind them. The reason why he didn't chase after them was because his injuries hadn't fully recovered yet. Secondly, they were also wary of Lu Ming's joint attack formation. After all, some time had passed. Was he also worried that Lu Ming and the others had recovered their strength? He would be able to continue setting up the joint attack formation. Therefore, he followed them from a distance. Clearly, he was waiting for the other members of the primordial light race to join them. I have to shake him off, or else, sooner or later, the primordial light clan will catch up to us, Lu Ming said. It's very difficult. A Guangqian emissary, and his speed is too fast. It's very hard to shake him off. Tang Jun sighed softly. The others also had ugly expressions on their faces. Indeed, if a Guangqian Wang ambassador, who was known for his speed, followed them wholeheartedly, it would be very difficult to shake him off. Roar roar, suddenly, a roar came from the front. It was the Extremine corpse, a large number of Extremine corpses were rushing towards them. There were at least a few hundred of them. The few leading corpses had an oppressive aura. They were definitely very powerful. Lu Ming and the others could only change their direction. They didn't want to be entangled with the Extremine corpses. Although they had blue firestones and weren't afraid of the Extremine corpses, once they were entangled with the Extremine corpses, they would waste time and it would only allow the primordial light race to catch up. However, this area was already far away from the ancient city. There were more and more Extremine corpses. Next, they would frequently encounter Extremine corpses. Sometimes, they couldn't avoid them and would inevitably be entangled with the Extremine corpses. As a result, their speed became slower and slower. Haha, let's see where you can run to. Not far away, Yuan Yu's figure was faintly discernible. He had a cold smile on his face. His injuries had almost fully recovered, but he wasn't in a hurry to attack. After all, he was still wary of Lu Ming's joint attack formation. He just had to keep an eye on Lu Ming and the others. When the 9th young lord arrived with his men, it would be the time of Lu Ming and the others' deaths. Although it was embarrassing that he couldn't kill Lu Ming and the others, there was nothing he could do about it. According to the news he had received, the 9th young lord and the others would arrive soon. Whoosh, Lu Ming and the others scattered blue firestone powder and forced a portion of the Extremine corpses to retreat. Then, they gathered together and charged forward. Finally, they broke through the Extremine corpses' obstruction and continued flying. However, the extreme corpses roared like thunder from all directions and chased after them. This is bad. The primordial light race's experts will be here soon. Dandan's face turned ugly. According to the surveillance formation he had set up along the way, he could see that the ninth young lord and a group of primordial light race's experts were not far away. Behind Lu Ming and the others, the ninth young lord led a group of experts and flew forward quickly. The primordial light race's people had some unknown method that allowed them to avoid the detection of the extreme corpses. Their speed was almost unaffected. Lu Ming, you actually came here. Then, I'll let you accompany the extreme corpses. The ninth young lord sneered. Lu Ming and the others continued flying. During this time, they went around two more groups of extreme corpses. There's a mountain range in front. Bubbles had sharp eyes and was the first to shout. There was a huge mountain range in front of them. It rose and fell continuously. From afar, it looked like a huge dragon. They could vaguely see buildings on top of the mountain range. It was a chi meridian, moreover, it was much bigger than the one they had obtained from the combined attack formation. I can sense that there's a very strong array formation fluctuation in that mountain range. Dandan quickly said. Let's go to that mountain range. Dandan, we're counting on you this time. Lu Ming said. After flying in, the mountain range became clearer. Looking at it from a close distance, the mountain range looked even more majestic. The mountain range had many peaks that reached into the sky. It was very majestic. Many of the peaks had buildings like palaces and palaces. It's definitely a chi meridian. It's a huge one, Gumo's voice sounded. Everyone knew that this chi meridian was not to be underestimated. Otherwise, the people of the last era would not have built so many buildings on it. In the last era, there should have been a large number of experts cultivating on it. There were a few cracks on the ground around the mountain range. There were continuous rumbling sounds coming from within. However, it had not affected the chi meridian yet. It would probably take some time for it to affect the chi meridian. Soon, they approached the mountain peak. However, they stopped. This was because the mountain peak was surrounded by arrays. Killing arrays. They're all killing arrays. After such a long time, these killing arrays are still very terrifying, Dandan observed carefully. His face was solemn. Dandan, can you bring us in? Lu Ming asked. There were many killing arrays here. It might not be a bad thing. If they could enter safely, they could use these killing arrays to resist the primordial light race. No. The killing array here is too strong and mysterious. I have never seen it before. I can't break it. Let's change our position. Dandan said. After saying that, they quickly changed their position. However, Dandan still couldn't see through the array in this direction. They had no choice but to change their position. Roar roar, behind them, the extreme corpses roared like thunder. Many extreme corpses pounced towards Lu Ming and the others. However, Lu Ming and the others took out a large piece of blue firestone. The blue firestone gave off a blue glow and the extreme corpses didn't dare to get close. They could only surround them and roar continuously. Suddenly, more than 10 extreme corpses stepped into the range of the array. The array lit up and a few rays of purple light flashed. The extreme corpses turned into dust and scattered with the wind. What terrifying power! Lu Ming and the others felt a chill in their hearts. The power of the array was beyond their imagination. They knew the defensive power of the extreme corpses. Among the extreme corpses, there was a peak divine master. However, it was turned into dust by the array without any resistance. If they had entered the array, they wouldn't have had a good ending. No wonder Dandan was so cautious. Yuan Yu's figure appeared in the distance and watched from afar. A huge chi meridian. However, it is covered by a terrifying killing array. These people are courting death by trying to enter it. Fine, I will guard here and cut off their escape route. Yuan Yu sneered. He stood in the air and waited quietly. As long as he blocked the path and cut off Lu Ming and the others' escape route, it would be the death of Lu Ming and the others when the ninth young lord and the others arrived. Then, Lu Ming and the others changed their positions. Dandan, can you do it or not? If you can't, we have to change our path. We won't be able to leave once the primordial light tribe arrives. Wanshan urged. Don't rush. I have some idea about this direction. Dandan opened his eyes wide and stared ahead. The runes on the tortoise shell kept flashing. At this moment, they were at the bottom of one of the mountain peaks. It could be seen that this mountain was relatively large among all the mountains in the entire mountain range. There were only a few mountains that were taller than this one. There were many buildings on this mountain peak. A moment later, swish, 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 rays of light rapidly approached the place from the distance. As the light receded, many figures were revealed. They were all Yuanguang clan elites, and the leader was naturally the 9th young master. There were about 10 of them, and all of them were top-notch experts. It was clear that this was only a portion of them, because they were stronger and faster, arriving a step earlier. Roar, roar, roar. The appearance of so many people from the primordial light tribe naturally couldn't hide from the extremine corpses. Instantly, a large number of extremine corpses roared and charged towards the 9th young master and the others. You're courting death. Let's destroy these absolute corpses first. 9th young master shouted coldly. Dozens of top elites from the primordial light clan attacked. Tens of thousands of strands of light shot out. Their strands of light vibrated at a strange frequency. They easily broke through the extremine corpse's defense and tore it apart. Not long after, a few hundred extremine corpses were killed by the primordial light tribe. Not good. The primordial light tribe is here. They are not afraid of the extremine corpses. We must quickly enter the mountain or leave, Tang Jun said solemnly. Let's go. Follow me closely. At this moment, Dandan spoke. He then stepped forward and headed towards the mountain peak. Lu Ming and the others followed closely behind Dandan. The killing formation in this area was extremely terrifying, and no one dared to be distracted. Soon, they had advanced more than 100 meters. They can actually see through the formation and walk in. Yuan Yu's expression changed. Yuan Yu, what's going on? The 9th young master asked coldly. 9th young master, this mountain peak is surrounded by a terrifying killing formation. It's extremely powerful. Yuan Yu explained. Let's rush over. Don't let them enter the mountain range. The 9th young master was very decisive. He led the primordial light tribe and broke through the encirclement of the extremine corpses. They rushed towards the mountain peak. Kill. Before they reached the mountain peak, the 9th young master shouted and launched an attack. Rays of light grew rapidly and pierced towards Lu Ming and the others. However, Lu Ming and the others had already entered the range of the formation. Hence, when the rays of light from the primordial light tribe got close to the formation was activated. Purple light spread out and swept across, cutting off all the rays of light. A ray of purple light even flew out and killed 2 of the primordial light tribe members. This shocked the primordial light tribe members. They quickly stopped and did not dare to attack again. Lu Ming and the others heaved a sigh of relief. At least, the primordial light tribe members could not attack them anymore. At this moment, more rays of light flew over from afar. They were still the primordial light tribe members. This time, there were a few hundred of them. It was obvious that the weaker primordial light tribe members had arrived. There were more than 500 of them. They worked together and cleared out the surrounding extremine corpses. Then, they formed a fan shape and blocked off Lu Ming and the others' escape route. They surrounded the mountain peak. Lu Ming and the others had no way out. They could only move forward. Follow me. After observing for a while, Dandan spoke again and stepped forward. There was no pattern to the direction he was moving. Sometimes he would go left, sometimes he would go right, sometimes he would go back, and sometimes he would go forward. Soon, they moved forward another 100 meters. Suddenly, runes spread out from a certain mountain and condensed into a ray of purple light that slashed towards Lu Ming and the others. Not good, the formation has been activated. Get out of the way. Lu Ming and the others were shocked. Lu Ming even roared. The first to bear the brunt of the purple light was Ling Yue. Lu Ming's heart sank. With Ling Yue's cultivation, there would only be one outcome if she was hit. At the critical moment, a figure appeared in front of Ling Yue. It was the Bone Demon. The Bone Demon was the closest to Ling Yue and helped her in time. Clang, the purple light slashed the Bone Demon's body. The Bone Demon's body shook violently and retreated. One could see that a shallow mark had appeared on the Bone Demon's body. After the Bone Demon had refined a set of demon bones in the immeasurable devil abyss, its defensive power had reached an unimaginable level. In any case, whether it was the strongest Lord of Heaven or the previous King of Light, it would be difficult for them to leave the slightest mark on the Bone Demon's body. However, this purple light had left a shallow mark on the Bone Demon's bones. This power was absolutely terrifying. Other than the Bone Demon, no one present would be able to defend against it. Even Xiao wouldn't be able to. Fortunately, the purple light was also blocked. However, although the purple light was blocked, the Bone Demon's body continued to retreat, triggering even more formations. Runes continued to spread out from the surrounding mountainous area. Even if the heavens want me to die, Dandan shouted. Enter the Great Desolate Ring. Lu Ming roared and controlled the Great Desolate Ring. A suction force appeared and sucked everyone into the Great Desolate Ring. When Lu Ming put the others into the Ancient Desolation Ring, he also entered the Ancient Desolation Ring. There was only one Chaos Ring floating in the air. When they entered the Ancient Desolation Ring, there were at least a dozen purple lights slashing toward them and onto the Ancient Desolation Ring. Dang dang dang, the Great Desolate Ring was sent flying everywhere by the purple light, triggering even more formations. Terrifying. Rays of light constantly shot out and slashed the Great Desolate Ring. Fortunately, the Chaos Ring was made of amazing materials. After being hit by the formations, it was still intact. Not a single mark was left. What kind of ring is this? It's perfectly fine. Outside the mountain, the people of the primordial light race were also surprised. At this moment, Lu Ming and the rest in the primitive ring heaved a sigh of relief. Dandan, can you do it or not? Why did we trigger the formations when we followed you? Bubbles stared at Dandan unhappily. Dandan's face turned slightly red. He quibbled, what do you know? This formation is very advanced. It's a powerful formation from the last era. I've never seen it before. It's mysterious and unpredictable. It's already very good that I can bring you here for such a long distance. Let me tell you. Other than me, not many people in the universe can do it. Bragging. Bubbles obviously didn't believe him. Dandan was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Dandan, can you bring us out of the formation's range? It's not good to let the Chaos Ring keep being attacked by the formation. Lu Ming said. Although the Chaos Ring temporarily blocked the formation's attacks, Lu Ming didn't know the limit of the Chaos Ring. If it reached its limit after a long time, it would be troublesome. They had to leave as soon as possible. Lu Ming, let me extend my spiritual consciousness out and observe the formation's movement. Then, follow my instructions and move the Chaos Ring. Dandan said. Lu Ming nodded and started to do as Dandan said. He and Dandan extended their spiritual consciousness out of the Chaos Ring at the same time. Dandan started to observe the formation's movement. A moment later, Lu Ming moved the Great Desolate Ring half a meter to the right, Dandan transmitted. Whoosh! Lu Ming was always prepared. Hearing this, he immediately controlled the Great Desolate Ring to move half a meter to the right. With this movement, he dodged all of the attacks. The surrounding formations seemed to have lost their senses and fell silent. In the next moment, all of the raging formations were extinguished, and the mountain returned to tranquility. Dandan, you have some skills. Continue. Lu Ming said with a smile. Of course. Don't you know who I am? How could a mere formation stump me? Dandan's complacent voice rang out. It was as if he had forgotten that it was his mistake that led to their current situation. After that, Dandan continued to observe the formation. Next, under Dandan's guidance, the Great Desolate Ring kept moving towards the mountain peak. It was getting closer and closer to the buildings on the mountain peak. According to Dandan's observation, the formation only covered the area at the foot of the mountain. As long as they crossed this area and entered the area where the buildings were, there would be no more formation. Seeing the Great Desolate Ring keep moving, Ninth Young Master's face turned ugly. Yuan Zhougong, take your men and see how to break this formation. Ninth young master looked at an old man from the Yuanguang clan. This old man from the Yuanguang clan was called Yuan Zhougong. He was a formation master of the Yuanguang clan. Yes, ninth young master. Yuan Zhougong nodded. He came to the front of the formation and observed it carefully. However, the more he observed, the deeper his frown became. Half an hour later, Yuan Zhougong, what do you think? Can you break this formation? Ninth young master asked impatiently. This was because the great desolate ring was getting closer and closer to the buildings on the mountain peak. It wouldn't be long before they left the area covered by the formation. Ninth young master was getting anxious. This mountain range was obviously a huge chi meridian. The experts of the previous era had built palaces here. There might be precious treasures in these palaces. It would be a pity if Lu Ming and the others ruined them. Therefore, he couldn't wait to break the formation and ascend the mountain peak. However, Yuan Zhougong frowned and said awkwardly, Ninth young master, this formation is a powerful formation left behind by the purple cloud palace of the previous era. It is too profound and beyond the scope of my knowledge. I have been looking at it for half an hour and have no clue. No clue? Then how can others see through it? Ninth young master scolded coldly. This, Yuan Zhougong was tongue-tied and couldn't answer. He was also very surprised. He couldn't understand how an almighty could see through the formation here. Anyway, he couldn't see through it at all with his understanding of the Tao of array formations. Ninth young master, I speculate that there is most likely a peerless genius in the Tao of array formations. In the entire universe, I'm afraid there aren't many almighty array masters who can see through the formation here. Yuan Zhougong said. If you can't, don't think that others can't, ninth young master said unhappily. He was very unhappy. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have a stronger array master under him, he would have kicked Yuan Zhougong to the side. Just as the two were discussing, Lu Ming controlled the great desolate ring and finally passed through the area covered by the formation. The great desolate ring flashed and Lu Ming, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Dandan, and the others appeared. We're finally safe. Dandan is finally reliable for once. Bubbles muttered. Little girl, what are you talking about? What do you mean by being reliable for once? I have always been reliable, Dandan shouted. Let's go and take a look at these palaces. Lu Ming said. They turned around and walked towards the palaces. Seeing Lu Ming and the others disappear into the palaces, ninth young master was even more unhappy. Yuan Zhougong, can these formations be broken? Ninth young master could. It's almost impossible to break them with almighty realm cultivation, but it's not completely impossible. Yuan Zhougong said. What method? Ninth young master could. Right now, in the process of Purple Heaven Wonderland's collapse, a few huge cracks have already appeared around this chi meridian. They are continuously extending towards the chi meridian. Once they extend into the chi meridian will collapse, and those runes will definitely be torn apart. At that time, we won't need to do anything and can easily pass through the formations. Yuan Zhougong said. Nonsense, you don't have to say that. Looking at the situation, it will take at least a year for the formations to collapse on their own. Ninth young master said coldly with an ugly expression. Could it be that he had to wait here for a year? But what could he do if he didn't wait? Even if it wasn't to kill Lu Ming and the others, he had to wait. Such a huge chi vein definitely had precious treasures. Not to mention other things, the amount of great desolate crystals it contained was definitely huge and would be of great use to them. In the end, ninth young master decided to surround this place and wait for the chi vein to collapse on its own. Then, he would destroy the formation and kill Lu Ming and the others. Ninth young master, what about the quasi-immortal tribe and celestial tribe in that ancient city? I'm afraid it'll be difficult for our people to break the formation of that ancient city. A sovereign realm war envoy asked. More than half of their experts were here. There weren't many people left in the ancient city. It would be extremely difficult to break the formation of that ancient city. Those celestial tribe and quasi-immortal tribe won't be able to cause any trouble. We can kill them at any time. But we must get that ancient city. The blue rock that built the ancient city's walls can restrain the extreme corpse. Although we're not afraid of the extreme corpse, it'll take a lot of energy to deal with it. With the blue rock, we can save a lot of energy. Ninth young master said. It's actually very simple to take down that ancient city. The celestial tribe and quasi-immortal tribe must be scared out of their wits. They don't dare to stay for long. They're afraid that once we kill Lu Ming and the others and return to that ancient city, it'll be their time of death. I'm guessing they want to leave the ancient city and break out of the encirclement. Sovereign Realm War Envoy Yuan Yu said. Yuan Yu is right. So, it's very simple to take down that ancient city. As long as we surround it in one direction and release it in the other 3 directions, the celestial tribe and quasi-immortal tribe will definitely escape from the other 3 directions. They won't stay in that ancient city and wait for us to return. Ninth young master said. Then, he asked someone to send a message back and act according to the plan. Sure enough, half a day later, news came back from the ancient city. According to the plan, the celestial tribe and quasi-immortal tribe indeed broke out from the other 3 directions. The Origin Light tribe easily took over that ancient city. Tell them to mine the blue rock as soon as possible. Gather here after they're done. Also, send a message to 8th brother. Tell him to gather here so that the Malevolentine race and Blue Sea race won't come and fight for this Chi vein. Ninth young master gave a few more orders. Lu Ming and the others walked towards the building on the mountain peak. The building here occupied a huge area and formed a huge palace. Unfortunately, Lu Ming and the others didn't find anything after passing through several palaces. He didn't obtain any useful precious treasures. As for divine medicines, he naturally didn't, because the air was filled with a gloomy and cold aura from beginning to end. Lu Ming headed deeper into the building. The palaces here were not simple at all. There were layers upon layers of them, as if they were surrounding something precious. Soon, they arrived at the center of the hall. There was a huge courtyard surrounded by a tall wall. There was a huge door on the wall, and in front of the door, there was a huge stone tablet. The stone tablet was ancient and filled with the aura of time. When Lu Ming and the others approached the stone tablet suddenly trembled slightly, and light emerged from it. Be careful. Lu Ming and the others were shocked and quickly retreated. However, there was no danger. The stone tablet only emitted light, and the light became brighter and brighter. In the end, the light rushed into the sky and formed an image in the sky. Within the image, there were countless figures standing there. One could tell that they were all humans, and every single one of them gave off a horrifying aura. Although it was just through the image, Lu Ming and the others could still feel a huge pressure. This pressure came from the depths of their hearts, as if they were facing an enemy that they couldn't fight against. Experts. The figures in the image were all extremely terrifying experts. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others were shocked. There were too many of them, and they filled the entire image. And the place where these experts were standing was the mountain range that they were in now. Suddenly, these figures rushed into the sky and launched terrifying attacks. Countless attacks rushed into the sky at the same time, turning the void into chaos as if they were attacking some terrifying existence at the same time. At this moment, a huge bone claw appeared in the sky. This bone claw was huge, and it covered the sky. It was covered with a thick layer of black gas. Lu Ming and the others opened their eyes wide. This was because the black gas on the bone claw looked very familiar. It was very similar to the black gas that covered the extreme corpse. As the gigantic bone palm slammed down, the bodies of those experts who had soared into the sky exploded one after another, turning into ashes. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and not even their bones were left. It was too tragic. So many powerful experts, who made Lu Ming and the others feel great pressure even through the image, were turned into ashes under the bone claw. Nothing was left behind. It was too terrifying. That bone claw was simply too terrifying. It was far beyond the imagination of Lu Ming and the others. After killing countless experts with one palm, the bone claw continued to slam down, wanting to destroy the entire mountain range. But at this moment, from another direction in the image, a ray of purple gas flew over. The bone claw changed its direction and clashed with the ray of purple gas, and then retracted back into the sky. At this point, the image suddenly disappeared. It turned into a ray of light and flew back into the stone tablet. That stone tablet became simple and unadorned again. But Lu Ming and the others couldn't recover from their shock for a long time. The image just now was most likely something that had happened in the past, and it was recorded by this stone tablet. In the last epoch, a terrifying battle had occurred here. Countless experts had died in battle, and their bodies and souls had been destroyed. Nothing was left behind. What was the origin of that bone claw? It was too terrifying. Even through the image, they could feel that it was a terrifying strength that far surpassed the origin realm. And the black chi on the bone claw was almost the same as the black chi on the extremine corpse. It was just countless times denser. Was the extremine corpse of the Purple Heaven Grotto related to this bone claw, and the cold aura that always existed in the air, was it related to this bone claw as well? Many questions appeared in the minds of Lu Ming and the others. After a long while, they recovered from their shock. Let's go in and take a look. The core of this hall is inside, Xianxia said. I don't feel any ripples of a formation. There are no formations in this area, Dandan said. I'll go first. Guillemot stepped out. His defense was extremely shocking. If there was any danger, he could withstand it. Guillemot passed by the stone tablet and walked through the door without any abnormalities. Next, Lu Ming and the others also passed through the door without any danger. Inside the door was a large courtyard. As soon as they entered the courtyard, Lu Ming and the others were shocked. They were attracted by the things in the courtyard. In the center of the courtyard, there were 4 statues. It could be seen that 2 of the statues were of the human race. As for the other 2, one of them was like a divine dragon. Yes, it was extremely similar to a divine dragon. Or rather, it looked almost the same as a divine dragon. There were 9 dragon claws on its abdomen. And the 4th statue looked like a human, but it was much taller and more muscular. The 4 statues looked simple and unadorned. It was impossible to tell what material they were made of. Around the 4 statues, there were a few figures sitting cross-legged. There were around 100 of them. The clothes these figures wore were very different from the clothes they wore today. They looked very ancient and were very similar to the extremine corpses. Lu Ming and the others became nervous. They circulated their energy and prepared for a big battle. Who knew if these were extremine corpses? As expected, in the next moment, the 100 or so figures moved. They all turned their heads and looked at Lu Ming and the others. In the beginning, these people's eyes were no different from normal humans. But soon, these people's eyes were covered by a boundless darkness, like 2 deep wells. Then, a dense black aura spread out from their bodies. Extremine corpses, these figures were also turned into extremine corpses. Roar! Roar! In the next moment, the 100 or so extremine corpses roared and charged at Lu Ming and the others. Their sharp claws tore through the air, creating a terrifying whistle as they tore through space. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Qiuyu, and the others immediately took out large amounts of blue firestone powder or long needles or shuttles cut from blue firestone and threw them out. The blue firestone powder enveloped all the extremine corpses. Then, the blue firestone long needles or shuttles hit the extremine corpses. Many of the extremine corpses burned with blue flames. The blue flames and black aura clashed, causing these extremine corpses to roar and be greatly affected. But there were a few extremine corpses that were not affected. They quickly suppressed the blue flames and continued to attack Lu Ming and the others. They are comparable to the Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming and the others were shocked. There were a total of 8 extremine corpses that were comparable to the Lord of Heaven. This was extremely terrifying. There were only 100 or so extremine corpses and 8 of them were comparable to the Lord of Heaven. The ratio was ridiculously high. These extremine corpses were definitely extraordinary existences when they were alive. Lu Ming and the rest were suspicious. Was this Purple Heaven Grotto heaven? Perhaps even this mountain range possessed Origin Realm extremine corpses. However, the Purple Heaven Cave was also within the scope of the Great Tribulation of the Origins. The extremine corpses that were comparable to reciprocity experts, they were all in deep slumber. No time to think, Lu Ming and the others attacked with all their might, attacking the absolutine corpses. Swoosh, Lu Ming brandished the war god spear and stabbed out more than 10 times in a row. The two extreme corpses that were comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven were stopped. Bone Devil, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and Xianxia. It also stopped the remaining 6 extreme corpses that were comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven and the other powerful extreme corpses. Their divine weapons, was there a blue firestone attached to it? Could it easily break through the extreme corpse's defense? Against the absolute corpse, they had a huge advantage. As for Dandan, Bubbles, Tang Jun, Myriad God, and Ling Yue were in the middle, constantly shooting out blue firestones to support Lu Ming and the others. Pooh. Pooh, pooh. 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 After a while, only 8 extreme corpses that were comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven were left. But these extreme corpses, they had to constantly resist the blue flames of the blue firestones, they consumed a lot of energy, and the black gas on the 8 extreme corpses became thinner and thinner. Their battle strength also became weaker. In the end, they were all defeated by Lu Ming and the others. Peng, the last extreme corpse was split into 8 pieces by the Bone Devil and was completely destroyed. Phew, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, most of the people here were shattered by the bone palm. If they were all turned into extreme corpses, we would all be dead, Dandan muttered. Lu Ming and the others were speechless. Although these words were disrespectful to the ancestors, it was the truth. These 4 statues seemed to be extraordinary. Previously, the absolute corpses were actually obediently sitting around them, Xianxia said. Lu Ming and the others also looked at the 4 statues. Lu Ming was secretly surprised to see a statue of a 9-clawed dragon here. These 4 statues were obviously left behind from the previous era. There was actually a 9-clawed dragon in the previous era's Eldritch continent. No, there are some differences. The dragon horns are different. Lu Ming suddenly noticed something different. The dragon body looked similar, and it also had 9 claws. However, the dragon horns were very different from the divine dragons in the current universe. Because the dragon horns of these statues were forked. There were 2 dragon horns, and each dragon horn had 9 forks. However, the dragon horns of the current divine dragons did not have any forks. Looks like the dragon race also exists in the Eldritch continent. Perhaps the dragon race in the current universe is the bloodline of the spirit race from the previous era, Lu Ming thought in his heart, and then looked at the 2 human statues. The 2 human statues looked like a man and a woman. They looked very young, only in their 20s. The man was very handsome, and the woman was extremely beautiful. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt that the 2 statues seemed to have moved. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but take a step back. When he looked again, he found that the 2 statues were still there, motionless. Was it an illusion? I looked at this divine dragon. It seemed to have moved just now. Did you see it? Dandan asked doubtfully, looking at Lu Ming and the others. I looked at this statue just now and found that it moved. However, when I took a step back, I found that it didn't move again. Strange. Wanshan said. He was looking at the tall and sturdy statue. I was also looking at this statue. It moved just now. Guemo said. He and Wanshan were looking at the same statue. Then, Xianxia, Tang Jun, and Ling Yue also spoke. They were looking at the human statues and found that they had also moved. Lu Ming was sure that this wasn't an illusion, but something that really happened. Otherwise, it was impossible for everyone to have such a feeling. I'll continue observing. Help me see if these 2 statues have moved. Lu Ming said. Then, he stepped forward and observed the 2 human statues. Sure enough, in Lu Ming's eyes, the 2 statues moved. They actually flew up and danced in the air, as if they were using some kind of offensive method. Lu Ming took a few steps back. When he looked carefully, he found that the statues were still standing there, not moving at all. Did the statues move just now? Lu Ming asked. No, they haven't moved at all. Dandan, Xianxia, and the others all answered in the same way. It seems that the movement wasn't really movement. It was just our consciousness being guided. Perhaps it was moving in our consciousness. Guemo speculated. This is very likely a huge opportunity. These statues can evolve some kind of offensive method. It's mysterious and unfathomable. Perhaps it's beneficial to us. Lu Ming said. Just looking at it for a while, Lu Ming felt that he had benefited a lot. The offensive method that the statues had evolved was mysterious and unfathomable. It had thousands of changes and contained endless profundity. Then, they began to experiment. Lu Ming realized that when he looked at the human statue or the divine dragon statue, he could feel that the statues were moving. In the end, no matter how carefully he looked at the burly statue, there was no reaction. The others were also different. Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Tang Jun. Only when looking at the two human statues could they feel that the statues were moving, but when looking at the other two statues, they didn't feel anything at all. Dandan and Bubbles only felt something when looking at the dragon statue. The other three statues didn't have any abnormalities. As for the myriad god and bone demon, they were looking at the tall and sturdy statue. They could see that the statue was moving, but they didn't feel anything when looking at the two human and dragon statues. As for Xiao, no matter what statue it was looking at, it didn't have any reaction. The strange thing was that Ling Yue only had a reaction to the two human statues. Lu Ming speculated that this was related to bloodline. Lu Ming had the bloodline of both humans and dragons in his body, so he had a reaction to the human and dragon statues. The others also had the same principle. The bloodline in their bodies corresponded to the statues. On the other hand, Ling Yue, who was an elf, actually only had a reaction to the human statues. Lu Ming speculated that the elves were related to the human race. Perhaps it was because of the reproduction of the human race's bloodline. I'll protect you guys. Try it and see what you get. Bone Demon said. I'll protect you guys too. In any case, I don't have any reaction to any statue. Xiao also said. Lu Ming and the others nodded. They first let Bone Demon and Xiao protect them while they carefully observed the statues to see if there was any reaction. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Ling Yue, Tang Jun, Xiao, Bubbles, and Myriad God approached the statues. Then, they sat cross-legged and stared at the statues seriously. Suddenly, in Lu Ming's eyes, 3 of the statues moved. The 2 human statues stepped in the air and waved their arms, their figures were also constantly changing their positions. That divine dragon, it was also moving, the dragon's body twisted, as if it contained thousands of changes. Lu Ming was shocked. He discovered that the 3 statues, they were all evolving some kind of secret technique. No, perhaps it wasn't called a secret technique, but something similar. But it had thousands of changes? In every move, it seemed to contain endless mysteries. Every single movement, it seemed to contain dozens of offensive techniques. Weng, at this moment, the archaic god stone in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness glowed. On the surface, countless patterns appeared, seemingly resonating with the movements of the 3 statues. Wonderful, simply wonderful. I feel that the level of profoundness far surpasses the 3,000 ancient secret arts that I comprehended. Will I be able to comprehend the 3,000th ancient secret technique from it? Lu Ming pondered. His eyes were shining. How many years had he been trapped by the 3,000th ancient secret technique? He hadn't made any breakthroughs, he had only managed to make some headway after entering this place, but he still had no idea how long it would take for him to fully comprehend it. But what did he find? The mysterious technique that the 3 statues had created was even more powerful than the 3,000 ancient secret techniques. It contained the profound mysteries of the universe. Just by looking at it for a while, Lu Ming seemed to have learned a lot. Perhaps he could use the 3 statues to comprehend the 3,000th ancient secret skill. Dangers were often accompanied by opportunities. Perhaps this was his opportunity. Immediately, Lu Ming calmed down and started comprehending without any distractions. He absorbed what was useful to him from the evolution of the 3 statues. Indeed, in just a few days, Lu Ming gained a lot. He had a much clearer direction towards the 3,000th ancient secret skill. With a direction, it was only a matter of time before he comprehended it. As time passed, the 3,000th ancient secret skill became clearer in Lu Ming's mind. A month later, Lu Ming already had an outline of the 3,000th ancient mystic skill in his heart. The others seemed to have gained a lot as well. They were immersed in their cultivation without any distractions. Over the past month, apart from the cracks around the mountain becoming bigger and the occasional deep rumbling from underground, there were no other abnormalities. The bone demon felt an itch in his heart. Xiao, help protect us. I'll go and comprehend it too. If anything happens, wake us up immediately. The bone demon said to Xiao. Then, he went to the burly statue and joined in his comprehension. Time flew, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. In this half a year, the others woke up from their comprehension one after another. For example, Dandan, Bubbles, Ling Yue, Wan Shen, and Xiao Yu were the first to wake up. Then came the bone demon, Xianxia, and Tang Jun Lu Ming was the last. On this day, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Lu Ming's body. Dense taboo energy surged out and covered his entire body. There were tens of thousands of points of light all over his body, looking like tens of thousands of stars. Lu Ming, he broke through. Dandan said in shock. No, he didn't break through. His cultivation is still at the 8th level of the Divine Master realm, but his strength seems to have increased by a lot. Tang Jun said. How terrifying. It's taboo energy. His taboo energy has undergone a huge change. Even I find it terrifying. The bone demon's voice sounded. The two balls of soul fire in his eye sockets jumped, filled with shock. After more than an hour, Lu Ming's aura finally calmed down. Lu Ming opened his eyes. I did it. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with surprise. He had successfully comprehended the 3000th ancient secret technique. It had turned into a secret technique rune and merged with his cells. My taboo energy seems to have undergone a huge change. Lu Ming carefully sensed the taboo energy in his body. When he had successfully comprehended the 3000th ancient secret technique, he could clearly feel that the taboo energy had undergone a huge change. It was as if it had undergone a qualitative change. It had become denser and more condensed than before, and its power was even more terrifying. It was as if it had gone from a low-level energy to a high-level energy. Boom, Lu Ming casually waved his hand, and a huge explosion occurred in the void, turning it into a ball of chaos. As expected, the power of a casual attack is very shocking. It's much stronger than before. I also feel that the heaven-breaking style and the desolate style have undergone a huge change. Also, what is this feeling? It seems to have touched upon the origin? The more Lu Ming thought about it, the more excited he became. After successfully comprehending the 3000th ancient secret technique, he felt as if an earth-shattering change had occurred. Whether it was the taboo energy or the secret technique, they had all undergone a qualitative change. Moreover, he had a feeling that he had come into contact with an even more terrifying secret technique. It seemed to be a Genesis technique. Yes, Lu Ming estimated that it was a terrifying secret technique that could only be comprehended at the origin realm. In other words, it was a Genesis technique. Although it wasn't all there was to it. He had comprehended it all because his cultivation level was still low, but he already had a direction. He yearned for the power of Genesis techniques. The Yi Immortals' battle prowess was so terrifying because of Genesis techniques. Lu Ming, why are you standing there and smiling like an idiot? Dandan's face suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming, looking at him curiously. Cough cough, nothing. Lu Ming smiled awkwardly. It turned out that he had unknowingly smiled. In the eyes of others, he was standing there and smiling like an idiot. Lu Ming swept his gaze around and found that Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and the others were looking at him curiously. Haha, I've gained a lot this time. What about you guys? You've ended your comprehension so early. What did you guys gain? Lu Ming changed the topic. In truth, he was also very curious about what the others had gained. I've gained a lot this time. My understanding of formations has deepened, and I have a deeper understanding of the various secret techniques I've mastered in the past. Their power has increased greatly. Most importantly, I've faintly touched upon an incomparably powerful secret technique. When I communicated with Gumo and the others, it's very likely to be a Genesis technique. Dandan was the first to speak. Dandan, you've comprehended a Genesis technique? Lu Ming hurriedly asked. No, not yet. I just have an outline. Dandan said. I'm about the same. The power of my other secret techniques has skyrocketed, and I've also touched upon the direction of Genesis techniques. Bubbles said. Autumn Moon, Ling Yue, and Wanshan spoke. One after another. Their gains were about the same as Dandan and Bubbles. What a profound statue. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. He had only sat in front of the statue for half a year, but he had gained so much. This harvest could only be described as astonishing. Generally speaking, Genesis techniques could only be comprehended when one broke through to the origin realm and completely grasped the origin energy. With the origin energy as the foundation, one could comprehend Genesis techniques. It was practically impossible for one to comprehend a Genesis technique at the Divine Master stage. This was because without a foundation and without even grasping the origin energy, what could one use to comprehend Genesis techniques? One must know that many origin realm existences had yet to comprehend Genesis techniques. From this, one could see how difficult it was to comprehend Genesis techniques. Needless to say, in the Divine Master realm, even comprehending a direction or an outline was an inconceivable matter. Dandan, Bubbles, Autumn Moon, Wanshan, and Ling Yue had only comprehended in front of the statue for half a year, but they had already gained so much. It could only be described as heaven-defying. Little Qing, what about you guys? What did you gain? Lu Ming looked at Xianxia, Tang Jun, and Gumo. The three of them were different from Qiu Yu and the others. They had all reached reciprocity in the past, so their gains would definitely be different. Lu Ming, I estimate that I will be able to use Genesis techniques once my cultivation reaches the peak Divine Master level. Xianxia said with a smile. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Normally speaking, only those who had reached reciprocity could use Genesis techniques. The Yi Immortal was a special case. Before Yi Immortal had reincarnated, his cultivation level was too high. He was much higher than Xianxia and Tang Jun in their past lives. That was why he could use Genesis techniques at the Divine Master stage. But that kind of person was extremely rare. In any case, Lu Ming had only met one person, the Yi Immortal. Being able to use a Genesis technique at the peak Divine Lord level was already an inconceivable feat. Evidently, Xianxia had gained a lot. One could imagine that once Xianxia broke through to the peak Divine Lord level and was able to use Genesis techniques, his battle strength would increase by an astonishing amount. It's about the same for me. Once my cultivation reaches the peak Divine Lord level, I will be able to use Genesis techniques. Not only that, but my comprehension of other secret techniques will also increase greatly. Tang Jun said. Ha ha ha, I can use Genesis techniques now. Gumo laughed heartily. Great. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He had really gained a lot this time. Gumo's battle strength would definitely skyrocket if he could use Genesis techniques. Coupled with his incomparably powerful defense, he might be able to contend against Guanqian Ambassador. Will my battle strength be able to contend against Guanqian Ambassador? Lu Ming pondered. He was very much looking forward to it. Before he comprehended the 3000th ancient secret technique, his battle strength would not be weaker than the strongest Lord of Heaven if he unleashed his full strength. Now that he had comprehended the 3000th ancient secret technique, his taboo power had undergone a qualitative change, and his battle strength would definitely soar. Would he be able to contend against Guanqian Ambassador? Would he be able to contend against the 9th layer Divine Lord Yi Immortal? Lu Ming did not know because he had not tried. It's a pity that this statue is too strange. After carefully comprehending it once, it won't work anymore. Dandan sighed. It won't work anymore? Lu Ming was surprised. Seeing the others nod, it was obvious that they had all tried. Lu Ming also tried to approach the statue. As Dandan and the others had said, the statue did not react at all. It seems that each person can only seriously comprehend it once. Lu Ming sighed. He had wanted to continue comprehending it and completely comprehend the Genesis techniques, but it seemed impossible. However, his harvest this time was already great enough. Rumble. At this moment, a series of violent rumbles were heard, and the mountain continued to tremble. It seems that this mountain range is about to collapse. Lu Ming frowned. Let's go out and see how far it has progressed. Dandan said. When they arrived outside the palace, they saw that there were several cracks around the mountain range that extended all the way to the mountain range. Some of the mountains had cracked, and runes had appeared on the mountains. Many of the runes had been torn apart, and some formations had also collapsed. The deeper parts of the mountain range were still fine, but there was a huge crack on the mountain peak where many formations had been torn apart. I estimate that the formations on this mountain peak will be torn apart in at most half a year, Dandan said. Dandan. The primordial light clan is still guarding outside. They're like ghosts that won't go away. Wanshan said unhappily. Lu Ming and the others frowned because they realized that the number of primordial light clan members outside the mountain had increased. There were more than 1,000 of them. It seemed that all the primordial light clan members around the ancient city had been transferred here. Not only do they want to kill us, but they also want the treasures in this Chi Meridian. Naturally, they won't leave so easily. The only thing we can do is increase our strength as soon as possible. I suggest that we give the primordial crystals and the 9 sky jade ginseng to Dandan, Bubbles, Yue, and Tang Jun. Lu Ming said. Give it to us. Lu Ming, don't you need the primordial crystals more to break through? Ling Yue immediately shook her head, wanting to give the primordial crystals to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's cultivation was at the 8th level of the Divine Master Realm. Once he broke through to the 9th level of the Divine Master Realm, his battle strength would increase tremendously. Lu Ming shook his head and said, if I want to break through to the 9th level of the Divine Master Realm, I'll need at least 5 billion primordial crystals. The primordial crystals and divine herbs are far from enough. Rather than giving them to me, I'd rather give them to you. Only when you break through can our joint attack formation last longer. Lu Ming explained. He had thought about this point a long time ago. He needed too many primordial crystals. The primordial crystals they had obtained before were far from enough. However, giving them to Dandan, Ling Yue, and the others was enough for each of them to break through by at least one level. Ling Yue, Bubbles, and Tang Jun were all at the 7th level of the Divine Master Realm. Dandan was at the 6th level of the Divine Master Realm. They didn't need many primordial crystals to break through. As for Wanshan, he was at the 8th level of the Divine Master Realm, the same level as Lu Ming. The power he controlled was no small matter. Even if he didn't need as many primordial crystals as Lu Ming to break through to the 9th level of the Divine Master Realm, the number was still shocking. End of chapter. Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Bone Demon, and the others also agreed to Lu Ming's suggestion. In the end, Ling Yue, Tang Jun, Dandan, and Bubbles were unable to persuade Lu Ming, so they could only agree. They also knew in their hearts that what Lu Ming said made sense. The stronger their average strength was, the closer they were, the stronger the combined attack formation would be, and the longer it would last. Their overall strength would still be very strong. Immediately, they returned to the hall and arrived in front of the 4 statues. Then, Lu Ming waved his hand, and a huge prehistoric crystal vein appeared. The transparent rocks were inlaid with densely packed prehistoric crystals. Lu Ming and the others worked together and began to excavate the prehistoric crystals. There were simply too many prehistoric crystals. Even with the 10 of them working together and not eating, drinking, or sleeping, it still took them half a month to dig out all the prehistoric crystals. After a quick count, there were 1.2 billion of them. 1.2 billion prehistoric crystals. This number was already more than the number in the Heavenly Palace's treasury. In addition, there were also 9 huge sky jade ginseng. An ordinary sky jade ginseng was only a foot long, but these 9 sky jade ginseng were actually 3 meters long, like 3 small trees. Its volume was 1,000 times that of an ordinary sky jade ginseng, and the energy essence it contained had reached 1,000 times that of an ordinary sky jade ginseng. Lu Ming and the others estimated that the energy contained in a single sky jade ginseng was equivalent to 50 million prehistoric crystals. 9 sky jade ginseng was equivalent to more than 400 million prehistoric crystals. Unfortunately, even if all of these were added together, it was still far from enough for Lu Ming. However, it was enough for Dandan, Ling Yue, Bubbles, and Tang Jun. They were all peerless geniuses, and the power they controlled was extremely powerful. The energy they needed to break through was also much more than ordinary people. However, their cultivation was still low. Ling Yue, Tang Jun, and Bubbles were all at the 7th level of the Divine Master Realm. Even Lu Ming only needed around 600 million prehistoric crystals to break through from the 7th level of the Divine Master Realm to the 8th level of the Divine Master Realm. As for Ling Yue, Tang Jun, and Bubbles, they were even less. They only needed about 2 to 300 million to break through. 2 to 300 million per person would add up to more than 1 billion. Danden's cultivation was even lower. He was only at the 6th level of the Divine Master Realm, so he needed even less energy. Let's leave these 9 sky jade ginsengs for now. These desolation crystals should be enough for us to break through. Ling Yue pondered for a moment, but still gave the 9 heaven jade ginseng to Lu Ming. Alright, I'll plant it first. Lu Ming nodded. I'll set up a formation first. It can increase the speed at which we refine the great desolate crystal. Danden said and then began to set up the formation. This formation was called the Great Heavenly Origin Refining Formation, and it was obtained by Danden from the Myriad Transformations ruins. It was capable of greatly increasing the speed of refining primeval crystals or divine medicines. A few days later, a formation enveloped the area. Afterward, Ling Yue, Tang Jun, Danden, and Bubbles sat down cross-legged and began to refine the great desolate crystal with all their might. Ling Yue, Danden, and Bubbles had condensed their origin seeds back then, and after so many years of comprehension, they had a clear direction. As long as they had enough resources, they could constantly break through. As for Tang Jun, there was no need to mention him. In his previous life, he had been at the Origin Realm. His comprehension and direction of cultivation were extremely clear. Similarly, with enough resources, he could also break through quickly. Lu Ming, Bone Demon, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and the others were not idle either. They all comprehended secret techniques and consolidated their previous comprehensions. Danden broke through the fastest. He only needed tens of millions of desolate crystals to break through from the 6th level of the Divine Master Realm to the 7th level. With the help of the Great Heavenly Origin Refining Formation, he only needed 7 days to successfully break through, reaching the 7th level of the Divine Master Realm in one go. Afterward, after consolidating his foundation, he continued to refine the great desolate crystal and began to break through to the 8th level of the Divine Master Realm. Around 3 months later, Ling Yue, Bubbles, Tang Jun, and Danden broke through one after another, reaching the 8th level of the Divine Master Realm. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. The Great Heavenly Ripple Origin Formation was truly profound. It allowed them to refine the great desolate crystal several dozen times faster. The 4 of them had all reached the 8th level of the Divine Master Realm, and the 120 million desolate crystals had basically been consumed. At this moment, the 10 of them were Bone Demon and Qiuqiu, both peak Divine Masters. Xianxia and Autumn Moon were 9th level Divine Masters. Lu Ming, Wanshen, Ling Yue, Tang Jun, Danden, and Bubbles were all 8th level Divine Masters. Their cultivations were rather close, so they attempted to lay down a joint attack formation. As expected, they discovered that the joint attack formation's power had increased by quite a bit. Moreover, it could last for several times longer than before. Without a doubt, their overall strength had increased by quite a bit. However, at this moment, the tremors from the ground were becoming more and more intense. A huge crack had appeared on the mountain peak, almost tearing it apart. If not for the formation on the mountain peak, it would have already been torn apart. Even so, it wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Many of the formations on the mountain peak had been damaged. In about 2 or 3 months, those formations would be completely destroyed. Danden, it's time for us to make some arrangements. Lu Ming said to Danden. Leave it to me. I can use the damaged formations on the mountain peak and the remaining ruins here to lay down a killing formation. If the primordial light race attacks us, we'll definitely make them suffer. He he he. Danden sneered. They left the palace and walked down the mountain. They arrived at the edge of the formation and observed it for a while. Then, Lu Ming and the others left to find a secret place to hide. Danden used a formation to conceal himself before starting to lay down a formation. The primordial light race didn't notice any of this. Look over there. There are so many people. It's the primordial light race. Suddenly, Bubbles exclaimed and looked into the distance. Lu Ming and the group also discovered that there were streams of lights flying toward them at high speed from afar. They were clearly the primordial light race. There were about 1,000 of them. They weren't the ones led by Ninth Young Lord because they had been surrounding the mountain peak without moving. The other primordial light race had arrived. Lu Ming and the others' hearts sank. The primordial light race's numbers had increased greatly. The pressure on them had increased. At the foot of the mountain peak, Ninth Young Lord and the others naturally noticed this as well. The Eighth Young Lord and the others have arrived. A battle envoy beside Ninth Young Lord said in a low voice. Soon, the primordial light race arrived. Eighth Elder Brother, why are you so late? I've already sent out the news. Ninth Young Lord flew forward. The leader of the primordial light race behind him was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. He wore a green robe and looked similar to Ninth Young Lord. He was the Eighth Young Lord of the primordial light race. His name was Yuan Baji. Ninth Young Lord's name was Yuan Joji. Ninth Brother, I'm sorry. We're late because we were attacking a meridian. Yuan Baji smiled faintly. I'm sure you've gained a lot from attacking a meridian. Yuan Joji said courteously. It's all right. Compared to this meridian, it's a far cry. Is the Lu Ming you mentioned still inside? Yuan Baji looked at the mountain peak. Yes, he's still inside. In a few months, the formation of this mountain peak will be torn apart. Yuan Joji said. End of chapter. Yuan Joji and Yuan Baji met up, but they didn't realize that there were two groups of people hiding in the other two directions of the mountain range. These two groups of people were the quasi-sage tribe led by Xianxia, and the heavenly human tribe led by the Lord of Heaven of Extermination and the Lord of Heaven of 100 Battles. Back then, after they rushed out of the ancient city, they separated and each found a secret place to hide. But some time ago, the chi vein that Lu Ming and the others were in cracked open. The heavenly abode divine light in the depths of the chi vein rushed out from the ground and into the sky. It could be seen from afar. The quasi-sage tribe and the heavenly human tribe rushed over after seeing the heavenly abode divine light. But when they arrived, they found the primordial light tribe. They were shocked and found a secret place to hide. When they saw another group of primordial light tribe rushing over, they were even more shocked. However, this chi vein was too big. It was much bigger than the ones they had encountered before. It definitely contained a lot of treasures. They were very tempted and didn't want to leave just like that. Although their strength was far inferior to the primordial light tribe, this chi vein was very big and occupied a large area. It wasn't impossible for them to fish in troubled waters and obtain some benefits. Moreover, they had already sent a message to their tribe members and asked them to gather here. When they met up with other experts, their chances of success would be much higher. From the looks of it, Lu Ming and the others escaped into that mountain range. That's why the primordial light tribe has been surrounding them. The Lord of Heaven of Extermination said. There are layers of array formations in the mountain range. When the primordial light tribe kills their way in, they won't be able to advance or retreat. Only death awaits them. Hee hee. The Lord of Heaven of 100 Battles sneered. By the way, is there still no news from the ancestor? The Lord of Heaven of Extermination turned around and asked an old Lord of Heaven. Not yet. Wait a minute. The old Lord of Heaven shook his head. Suddenly, his expression changed. He took out a voice transmission jade talisman and read it. Then, he revealed a look of joy. I got it. The ancestor sent a message. They are attacking a chi vein. As long as they get the treasures inside, they will rush over here. They told us not to act rashly for the time being. The old Lord of Heaven said. Alright, an ancestor is coming, our confidence, it's much bigger now. Destroy the Lord of Heaven. Looks of joy appeared on the faces of the Lord of Heaven and the others. He heaved a huge sigh of relief. Against the creatures of the Forbidden Lands, were they under too much pressure? They were constantly in danger and in fear. With Yi Wuchang, it was as if they had a backbone. In their hearts, no matter how big of a crisis it was, they would never be able to escape. Yi Immortal would lead them through it. Because of Yi Immortal, he was the strongest patriarch in the history of the heavenly human tribe. Another direction, the quasi-saint race was also making preparations. Very soon, another 3 months passed. Rumbling sounds continued to ring out in this area. On the ground, huge cracks appeared on the ground as purple paradise god light gushed out from the ground. The mountain where Lu Ming and the others were was almost cracked. The array formations on the mountain were also constantly torn apart and destroyed. Of course, some mountain peaks in the depths of the mountain range were not damaged or cracked. They were still shrouded in terrifying array formations. But it was only a matter of time before they were torn apart and collapsed. It's done. The array formations on this mountain peak have been completely destroyed. It's no longer a threat to us. We can go up now. Yuan Yu, an array master from the primordial light race, said. It's indeed destroyed. Yuan Baji also brought an array master with him and nodded. Brother Ba, in order to prevent Lu Ming and the others from escaping, let's split up and attack from two sides of the mountain peak. What do you think? Yuan Jiuji looked at Yuan Baji and said. That's exactly what I want. This Lu Ming dared to kill the people of my race. Let's see who can kill him. Let's go. Yuan Baji finished speaking. Then, he led the experts he brought and rushed to one side of the mountain peak. Let's go. Yuan Jiuji waved his hand and led a group of experts to the mountain peak where Lu Ming and the others were. Of course, they all avoided those cracks. That was because there were still heavenly light rushing out of those cracks. It was extremely dense and powerful. They did not dare to face it head-on. They're coming. On the mountain peak, Lu Ming and the others saw the actions of the primordial light race clearly. They're indeed splitting up. Fortunately, we've made preparations beforehand. Xianxia whispered. Lu Ming is so thoughtful. We've prepared a way out. Wan Dao said. The two groups of primordial light race attacked from two directions. They definitely could not withstand the attacks by relying on the array formation set up by Dandan. It would be good enough if they could cause some damage to the other party. Lu Ming had already considered this point and had prepared a way out in advance. Let's hide and give them a hard time later. Lu Ming said. His body flickered and Lu Ming and the others hid. Yuan Jiuji led at least 500 experts and rushed towards the mountain peak. Soon, they were close to the mountain peak. At that moment, they had also stepped into the range of the array formation set up by Dandan. Oh no, there's an array formation fluctuation. At that moment, Yuan Yu, the array formation master of the primordial light race, suddenly shouted. You've only just realized that your skills are too low. Rise. Dandan's voice was heard. Then, dense runes appeared on the ground. A huge array formation appeared and shrouded the people of the primordial light race. At the same time, the array formation condensed rays of purple light that were like purple battle swords and attacked the people of the primordial light race. Screams were heard. Suddenly, more than a dozen people of the primordial light race were killed by the purple sword light. Block it. Block it for me. Yuan Jiuji roared. The people of the primordial light race moved quickly. The rays of light danced and intertwined with each other like a net, shrouding all the people of the primordial light race. There were too many experts there. More than 500 people of the primordial light race joined forces and had an amazing defensive power. They immediately blocked the purple sword light. Humph, it's not that easy to block the array formation that I have spent so much effort to set up. Dandan snorted. After his cultivation had reached the 8th level Divine Master realm, the power of his array formation had also increased. At the same time, this array formation was not complete. It had been set up by Dandan himself. He had combined some of the remnants of the array formation on the mountain peak with his own runes and the runes of the array formation on the mountain peak. It possessed part of the original power of the array formation on the mountain peak. It was many times more powerful than the array formation set up by Dandan alone. Condense. Dandan shouted as her hands moved quickly. The purple sword lights quickly converged and formed a massive battle sword that slashed at the Origin Light tribesmen. The defensive wall formed by the light beam hair was formed by the Origin Light tribesmen. Boom, an earth-shattering boom was heard. The rays of light were constantly torn apart and broken. The defensive wall formed by the intertwined rays of light was forcibly broken. A terrifying force rushed in and killed 5 or 6 experts of the primordial light race. Then, the huge light sword rushed through the gap and killed its way in. Yuan Jiuji and the others were shocked. The light sword formed by the array was so powerful that it broke through the defense of the primordial light clan and killed 5 or 6 people in an instant. It then went straight for Jiu Gongzi's forehead. Yuan Jiuji's face changed drastically. The power of the light sword was too terrifying. He definitely couldn't block it. At the critical moment, 2 figures rushed out and arrived in front of Yuan Jiuji. They were the 2 Guangqian royal envoys beside Yuan Jiuji. The 2 Guangqian royal envoys shouted and their bodies seemed to turn into 2 divine lights as they rushed towards the light sword. Boom, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, unleashing a terrifying force that engulfed a few of the primordial light tribe cultivators in the vicinity, pulverizing them instantly. Even Yuan Jiuji was pushed back rapidly as if he was hit by a huge wave. Then, 2 figures retreated even faster than Yuan Jiuji. They were the 2 Guangqian royal envoys. The light on their bodies trembled as blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. Ha ha ha. Guangqian royal envoys? You have to kneel before me. Dandan laughed proudly. The 2 Guangqian royal envoys were injured. This was definitely an amazing achievement. It would be strange if Dandan wasn't proud. Of course, with Dandan's current cultivation, it would be difficult for him to injure the 2 Guangqian royal envoys so easily even if he had a few months to set up the array. The main reason was that Dandan had used the remnant array runes here to greatly increase the power of the array. That was why he could achieve this result. After repelling the 2 Guangqian royal envoys with one move, Dandan continued to control the light sword to attack Yuan Jiuji. Set up the formation. Set up the formation. Block their formation. Yuan Jiuji shouted as he retreated. Swish. Swish, swish. There were a total of 21 primordial light clan members. They held battle swords covered with runes and set up a joint attack array to form a huge battle sword. 21 people's joint attack array? Was it Yuan Jiuji's strongest force? Was it what Lu Ming and the others were most afraid of? It was this joint attack array that had broken through the ancient city's defense. Clang, the battle sword formed by the 21 people's joint attack array and the battle sword formed by Dandan's array, clashing together. There was an earth-shattering explosion. This time, the light sword formed by Dandan's array, was it blocked, even the light was somewhat dim. In one go, had he broken his array? I want them to die. Nine Origin roared. Kill. The 21 people who set up the formation shouted in unison. Full control of the combined attack formation, take the initiative to attack. It won't be that easy to break my formation. Dandan shouted loudly as his hands continuously danced, striking out one rune after another, causing the formation to shine brightly. Constantly injecting new power, the radiance of the lightsaber grew brighter again. Clang clang clang, 2 streaks of sword light constantly collided. Terrifying power was constantly bursting out in all directions. The other members of the primordial light tribe did not even dare to set foot in the area, let alone defend themselves. You, go and kill them. Yuan Jiuji stared at Lu Ming and the others. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent as he instructed a Guangqian royal emissary. Don't worry, 9th young master. I'll go take their heads. The Guangqian royal emissary, who looked to be in his 20s, spoke indifferently. His figure was like a ray of light as he rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. His light hair was like a sharp sword as it pierced towards Lu Ming and the others. Losers, you still dare to come and fight. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Now that you have one less person, I want to see how you will set up the formation. Guangqian royal emissary sneered. The one less person he was referring to was Dandan. Dandan was now fully controlling the formation. It was impossible for him to set up the combined attack formation. With one less person to set up the combined attack formation, the power would definitely be reduced by a lot. This was also the reason why he dared to attack Lu Ming and the others. Bone Demon, leave this person to me. I'll go and kill 9th young master. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bone Demon. Don't worry, leave it to me. I want to test my strength. Bone Demon chuckled and took a step forward. His figure soared into the sky and rushed towards Guangqian royal emissary. The purple gold battle axe had already appeared in his hand. Berserk Demon God Slash. Bone Demon slashed out with the purple gold battle axe in his hand. Suddenly, demonic chi raged. Dozens of demonic blades appeared in the void and slashed in all directions. Guanqian Royal Emissary's light beam hair was constantly destroyed. Guanqian Royal Emissary's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly retracted his light beam hair. If he was any slower, he would have become bald. His body glowed and constantly distorted. He turned into a ray of light and finally transformed into a battle sword. The battle sword pierced through the air, ignoring the dozens of demonic blades and directly attacking Bone Demon. Good. Bone Demon sneered. The purple gold battle axe struck out again. This time it was not dozens of demonic blades, but a single one. It collided with Guanqian Royal Emissary. Boom, the two exchanged a blow and then retreated at the same time. Your battle strength? No, that's a Genesis technique. You're only a peak divine master. How can you use a Genesis technique? Guanqian Royal Emissary roared in shock. Bone Demon's battle strength was too terrifying. He was extremely shocked that Bone Demon could match him. What shocked him even more was that Bone Demon could use a Genesis technique. It was because Bone Demon could use Genesis techniques that he could match him. Apart from Genesis techniques, Bone Demon's physical strength was inferior to his. But weren't Genesis techniques only Origin Realm existences able to use? How could a peak divine master use one? He wasn't the only one. Yuan Jiuji and the other members of the Yuanguang clan were also extremely shocked. Ha ha ha, there are many more things that you'll be surprised about. Come, let's fight to the death. Bone Demon's soul laughed loudly. He charged towards Guanqian Royal Emissary with the purple gold battle axe in hand and used another Genesis technique. Guanqian Royal Emissary unleashed his full strength and charged towards Bone Demon. The two figures engaged in a fierce battle in the void. In an instant, they had exchanged more than a dozen blows, but there was no clear victor. But although there was no clear victor, Bone Demon gradually began to gain the upper hand. In the immeasurable demon abyss, Bone Demon had fused with a skeleton. Its origin was absolutely astonishing. Not only did it make Bone Demon indestructible, but the demonic chi contained in his body was also astonishingly rich. Even if he constantly used Genesis techniques, he wasn't afraid of overdrawing his strength. He relied on his powerful defense to attack with all his strength and slowly began to suppress Guanqian Royal Emissary. Nearby, Yuan Jiuji's expression was extremely ugly as he ordered the other Guanqian Royal Emissary to deal with Bone Demon. Lu Ming stepped forward and blocked Guanqian Royal Emissary's path. Your opponent is me. You, a mere 8th level divine master, don't overestimate yourself. Guanqian Royal Emissary was called Yuan Han. As he spoke, a beam of light shot towards Lu Ming like a sharp sword. Underestimating me? Very well. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curved in a cold smile as anticipation filled his eyes. After comprehending the 3000th ancient secret technique, his forbidden power had undergone a qualitative change. He also wanted to know if his current battle strength could match a Guanqian Royal Emissary. The battle character art instantly activated 9 times his battle strength. Forbidden power frantically circulated throughout his body. Lu Ming's hand reached out and accurately caught a beam of light from Yuan Han's hair. Lu Ming grabbed a strand of Yuan Han's hair. No matter how hard Yuan Han tried, the strand of hair didn't move at all. What's going on? Yuan Han was shocked. Before he could react, he felt a terrifying force surging from the strand of hair, trying to drag him out. If he didn't react, he would fall flat on his face. Damn it, break! Yuan Han had no choice but to roar and cut off his own hair. Only then did he get rid of Lu Ming. Swish, the next moment, Lu Ming appeared above his head like a stream of light. The war god spear was as huge as a mountain and pressed down on him. The terrifying might made the muscles all over Yuan Han's body start trembling. Holy light, heavenly void slash! Yuan Han roared. Multicolored light rushed out of every pore on his body and condensed into a battle sword above his head. At the same time, a battle sword appeared in his hand. It was obviously a source-level divine weapon. The multicolored light and the source-level divine weapon converged and then soared into the sky, colliding with the war god spear. There was a shocking explosion. Lu Ming's figure retreated, but Yuan Han was in the same situation. His body shook violently as he retreated continuously, creating more than a dozen large pits on the ground. Your combat strength, how can it be so strong? Yuan Han roared in shock. Not far away, Yuan Jiuji's eyes almost popped out. His face was full of disbelief. Lu Ming could actually contend with Yuan Han head-on. How was this possible? Lu Ming's cultivation was clearly at the 8th level of the Divine Master realm and hadn't broken through. How could his combat strength soar? He felt that his brain had short-circuited. He really couldn't figure it out. Again. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. His fighting spirit surged and his confidence increased. He felt that the previous royal envoy's combat strength was nothing more than this. Heaven-breaking style. This time, Lu Ming used the heaven-breaking style, a terrifying spear light stabbed out. Wherever the spear light passed, the void seemed to evaporate. Holy light heavenly dragon slash. Yuan Han roared. He also erupted with a terrifying killing move. He fought against Lu Ming. A huge light dragon, he rushed towards the spear light. This time, Yuan Han was at a disadvantage. After the light dragon and the spear light collided, what happened? Violent tremors, then, it collapsed. Yuan Han retreated, barely avoiding Lu Ming's spear light, but he felt a stabbing pain in his chest. What if he had been a little slower? His chest was about to be pierced by the spear light. The power of the heaven-crushing technique? So strong. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was greatly excited. Was his guess right? After successfully comprehending the 3000th ancient secret skill, not only had the taboo energy undergone a qualitative change, but even the secret technique he had comprehended, the heaven-crushing style, had undergone a qualitative change and become even more terrifying. The power of the heaven-splitting style increased greatly. Then, what about the prehistoric style? Boom, Lu Ming directly struck out with his palm. A gigantic continent was formed. It pressed down on Yuan Han. The mountains and lakes above were clearly visible, as if it was a real world. Furthermore, an ancient and primeval aura effused out. It was heavy like the universe, and it carried the brilliant might of the heavens as it pressed down towards Yuan Han. Before the continent pressed down, Yuan Han already felt a huge pressure. Break for me, break, break. There was no way to retreat. The huge continent was finished. It completely enveloped Yuan Han, and he could only face the attack head-on. Yuan Han raised his battle strength to the peak, and his entire body turned into a light sword, fusing with the origin-grade divine weapon as one. He turned into a sword light and rushed towards the continent. Boom, another earth-shattering rumble sounded, and the continent shook violently. Cracks appeared on it, but it did not shatter. Instead, the sword light that Yuan Han turned into trembled non-stop, and it was densely covered with cracks. Then, with a bang, it exploded. Yuan Han's body retreated rapidly, but what welcomed him was a terrifying spear light. Heaven-crushing style. When Lu Ming cast the prehistoric move, he had already cast the heaven-breaking move. After Yuan Han was sent flying, the heaven-breaking move followed. Ah! Yuan Han let out a hysterical roar, feeling the approach of death. He resisted with all his strength, but it was useless. His body was penetrated by the spear light, and a terrifying power erupted from Yuan Han's body, blasting him into 5 or 6 pieces. Even his soul was torn apart. However, Yuan Han did not die. His broken body turned into a stream of light, rapidly retreating, and condensed in the void again. However, his aura was a lot weaker, and his face was pale as if he had been seriously ill. What a strong vitality, what a strong soul. Lu Ming's face was also very solemn. If it was an ordinary creature, such as a celestial race expert, their soul would be torn apart by his move, and they would definitely die. But Yuan Han was actually fine. One had to admit that the vitality and soul of the people of the Primordial Light Clan were unbelievably powerful. However, no matter how strong they were, after being hit by Lu Ming's move, they were also seriously injured, and their combat strength was greatly reduced. How could Lu Ming miss such an opportunity? He planned to use this opportunity to get rid of Yuan Han. This was a former Guangqian royal envoy. Even the Primordial Light Clan did not have many of them. Getting rid of one would be a great blow to the other party's strength. Swish, Lu Ming rushed out and began to kill. Set up the formation to stop him. Nine Origin roared. There were only 2 former Guanqian royal envoys by his side, and they were his right-hand men. Nothing must happen to them. Swish. Swish, the remaining Primordial Light clan members began to set up the formation. 3 array formations with 9 people and 7 array formations with 7 people were all set up and charged toward Lu Ming. Heavenly Demon Territory. 9 apertures in 1. Illusory Light Pillar. Xianxia, Qiuqiu Autumn Moon, and Qiuqiu also made their moves, trying to stop the formation. However, there were only 3 of them, and they were still far from enough. However, at this moment, Dandan and the 21 People's Formation had won. After so many moves, the 21 Primordial Light clan members who set up the formation had consumed a lot of their strength. At this time, some of them finally exhausted their strength, causing the formation to collapse. As for Dandan, he had continuously controlled the formation and had consumed a lot of his strength. Although most of the formation's power came from absorbing the power of heaven and earth, the person controlling the formation would also consume his strength. If Dandan had not broken through and was still a 6th-level Divine Master, he would not have been able to withstand it. Now that he was an 8th-level Divine Master, he did not have much strength left, but he still had a little strength left. He waved his hands, and the formation condensed dozens of sword lights that shot toward the Primordial Light clan's formation. Lu Ming, I'll block them. For you. You kill that Guanqian royal envoy. Dandan shouted. Lu Ming did not answer. He told everyone with his actions. Boom, the desolation form was used again, and another continent was formed and pressed down on Yuan Han. At the same time, the sky-breaking form was used again. 2 killer moves, a pincer attack, attacked Yuan Han from both sides. Ah, ninth young master, save me! Yuan Han shouted in horror. Facing Lu Ming's 2 killer moves, he would not be able to resist even if he was at his peak, let alone now that he was severely injured. Damn it, Yuan Jioji kept roaring but didn't dare to stay. He quickly retreated because he was afraid of being enveloped by Lu Ming's chaos style. Even though he was far away, he could feel the terror of the chaos style and the hair on his skin stood on end. He had a feeling that if he was hit by the chaos style, he would be killed even with his vitality. He wanted to save Yuan Han, but he was powerless. Stop. At this moment, a roar came from the other side of the mountain. Ninety Origin's face revealed a look of wild elation and he roared, "Eighth brother, quickly come over, quickly come over." Yuan Baji led his men and charged over from the other side of the mountain. The battle between Lu Ming and Yuan Jioji and the others might seem long, but it didn't take much time. Their attacks were as fast as lightning and dozens of moves only took a few breaths. Streams of light flew over from the other side of the mountain. There were 2 figures flying at the front. They were astonishingly fast and exuded a terrifying aura. Kill. Lu Ming was unmoved. He continued to attack Yuan Han with his killer move. This time, Yuan Han couldn't resist and let out a shrill scream. His body was smashed into powder and his soul was completely obliterated. This time, he was completely dead. A Guangqian royal envoy, an expert comparable to Gu Chongfeng, was killed just like that. Great! Dandan and the others were excited. The people of the Primordial Light clan felt a chill in their hearts. Guangqian royal envoy, it was said that he was invincible as long as his origin source didn't appear. He could even contend with weaker origins. Such an existence, in a one-on-one situation, he was killed, this was unbelievable. Moreover, the one who killed him was an 8th-level Divine Master. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. My battle prowess is a little stronger than I thought. Lu Ming pondered. Forbidden power, a self-created secret technique, a qualitative change happened? A surge in power, after he unleashed his combat strength to the peak, finished. He could suppress a Guangqian royal envoy. Of course, why was he able to kill him just now? It was also because the other party was a little careless that he seized the opportunity to severely injure him at the beginning. If the other party was a little more cautious, it would not have been that easy for him to deal a heavy blow to the other party. There was another reason. Lu Ming's Battle God Spear was of a higher grade than the opponent's source-level divine weapon. This would also give Lu Ming an advantage. But overall, Lu Ming's combat strength, he had already surpassed the other party. Such combat strength, under the origin, he was almost invincible. You're courting death. At this moment, in another direction, a furious roar was heard. The two experts flying at the very front each unleashed a killing move. Two rays of light of different colors shot towards Lu Ming and the others. Block it! Dandan bellowed as he tried his best to control the formation to block the two attacks. But in the end, he was only able to block one attack. The other attack flew towards Lu Ming. Weng, the war god spear vibrated and swept out horizontally, colliding with this ray of light. However, Lu Ming's body was also greatly shaken and he was forced to retreat. Ambassador Guanqian. Lu Ming's heart trembled as his expression turned solemn. On the other side, Dandan controlled the formation to block the other ray of light, but Dandan's body was also forced to retreat. The surrounding rune formation's light dimmed. After a series of battles, the energy of the formation set up by Dandan was about to be exhausted. Go! Lu Ming shouted and rushed towards Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and the others, gathering with Autumn Moon and the others. Bone Demon also repelled his opponent with one move and retreated to Lu Ming's side. Bone Demon originally had the upper hand in the battle. It was naturally easy for him to retreat. After they gathered, they directly rushed towards the depths of the mountain peak. Kill, kill, don't let them escape, kill them for me. Yuan Jiuji roared crazily. A Guanqian emissary was killed right in front of his eyes. He was on the verge of going crazy. Since he was called the ninth young master, he knew that he had many brothers and sisters. There was also a huge competitive relationship between them. He had worked hard to win over the two Guanqian royal envoys. They were his capital to compete with his brothers and sisters. Now, one of them had been killed. This was a huge loss. His heart was bleeding. If one wanted to nurture or rope in a Guanqian Wang envoy, the price one had to pay was frighteningly high. Swoosh! Swoosh! The Yuan tribe launched a frenzied attack on Lu Ming and the others. On the other side, Yuan Baji led the experts to attack Lu Ming and the others. The ordinary attacks of the Yuan tribe were easy to deal with. Lu Ming and Bone Demon were able to block them one by one. However, there were three attacks that posed a great threat to them. Even if Lu Ming and Bone Demon went all out, it would be difficult to block them. These three people were the three Guanqian ambassadors. One was beside Yuan Jiuji and the other two were beside Yuan Baji. Fortunately, the Bone Demon relied on its perverted defense to block the attack. As they blocked the attacks, they flew towards the depths of the mountain peak, which was the depths of the mountain range. The depths of the mountain range were still covered with terrifying array formations that had not been torn apart yet. The cracks in the ground had not extended to this place yet. This was the escape route they had thought of before. Dandan had also studied this place. They planned to use the array formations here to resist the Yuan tribe. Nestle, the three Guanqian ambassadors, there are too many experts among the creatures in this forbidden area. If they attack the Heaven Destroyer's base, we will not be able to stop them at all. Dandan exclaimed in shock. Lu Ming and the others were also shocked. The number of experts in the Yuan tribe was far beyond their imagination. There were only so many of them, but there were already 4 Guanqian ambassadors. There were at least 20 or 30 Guanqian ambassadors who were comparable to the Lord of Heaven. This kind of combat strength was far beyond that of the heavenly human tribe. Among the heavenly human tribe, only the Yi Immortal was comparable to the Guanqian ambassadors. In the Heaven Destroyer, only Gu Changfeng was comparable. The difference was too great. If the Yuan tribe was so powerful, the other creatures in the forbidden area, such as the Balefalene tribe and the Blue Sea tribe, were probably not much weaker. Although they were few in number, their combat strength was far beyond that of the Heaven Destroyer or the heavenly human tribe. If they were not afraid of the Origin Realm, they would have attacked the Heaven Destroyer's base long ago. Tang Jun said. Lu Ming and the others were well aware of this. Under the Great Origin Tribulation, Origin Realm existences had sealed themselves in a deep sleep to avoid the Great Origin Tribulation. However, this did not mean that they could not awaken and fight. Origin Realm existences could also remove their seals and fight. However, the price for doing so was death. Once Origin Realm existences removed their seals and fought, it would not take long for their origin root to be sucked away. Their cultivation level would drop, and they might even die. Moreover, under the Great Origin Tribulation, once they removed their seals, they would not have a second chance to seal themselves. In other words, once they removed their seals, there would only be one outcome, the dissipation of their origin root. Under normal circumstances, no origin realm existences would do this. However, if it was a matter of life and death, this was not necessarily the case. In a moment of life and death, such as when the Heaven Destroyer was about to be destroyed, someone in the Heaven Destroyer's core would definitely release the seal and sacrifice themselves to kill the enemy. That was why the beings of the Forbidden Grounds didn't attack the heavenly human race, the quasi-immortal race, or the Heaven Destroyer's base. They were afraid of the origin realm experts. In the past, the heavenly human race had defeated the demons because the demons' core was sealed in the dark cosmos. After that, the heavenly human race had attacked the Heaven Destroyer's base. Lu Ming and the others guessed that the heavenly human race had most likely brought origin realm experts with them. After all, the heavenly human race had brought many war chariots and stood guard in the distance. There were most likely origin realm experts in the war chariots. Otherwise, the heavenly human race wouldn't have been so bold as to attack the Heaven Destroyer's base. As long as the Heaven Destroyer had an origin realm expert who released the seal, the heavenly human race would most likely have an origin realm expert who released the seal as well. If the Heaven Destroyer's core hadn't awakened, the heavenly human race naturally wouldn't have allowed it to awaken. Once it did, only death would await it. The primordial light race had 3 Guanqian royal ambassadors and some other terrifying combination formations. Lu Ming and the others felt a huge pressure. It was all thanks to Lu Ming and Gu Mo that they blocked the attacks of the primordial light race. As they blocked the attacks, they retreated. Soon, they left the mountain and went to another mountain. When they arrived at another mountain, Dandan took the lead and charged forward. The mountain was still covered in terrifying formations. However, Dandan had already studied them and found a way out of the formations. This was a way out that they had found long ago. Lu Ming and the others followed Dandan into the formation. Soon after, the attacks of the primordial light race arrived. However, the surrounding formations immediately appeared and turned into a terrifying killing force that destroyed the attacks one by one. The primordial light race rushed to the front of the formations and stopped again. They didn't dare to advance any further. "Ha ha ha, come and hit us if you have the ability," Dandan hooted. "Damn it." Yuan Jiuji roared furiously. His face was incomparably ferocious and cold. "Yuan Yu, break the formation for me." Nine Origin roared. "Ninth young master, I can't do that." Yuan Yu lowered her head and said. "What a trash." Yuan Jiuji berated, but he slowly calmed down. He was also clear that Yuan Yu did not have this ability. Otherwise, they would not have had to wait a year. "Eighth brother, do your people have a way to break the formation?" Yuan Jiuji then looked at Yuan Baji. Yuan Baji asked the array formation master he had brought, but the result was that there was no solution. "Although we can't break the formation, this Ji vein will eventually collapse. Moreover, it won't be long before these mountains are all destroyed. When that time comes, those formations won't be able to help them." Origin Baji said. "We can set up formations in the cracks in front and use the formations to bombard the cracks and speed up the collapse of this meridian. In less than 2 months, this mountain will also be torn apart." Yuan Yu said. "Alright, I'll leave it to you." Yuan Jiuji nodded. Immediately, Yuan Yu and the other array formation masters retreated and began to set up formations in the huge cracks behind them. Not long after, the formation began to emit a dazzling light, pushing the cracks, causing the rumbling sounds to become more and more intense. The cracks extended forward, and in just 10 days, it extended to the mountain where Lu Ming and the others were. Rumble, the cracks split open, and the heavenly light rushed out from the ground, forming a destructive force that constantly attacked the formation above. Bang! 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 The sounds of explosions continued to be heard, and the rune formations continued to explode and break. Halfway up the mountain, Lu Ming and the others looked a little solemn. They were trapped. "Dandan, can you do it? It won't be long before this mountain is torn apart," Wan Shen urged. Once the formation was gone, they would have to fight the primordial light race head-on. Although their battle strength had skyrocketed and they had a 10-man joint attack formation, they were definitely no match for the primordial light race. The primordial light race had 3 Guanqian royal ambassadors and a joint attack formation. For example, the 21 people's joint attack formation was very terrifying. Yuan Baji most likely had such a terrifying formation around him. If they were to fight head-on, they would most likely die. However, they were trapped. They were trapped by the formation here. What do you know? This formation is constantly changing. It's different from when I was studying it before. I miscalculated. Dandan glared at Wan Shen and then continued to study it. However, they were still trapped and could not break out for a few days. The rumbling sounds from the ground became more and more intense, and more formations on the mountain were being torn apart. The huge cracks continued to approach Lu Ming and the others. Ha ha ha, it seems like they are trapped. They brought this upon themselves. Yuan Jiuji could also see that Lu Ming and the others were in trouble and could not help but be excited. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. Alright, I've finally finished studying it. Wait a moment. Follow me closely. Don't relax. Dandan shouted and began to wave his hands, sending out tens of thousands of runes. These runes formed rune threads that wrapped around some of the surrounding formation runes. Then, Dandan's body flickered as he rushed forward. Lu Ming and the others followed Dandan's footsteps without the slightest deviation. Soon, they had advanced a few hundred meters. Everything was going smoothly. They were about to break out of the formation. As long as they broke out of the formation, Dandan would be able to take Lu Ming to the peak of the mountain. Perhaps they would be able to escape from the other side of the mountain and shake off the primordial light race. However, at that moment, something strange happened. A pitch-black vortex suddenly appeared beside Xianxia. It emitted a terrifying devouring power that tried to swallow Xianxia. Not good. This formation is actually hiding something. Be careful. Dandan let out a startled cry. That vortex's power was extremely terrifying. Xianxia was unable to block it. He was about to be swallowed up. Little Qing. Lu Ming was incomparably anxious. He didn't have time to think about anything else. He pushed the extreme light art to its peak and charged at Xianxia. In an instant, Lu Ming appeared in front of Xianxia. A powerful taboo energy crazily surged out, pushing Xianxia away from the vortex. However, his body was sucked into the vortex and rapidly sucked into it. It was too fast. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had disappeared into the vortex. After Lu Ming disappeared, the vortex also quickly disappeared. Lu Ming! Xianxia cried out in grief, incomparably anxious and panicked. Autumn Moon, Ling Yue, Wan Shen, and the others were the same. End of chapter. Everyone, don't panic. That whirlpool shouldn't be lethal. It's not a killing array. Lu Ming should be fine. Dandan said. Should be? Are you sure? Wan Shen's eyes widened. I'm sure. That whirlpool should be a teleportation formation. Lu Ming might have been teleported somewhere else. Wan Shen is willing to bet that he'll be fine. Let's leave this place first. Perhaps we'll meet Lu Ming on the other side of the mountain. Dandan said. Everyone was helpless. They could only suppress their worries and follow Dandan. Nothing happened after that. They successfully broke through the formation. The formation behind them would not change at any time. Dandan led the group and successfully broke through. There were also some buildings on this mountain peak. Unfortunately, they did not encounter any statues like the previous mountain peak, nor did they obtain any fortunate encounters. They arrived at the other side of the mountain. Dandan began to study the formation, preparing to break through and shake off the primordial light tribe. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. Rumble, suddenly, there was an earth-shattering roar. The entire mountain shook violently. The heavenly abode light that rushed out from the cracks became even denser. Even the roar of a beast could be heard from the depths of the ground. At this moment, everyone's expression changed greatly. Why would there be a beast roar coming from the depths of the meridian? Could there be a terrifying beast living in the depths of the ground? Roar. Roar, a few roars came from the depths of the ground. Then, the entire meridian shook even more violently. The cracks grew bigger and the formation on the mountain was collapsing rapidly. Boom, then, a giant beast rushed out from the ground along with the heavenly abode light. The giant beast was purplish gold. It was completely formed by the heavenly abode light. The heavenly abode light here is so dense that it formed a beast. Be careful. You can't fight against this giant beast. The primordial light tribe was shocked. They quickly retreated and looked for a place to hide. On the other side of the mountain, Xianxia, Gumo, and the others were also shocked. They instinctively sensed danger and quickly looked for a place to hide. Roar. The giant beast formed from heavenly abode divine light roared and swooped down. Streaks of heavenly abode divine light rushed out from its body, and they were even sharper than divine blades as they bombarded the ground. Boom. Boom, the ground rumbled and shattered rocks flew everywhere. Huge craters were formed on the ground. The cracks in the surrounding area were blown even wider. As for those spirit formations, they were also being destroyed by the heavenly paradise divine light. Other than the few mountain peaks in the center of the Chi meridian, everywhere else was a scene of destruction. This giant beast did not seem to have any intelligence. It only knew how to attack continuously. After a while, the giant beast finally came to a stop. At this point, the beast's body was much more illusory than before, and it was completely dim. Finally, with a bang, it turned into a ball of heavenly abode light and vanished. Come, let's get out of here. Dandan immediately rushed out from a pile of rocks. Soon after, Xianxia and the others also rushed out and followed Dandan. Originally, this side of the Chi meridian was also filled with powerful spirit formations. However, after being bombarded by the heavenly abode divine light earlier, the majority of the spirit formations had been destroyed. Only a few spirit formations remained. With only a few spirit formations remaining, they were naturally not a problem for Dandan. Of course, there were also a few spirit formations that were still intact. As long as they avoided them, they would be fine. Soon, Dandan, Xianxia and the others disappeared from the Chi meridian. At this moment, a figure appeared on another mountain peak. This person was none other than Lu Ming. Earlier, he had been sucked into the vortex. In the next instant, he had arrived on another mountain peak. This Chi meridian had over a dozen majestic mountain peaks. In the depths of the mountain range, there were a few mountains that were the tallest and most majestic. Earlier, they had not been destroyed by the giant beast formed from heavenly abode divine light. As for the other mountain peaks, they had all been destroyed. The spirit formations on them had all become incomplete. Furthermore, the cracks were spreading rapidly, as if they were about to tear these mountain peaks apart. No one knew how deep these cracks were. They were like deep abysses that extended all the way to the depths of the earth. The entire Chi meridian looked like it was on the verge of collapse. Originally, when Lu Ming had been transported to this mountain peak, there had been a large number of spirit formations around it. However, these spirit formations had all been reduced to fragments. However, Lu Ming was not Dandan. His attainments in spirit formations were far inferior to Dandan's. Thus, he still had to be more careful. After all, even some incomplete spirit formations could sometimes unleash frightening attacks. If he was not careful, he would be hit. However, at least he would not be as hard-pressed to move as before. Little Qing and the others are with Dandan. They should be fine. I'll go to the top of the mountain to take a look. Lu Ming looked at the top of the mountain. There were also some buildings on the top of the mountain. Lu Ming had tasted the sweetness of success on the first mountain peak. Naturally, he wanted to try his luck here. At the same time, the people of the primordial light race also appeared from various hidden places. The spirit formations have all been destroyed. Good, 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 good. Lu Ming, let's see where you can go now. Yuan Zhouji said coldly. Then, he and Yuan Baji led the experts of the primordial light race and rushed forward. There were two places around the Chi meridian. The people of the quasi-saint tribe and the heavenly human tribe were hiding there. They had naturally seen what had happened on the Chi meridian. Almost all the spirit formations on the Chi meridian have been destroyed except for a few mountains in the deepest part. This Chi meridian must contain a great opportunity. we can't miss it. Let's go over too, Xianxia said. At this moment, the number of people of the Quasi-Saint tribe here had reached more than 6,000. Over the past year, more and more experts of the Quasi-Saint tribe had come to join them. Xianxia's confidence had also increased a lot. Xianxia was very clear about the strength of the Quasi-Saint tribe. They were not afraid even if they encountered the primordial light race. Moreover, the range of the entire mountain range was very large. There were more than a dozen mountain peaks spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. Even if they entered, they might not necessarily encounter them. Let's go. Xianxia led the experts of the Quasi-Saint tribe and rushed towards the Qi meridian from another direction. Annihilation, should we go over too? In another direction, the Lord of Heaven of 100 Battles asked the Lord of Heaven of Annihilation in a low voice. The Lord of Heaven of Annihilation's eyes flickered. He was a little hesitant. During this time, the Yi Immortal had not come to join them. Although another group of people of the heavenly human tribe had come to join them, their strength had not increased by much. There were only 7 of them who were as strong as the Lord of Heaven of Annihilation. If they encountered the experts of the primordial light race, it would be very dangerous. But in the end, the Lord of Heaven of Annihilation decided to take a risk. There is definitely a great opportunity here. If we are overcautious, the gap between us and the others will only widen. Moreover, this place is very large. We might not encounter the primordial light race. If we are careful, we should be fine, the Lord of Heaven of Annihilation said. In the end, the people of the heavenly human tribe carefully rushed towards the Qi meridian from another direction. End of chapter. After some careful research, Lu Ming finally arrived at the top of the mountain after some time. There were some majestic palaces at the top of the mountain. Lu Ming entered and walked around. However, he was disappointed because he did not find anything. There were no precious treasures left behind, nor were there any statues like the ones from before. Lu Ming felt that it was a pity when he thought of the 4 mysterious statues. Before they left, they wanted to take the 4 statues with them. Although they would lose their effect after some time, they could still give them to others. If they brought them back to the base of the Heaven Destroyer and let the people of the Heaven Destroyer study them, their secret skills would be greatly improved. Unfortunately, the 4 statues seemed to have taken root and could not be moved. Even with the ancient desolation ring, they could not be taken away. In the end, they could only give up. They thought that there would be treasures in the other mountains, but they did not expect to find anything in this mountain. It seems that we can only find something in the depths of the realm energy channels, Lu Ming muttered. However, there was a lot of heavenly abode divine light rushing out from the depths of the realm energy channels. After walking around and finding nothing, Lu Ming headed to the other side of the mountain. He rushed to the mountain where they were trapped by the array formation. He was more worried about Xianxia and the others. Now, except for the few mountains in the depths of the realm energy channels, the array formations on the other mountains were destroyed. The people of the primordial light race had swarmed in. If Xianxia and the others were surrounded by a large number of primordial light race experts, they would be in great danger. Lu Ming broke through some of the array formations and soon arrived at the foot of the mountain. He was about to go to the other mountains when he suddenly sensed something and moved sideways. However, it was too late. There was an ear-piercing sound around him. Then, there was a sharp sword light. To be precise, it was a beam of light that stabbed towards Lu Ming. Obviously, it was the primordial light race. Get lost, Lu Ming shouted. The battle god spear had already appeared in his hand. He swept out and a huge spear light formed an arc. It swept in all directions. Rumble, the spear light was incomparably overbearing, bringing about a violent force. It swept out in all directions, causing those beams of light to grow hair. They were all sent flying. Lu Ming, this time, today is the day of your death, a cold voice sounded. Yuan Yu. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Hearing the voice, Lu Ming knew who it was. Was he one of the 2 King of Light envoys by Yuan Jiuji's side, the King of Guanqian who looked to be in his 20s, Yuan Yu? Previously, he had chased after Lu Ming and the others and was injured by the joint attack formation set up by Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming's gaze swept over and discovered that Yuan Yu was stepping in the air, his gaze extremely cold. Later Yuan Yu wasn't the only one from the Yuan Guang clan, there were also hundreds of other primordial light race experts. Inside, this included the 2 war envoys below the king. You think you can do it? Can you kill me? Lu Ming sneered. A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth, which made the murderous intent in Yuan Yu's eyes even more intense. He had previously boasted in front of Yuan Jiuji and the other primordial light race members that he would take Lu Ming's head. However, he had been defeated by Lu Ming several times, so he was extremely unhappy. This time, he had led his men to search everywhere, but he had encountered Lu Ming alone. This was a rare opportunity. Lu Ming was alone, so he couldn't set up a joint attack formation. Although Lu Ming's combat strength was extremely terrifying and was almost on par with Yuan Yu's, he wasn't alone now. Set up the formation. Yuan Yu shouted coldly. As soon as Yuan Yu's voice fell, the figures of some primordial light race members flickered and set up a joint attack formation. 2 joint attack formations of 9 people were led by a war envoy below the king. The others were all peak divine masters and formed 2 giant battle swords. Lu Ming's face darkened slightly. The power of a joint attack formation of 9 people was already very terrifying. In addition, the people who set up the formation were very powerful, so its power was undoubtedly even more terrifying. It was no wonder that Yuan Yu was so confident even though he knew that Lu Ming was very powerful. The rest of you, assist in the attack. Kill. Yuan Yu shouted coldly as his body emitted a dazzling glow. It was as if his entire body had turned into a ray of light as he rushed toward Lu Ming. As he rushed out, his body turned into a battle sword. The 2 battle swords formed by the joint attack formation of 9 people also attacked Lu Ming from 2 other directions. 3 giant battle swords stabbed at 3 vital points of Lu Ming from 3 different directions. The violent sword chi had yet to reach Lu Ming, but it seemed as if it would tear Lu Ming apart. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as the power in his body exploded to the peak. Boom, in the blink of an eye, Lu Ming struck his palm and a piece of land condensed. Primordial desolation style. Now that Lu Ming's control of the primitive style had increased greatly, the primitive continent formed was very clear, as if it was real. Moreover, this continent was erected vertically like a huge shield. It rushed toward Yuan Yu and one of the joint attack formations of 9 people. Lu Ming did not expect to cause much damage to his opponent with this move. He only hoped to block his opponent. After using the primitive style, Lu Ming immediately used the heaven-piercing style, turning into a dazzling spear light that pierced toward the other joint attack formation of 9 people. Relatively speaking, although the joint attack formation of 9 people was powerful, equivalent to several of the strongest Lord of Heaven's battle strength, it was still not comparable to the Guanqin Wan envoy. Therefore, Lu Ming instantly decided to use the joint attack formation of 9 people as a breakthrough point. Clang, the dazzling spear light collided with the sword light head-on, erupting with a shocking roar and stirring up a sky full of energy. In the next moment, the sword light formed by the joint attack formation of 9 people trembled and then retreated violently. The light seemed to have dimmed somewhat. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. His figure did not stop and he continued to charge toward the other party. In the process of charging out, there were tens of thousands of light spots on his body that were emitting a dazzling brilliance, just like stars. Then, tens of thousands of light spots rushed out continuously. They were all different secret techniques that smashed toward his opponent. Lu Ming, on the other hand, continued to use the heaven-piercing style to attack his opponent. He wanted to break his opponent's joint attack formation in one go. His opponent was disrupted by a large number of secret techniques and could not avoid them. He could only take them head-on. You're courting death. Yuan Yu roared furiously. Together with another 9-man combined attack array, he had already defeated the primeval style and charged toward Lu Ming. Let's go all out. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a ruthless look, and layers of defensive secret techniques appeared behind him. That's right, Lu Ming was prepared to take his opponent's attack head-on. Bang! Lu Ming's spear light once again pierced the joint attack formation of 9 people. This time, the joint attack formation of 9 people could not block Lu Ming's attack. The condensed battle sword exploded with a bang, and 6 figures retreated violently. That's right, only 6 figures, because 3 of them had been torn apart by Lu Ming's attack, their bodies and souls had been destroyed. But at this moment, two frightening sword glows struck Lu Ming. The defenses that Lu Ming had laid down were shattered layer by layer. In just a flash, all of the defenses that Lu Ming had laid down were destroyed. The two sword glows stabbed at Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming's body was sent flying and divided into 3 parts. However, Lu Ming did not die just like that. His vitality was astonishing, and his soul was scattered throughout his cells. As long as all of his cells were not destroyed, he would be able to recover. The 3 parts of his body quickly reconnected and began to recover with astonishing speed. Thick energy surged out of each of his cells, allowing Lu Ming to recover very quickly. As he recovered, he retreated, his face somewhat pale. 1/10 of my cells have been destroyed. Lu Ming was inwardly alarmed. The human body had 60 trillion cells. In other words, that attack just now had obliterated 6 trillion cells. From this, one could see just how terrifying the combined attack of Yuan Yu and the other 9 was. My cultivation is still too low, and my defense is still too low. It's a pity that little ball isn't here, Lu Ming's mind was racing. After all, he was only an 8th-tier god lord. Although his fighting strength was unparalleled, Lu Ming's strong suit was not his defense. He was not much stronger than an ordinary person. At most, he was comparable to a peak god lord. If Little Ball had been here, the soul-level armor that Little Ball had transformed into would have been able to block the majority of the attacks, and Lu Ming would not have been so heavily injured. He's still not dead? Yuan Yu and the others widened their eyes in shock. Yuan Yu was keenly aware of just how powerful that attack just now was. Let alone a mere 8th-tier god lord like Lu Ming, even an expert on the level of the Lord of Heaven would most likely perish if struck by such an attack. But Lu Ming had managed to endure it. What sort of freakish vitality was this? Attack. Continue attacking. I don't believe that his life is infinite. Yuan Yu roared as he continued to call on the others to attack. At the same time, he charged at Lu Ming. Die, all of you! Lu Ming shouted. Then, he threw a palm at the sky. Suddenly, a huge continent appeared in the sky. On the continent, mountains and lakes are clearly visible. There were streaks of colorful clouds that connected the entire continent. This kind of rosy clouds could be said to be the embryonic form of the Great Tao. What if Lu Ming cultivated the primordial desolate stance to a higher level and struck out with his palm, a condensed continent? There were even great Taos that connected, and it was as if a real great world was pressing down on the enemy. Furthermore, there might even be living beings appearing on it, acting out the joys and sorrows of separation. But at that level, had it already reached an unimaginable level? How far away was Lu Ming? There was still a huge gap. But even now, the primitive style that Lu Ming displayed with his full strength, its power was already extremely shocking. The continent was incomparably large, covering the sky and covering the sun. It appeared above everyone's heads, and then it suddenly pressed down. Let's attack together and destroy this continent. Yuan Yu roared, thousands of strands of hair shot into the sky, like sharp swords, it pierced towards the mainland. Was it another array formation with 9 people attacking together? It turned into a shocking giant sword and slashed upwards. The other members of the Primordial Light clan also activated their strands of hair, the dense strands of hair pierced into the sky, and the scene was extremely spectacular. Rumble, the primitive continent was under a terrifying attack, and it kept shaking and exploding. However, there was still a terrifying impact. Some of the weaker members of the Primordial Light clan couldn't withstand the impact at all, and their bodies were torn apart. Even though the members of the Primordial Light clan had extremely strong vitality, those who were weaker than Lu Ming were too weak. They were torn apart by the terrifying impact and died. At least 30 members of the Primordial Light clan were killed in an instant. Lu Ming, Yuan Yu let out a hysterical roar and became one with the sword, completely turning into a light sword. It broke through the void and instantly charged towards Lu Ming. Fast, it was too fast. The members of the Primordial Light clan were known for their speed, and Yuan Yu's attack was even faster. It instantly closed in on Lu Ming. Buzz, Lu Ming waved the battle god spear and whipped it towards Yuan Yu. There was a loud bang and Lu Ming was pushed back. His body shook violently and the blood in his body was in turmoil. Previously, Lu Ming had been severely injured and 1/10 of his cells had been destroyed. He was still greatly affected, and his combat strength was not at its peak. Kill. The sword gleams transformed from the 9 people's joint attack array immediately launched an attack, slashing Lu Ming from the sky. Lu Ming blocked it with his spear, but he was still pushed back. Then, Yuanyu's attack came again. The attacks of the array formation and Yuanyu were endless, and they continued to press down on Lu Ming. If Lu Ming was at his peak, he would definitely be able to block it. However, his strength was greatly affected now, and he felt that it was very difficult for him to withstand the attacks of the two. He blocked and retreated at the same time. Die. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Lu Ming and launched a thunderous attack. This was a battle envoy below the king level. His combat strength was comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven. He was originally the core of the 9-person array formation. Previously, when the array formation was destroyed by Lu Ming, this person had been hiding in the surroundings, waiting for an opportunity to attack. At this moment, Lu Ming was suppressed and was unprepared. He immediately seized the opportunity and launched his strongest attack. Lu Ming did not dodge this attack, nor did he want to dodge. Because if he wanted to dodge this attack, he would not be able to dodge the attack of Yuanyu and the 9-person array formation. Compared to Yuanyu or the 9-person array formation, he would rather take the attack of a battle envoy below the king level. Puff, the sword light of the battle envoy pierced Lu Ming's heart. A terrifying power erupted and shattered Lu Ming's heart. If a normal person's heart was shattered, they would be severely injured even if they did not die. However, for Lu Ming, it was the same all over his body. There were no particularly obvious vital points. Therefore, although his heart was shattered, the impact was not great. When he was attacked by the battle envoy below the king level, Lu Ming had already used the primeval desolation style to condense a continent in front of him. After his heart was pierced, Lu Ming did not stop at all. Instead, he threw out a punch with a backhand. This battle envoy below the king level obviously did not expect that after Lu Ming's heart was shattered, he would be completely fine and could even launch a counterattack in an instant. He was stunned for a moment, but his fate was sealed. Boom! Lu Ming's fist fiercely smashed the head of the battle envoy below the king level, causing his head to explode. The terrifying power directly annihilated his soul. A battle envoy below the king level had fallen just like that. Bam! At this moment, Lu Ming's primeval desolation style exploded. A terrifying sword light struck Lu Ming. Lu Ming retreated rapidly, but he was still a step too late. His body was almost split into 2, and a terrifying wound appeared. Lu Ming vomited a large mouthful of blood. His figure retreated rapidly and rushed in a direction. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, it was still too much for him to deal with these Yuan Guang tribe members. If he went all out, he would have no problem suppressing a Guanqian imperial envoy. If the other party was careless, he might even be killed by Lu Ming. Previously, one of Yuan Jiuji's Guanqian imperial envoys, Yuan Han, had died at the hands of Lu Ming. However, Yuan Han was killed by Lu Ming more or less because of his carelessness. To be honest, a Guanqian imperial envoy would not be killed so easily even if he was no match for Lu Ming. In addition, there were 2 powerful 9-man joint attack formations attacking Lu Ming together. Lu Ming was naturally no match for them. To be able to kill dozens of people under such a siege, including a king-level imperial envoy, was already an amazing combat strength. At this time, Lu Ming's combat strength was not at its peak and was no longer comparable to Yuan Yu's. If he did not leave now, when would he leave? Chase him, don't let him leave. Yuan Yu roared. His body was like a ray of light as he chased after Lu Ming. The 9-man joint attack formation turned into a sword light and chased after Lu Ming. As for the others, they followed far behind. Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying and they really did not dare to get too close. Lu Ming, you won't be able to escape. Die. Yuan Yu shouted coldly. Thousands of light beams turned into thousands of sharp swords and stabbed at Lu Ming. The speed was so fast that the void was pierced and the whistling sound resounded through the sky. Boom! Lu Ming turned around and slapped out a palm. It turned into a huge continent and blocked behind him like a shield. At this time, Lu Ming's combat strength was not at its peak. The continent's power was also not at its peak. After being stabbed by hundreds of thousands of swords, it was immediately pierced with holes and then exploded. I've used up too much of my strength. Lu Ming's face was a little gloomy. Although the power of the heaven-breaking form and desolation form had increased greatly, the power consumed when using them had also increased correspondingly. Just now, Lu Ming continuously used the heaven-breaking style and desolate style, which consumed a lot of his energy. At this time, more than half of Lu Ming's taboo power had already been consumed. If this continued, Lu Ming's situation would become more and more unfavorable. He had to shake off Yuan Yu and the others as soon as possible. Let's go up the mountain and use the broken formation there. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He turned around and rushed towards the mountain peak that he had just descended from. Around the mountain, there were still many broken formations left. Although these formations were broken, it did not mean that there was no danger at all. Some of the broken formations still retained a terrifying power. Previously, Lu Ming had studied it carefully and spent a lot of time before he managed to pass through the array area. Although his attainments and formations were far inferior to Dandan's, it took him some time to memorize some of the broken formations that still possessed terrifying power. Lu Ming intended to use these broken formations to block Yuan Yu and the others so that he could escape. They had been at the foot of the mountain, so they quickly rushed to the array formation area. Lu Ming's figure changed and rushed past a broken formation that still possessed terrifying power. Lu Ming knew that there was a powerful broken formation here, but Yuan Yu and the others did not. They did not have the time to carefully identify it. Therefore, when Yuan Yu rushed over, he naturally triggered the broken formation. Whoosh, the broken formation was suffused with multicolored light. A part of the runes appeared and turned into dozens of purple blade lights that slashed towards Yuan Yu and the others. Yuan Yu's face changed drastically. His light beam hair danced wildly and formed an impenetrable defense in front of him. Bang, the purple blade lights slashed at Yuan Yu's light beam hair. Yuan Yu's light beam hair was constantly chopped off. Yuan Yu's body was also blocked. At the same time, the combined attack of the 9 people was also blocked by the purple blade lights. As for the other primordial light race members, because they were far behind, they weren't attacked by the broken formation. Otherwise, who knew how many of them would have died? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming charged forward and quickly approached the mountain peak. Go around this broken formation, shouted Yuan Yu. He rapidly retreated, dodging the sharp light of the broken formation. Then he chased after Lu Ming from another direction. The combined attack of the 9 people was the same. Unfortunately, this mountain peak still possessed terrifying broken formations. There was more than one. In their rush to chase after Lu Ming, they were led into holes several times by Lu Ming and were attacked by the broken formations. After being blocked several times, Yuan Yu and the others completely lost track of Lu Ming. Damn it, damn it. Standing at the top of the mountain and looking at the empty surroundings, Yuan Yu roared furiously, his face extremely distorted. He had suffered at the hands of Lu Ming time and time again. This time, he had even lost a battle envoy. Yuan Yu's mood was terrible. He wanted nothing more than to cut Lu Ming into pieces. At this time, Lu Ming had already left this mountain peak and appeared on the side of another mountain peak. Pfft, Lu Ming's face was a bit pale, and he couldn't help coughing up blood. With a plop, Lu Ming sat on the ground, looking extremely dispirited. However, Lu Ming's gaze was still bright. He looked in a certain direction and shouted, "Who is it?" He, Lu Ming, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here." A cold laugh rang out. Then, a group of people appeared. They were actually from the heavenly human race. The one leading them was the Lord Extermination of Heaven. Beside the Lord Extermination of Heaven were 2 other experts on the same level as the Lord Heaven. However, the Lord Heaven of 100 Battles was nowhere to be seen. Obviously, the heavenly human race had split up. "Extermination, so it's you," Lu Ming said coldly. "Lu Ming, you seem to be seriously injured. However, your strength is really beyond my expectations. You actually managed to escape from so many experts of the Primordial Light clan. Your speed of improvement is really frightening. I really can't let you live," the Lord Heaven of Extermination said. His eyes were emitting cold killing intent. He and the other two experts on the same level as the Lord Heaven slowly surrounded Lu Ming. You saw everything just now? Lu Ming pretended to be shocked and asked. Of course. I happened to see it not far away, so I set it up here in advance. The Lord Heaven of Extermination smiled. You want to kill me with just the few of you? Lu Ming sneered. I have to admit that if you were at your peak, we wouldn't be able to kill you. However, I saw how seriously injured you were in the previous battle. It's already a miracle that you're still alive. How much strength do you still have? The Lord Heaven of Extermination sneered. Is that so? Why don't you try? Lu Ming said calmly. The Lord Heaven of Extermination couldn't help but hesitate when he saw Lu Ming's calmness. Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying. In the previous battle, Lu Ming was able to contend with a Guangqian Wang envoy. Such combat strength was simply shocking. During the battle at the Heaven Destroyer base, Lu Ming had killed 3 of the Lord Heaven's strongest experts and displayed his terrifying combat strength. Later on, Ye Immortal speculated that Lu Ming shouldn't be able to use his strength at will. It might even be difficult for him to use it. The Lord Heaven of Extermination also came to this conclusion after many tests. Could they have guessed wrongly? End of chapter. Could they have guessed wrongly? Lu Ming's real combat strength had always been so terrifying. Had he been faking it all along? Had he been pretending to be weak all along? Even if he was faking it, he was seriously injured by the Primordial Light Tribe. It's a miracle that he didn't die from such injuries. He's just hanging on by a thread. He definitely doesn't have much power left. The Extermination Lord of Heaven warned himself. However, he was still unsure. He then looked at a tall and burly figure. It was a primordial divine spirit puppet. The heavenly human tribe originally had 2 divine spirit puppets and their combat strength was comparable to the Lord of Heaven. However, one of them had self-destructed and now there was only one left. The Extermination Lord of Heaven was cautious and he did not dare to step forward because of his doubts. He controlled the primordial divine spirit puppet and let it step forward. Bam! The primordial divine spirit puppet took a step forward and its body grew rapidly. Its body was filled with various kinds of powerful energy. These energies combined in a strange way and formed a chaotic and terrifying energy. Kill! The primordial divine spirit puppet roared and threw out a punch. The huge fist crushed the void into chaos and the giant fist was like a small mountain as it flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression did not change. The divine battle spear had already appeared in his hand. He performed the sky-piercing form and the spear struck the primordial divine spirit puppet's giant fist. The divine battle spear was sharp and indestructible. It broke through the chaotic energy of the primordial divine spirit puppet and pierced through its giant fist. Blood, flesh and bone splattered and the primordial divine spirit puppet could not help but retreat. Lu Ming flew forward and swept the divine battle spear across the primordial divine spirit puppet's body. The primordial divine spirit puppet's body shook violently as it retreated. Lu Ming launched a storm of attacks. The primordial divine spirit puppet was no match for Lu Ming. The difference was huge and it was completely crushed. Even if it was a puppet that was not afraid of death, it was useless. After 10 moves, with a bang, the primordial divine spirit puppet's body was swept away again. It flew out horizontally and almost broke into 2 halves. A few heavenly humans couldn't dodge in time and were hit by the primordial divine spirit puppet. Their bodies directly exploded, and the courtyard collapsed on the spot. As for the primordial divine spirit puppet, it was lying on the ground, motionless. It was already half destroyed. All of the heavenly human tribe cultivators gasped in shock. Your battle prowess, how is this possible? The Extermination Lord of Heaven roared in horror. His eyes were filled with fear and panic. The primordial divine spirit puppet had a combat strength comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven, yet it had been crippled by Lu Ming in about 10 moves. Such combat strength was simply terrifying. It didn't look like it had been seriously injured and was struggling at death's door. He was clearly a demon king. Extermination, I will kill you today. Lu Ming's cold figure was heard. His murderous intent was as cold as a knife. He stepped in the air and a powerful aura pressed down on the Lord of Heaven. The Lord of Heaven's face turned pale and a chill ran down his spine. Whoosh, he turned around and left without hesitation. He was as fast as lightning. It's too late to leave now, Lu Ming said coldly. He stepped out and rushed toward the Lord of Heaven like a ray of light. Previously, the Lord of Heaven had targeted him several times and wanted to harm him. At that time, Lu Ming had tolerated it because it wasn't a good time to strike. Now, there was no need. This time, he had to get rid of the Lord of Heaven. Although Lu Ming had been severely injured in the battle with the primordial light tribe, it was not as serious as the Lord of Heaven and the others had imagined. Firstly, his vitality was extremely tenacious. His soul was scattered in every cell and it was difficult to destroy it all at once. Secondly, Lu Ming's recovery speed was also extremely terrifying. Although it hadn't been long, he had already recovered a lot. Although his remaining combat strength was not on par with experts at Yuan Yu's level, if he went all out, it was still very easy to deal with the strongest Heaven Monarch level existence. Previously, it only took him about 10 moves to cripple the primordial divine spirit puppet. In just a few breaths, Lu Ming caught up with the Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming, the heavenly human tribe, the quasi-sage tribe, and the Heaven Destroyer are in a cooperative relationship. You can't kill me, the Lord of Heaven roared in horror. Ridiculous, Lu Ming said indifferently. The war god spear suddenly pressed forward. The spear light surged like a mountain and pressed down on the Lord of Heaven. I'll fight you to the death. The Lord of Heaven knew that Lu Ming wouldn't let him go. He roared as if he had gone crazy and erupted his strength to the extreme. The divine weapon in his hand was also a source-level divine weapon. He injected all the origin energy he controlled into the weapon and blasted it with all his strength. Clang, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Next, Extermination Heaven Monarch's body shook violently. His body was sent flying like a broken sack. He crashed into a huge boulder and smashed it into pieces. He vomited a large mouthful of blood. One of his arms that was holding the source-level divine weapon was twisted and deformed. His bones were broken inch by inch. However, people like the Lord of Heaven also had astonishing vitality and recovery ability. As long as his soul wasn't destroyed, the injuries on his body could be quickly healed. Crackling sounds could be heard from his arm as his muscles wriggled and quickly recovered. Kill. Lu Ming took advantage of the situation and charged forward, not giving the Lord of Heaven time to recover. Ghost God dance, the Lord of Heaven shouted. His body flashed and flashed like a ghost. Obviously, he was far inferior to Lu Ming in a head-on confrontation. He wanted to use his movement technique to fight Lu Ming. However, he had miscalculated. He struck out with his palm and used the desolation style. It formed a continent that covered a large area and enveloped the Lord of Heaven. Boom, on the continent, a powerful force erupted. The earth rumbled and some places kept exploding. The Lord of Heaven was also hit by the powerful force. He couldn't help but slow down. He used all his strength to fight against the continent. He slashed out an earth-shattering attack on the continent. Although the continent shook violently, it didn't break open. Although Lu Ming's combat strength wasn't at its peak, and the desolation style wasn't at its peak, it wasn't something that the Lord of Heaven could easily defeat. As if struck by lightning, the Lord of Heaven fell to the ground. Lu Ming took the opportunity to stab out with his spear and pierced the Lord of Heaven's heart. The Lord of Heaven was severely injured. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and his aura was a little weak. Quick, come and help me. Come and help me deal with this Lu Ming, the Lord of Heaven roared. This was because he found that when Lu Ming attacked him, no one from the heavenly human tribe came to help. Instead, they fled in panic. Including the old Lord of Heaven. Annihilation, you block him first. We'll retreat first. Your sacrifice won't be in vain. We'll report it to the Patriarch and let him avenge you. Let's go, let's split up. The old heavenly monarch roared. He didn't stop and quickly flew away. End of chapter. This old and strongest Lord of Heaven was wearing a golden armor. He was one of the 9 strongest Lord of Heaven of the heavenly human tribe. He had fought with Lu Ming at the Heaven Destroyer base before. Back then, 4 of the strongest Lord of Heaven cooperated with Xianxia to kill Lu Ming. In the end, 3 of the strongest Lord of Heaven were killed by Lu Ming, leaving only 1 of them alive. The old and strongest heaven monarch who was lucky enough to survive was the one in front of him. Therefore, he was traumatized by Lu Ming. Whenever he saw Lu Ming, he would tremble with fear. At this moment, when he saw Lu Ming displaying such terrifying combat power, the scene of the battle at the Heaven Exterminating Army's camp surfaced in his mind. He did not dare to stay and fight. He could not wait to run as far away as possible. The other heavenly human tribe members did not dare to stay and ran away with all their might. Even the strongest Lord of Heaven could not withstand a single blow. If they stayed, wouldn't they be courting death? You damned bastards! Seeing the heavenly human tribe members running away, the Lord of Heaven of Extermination let out a desperate roar. Hee, looks like no one can save you. Lu Ming laughed and stabbed with his war god spear continuously. Lu Ming, if you want to kill me, you'll have to pay the price. Let's die together. The Lord of Heaven of Extermination roared with a vicious look in his eyes. His body emitted a dazzling light and a terrifying aura spread out. The Lord of Heaven of Extermination was going all out. He was burning his origin energy crazily and preparing to self-destruct at the same time. He's holding back. Looks like he doesn't want to self-destruct at all. Lu Ming's lips curled into a mocking smile. Although the Lord of Heaven of Extermination was burning the origin energy in his origin seed, he did not really want to self-destruct. He was holding back. Obviously, he did not want to die. Boom, swoosh, Lu Ming used the chaos form and the sky-breaking form consecutively to attack the Lord of Heaven of Extermination. After a few moves, the Lord of Heaven of Extermination was hit again and half of his body exploded. This time, the Lord of Heaven of Extermination was too severely injured. His aura was weak and his face was pale. Even his soul was greatly damaged. Even if he went all out and burned his origin energy, he was still no match for Lu Ming. Ah, let's die together, let's die together. Extermination Heavenly Lord roared crazily. The aura that was exuding from his body became even more terrifying. This time, the Lord of Heaven of Extermination finally decided to self-destruct. He knew that he would definitely die and it would be difficult for him to escape. In his desperation, he wanted to drag Lu Ming down with him. Dazzling light burst out of his body and his body began to swell. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, but he did not stop attacking. He threw out another palm and a piece of land was formed, pressing down on the Lord of Heaven of Extermination. The Lord of Heaven of Extermination was in complete despair. Originally, he did not intend to self-destruct completely. He wanted to see if he could scare Lu Ming. If Lu Ming saw him self-destruct and quickly retreated, then he could stop the self-destruction and take the opportunity to escape. Unfortunately, Lu Ming did not plan to escape at all. He did not stop attacking. Ah, the Lord of Heaven of Extermination let out a hysterical roar. His body quickly swelled and then he completely self-destructed with a boom. The power of the self-destruction of the Lord of Heaven of Extermination was very terrifying. The violent power swept in all directions, trying to devour Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was prepared. When the Lord of Heaven of Extermination was about to self-destruct, he was ready to use the greater teleportation technique. The moment the Lord of Heaven of Extermination self-destructed, Lu Ming had already used the greater teleportation technique. The void rippled and Lu Ming's figure disappeared from the spot. The next moment, Lu Ming appeared on a flat ground thousands of miles away. Phew, I'm lucky. I didn't enter a dangerous place. Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Ming did not dare to use the greater teleportation technique here unless it was necessary, because he could not guarantee where he would be teleported to. This place was full of terrifying formations. If he were to teleport into a formation, he would not even know how he died. Even though most of the formations on the various peaks were destroyed, there were still many remaining formations with amazing power. If he were to teleport into the remaining formations, it would be very dangerous. Lu Ming would not use the greater teleportation technique unless he had no other choice. However, the power of the self-destruction of the Lord of Heaven of Extermination was too terrifying. Even if Lu Ming was injured, it would be very dangerous if he was swept away. Because the destructive power was likely to destroy all of Lu Ming's cells in an instant. Fortunately, Lu Ming was lucky and did not teleport to a dangerous place. Swoosh, Lu Ming moved and rushed towards the place where the Lord of Heaven of Extermination self-destructed. The Lord of Heaven of Extermination had a source-grade weapon. Given the quality of a source-grade weapon, it would not be destroyed even if it self-destructed. A source-grade weapon was extremely valuable. Lu Ming did not want to miss out on it. Soon, Lu Ming returned to the place where the battle had taken place. He saw that there was a huge crater. Everything in the crater had been vaporized. Only the weapon lay quietly in the middle. As for the Lord of Heaven of Extermination's storage ring, it had been destroyed in the self-destruction. Lu Ming waved his hand and put away the Lord of Heaven of Extermination's source-grade weapon. Then, his body flashed and he left the place. Such a huge commotion would definitely have alerted others. The people of the Primordial Light tribe would most likely catch up with him soon. Indeed, not long after Lu Ming left, Yuan Yu arrived with experts. However, they had lost track of Lu Ming long ago. By now, Lu Ming had already appeared in a secluded place and was absorbing the energy of the primordial crystal to recover. As the energy of the primordial crystal was absorbed and refined, Lu Ming recovered quickly. New cells started to divide. In just half a day, Lu Ming's 6 trillion cells that had been destroyed had all recovered. Another half a day later, Lu Ming's power had returned to its peak. After recovering, Lu Ming continued on his way. He headed towards the mountain peak where Xianxia and the others had parted ways. However, when Lu Ming arrived, he did not see Xianxia and the others. Given their strength, they should be fine. Lu Ming pondered this. Among Xianxia and the others, the Bone Demon's combat strength was comparable to the Guanqian Imperial envoys. Furthermore, they had a joint attack formation. As long as they did not encounter a large group of people from the Primordial Light tribe, they should be able to self-destruct. Next, Lu Ming passed through 2 more mountain peaks. Boom! Suddenly, Lu Ming heard a violent explosion. Then, a dazzling light shot up into the sky. A huge battle had broken out on a mountain peak not far away. That is, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. This was because he could sense the aura of perfect Heaven's power within the light. Yi Immortal, Lu Ming immediately determined that it was the Yi Immortal. This perfect Heaven's power was extremely condensed. It far surpassed Yi Qiuxian's perfect Heaven's power. In this paradise, only the Yi Immortal could control such perfect Heaven's power. Demonic Qi. It's the Bone Demon. Then, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He could sense the Bone Demon's demonic Qi within the light. Lu Ming could sense the demonic aura of Bone Demon. Demonic aura and perfect power of heaven were constantly clashing against each other. It was obvious that Bone Demon and Yi Immortal were fighting. If Bone Demon was there, Xianxia and the others were most likely there as well. Whoosh, Lu Ming transformed into a streak of light and rushed toward the battlefield. Halfway up the mountain where Lu Ming was heading, an intense battle was taking place. Bone Demon and Yi Immortal were engaged in an intense battle. Bone Demon's defense was invincible and his body was indestructible. He ignored his defense and attacked with all his might. However, Yi Immortal wasn't weak either. Yi Immortal was covered in a battle armor. This battle armor was a top-grade source-grade divine weapon armor and its defense was astonishing. At the same time, Yi Immortal was also wielding a top-grade offensive source-grade divine weapon. It could be said that he had no weakness and was locked in battle with Bone Demon. In fact, Bone Demon was slightly at a disadvantage. Clearly, Yi Immortal had also had a fortuitous encounter during this period. Although his cultivation was still at 9th tier Divine Master realm, his strength had increased. His blood was boiling like a primordial beast. His perfect power of heaven had also become more condensed and integrated with his physical body. His overall combat strength was stronger than before. Coupled with a set of top-grade source-grade divine weapon armor, his overall combat strength had already surpassed Guanqian emissaries like Yuan Yu. It was also because of Bone Demon's powerful defense that he was able to fight Yi Immortal. If it were any other expert of the same level, they would be even more defeated. On the other side, there was also a huge battle. Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Dandan, Bubbles, Ling Yue, Tang Jun, Wan Shen, and Qiuqiu were gathered together. They were surrounded by a formation that protected them. This formation was set up by Dandan by combining the remnants of the formation here. Its defensive power was extremely strong. They relied on this formation to resist the attacks of the heavenly human tribe. This was because the heavenly human tribe's offensive power was too strong. They actually had a joint attack formation. A 9-man array formation. Indeed, the celestial clan's 9 Lord of Heaven level individuals laid down a 9-person joint attack formation. Its power was extremely terrifying. Dandan and the others had set up a combined spell formation, but they were no match for the combined spell formation of the heavenly human tribe. The heavenly human tribe's 9-man joint attack formation was something that Ye Immortal and the others had obtained from the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven. It was an ancient joint attack formation that was extremely powerful. Moreover, the celestial race's formation was formed by 9 Lord Heaven, all of them peak god lords. All 9 of them had the same cultivation, so they were able to perfectly execute the combined formation. Dandan and the others' joint attack formation was no match for their opponents. It wasn't that their joint attack formation was inferior, but that they only had 8 people, 1 less than their opponents. Furthermore, the 8 of them had different cultivation bases. Among them, Xianxia was a peak divine master. Xianxia, Autumn Moon, was a 9th level divine master. Ling Yue, Dandan, Bubbles, Wan Shen, and Tang Jun were all 8th level divine masters. In order to fully unleash the combined formation's power, it was best if the people who set up the formation had the same cultivation base. If their cultivation bases were uneven, it would be very difficult for the formation to reach its peak. This was why Dandan and the others had been unable to match the combined formation of the heavenly human tribe. Most importantly, the heavenly human tribe's 9-man joint attack formation didn't have just 1, but 2. Thus, Dandan and the others were quickly defeated. At the crucial moment, Dandan combined the remnants of the formation here and used it to temporarily block the heavenly human tribe's attack. However, this was only something Dandan had set up temporarily with the remnants of the formation here. Its power was limited, and it couldn't hold on for too long. At this moment, the formation was constantly trembling, as if it would collapse at any moment. Ha ha ha, today, I'll kill all of you. When I bring your heads to Lu Ming, I wonder what kind of expression Lu Ming will have. In the 9-man joint attack formation of the heavenly human tribe, a Lord of Heaven sneered. That's right. Lu Ming killed Annihilation, so we'll use the people Lu Ming cares about the most to pay tribute to him. We'll let Lu Ming know what regret is. The Lord of Heaven of 100 Battles also spoke coldly. He stood to the side and didn't make a move. Clearly, Ye Immortal and the others already knew that the Lord of Heaven of Annihilation had been killed by Lu Ming. When Lu Ming killed the Lord of Heaven of Annihilation, the people who had fled in all directions had already reunited with Ye Immortal and the others. Ye Immortal's gaze was also very cold. He had just arrived when he heard that the Lord of Heaven of Annihilation had been killed by Lu Ming. This made his desire to kill Lu Ming extremely strong. Not long after, they encountered Xianxia and the others. He naturally wouldn't let them go. Annihilation deserved to die. Let me tell you, if Lu Ming can kill Annihilation, he can also kill you. You'll die at his hands sooner or later. Dandan hooted from within the formation. Sword of the Heavenly Human, Yang Annihilation. Berserk Demon Divine Blade. Yi Wuxiu and Guemo both unleashed their Genesis techniques. Their Genesis techniques continuously clashed in the air, instantly clashing countless times. Then, both figures retreated at the same time. A corpse from the previous era should have been buried forever in the ruins. Now, I'll send you to sleep. Ye Immortal's cold voice rang out. Then, the space between his brows glowed and an invisible ripple rushed out towards Guemo. Guemo immediately retreated as if he had been struck by lightning. The demonic chi on his body trembled. His soul had suffered a terrifying attack. Your weakness is indeed your soul. Then die. Ye Immortal's eyes lit up. The light between his brows became even more dazzling as he continued to launch his soul attack. Ye Immortal was a reincarnated person. His soul was shockingly powerful, while Guemo had a weakness. His soul was in his eye sockets and had no defense. Although Gumo's soul wasn't weak, it was still very easy for him to be attacked without any defense. Kill! Bone Devil roared, wanting to take the initiative to attack. But as he charged out, he was struck by Yi Wuchen's soul attack. His body shook violently, and he retreated. The devil chi on his body faded, and his aura weakened. BZZ. Yi Immortal launched a few more soul attacks. Gumo's aura weakened even further. His soul was like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. Gumo, quickly enter the array. Don't fight him head-on. Xianxia shouted. It was obvious that Gumo wouldn't be able to hold on for long if this continued. His soul would be completely destroyed. When that happened, no matter how tough his bones were, it would be useless. Gumo turned around and charged towards Xianxia and the others. You won't be able to escape. Kill. Yi Immortal shouted coldly as he quickly chased after Gumo. At the same time, he used his Genesis technique, Destruction of the Sun. A sun appeared and shone brightly. Every ray of light was a ray of sword chi that enveloped Gumo. Clang clang clang. Gumo's body was hit by a series of attacks. His body was immediately stopped in its tracks. Crack, the formation Dandan and the others were in let out a cracking sound. The formation could no longer withstand the attacks and was about to collapse. Gumo, Dandan, and the others were now in grave danger. Activate the two formations together and defeat them. Yi Immortal ordered. At the same time, he increased the intensity of his attacks on Gumo. He used Genesis techniques to block Gumo's attacks and then used spirit attacks to attack him. As Yi Immortal's voice faded, 9 more heavenly human race experts flashed and set up a formation. These 9 members of the heavenly human tribe were all heavenly lords. They were all at the peak of the Divine Master realm, and each of them had a heart protection mirror on their chests. These heart-protecting mirrors were the carriers of their formations. Dense runes appeared on the surface of the 9 heart protection mirrors. The runes intertwined and connected into a single entity before transforming into a warrior clad in golden armor. The golden warrior wielded a golden battle sword and slashed at the formation where Xianxia and the others were in. The combined power of the two formations was too strong. Dandan and the others' formation couldn't withstand it at all. It collapsed after a few moves. Then, the 2 golden warriors charged at Dandan, Xianxia, and the others. The terrifying power made everyone's expression change drastically and their hearts turn cold. Xianxia, Xianxia, and Xiao Moon tried their best to resist, but they were too weak compared to the combined attack of the 9 heavenly human race experts. With just one move, they were sent flying. They coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and were severely injured. It's over. I haven't reached the peak of the universe yet. I don't want to die. Dandan screamed. Swish, at this moment, a spear light pierced through the void and stabbed at one of the golden warriors at an astonishing speed. The spear light was so fast that the golden warrior couldn't defend himself in time. Boom, the spear light pierced the golden warrior's head. However, the golden warrior's defense was also very shocking. He managed to block the spear light, but his body was sent flying. He crashed into a mountain rock and shattered a large piece of it. Swish, a figure appeared in the void. This figure was naturally Lu Ming. When he arrived, he saw that Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and the others were injured. In a fit of rage, he swung his war god spear and sent a golden warrior flying. Following that, Lu Ming swung his war god spear horizontally, striking another golden warrior. With a loud boom, the golden warrior was sent flying and crashed into a mountain rock. What a powerful joint attack formation, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. This was also a 9-man joint attack array formation. However, Lu Ming felt that the 9-man joint attack array formation of the heavenly human tribe was actually stronger than the one of the primordial light tribe. However, this wasn't hard to understand. The primordial light tribe's combined attack array formation had probably been refined by them, while the heavenly human tribe's combined attack array formation had probably been obtained from the purple heaven hollow. It was obviously more advanced and mysterious. Even joint attack arrays with the same number of people could be divided into different levels of strength. When Lu Ming had faced the 9-man joint attack array of the primordial light tribe, he had been able to break the opponent's array formation with a single blow. However, he hadn't been able to break the heavenly human tribe's combined attack array formation. Lu Ming, when they saw Lu Ming, Xianxia, Dandan, and the others, they were all overjoyed. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, you've finally made it. Let's CK them up. Dandan shouted. Little Qing, Autumn Moon, Yue, are you guys alright? Lu Ming looked at Xianxia and the others with concern. We're fine. Lu Ming, hurry up and save Senior Bone Devil. He can't hold on for much longer. Xianxia hurriedly sent a message to Lu Ming. At that moment, Lu Ming's gaze was fixed on Yi Immortal. His eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight and killing intent. Swoosh, Lu Ming turned into a stream of light and charged towards Yi Immortal, thrusting out his battle god spear. He immediately used the Sky Splitter form. Given Lu Ming's current strength, Yi Immortal's face turned grave and his heart thumped wildly in his chest. He couldn't be bothered to continue attacking Bone Devil. Instead, he brandished his sword and unleashed a Genesis art. Boom, their attacks collided, producing a deafening explosion. Violent shockwaves swept out in all directions. Die. Lu Ming didn't stop attacking after his first attack. He unleashed the primordial desolation form again. A continent formed and pressed down on Yi Immortal. Sword of the Heavenly Human, Destruction of the Sun. Yi Immortal unleashed another powerful Genesis art. Dazzling rays of light enveloped the entire area. Endless sword chi swept across the sky, attacking indiscriminately. In the end, both the primordial desolation form and Lu Ming were blocked. However, Yi Immortal's expression was extremely grave and ugly. After several exchanges, Yi Immortal realized that he was inferior to Lu Ming in terms of offensive power. How was this possible? Yi Immortal had lived for countless years, but he had rarely encountered such a situation. Lu Ming was only an 8th-layer divine master. Moreover, he didn't know any Genesis arts, but his battle prowess had already reached such a level. It was simply unbelievable. This was only possible when one's foundation and talent had reached an unimaginable level. It would have made sense in the primordial desolation continent of the previous era. After all, there were simply too many monsters back then. He had seen even more monstrous geniuses with even more shocking talents. But in this era, it was simply too unbelievable. Yi Immortal is only SOSO. Lu Ming's eyes were bright and brimming with confidence. Back in the Halo world, Lu Ming and Yi Immortal had fought for the human king body, but they had still been no match for Yi Immortal. But now, Lu Ming was able to fight Yi Immortal even though he was only 1 layer lower than him. This greatly boosted Lu Ming's confidence. Swish swish swish, Lu Ming brandished his war god spear. Spear lights crisscrossed as they repeatedly stabbed at Yi Immortal. The two engaged in an intense exchange of blows. On the other side, the heavenly human race's 2 9-man joint attack formations charged towards Xianxia and the others. However, Guemo had already recovered. Demonic chi surged and blocked the 2 golden warriors. Although Gumo's spirit had been damaged during his battle with Yi Immortal, he was still an existence that surpassed the strongest Lord of Heaven. His battle prowess was still very strong. Even though he wasn't at his peak, he had no problem blocking the attacks of the 2 golden warriors with his strong defensive capabilities. The joint attack formation didn't have any soul attacks. The strength of the souls of the other heavenly human race members was far inferior to Yi Immortal's. Even if they had soul attacks, they wouldn't have much of an impact on Guemo. This gave Xianxia, Qiu Moon, and the others a chance to catch their breaths. They took out divine pills and swallowed them to recover quickly. Not far away, Lord of Heaven of 100 Battles and the others' eyes lit up. They wanted to attack Xianxia and the others. However, Dandan and the others saw through them immediately. Dandan waved his hands and countless runes flew out. They combined with the damaged formations on the scene and set up another defensive formation. Although this formation was only set up temporarily, it was still very powerful when combined with the damaged formations on the scene. It wouldn't be a problem to block a few of the strongest Lord of Heaven for a while. The Lord of Heaven of 100 Battles and the others circled around and attacked. As expected, their attacks were blocked by the array. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Yi Immortal had already exchanged more than a dozen blows. Both of them were giving it their all and unleashing their ultimate moves continuously. Both of them were greatly drained. But at this point, Lu Ming's advantage was obvious. He had completely gained the upper hand and was beginning to suppress Yi Immortal. Clang, a spear light pierced Yi Wuxiu. However, Yi Wuxiu relied on his peak source-grade armor to block the spear light. Lu Ming was indeed slightly stronger than Yi Immortal in terms of direct attack power. However, Yi Immortal had the advantage of a soul-grade armor. Lu Ming could not completely suppress Yi Immortal and cause him much damage. Boom. Boom. Following that, the two of them exchanged a few more blows. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and blasted Yi Immortal with his spear. Of course, the attack power was still blocked by the armor on Yi Wuxiu's body. However, Yi Wuxiu's body was also sent flying and smashed into a mountain rock, shattering it. Damn it, Yi Immortal roared in his heart. Although he had blocked Lu Ming's attack with his armor and did not cause much damage to himself, he was still embarrassed. In the eyes of others, he was being crushed by Lu Ming. This was a huge blow to his prestige in front of so many heavenly human tribe cultivators. Who was he? He was the strongest patriarch in the history of the heavenly human tribe. But he was still defeated by Lu Ming even though his cultivation level was higher than Lu Ming's. It was really embarrassing. Kill. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and attacked Yi Immortal relentlessly. Yi Immortal roared in anger. The two of them continued to exchange blows. But after a few blows, Yi Immortal was sent flying by Lu Ming and crashed heavily into the ground. How could this be? In the surroundings, the heavenly humans' faces became deathly pale. Their bodies trembled as if they had suffered a great blow. In their hearts, the invincible patriarch Yi Immortal had actually been defeated in a single blow. Their faith had taken a heavy blow. This was even more unbearable than being suppressed themselves. Boom, Yi Immortal rushed up into the sky from the ground. His body was surging with a terrifying aura. He looked at Lu Ming with a ferocious expression. How many years had it been since the collapse of the great desolate continent and the beginning of the new epoch? However, he was humiliated by a young man. Unforgivable, however, he had lived for a long time after all. His mind was firm and he was astute, so he quickly calmed down. Go. A cold voice came from Yi Immortal's mouth. Today, he knew that he couldn't do anything to Lu Ming and the others. Although they had two 9-mana ray formations, Lu Ming's group had two people on the same level as him. Guimo wasn't at his peak right now. That was why the 9-mana ray formations were able to fight Guimo to a standstill. If Guimo was at his peak, the 9-mana ray formations might not be a match for him. If they continued to fight, they would be at a disadvantage. Upon hearing Yi Wuxiu's command, the rest of the heavenly human tribe members rushed toward Yi Wuxiu, including the two 9-man formations. They broke free from the bone demon's grasp and rushed toward Yi Wuxiu. Lu Ming didn't stop them. Yi Immortal was watching him closely. If he wanted to make a move, Yi Immortal would definitely stop him. He knew that although he was stronger than Yi Immortal, there was a limit to his strength. It was almost impossible for him to cause much damage to Yi Immortal. Moreover, after exchanging so many blows, he had expended a lot of energy. If this continued, it wouldn't be good for him. It was impossible for him to keep Yi Immortal and the others here. He might as well let them leave. Soon, the heavenly humans gathered behind Yi Immortal and slowly retreated. Before long, they had completely disappeared from Lu Ming's sight. Whoosh, Dandan and the others heaved a sigh of relief. It had been really dangerous just now. Fortunately, Lu Ming had arrived in time. Let's go. Let's leave this place first. Lu Ming said as he headed in another direction with Xianxia and the others. The battle just now had caused a huge commotion. They were afraid that it would attract the primordial light tribe. Before long, they arrived at the other side of the mountain range. There was a huge crack here that extended all the way into the depths of the mountain range. Dense purplish-gold paradise divine light constantly seeped out of the crack. Lu Ming and the others found a secluded place to rest at the edge of the crack. Dandan set up a concealment array formation that enveloped Lu Ming and the others. It was as if they had disappeared from their original spot. The others could not see Lu Ming and the others at all. After that, Lu Ming, Xianxia, Qiu, Dandan and the others sat down cross-legged and began to recover. In less than half a day, Lu Ming and the others had recovered to their peak condition. However, they did not leave. Instead, they stood guard here. Rather than wander around, it was safer to stay here. If they wandered around, they would easily encounter the primordial light tribe. If they stayed here, there was a chance that treasures would fly out of the crack. Moreover, now was not the time to enter the crack. They could only enter when the paradise divine light seeped out of the crack. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. They had indeed gained something by standing guard here. Every time there was a tremor, treasures would fly out of the crack. Of course, most of them were desolate crystals, which were immortal stones. However, they had also obtained an immortal crystal. They now had dozens of immortal crystals in their hands. These immortal crystals were good stuff. They contained origin imprints and were very useful to origin realm existences. Although they could not be compared to origin-grade divine herbs, they were still supreme treasures. During this period of time, the primordial light tribe had searched almost all the surrounding mountains and obtained some treasures. They had also entered the mountain that Lu Ming and the others had first entered and saw the 4 statues. However, the 4 statues did not react to the primordial light tribe at all. In another direction, the heavenly human tribe and the quasi-saint tribe had gathered together. The reason they had gathered together was to join forces against the primordial light tribe. Now, both the heavenly human tribe and the quasi-saint tribe had 5,000 to 6,000 people. In total, there were more than 10,000 people. During this period of time, Yuan Baji had also led people to attack the quasi-saint tribe and the heavenly human tribe. However, after a great battle, both sides had suffered losses. The primordial light tribe did not have much of an advantage. The primordial light tribe had the strongest Lord of Heaven. Although there were more powerhouses at the level of the top Lord of Heaven, the quasi-saint tribe and the heavenly human tribe were not inferior to each other. The quasi-saint tribe and the heavenly human tribe had won. As for the quasi-saint tribe, their foundation was very deep and they had mastered many joint attack battle techniques. The heavenly human tribe also had 2 9-man joint attack formations. This kind of strength was already very strong, and was not much weaker than the primordial light tribe. After this battle, the primordial light tribe did not continue to attack the quasi-saint tribe and the heavenly human tribe. If the primordial light tribe's strength could crush the quasi-saint tribe and the heavenly human tribe, they would naturally destroy the 2 tribes without any hesitation. However, when their strength was not much stronger, they hesitated. The primordial light race would have to think twice when they were not that strong. Once they fought, even if they could annihilate the celestial race and the quasi-saint race, they would suffer great losses. There were more than one living being in the Forbidden Lands. They were also competitors. If the primordial light race suffered great losses, how could they compete with the Tsungming race and the Malevolentine race? Their most important goal was to find enough resources to awaken more of their people. As for annihilating the quasi-saint race, the celestial race, the heaven destroyer, and the evil demons, that was secondary. As long as enough of their people were awakened, it would be easy to annihilate the quasi-saint race, the celestial race, the heaven destroyer, and the evil demons. Therefore, the major forces formed a balance around the realm aura. The quasi-saint race and the celestial race occupied one area, while the primordial light race occupied another. Everyone was waiting for the heavenly abode divine light to overflow from the realm aura. Then, they would enter the depths of the realm aura to search for treasures. Now that the heavenly abode divine light was so dense, no one dared to enter. If they encountered a giant beast formed by the heavenly abode divine light, they would die. That kind of giant beast was too terrifying. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Rumble, suddenly, a violent rumble came from the depths of the realm. At the same time, the ground shook violently. The tremor was stronger than before. The entire mountain range was shaking violently. Heavenly abode divine light kept rushing out from the cracks. Moreover, the cracks kept extending forward, tearing the mountains in the deepest part of the mountain range apart. There were 3 mountains in the deepest part of the mountain range that were still intact. The formations on them were also intact. At this time, dazzling rays of light appeared on the 3 mountains. Formations emerged one after another to resist the tearing of the cracks. Crash! Suddenly, everyone saw that the top of one of the mountains collapsed due to the tremor, revealing a corner inside. There were several light balls among them. Within each ball of light, there was a piece of black armor. Bang! Suddenly, one of the balls of light shattered, and a piece of black armor flew out like a bolt of lightning. It was flying in the direction of the primordial light race. In the process of flying, the black armor emitted a powerful aura, as if it was an invincible expert. That's an source-level weapon. No, it's a top-level source-level weapon. Many people cried out in alarm. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Qiu Autumn Moon, Dandan, and the others' eyes shone brightly. This battle armor was actually a top-tier soul-grade divine weapon. Not only that, it was a defensive-type item. Such a treasure was simply too rare. It was more than 10 times more valuable than a top-tier source-grade divine weapon of the same grade. Lu Ming's current shortcoming was his defense. If he had a top-grade defensive divine weapon, he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state when he encountered Yuan Yu and the others. He wouldn't have suffered such heavy injuries. Even turning defeat into victory wouldn't have been impossible. A top-tier defensive source-grade divine weapon was simply too valuable. Unfortunately, this armor was flying in the direction of the Primordial Light Tribe. A few Primordial Light Tribe martialists had already flown over. One of the Guangqian royal emissaries shot out a beam of light and bound the battle sword tightly before handing it over to Yuan Baji. Ambassador Guangqian was Yuan Baji's subordinate. What a pity, what a pity! Whether it was the quasi-immortal tribe, the heavenly human tribe, or Lu Ming and the others, they all sighed in their hearts. This kind of treasure was something the heavenly human tribe, the heaven destroyer tribe, and even the quasi-immortal tribe desperately needed. Among the heavenly human tribe, Lu Ming only saw Yi Immortal and Yi Qiuxian possessing such a treasure. Of course, some Origin Realm martialists might have such a treasure, but most people didn't. Obtaining such a treasure would greatly increase one's battle prowess. Therefore, everyone's eyes were fixed on the few mountains in the depths of the meridian. Just now, they saw that there were several similar armors in the collapsed corner of the hall. And that was only a corner of the palace that had collapsed. Were there any other similar armors in the palace that had not collapsed? Were there any other treasures apart from the battle armors, powerful qi refinement techniques from the previous era? Or a complete set of joint attack arrays? These were all unparalleled treasures. It seemed that there were many other incomparably precious treasures in the depths of the meridian apart from the divine herbs, immortal stones, and immortal crystals. Everyone rubbed their hands eagerly, waiting for the heavenly paradise light to dissipate completely. Maybe we can refine a treasure that can pass through the heavenly paradise light and enter the depths of the meridian first. At this moment, Dandan suddenly spoke. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Gu Mo, and the others' eyes lit up. Dandan, are you serious? Are you confident? Lu Ming asked. Of course, but we need the help of the space-time bubble. When the heavenly paradise light is not very dense, we can pass through it, Dandan said. However, Lu Ming and the others were still a little uncertain. Because Dandan's eyes were shining as he stared at the few mountains in the depths of the meridian. The light of greed was almost tangible. Lu Ming was really worried that Dandan was taking the risk out of desperation because of his greed. But in the end, Lu Ming decided to give it a try. Among all the parties present, they were relatively the weakest. Needless to say, the primordial light race had 3 Guangqian royal envoys, including Yuan Jiuji and Yuan Baji. There were also some terrifying joint attack arrays, such as the 21 people joint attack array. The quasi-saint race and the heavenly human race had already joined forces. Both sides had 2 Guangqian royal envoys, and there were also many joint attack arrays. Lu Ming and the others did not have the slightest advantage in a head-on competition. However, if they could enter the meridian first, they would be able to seize the opportunity and obtain a lot of treasures. Lu Ming and the others decided to let Dandan and Bubble give it a try. Immediately, they gathered the materials that Dandan needed. Dandan and Bubble began to refine. The others continued to wait. Immortal stones and immortal crystals flew out of the cracks and intercepted them. Soon, another month had passed. During this month, the area shook even more violently. Many of the arrays in the depths of the meridian were torn apart. It was only a matter of time before those arrays were completely torn apart. In addition, the heavenly abode divine light under the meridian was also very diluted. The heavenly abode divine light that was overflowing now was much thinner. Of course, it was still very dangerous for all parties. However, there were already people who could not bear it anymore. For example, the 3 Guangqian royal envoys of the primordial light race had already started to move. They rushed into one of the cracks. Obviously, they wanted to take the risk and enter first to seize the opportunity. Seeing this, the people of the heavenly human race and the quasi-saint race also could not bear it. The quasi-saint race's expert who was comparable to the Guanqian royal envoys also rushed into one of the cracks. Then, on the heavenly human tribe's side, Yi Immortal, who was covered in a suit of armor and covered in the perfect power of heaven, also rushed into a crack. All the experts who were comparable to the Guanqian royal envoys entered the meridian first, trying to seize the opportunity to seize the treasures. Lu Ming and the others were a little anxious. Dandan, are the treasures you refined ready? Lu Ming asked Dandan. Don't worry, it'll be ready soon, Dandan replied. Dandan's speed was fast, but in fact, it only took a day. A day later, Dandan refined 2 suits of armor. The armor was engraved with runes and was shrouded in the power of time and space. The aura of these suits is somewhat similar to the leap-crossing airship. Lu Ming took a closer look and found that the 2 suits of armor were somewhat similar to the leap-crossing airship. That's right. I refined them based on the leap-crossing airship and added the power of time and space. Given your Ngumo's strength, it shouldn't be a problem for you to wear these suits of armor and pass through the heavenly abode divine light. Dandan patted his chest and said. Should? Lu Ming looked at Dandan with distrust. Lu Ming really didn't trust this guy. Cough, cough. I used the wrong word. It's not should, it's should. Are you still worried about me? Dandan raised her head, looking as if she was a master. Of course not. Lu Ming replied without hesitation. You, Dandan gritted his teeth and wanted to kick Lu Ming's face. Lu Ming didn't give him any face. Don't worry. If there's a problem, I'll take my head to see you. Dandan gritted his teeth and said. Lu Ming muttered in his heart, but in the end, he took a suit of armor. At the same time, Guimo also took a suit of armor and put it on. You guys wait for us here. Lu Ming looked at Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and the others. After bidding farewell to them, he and Guimo rushed into a crack. Xianxia and the others hid in the concealment array. As long as they didn't go out, they should be safe. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming and Guimo dashed into the fissure. Their figures kept flashing as they avoided the heavenly abode divine lights. Although they had the armor refined by Dandan and Dandan's words could penetrate the heavenly divine light that was not very rich, Lu Ming and Bone Demon were not very confident. It was best to avoid it if possible. The 2 of them were extremely fast. Their figures flickered continuously as they charged towards the bottom of the crack. They dodged over a dozen heavenly abode divine lights in succession. But in the next moment, heavenly abode divine light, and the heavenly abode. This heavenly abode divine light covered an extremely wide area. There was no way to dodge it, and one could only face it head-on. Charge! Lu Ming and Gumo's power surged as they activated the armor made by Dandan and Bubbles, and rushed towards the heavenly abode divine light. Crash! The heavenly abode divine light hit the 2 of them, producing a crash. However, to Lu Ming's surprise, the impact wasn't very strong. The armor on his body glowed and produced a strange power. This strange power blocked the heavenly abode divine light. In addition, the space-time power on the armor also produced a very good isolation effect, blocking the heavenly abode divine light. It's really useful. Dandan is finally reliable for a few times. Lu Ming was delighted. Of course, this was just his habitual thought. Speaking of which, Dandan had become quite reliable ever since he came back from the Myriad Transformations ruins. Many times, it was thanks to Dandan's help that he was able to avert danger. However, Dandan didn't leave a good impression on people in the past. Therefore, many people subconsciously felt that Dandan wasn't very reliable. It was unknown how Dandan would feel if he knew Lu Ming's thoughts. Soon, Lu Ming and Guimo rushed through the heavenly abode divine light. The consumption of their energy was minimal. Not bad, not bad. This armor is really good. Lu Ming, this way, we can move freely under the heavenly abode divine light. We just have to avoid the particularly strong heavenly abode divine light. Guimo transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. He was also quite excited. The Guanqian royal envoy of the primordial light race, the heavenly human race, and the quasi-sage race's elites definitely wouldn't have an easy time facing the heavenly abode divine light. Even if they had entered a day earlier, their speed would still be far inferior to theirs. The 2 of them accelerated and rushed downwards. This heavenly abode divine light vein was very large and very deep. The two of them went downwards for hundreds of thousands of miles before reaching the deepest part of the crack. Divine medicine. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw several stalks of divine medicine growing on a cliff. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and appeared near the divine medicine. It was a main-level divine medicine. Although it was a main-level divine medicine, its medicinal strength was incomparably dense, far above that of an ordinary main-level divine medicine. Although it couldn't compare to the sky jade ginseng that Lu Ming and the others had obtained before, Lu Ming sensed for a moment and discovered that the medicinal strength of this main-level divine medicine was dozens of times greater than that of an ordinary main-level divine medicine. This was because the energy in the depths of the Qi meridian was too dense. These main-level divine medicines had absorbed such dense energy over the years. The medicinal strength accumulated was simply too dense. Lu Ming waved his hand, controlling the taboo power. He plucked a few main-level divine medicines and stored them in the Great Desolation Ring. They urgently needed this kind of main-level divine medicine. Whether it was Lu Ming, Ling Yue, Dandan, or Bubbles, they all needed it to cultivate. After that, they would be able to discover main-level divine medicines from time to time. Every main-level divine medicine, no matter what type it was, had medicinal strength that was far above the main-level divine medicine outside. In just over an hour, he had obtained dozens of these main-level divine medicines. At this time, they had also landed at the bottom of the crevice. Great Desolation Crystal. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. At the bottom of the crevice, there were densely packed Great Desolation Crystals. These Great Desolation Crystals were embedded in the cliff. It was unknown how fast they were. Unfortunately, it wasn't like the Qi meridian from before, which was an entire vein. However, this was only a corner of the Qi meridian, so it was normal that it didn't form an entire vein. Lu Ming and the Bone Demon took out their divine weapons and dug. Digging one piece at a time was too slow. They cut off the rocks and kept them in their storage rings. When they had time, they would organize them one by one. It took them half a day to plunder all the Great Desolation Crystals here. Lu Ming estimated that there were at least 50 million of them. Don't think it's too little. One had to know that this was only a corner of the Qi meridian, and there was already so much content. Who knew how many Great Desolation Crystals were contained in the center of the Qi meridian? After plundering, the two of them followed the crevice and headed in another direction. In the blink of an eye, they had been in the crevice for several days. In these few days, their harvest was extremely great. There were already more than 100 main-level divine medicines. There were also more than 200 million Great Desolation Crystals. If the main-level divine medicine were to be exchanged for Great Desolation Crystals, in addition to the Great Desolation Crystals he had obtained, it would be close to 500 million. That's source-level divine medicine. Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart beat wildly. Lu Ming's eyes lit up when he saw a source-level divine herb in front of him. It was a source-level divine herb that looked like a poria. A small divine herb was running around on top of the divine herb. A dense medicinal fragrance permeated the air. However, it wasn't a top-tier source-level divine herb. It was just an ordinary one. A top-tier source-level divine herb was like a living creature that could run around. However, even an ordinary source-level divine herb was priceless. Lu Ming only had one in his possession. Source-level divine herbs were extremely useful to reciprocity cultivators. They could rapidly increase their cultivation base. Lu Ming and the Bone Demon quickly arrived before the source-level divine herb. Nothing strange happened. Very soon, Lu Ming moved the source-level divine herb into his chaotic ring. There's a fork here. Which way should we go? The Bone Demon asked Lu Ming. That way, where the Primordial Light Clan resides. Lu Ming looked to the left. That was where the Primordial Light Clan resided. Lu Ming planned to head to where the Primordial Light Clan resided. They had the armor refined by Dandan, so they might be able to get ahead of the Primordial Light Clan and plunder all the treasures there. The two of them quickly headed to the left, plundering all the treasures they saw along the way. Be careful. There's someone up ahead. The Bone Demon suddenly whispered. The Bone Demon's spiritual senses were extremely sharp, so he could sense that there was someone up ahead. This place was filled with the heavenly paradise light. Ordinary people's spiritual senses would be greatly affected. Once they were far away, their spiritual senses would be greatly affected. However, the bone demon was an reciprocity cultivator at his peak. His spiritual senses were extremely sharp, so even if they were affected, they would still be much stronger than ordinary people at the same level. Lu Ming and the bone demon quickly stopped and found a hidden place to hide. Then, they carefully peered in a certain direction. On one of the cliffs, there was a cave, and inside the cave, there were 3 figures. They were the 3 Guanqian royal envoys of the Primordial Light clan. 2 of them were standing. One of them was sitting cross-legged, as if he was healing himself. One could see that there was a wound on that person's body that was flickering with purple golden light. That was clearly a wound left behind by the heavenly paradise divine light. Evidently, the Guanqian royal envoy had been injured by the heavenly abode light, and was currently recuperating. The heavenly paradise divine light in that area is denser than in other areas. The primordial light tribe should have been injured there. Bone Devil pointed in a direction and transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded and said, that area might contain even more treasures. Let's go and take a look. They were wearing armor made by the Dandan. Even if the primordial light race's Guanqian emissary was injured there, they might not be injured. The 2 of them concealed their auras and carefully circled around from the other side. The members of the primal light tribe didn't sense them. Soon, the 2 of them approached the region and rushed in. Hoo, the paradise god light continued to swirl around like a raging gale as it slammed into the 2 of them. However, it was blocked off by their armor. As such, the 2 of them didn't receive much of an impact. The 2 of them continued to venture deeper and deeper, traversing several hundred miles. Sure enough, they found a large number of chaos crystals, as well as many main-grade godly medicines. The 2 of them began to loot without restraint. The 2 spent a few days searching for the ancient desolation crystals and the primary godly herbs in the place. They even found 2 source-grade godly medicines. Of course, there was no lack of treasures like immortal crystals. What a great harvest! Lu Ming's face was full of smiles. Lu Ming didn't calculate the exact amount of chaos crystals and main-grade godly medicines that they had obtained over the past few days. However, he estimated that if all of them were exchanged for chaos crystals, they would be worth at least 1 billion. This was very shocking. One should know that the entire chaos crystal mine that they had obtained previously had only been worth a little more than 1 billion chaos crystals. However, this place was obviously not the core mine. It was really shocking that there were so many chaos crystals here. After looting everything, the 2 of them left in one direction, ready to explore other areas. Lu Ming, it's you. Suddenly, an angry roar was heard. Lu Ming took a look and sneered. The person who had shouted earlier was Yuan Yu. Yuan Yu and the 2 Guanqian imperial envoys under Yuan Jiuji had broken through the slightly thinner heavenly abode light and rushed here. As soon as they rushed in, they saw Lu Ming and Gumo. Then, they saw an empty space without even a single chaos crystal. There really wasn't a single chaos crystal left. Lu Ming and the others had looted everything, leaving nothing for them. They were furious, unable to restrain their anger. The 3 Guanqian imperial envoys rushed toward Lu Ming and Gumo in a frenzy. Light beams filled the sky like 3,000 sharp swords, stabbing toward Lu Ming and Gumo. Let's go. Lu Ming and Gumo didn't fight. They rushed in another direction, planning to retreat first. With the same battle strength, 2 against 3, they were obviously at a disadvantage. Lu Ming could easily suppress one of them in a one-on-one battle, but he was definitely no match for 2 Guanqian imperial envoys. The 2 of them retreated while blocking the light beams. Die for me. This time, we can't let them escape. The Guanqian imperial envoys roared as their bodies turned into rays of light. The rays of light turned into different divine weapons, increasing their speed sharply as they charged toward Lu Ming and Gumo. Clang. Bone didn't care about defense. He fought 1 against 2 and blocked the attacks of the 2 Guanqian ambassadors. However, even though he managed to block the attacks of the 2 Guanqian ambassadors, he was still sent flying. He crashed into a dense heavenly paradise light. Fortunately, he was wearing the armor refined by Dandan and had amazing defense, so he successfully blocked the attack. On the other hand, Lu Ming easily blocked the attack of the 3rd Guanqian king. Gumo, let's go to the place where the heavenly abode light is dense. Lu Ming came to Gumo's side and transmitted a message to him. Then, the two of them changed direction and rushed toward the direction where the heavenly abode light was dense. Coincidentally, a wave of dense heavenly abode light rushed over from that direction. Lu Ming and Gumo relied on the armor refined by Dandan to rush into the heavenly abode light. Although they also suffered a great impact, the armor successfully neutralized a portion of the impact. Coupled with their own strength, they were able to withstand the impact. However, the three Guangqian imperial envoys didn't have this ability. They simply didn't dare face such a dense heavenly abode light head-on. Thus, they hurriedly dodged. By the time they avoided the heavenly abode light, they had already lost track of Lu Ming and Gumo. Damn it, Yuan Yu and the other two Guangqian imperial envoys roared angrily. Lu Ming and Gumo had actually been able to ignore the heavenly abode light and come here before them to plunder all the treasures. Immortal stones, immortal crystals, and divine medicines were more precious than source-grade divine weapons and combined array formations. They didn't lack source-grade divine weapons or combined array formations. What they lacked were immortal stones, immortal crystals, and divine medicines, which contained rich energy and could help awaken more of their people. In the following period of time, Lu Ming and the Bone Demon were active under the crevice and obtained quite a few Great Desolation crystals and main-level divine medicines. At this time, the Great Desolation crystals and main-level divine medicines in the underground crevice had almost been completely plundered. This was because this was not the core of the Qi Meridian. The core of this Qi Meridian was at the bottom of the three mountain peaks in the deepest part. The Great Desolation crystal vein should be there. That place had not cracked open yet, and the heavenly passage divine light had not overflowed yet. It was still very terrifying, and they could not enter for the time being. Since it was not in the core area, the number of treasures it contained was naturally limited. Seeing that there was nothing left to gain, Lu Ming and the Bone Demon left the underground and returned to the surface to meet up with Xianxia, Dandan, and the others. Then, Lu Ming and the Bone Demon took out their harvest from this trip. Everyone began to organize it, digging out the Great Desolation crystals from the rocks one by one. After calculating, the number of Great Desolation crystals was more than 1 billion. In addition to those main-level divine medicines, if exchanged for Great Desolation crystals, it would be equivalent to 500 to 600 million Great Desolation crystals. In total, it would be close to 2 billion Great Desolation crystals. This was a huge amount. However, to Lu Ming and the others, it was not a big number. Right now, Lu Ming, Ling Yue, Wan Shen, Dandan, Bubbles, and Tang Jun were all at the 8th level of the Divine Master realm. Needless to say, Lu Ming needed at least 5 billion Great Desolation crystals for his breakthrough, or even more. As for Ling Yue, Wan Shen, Dandan, Bubbles, and Tang Jun, they were all peerless geniuses in the universe. The power they controlled was also not to be underestimated. The energy required to break through to the 9th level of the Divine Master realm was also extremely shocking. Although it could not compare to Lu Ming, it was not too far off. More than 1 billion, or even more than 2 billion, was normal. 2 billion Great Desolation crystals was at most enough for one person to break through. In the end, everyone discussed and decided to give these treasures to Dandan to break through first. Dandan majored in the Tao of rune formations. Relatively speaking, the resources needed for a breakthrough were slightly less. Of course, this was in comparison to Lu Ming and the others. To others, 2 billion might not be enough, but to Dandan, 2 billion should be enough. Also, along the way, Dandan's formation had played a huge role. He believed that it would still play a huge role in the future. Everyone agreed. Dandan did not hold back and began to refine the desolate gems and divine medicine to break through to the next realm. With the support of the formation, the speed of refining the desolate crystals increased greatly. However, refining so many desolate crystals still required a period of time. Not long after Lu Ming and the others came out, the Guangqian royal envoy of the primordial light race, the powerhouses of the quasi-immortal tribe, and the Yi-immortal also came out one after another. When Yuan Jiuji heard that Lu Ming had stolen their treasures again, he was unable to restrain his anger. He sent out a large number of people to search for Lu Ming and the others. Unfortunately, they could not find the concealment formation set up by Dandan. In the end, they naturally came up empty-handed. Ninth brother, in this purple heaven grotto heaven, whether it is Lu Ming and the others, the quasi-immortal tribe, or the heavenly human tribe, they have all obtained opportunities and become stronger and stronger. If this continues, it will be more and more disadvantageous for us to obtain more resources. We should let more of our people in. Yuan Baji and Yuan Jiuji discussed. I also have the same idea. With the resources we have obtained during this period, we will definitely be able to wake up many of our people. Seventh brother should also have a lot of gains. Let's send him a message and let him send people to bring the resources back to the tribe. If sixth brother or fifth brother can wake up and enter purple heaven grotto heaven, Lu Ming, the quasi-immortal tribe, and the heavenly human tribe will all die at that time. Yuan Jiuji said with a sinister expression. Immediately, Yuan Baji and Yuan Jiuji sent out experts to take a large number of resources and left purple heaven grotto heaven on a flying boat. In purple heaven grotto heaven, one could leave at any time as long as they took the flying boat. Then, they sent another message. The target was Yuan Baji and Yuan Jiuji's seventh brother, Yuan Qiji. On the other side, where the heavenly human tribe was. Some experts of the Yi Immortal and the heavenly human tribe were also discussing. Still haven't found any traces of the source divine tea? The Yi Immortal asked with a gloomy face. In the previous battle, he was actually suppressed by Lu Ming. Even with his deep thoughts, he had been in a bad mood during this period of time. Lu Ming's rise was too fast. Even he, an overlord who had lived for countless years, felt great pressure. He had to increase his strength as soon as possible to kill Lu Ming. And the source divine tea was a peerless treasure that could allow him to increase his strength quickly. This was because the origin divine tea could allow him to reach peak godly master quickly. Generally speaking, it was difficult to use treasures or resources to reach peak godly master from a 9th tier godly master. One had to slowly comprehend it, accumulate it, and achieve it naturally. No matter how talented one was, it was difficult to achieve it in one go. However, there were all sorts of strange things in the universe. The source divine tea could defy the heavens. It could allow a 9th tier godly master to quickly break through. However, the source divine tea was too rare and precious. It had only appeared in ancient records. No one had seen it in real life. To be more precise, the origin divine tea was a type of source divine medicine. A top-grade source divine medicine. It could move freely like a living being. Previously, in another ruin in purple heaven grotto heaven, the Yi Immortal had discovered the source divine tea by accident. He had followed the origin divine tea all the way here. That was right. The Yi Immortal had not come here on purpose. He had followed the origin divine tea here. Unfortunately, the origin divine tea had disappeared into the meridians as soon as it had arrived. The Yi Immortal had been sending people to search for it all this time. The heavenly human tribe members present all shook their heads, indicating that they had not found it. The Yi Immortal's face darkened even more. A terrifying aura emanated from his body, causing the other heavenly human tribe members to hold their breaths. At this moment, the Yi Immortal's expression changed. He waved his hand, and a voice transmission jade talisman appeared in his hand. Someone had sent him a message. He scanned it with his spiritual consciousness, and a look of joy appeared on his face. I found traces of the origin divine tea. Follow me. Remember to keep it a secret. Don't let the quasi-saint tribe or other factions find out. The Yi Immortal warned. Then, the Yi Immortal led a small number of heavenly human tribe members and left quietly. A day later, the Yi Immortal returned with the heavenly human tribe members. There was a look of joy on his face, but it was also a look of pity. He opened his palms, and 2 emerald green leaves appeared in his hands. These 2 leaves were not ordinary leaves at first glance. They were very mysterious and shone with a green luster. On the leaves, there were shadows that flickered continuously. They transformed into all kinds of wild beasts at one moment, and all kinds of divine weapons at other times. They were mysterious and unfathomable. There were thousands of changes, and they seemed to contain endless profundities. It's a pity that the origin divine tea escaped. We only managed to obtain 2 of its leaves. The Yi Immortal muttered. The 2 leaves in Yi Immortal's hand were the origin god tea leaves. But it's enough. One origin god tea leaf per person is enough to break through. Yi Immortal thought to himself. Then, he said, when Yi Xian comes here, tell him to come see me. Understood. The others acknowledged the order and left. They knew that Yi Immortal was going to cultivate in seclusion. After they left, Yi Immortal brewed a pot of tea. He tossed a origin god tea leaf into the water. The tea's aroma immediately filled the air. A refreshing aroma filled the air. One would feel refreshed with just a whiff. Yi Immortal drank the tea in one gulp. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began cultivating. Several days later, Yi Immortal stopped cultivating. He brewed another pot of tea. After drinking it, he continued cultivating. As time passed, the tremors underground grew more intense. A huge crack had appeared on the foremost peak of the three mountains in the depths of the Qi vein. Many of the formations on the mountain had been destroyed. Time passed quickly. It had been 3 months since Lu Ming emerged from the crack. Boom! A powerful aura emanated from Dandan's body. After 3 months of cultivation, Dandan's cultivation base had finally broken through. He was now a 9th-tier divine master. However, Dandan had used up almost all of the desolate gems and main-grade divine herbs that Lu Ming had brought back. After Dandan broke through, he joined forces with Bubbles to forge an armor that could withstand the heavenly paradise divine light. With their previous experience, Dandan and Bubbles were already familiar with the process. Their forging speed increased greatly. In just 2 months, Dandan and Bubbles had forged 8 pieces. Together with the 2 pieces that Lu Ming and Gu Mo had forged, they now had 1 each. How about it? Shall we enter the depths of the Qi vein together? We'll take all the desolate gems in the depths of the Qi vein. Dandan's eyes shone as he stared at the depths of the Qi vein. The others also looked tempted. Previously, Lu Ming and Bone Demon had only circled around the Qi vein and had already obtained treasures worth 2 billion. Then, just how many resources would the primal crystal vein in the depths of this Qi vein contain? More than 10 billion. Once all of them were captured, they would have all the cultivation resources they needed. Lu Ming was also very tempted. Once he obtained all the resources in this meridian, he would definitely have the resources to break through to the 9th tier of the Divine Master realm, greatly increasing his battle prowess. At that time, he wouldn't even care about the Guanqian Imperial Envoy. After nearly half a year, the heavenly abode divine light in the depths of the meridians had overflowed a lot. Now, the heavenly abode divine light in the meridians had become much thinner. With the armor refined by Dandan, they might be able to break in and plunder all the treasures inside first. Let's go and give it a try. If it really doesn't work, you can enter my desolate ring. Lu Ming reminded. Then, they put on their armor and prepared to enter the depths of the meridians through the crack. However, just as Lu Ming and the others were about to set off, an intense rumble came from the ground. A terrifying beast roar came from the depths of the meridians. That is, the expressions of Lu Ming and the others changed drastically. The beast roar coming from the depths of the meridians reminded them of the giant beast formed by the heavenly abode divine light. Previously, there was such a giant beast in the periphery. Would there be one in the depths of the meridians as well? They immediately stopped. What a joke. If they entered the depths of the meridians and encountered such a giant beast formed by the heavenly abode divine light, it would be very dangerous. They would have to hide in the desolate ring. Fortunately, they had set off a little later. Roar. 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 Then, beast roars came from the depths of the meridians. Dense heavenly abode divine light rushed out continuously. Whoosh! Suddenly, a giant beast rushed out from the depths of the meridians. Its terrifying aura covered the entire meridians. This giant beast was like a giant bird. Its entire body was purple gold. Without a doubt, it was formed by the heavenly abode divine light. These giant beasts formed by the heavenly abode divine light did not have much intelligence. Of course, it might be because there was not enough time. After a long time, they might develop intelligence. These giant beasts had been living in the depths of the meridians, absorbing the heavenly abode divine light to strengthen themselves. When the earth collapsed, they were alarmed. They instinctively rushed out and attacked crazily. This giant bird was no exception. After it flew out, it attacked crazily. Countless terrifying heavenly abode divine lights bombarded the various parts of the meridians. They also bombarded the formations of the 3 mountain peaks. Those formations exploded with dazzling light. They formed beams of terrifying light that fought against the heavenly abode divine light. The 3 mountain peaks in the depths of the meridians rumbled continuously. Powerful energy overflowed. Although the formations of the 3 mountain peaks were extremely terrifying, they were torn apart due to the collapse of the earth. They could not resist the giant bird formed by the heavenly abode divine light. They collapsed and exploded continuously. However, the body of the giant bird formed by the heavenly abode divine light was also shrinking rapidly. The light quickly dimmed. After about half an hour, the giant bird completely dissipated and turned into nothingness. However, the majority of the spirit formations on the 3 mountain peaks had been destroyed. Even if there were still spirit formations remaining, they were only a small portion. This was completely beyond the expectations of the various factions. Originally, according to their calculations, it would take at least a few months for the earth to collapse and tear apart the formations of the 3 mountain peaks. However, this was abruptly brought forward by a few months. At this moment, everyone's eyes were burning with passion. Let's go. Follow me to the mountain peaks. The treasures there are all ours. Yuan Jiuji and Yuan Baji gave the order. They led the experts of the primordial light race and rushed towards the 3 mountain peaks in the depths of the meridians. At the same time, the quasi-saint tribe and the heavenly human tribe also rushed towards the depths of the meridians. Let's go too. Lu Ming, Xianxia and the others also moved and rushed towards the depths of the meridians. The sudden change disrupted Lu Ming and the others' plans. They originally planned to go underground and plunder the treasures in the depths of the meridians before going to the mountain peaks to compete for the treasures on the mountain peaks. But now, they had to change their plans. The 3 mountain peaks in the depths of the meridians definitely contained precious treasures. Not to mention other things, just the source-level divine armors were priceless. They didn't want to miss out on it. They had to fight for it. The 3 mountain peaks in the depths of the meridians were arranged in a trapezoidal shape. The deeper they went, the more majestic the mountain peaks were. If they wanted to enter the second mountain peak, they had to pass through the first mountain peak. Every mountain peak was very majestic and occupied a very large area. Various forces were rushing towards the mountain peaks from different directions, rushing towards the peak of the mountain peaks. Lu Ming and the others were extremely fast. With Dandan around, they could easily avoid the remnants of the formations. Soon, they reached the top of the mountain. Roar, roar, roar. When Lu Ming and the others approached the top of the mountain, roars were heard. One by one, absolute corpses appeared and charged towards Lu Ming and the others. There were actually many extreme corpses on this mountain. At a glance, there were at least a few hundred extreme corpses that charged towards Lu Ming and the others. Only a few of the surrounding mountains had extreme corpses. It seemed like the 3 central mountains weren't that safe even if they didn't have an array. One could imagine that in the last era, these 3 mountains were the core of this meridian. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others all took out their divine weapons with blue firestones and charged towards the extreme corpses. The dozen or so extreme corpses at the front had shocking strength. They were all comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven. If they were in the primitive universe, a dozen or so existences comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven would definitely be a terrifying force. But now, Lu Ming and the others weren't afraid. Their divine weapons had blue firestones attached to them and could counter the extreme corpses. Moreover, Lu Ming and the others were much stronger than before. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Lu Ming and the Bone Demon took the lead and charged towards the dozen or so extreme corpses that were comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven. The war god spear vibrated and the spear light expanded. In an instant, 6 or 7 spear lights shot out and enveloped the 6 or 7 extreme corpses that were comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven. The sharp spear lights, together with the blue firestones, easily broke through the extreme corpses' protective black energy and pierced through their bodies. Then, a blue flame enveloped the extreme corpses and quickly extinguished the black energy on their bodies. On the other side, the Bone Demon was also powerful. He continuously slashed out with his purple gold battle axe and heavily injured the 6 or 7 extreme corpses. Lu Ming and the others didn't tangle with the extreme corpses for too long. With Lu Ming and the bone demon in the lead, they broke through the extreme corpses' encirclement and charged towards the peak of the mountain. In front of them, an extreme corpse appeared to block them. Luckily, there weren't any terrifying extreme corpses here, such as the silver-eating corpse. Therefore, they couldn't stop Lu Ming and the others. After a while, Lu Ming and the others appeared in a huge hall. This palace was truly enormous. That was because there was only a single palace at the peak of the mountain. It was continuous and unending. Dandan sensed the palace and discovered that there was no spirit formation inside. Thus, they rushed in. Strangely enough, when Lu Ming and his crew entered the palace, the absolute corpses did not chase after them, but stopped outside the palace. Inside the palace, passages crisscrossed, forming a large number of houses. It looked like they were for people to live in. Unfortunately, nothing was left behind. They searched dozens of houses but found nothing. It wasn't until they arrived at a particularly spacious hall that they finally made a discovery. Several glowing orbs floated in the air in the hall. At a glance, there were at least 100 of them. Within each ball of light, there was a scroll. That's right, they were all scrolls, not divine weapons or treasures. However, the eyes of Lu Ming and the others suddenly lit up. Sometimes, the contents recorded in the scrolls were even more precious than divine weapons. For example, it recorded the various chi cultivation techniques of the previous era, or recorded the various rune formations, or even the way to refine divine weapons, or the way to refine joint attack formation carriers, etc. All of these were priceless treasures. All of them could increase the strength of a large force and become the most profound foundation. This was not something a single divine weapon could compare to. A single divine weapon could only benefit one person, but all of these could benefit almost everyone. For the development of a large force, it was extremely important. Swoosh, Lu Ming was the first to rush out. He grabbed at a ball of light with his hand. The defensive power of the ball of light was not strong. It was probably because too much time had passed that its power had weakened too much. Lu Ming grabbed the ball of light and easily grabbed a scroll in his hand. Lu Ming could not wait to open the scroll, wanting to see what was inside. However, after opening it, Lu Ming was dumbfounded. This was because Lu Ming did not recognize any of the words inside. It's all the words of the previous era, Lu Ming sighed in his heart. However, it did not matter. He could take the Heaven Destroyer back and let the experts study it. In every force, there were people who specialized in studying the words of the previous era. Over the countless years, by excavating the ancient books in the ruins of the universe and continuously studying them, almost all of the words of the previous era had been deciphered. Even the heavenly human tribe and the demon tribe were passed down from the previous era. Among them, there were words of the previous era that were passed down. It seems that after leaving the Purple Heaven Cave, I have to find time to learn the words of the previous era. Lu Ming thought in his heart. As his cultivation improved, he would come into contact with more things of the previous era. Therefore, it was very necessary to learn the words of the previous era. Otherwise, if he really encountered some fortuitous encounters, he might not be able to obtain them. With a thought, he put away the scroll. Then, Lu Ming pounced on another scroll. At the same time, Xianxia, Autumn Moon and the others also started to collect the scrolls. Soon, more than 30 scrolls fell into the hands of Lu Ming and the others. Someone's here. Be careful. Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He felt that someone was rapidly approaching. Then, a terrifying aura surged like a tide, filling the hall with a gloomy aura. It's the people of the Yuanguang tribe. Lu Ming looked around and realized that it was the people of the Yuanguang tribe. Almost all of the elites of the Yuanguang tribe had arrived. The leaders were Yuan Jiuji, Yuan Baji, and the 3 Guanqian royal ambassadors. In addition, there were some elites who had set up a joint attack formation. Lu Ming, as soon as he saw Lu Ming, Yuan Jiuji's eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. He shouted, "Kill them! Kill! Kill, kill!" The 3 Guanqian royal ambassadors were the fastest. Before Yuan Jiuji could finish his words, the 3 of them had already pounced on Lu Ming and the others. Their bodies glowed and combined with their divine weapons to launch a terrifying attack. Lu Ming and Guemo rushed out and used all their strength to block the attacks of the three Guanqian royal ambassadors. Boom! Boom! A few earth-shattering explosions erupted. Violent energy swept around the hall and directly pierced through it. Large holes were blasted open and debris flew everywhere. The hall used to be extremely sturdy. Unfortunately, too much time had passed and it had decayed. It could not withstand the attacks of Lu Ming and the others. Moreover, the powerful energy destroyed those balls of light. However, those scrolls, either because they were protected by the balls of light or because they were very hard, were not damaged. However, they flew in all directions amidst the surging energy. Lu Ming and Guemo retreated quickly. "Let's go!" Lu Ming shouted. He waved his hand and activated the ancient desolation ring. Xianxia and the others were put into the ancient desolation ring. Then, he and Guemo flew in the same direction. The Yuanguan tribe's combat strength was obviously above theirs. Moreover, the Yuanguan tribe had not used their joint attack formation yet. Naturally, it was best to retreat. Chase! Chase after them! Nine Origin roared and gave the order to pursue while he led some people to grab the scrolls. However, there were still many scrolls that flew into the distance. The three Guanqian royal emissaries chased after Lu Ming and Guemo. However, the palaces here were crisscrossing and the terrain was complicated. The speed that the Yuanguan clan was so proud of could not be displayed. On the other hand, Lu Ming and Guemo dashed left and right. Soon, they completely shook off the three Guanqian royal emissaries. The three Guanqian royal emissaries had no choice but to leave. After shaking off the three Guanqian royal emissaries, Lu Ming and Guemo found a safe place and released Xianxia, Qiu Moon, Dandan, and the others. "Those guys, when my cultivation reaches the peak of the Divine Master realm, I will find a chance to kill them," Dandan said unhappily. Dandan was not bragging. He was good at formations. If his cultivation went further and reached the peak of the Divine Master realm, he might be able to take care of the Guanqian royal emissaries if he spent more time and used some materials to set up formations. "Let's go look at other places," Lu Ming said. Next, they continued to wander around the palaces. Unfortunately, they did not find anything. "It seems that we can only rely on the last two mountains if we want to get the divine weapons, especially the last one," Dandan said. His eyes lit up when he mentioned the last mountain. The last mountain was the place where a corner of the palaces had collapsed and revealed a few balls of light that covered the soul-level divine weapons. "Let's go to the second mountain," Lu Ming said. They left and went to the second mountain. Between this mountain peak and the second mountain peak, there was an enormous chain connecting them. It was also the only passage between the two mountain peaks. If they wanted to go to the second mountain, they had to pass through this iron chain. Because this area contained a no-fly zone, it was impossible to fly. If they wanted to go to the second mountain, they had to pass through this iron chain. However, when Lu Ming and the others approached the iron chain, they stopped. This was because the other end of the chain was blocked by someone. Yuanguan clan, that's right, they were still from the Primordial Light clan. They had already passed through the chains and were guarding the second mountain peak. It was clear that if someone were to pass through the chains, they would definitely suffer a terrifying attack. Damn it! The Primordial Light tribe is clearly trying to trap everyone here so that they can monopolize the treasures behind. Dandan growled. Should we charge over? An ominous glint flashed in the eyes of the myriad gods. They had a joint attack formation. If they attacked with all their might, they might be able to catch the other party off guard. No need. The celestial race and the quasi-saint race will definitely not give up. Let's find a place to hide first and wait for them to attack first. Lu Ming said. Good idea, we can just sit back and reap the benefits. Guemo laughed. They found a secluded place to hide, and at the same time, they could see the situation at both ends of the chain. After a period of time, people from the quasi-saint tribe appeared in another direction. However, they didn't make a move. Instead, they hid somewhere like Lu Ming's group and waited for others to make a move. Then, people from the celestial race also appeared. They were also hiding somewhere. Ancestor, the primordial light tribe is blocking our way. What should we do? The Lord of Heaven asked. Wait for the others to make a move. Ye Immortal said. Lu Ming's group, the celestial race, and the quasi-saint race all made the same choice. They all wanted to wait for others to make a move so that they could reap the benefits. Therefore, they waited for a few hours, but no one made a move. Boom, suddenly, a violent explosion erupted from the second mountain peak. Rays of light shot into the sky and a palace exploded, sending debris flying everywhere. They could see a few huge figures fighting with an extreme corpse. These huge figures were the joint attack formation of the primordial light tribe. There were a total of 3 formations, and they were fighting against an extreme corpse. This extreme corpse was a silver-idine corpse. It was very powerful and was constantly fighting against the 3 formations. That palace had been destroyed by the combined attack of the silver-idine corpse and the array formation. That is, at this moment, the eyes of Lu Ming's group, the quasi-saint race, and the celestial race all lit up. There were 15 balls of light in that exploded palace. They could see that there was a saber in each of the 15 balls of light. Each saber was covered with dense runes. They were the carriers of the joint attack formation. That's right, they were the carriers of the joint attack formation. Moreover, they were the carriers of the joint attack formation of 15 people. The more carriers there were, the more people would set up the formation, and the more powerful and valuable it would be. The carriers of the joint attack formation of 15 people were left behind by the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven. It was definitely a masterpiece and priceless. The hearts of Lu Ming's group, the celestial race, and the quasi-saint race all sped up. Especially Lu Ming's group and the celestial race. The Heaven Destroyer and the celestial race all lacked such a joint attack formation. If they could bring it back and send 15 peak divine masters to set up the formation, it would definitely be very powerful. It would greatly increase their battle strength. The Lord of Heaven would definitely be no match for it. However, the primordial light tribe was guarding there. How were they going to get there? I wanted to hide my strength first and make a move at the critical moment. It seems like I can't hide it anymore. Ye Immortal muttered from the celestial race. Then, he ordered, you guys hide here first and wait for my news. After that, Ye Immortal stepped out and walked toward the iron chain. Ye Immortal is going to make a move. As soon as Ye Immortal walked out, he was discovered by Lu Ming's group and the quasi-saint race. Ye Immortal actually dares to make a move alone. Where did he get his confidence from? Xianxia said. Ye Immortal's battle strength was equivalent to a Guanqianwang envoy. Even if he was stronger than an ordinary Guanqianwang envoy with his divine weapon, there was a limit to it. As long as the other party attacked, 2 Guanqianwang envoys would be enough to suppress Ye Immortal. Moreover, there were 3 Guanqianwang envoys and many joint attack formations. Ye Immortal was no match for them at all. Ye Immortal actually dared to make a move, Lu Ming frowned. Based on his understanding of Ye Immortal was not an impulsive person. If he wanted to make a move, he would most likely be confident. Could it be that Ye Immortal's battle strength had skyrocketed in just a few months? A member of the celestial race? Haha, he's really courting death. Yuan. Jiuji sneered. He originally wanted to wait for Lu Ming's group, but he didn't expect to meet a member of the celestial race. But it didn't matter. He would just kill him. Ye Immortal stepped forward and landed on the iron chain. Step by step, he walked forward unhurriedly. Soon, he would pass through the iron chain and arrive at the second mountain. Kill. Yuan Baji waved his hand. Swoosh, swoosh. The 2 Guanqianwang envoys under Yuan Baji attacked Ye Immortal like 2 streaks of light. Their light beams were like thousands of sharp swords, piercing Ye Immortal into a beehive. Ye Immortal remained calm in the face of the fierce attacks from the 2 Guanqian royal envoys. Ye Immortal made his move when the thousands of strands of light neared him. Boom, a terrifying aura erupted from Ye Immortal's body, causing the void to explode and the world to lose its color. A battle sword had already appeared in his hand. Without a doubt, it was a top-notch source-grade divine weapon that was no weaker than Lu Ming's war god spear. Whoosh, Ye Immortal charged forward and slashed out a shocking sword light. As the sword light slashed out, the strands of light began to crumble. In an instant, thousands of strands of light exploded. The sword light did not stop and continued to slash at the two Guanqian royal envoys. The two Guanqian royal envoys were shocked. They turned into rays of light and used all their strength to block the attack. Boom, boom. After two loud explosions, the two Guanqian royal envoys retreated like kites with their strings cut. The light on their bodies dimmed and their auras withered significantly. Light controller. This is the strength of a light controller. One of the Guanqian royal envoys shouted in shock. His eyes were filled with shock. The other members of the Yuanguang race, such as Yuan Jiuji and Yuan Baji, were also shocked. It was not just the Yuanguang race. Lu Ming and the rest of the quasi-saint race were also shocked. Peak Divine Master. Yi Immortal has broken through to the Peak Divine Master level. Dandan exclaimed. How can it be so fast? Logically speaking, it would take a long time for one to break through from the 9th level of the Divine Master realm to the Peak Divine Master level. Even an exceptional prodigy or a reincarnator like Yi Immortal wouldn't be able to do it so quickly. Tang Jun also exclaimed in shock. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. She was also a reincarnator and had been at the origin realm in her past life. She knew how difficult it was to break through from the 9th level of the Divine Master realm to the Peak Divine Master level. No matter how exceptional a prodigy was, it was impossible to break through in one go. Even a reincarnator was the same. Xianxia was also a reincarnator. Her cultivation had reached the 9th level of the Divine Master realm nearly 1,000 years ago. However, she had not broken through after so many years. Yi Immortal, a Peak Divine Master. Lu Ming whispered. He exchanged glances with Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Bone Devil, and the others. Their eyes were filled with solemnity. Yi Immortal was a 9th-tier Divine Master, and his fighting prowess was terrifying. He was equivalent to a Guanqian emissary, or even slightly stronger. In that case, Yi Immortal, who had broken through to the peak of the Divine Master level, was undoubtedly even more terrifying. Just now, with just one move, he was able to beat back and injure two Guanqian royal envoys. Bang! Bang! After defeating and injuring the two Guanqian princes, the Yi Immortal stepped on the iron chains and dashed toward the second mountain like a ray of light. Many people from the primordial light tribe were terrified as they retreated involuntarily. Get into formation. 21 people joined attack formation. 9 Origin roared. Suddenly, the figures of 21 experts beside him flickered and set up a joint attack formation. The formation transformed into a battle sword and slashed towards Yi Immortal. Heavenly Sword, Star Explosion. Yi Immortal's deep voice rang out as he slashed out with his sword. A huge star appeared in the void. The huge star rapidly expanded and collided with the battle sword formed by the Primordial Light Tribe's joint attack formation. Then, with a loud boom, it exploded, creating a terrifying destructive force. The battle sword formed by the joint attack formation trembled continuously and was sent flying backward. What terrifying power! Everyone's hearts pounded wildly. Yi Immortal's move was obviously in Genesis art. Moreover, it was a Genesis art that had never been used before. Its power was far greater than the Heavenly Sword, Moon's End and Sun's End. Obviously, the first two moves were more suited for group attacks, while this move was unparalleled in single-target attacks. It was very likely that Yi Immortal couldn't use it before and would only be able to use it after he broke through to the peak of the Divine Master level. To be able to beat back the 21 people joint attack formation of the Primordial Light Tribe, its power was beyond imagination. The Patriarch is invincible. The people of the Heavenly Human Tribe were so excited that they were trembling all over. Who in the world could compare to a Divine Master with such battle prowess? Yi Immortal seized the opportunity and rushed over the iron chains. Heavenly Sword, Moon's End. Yi Immortal's cold voice rang out as he slashed out with his sword. A fragmentary moonlight appeared in the void and scattered thousands of rays of light, enveloping all the people of the Primordial Light Tribe. Every ray of light was a terrifying sword light. All the experts of the Primordial Light Tribe felt their hair stand on end as they sensed a fatal threat. Their light beam hair danced wildly. More than 1,000 of the Primordial Light Tribe's light beam hair danced together and intertwined to form an impenetrable defensive wall. However, the cultivation levels of the Primordial Light Tribe members present were uneven, so the power of their light beam hair was also uneven. Some of the stronger ones were naturally able to block Yi Immortal's attack, but some of the weaker ones couldn't. Their light beam hair was pierced through, and their bodies were also pierced by the sword light. In an instant, at least 100 Primordial Light Tribe members were killed. The other Primordial Light Tribe members were terrified and frantically retreated. Yi Immortal is really decisive in his actions. He's really a formidable person. Even Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh. Although the Yi Immortal and the Yi Immortal had a hostile relationship, he had to admit that the Yi Immortal was a formidable enemy. He was decisive in his actions and had killed hundreds of Primordial Light Tribe members without hesitation. He had offended the Primordial Light Tribe by doing so. The Primordial Light Tribe would definitely seek revenge in the future. However, Lu Ming also understood that regardless of whether it was the Heavenly Human Tribe, the Quasi-Immortal Tribe, the Heaven Destroyer, or the demons, they were all hostile to the creatures of the Forbidden Lands. Even if they didn't offend them, they would sooner or later fight to the death. Even if you didn't kill them, they would still kill you. However, understanding the reason was one thing, and daring to act so decisively was another thing altogether. Most people would think that they were lucky and wouldn't dare to offend the creatures of the Forbidden Lands. After repelling the Primordial Light Tribe members, the Yi Immortal's figure flashed and rushed toward the 15 battle sabers. It was obvious that the Yi Immortal was targeting the 15 battle sabers. A 15-man joint attack array was very useful. If 15 peak almighty people were to set up the array, their combat strength would be comparable to a Guanqian Imperial envoys or even higher. In this era where the origin source didn't exist, an elite at the level of the Lord of Heaven was already considered a top-notch combat strength. They could influence the outcome of a battle, let alone a Guanqian Imperial envoy's combat strength. A Guanqian Imperial envoy was the backbone of a force and the core combat strength of a force. His value was self-evident. Otherwise, the Yi Immortal wouldn't have taken the risk of offending the Primordial Light Tribe and acted decisively. Stop him. Stop him. Set up the array. Set up the array. Yuan Jiuji and Yuan Baji shouted at the same time. The 3 9-man joint attack arrays that had been battling the silver-eyed Yin Corps suddenly changed directions and attacked the Yi Immortal. Celestial Sword, Destruction of the Sun. The Yi Immortal slashed out with his sword again and a huge sun appeared in the sky, shining brightly. End of chapter. Yi Immortal had used a Genesis technique from the get-go. A great sun sprinkled down rays of light. Every ray of light was a ray of sword chi that was incomparably hot and capable of incinerating all things. This kind of attack was a large-scale attack, and it was an indiscriminate attack. In an instant, it enveloped the 3 9-man joint attack formations and the silver-eyed Yin Corps. Clang clang clang, the 3 9-man formations continuously clashed with the scorching sword chi. In the blink of an eye, they had clashed hundreds of times. In the end, 2 of the formations were knocked back and their light dimmed. The people who had set up the formations vomited blood and were seriously injured. There was also a formation that was attacked by 9 people, but it was even more miserable. It was directly destroyed, and the 9 people who set up the formation were pierced by thousands of sword lights and died. The carrier used by the 9-man formation wasn't damaged and Yi Immortal put it away with a wave of his hand. The protective black chi around the silver-eyed Yin Corpse was also pierced and hundreds of tiny sword holes appeared on its body. However, the silver-eyed Yin Corpse's vitality was extremely tenacious and it didn't die. Black chi surged around its body and the sword holes rapidly healed. Damn it, Yuan Jiuji's eyes turned red. The 9-man formation just now was his subordinate. Even in the Primordial Light Clan, a 9-man formation carrier was very precious. It was a huge loss for them to fall into Yi Immortal's hands. In Yuan Jiuji's heart, Yi Immortal's hatred was second only to Lu Ming's. At this moment, Yi Wuxian was about to make a move and take away the 15 battle blades. But then, a giant sword light slashed towards him. It was the 21 people under Yuan Jiuji's command. Facing an array set up by 21 people, even the current Yi Wuxian had no choice but to focus on the battle. Boom, the 2 sides clashed again, shaking the entire chi channel. Space shook and the mountain quaked even more violently. At the same time, the 21 people under Yuan Baji's command flickered and set up a great formation. That's right, Yuan Baji also needed a 21-man joint attack formation. Multicolored light soared into the sky, condensing into a huge battle saber. His battle saber sliced through the air and headed straight for Ye Immortal. Boom, Ye Immortal attacked with all his might and clashed with the giant saber. Even Ye Xiao couldn't match up to the 221 mana ray formations. He couldn't help but retreat. The terrifying power directly destroyed the other palace below. That is, many people's eyes suddenly widened. That was because there were also balls of light in the destroyed palace. There were a total of 12 balls of light, and within each ball of light was a spear covered with runes. It was the carrier of another joint attack formation. This mountain was different from the previous one. On the mountain peak in front of them, there was a huge palace that was connected together. The palaces on the mountain peak were separated. There were at least a dozen of them scattered across the vast mountain peak. Could it be that in every palace, there was a carrier of a joint attack formation? Many people's hearts raced. If that was the case, it would be invaluable. Even the primordial light race, which had a rich heritage, was tempted. It was too difficult to refine a joint attack formation. Not only were the materials extremely rare, but the refining requirements were also shockingly high. If there were really so many joint attack formation carriers, it would be a huge treasure trove. Collect! Ye Wuxiu roared and grabbed downwards with his palm. A gigantic claw was formed and enveloped the 12 spears below. As he channeled his energy, the light that enveloped the 12 spears exploded. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the 12 spears flew towards Ye Immortal and were collected by Ye Immortal. You're courting death. Kill him. Yuan Baji roared. The 221-man joint attack formations formed a saber and a sword respectively and attacked Ye Immortal. Both sides were in a pinnacle battle. Yuan Baji and his men appeared above the 15 battle sabers and began to collect them. Yuan Baji's face was a little gloomy. He also wanted the 15 battle saber formation carriers, but he had lost a lot of his men and couldn't compete with Yuan Baji. Go, follow me. Yuan Jiuji gave a low cry and led his subordinates, charging towards another hall. Perhaps each of the palaces here had a joint attack formation as a carrier. For the sake of the formation carriers, he couldn't care less about guarding the iron chain. Roar roar roar, at this moment, several angry roars came from the other palaces on the mountain. Following that, a few burly figures rushed out from a few palaces. These figures were shrouded in thick black qi. They were fierce and had a monstrous aura. They were absolutine corpses, and they were all silveridine corpses. There were actually so many silveridine corpses on this mountain. There were already 4 of them, plus the previous one, there were 5 of them. Silveridine corpses were equivalent to Guanqian royal envoys. Yuan Baji and Yuan Baji's faces changed drastically when so many of them appeared at once. Set up the formation and meet the enemy. Yuan Baji roared. Yuan Yu was the only Guanqian royal envoy left under his command. He definitely couldn't stop them and had to rely on the joint attack formation. At the same time, Yuan Baji also ordered his men to attack. A big chaotic battle broke out. Good opportunity. In the distance, Lu Ming and the others looked at each other, revealing a tempted look. Previously, they were all sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. Now, it was time to make a move. They were very tempted by those joint attack formations. They were too important for the current Heaven Destroyer. Among the current major forces in the universe, there was no need to mention the creatures in the forbidden areas. They had existed since the last era and had a deep foundation. They themselves had a large number of joint attack formations. The Quasi-Saint race also had a deep foundation and also had joint attack formations. Even the Celestial race had now obtained several sets of joint attack formations. On the Heaven Destroyer's side, except for Lu Ming and the others who had obtained a set of joint attack formations, the others didn't know the situation. Perhaps they would gain nothing. If this continued, the gap between the strength of the Heaven Destroyer and the other forces would become bigger and bigger. The competition between forces relied on the overall strength. The overall strength must be strong. Relying on the strength of a few people, they could win for a while, but in the end, it wouldn't last long. For example, Lu Ming defeated his opponent, but the overall strength of the Heaven Destroyer wasn't strong enough and couldn't occupy the vast universe. Ruins. Only when the overall strength was strong could they occupy a larger territory and obtain more resources. Little Qing, Autumn Moon, Dandan, you guys enter the Chaos Ring first. Bone Demon and I will rush over. When the time is right, I will let you guys out. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to everyone and then let them enter the Chaos Ring first. He and Bone Demon's figure flashed and rushed towards the iron chain like two streams of light. As soon as Lu Ming and the Bone Demon appeared, the people of the Primordial Light tribe noticed them. However, they were busy dealing with the Silver-Eating corpse, so how could they have the strength to stop Lu Ming and the Bone Demon? Soon, Lu Ming and the Bone Demon passed through the iron chain and rushed in another direction, disappearing in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. Seeing Lu Ming and the Bone Demon rushing over, the people of the Quasi-Saint tribe also showed signs of interest. In the end, Song Qiong also rushed toward the iron chain with the expert comparable to the Guanqian Imperial Envoy and several joint attack formations. They also successfully passed through the iron chain and entered the second mountain peak. As for the others, they continued to stay on the first mountain peak. This was because the battle ahead was too intense. There were too many experts participating, and they were all at the level of the Guanqian Imperial Envoy. Even the strongest existence like the Lord of Heaven would find it difficult to intervene. Wouldn't the others be courting death if they went over? Lu Ming and the Bone Demon were very fast. They quickly left the battlefield and appeared in front of a palace hall. Lu Ming moved his mind and released Dandan from the primitive ring. There are no formations in the palace hall. Dandan sensed carefully and said. Then, Lu Ming, the Bone Demon, and Dandan restrained their auras and rushed into the palace hall. They arrived at the center of the palace hall unimpeded and found something. There were 12 light balls wrapped around 12 battle swords. Each sword was covered with runes. They were the carriers of joint attack formations. Lu Ming, the Bone Demon, and Dandan were overjoyed. In every palace here, there was indeed a carrier for a joint attack formation. Fortunately, there was no danger in this palace hall and they didn't encounter any extreme corpse. Without hesitation, the three of them immediately broke the light balls and put away the 12 sword-type joint attack formations. A 12-person joint attack formation could be brought back to the Heaven Destroyer. If 12 peak Divine Master experts were to set up the formation, the Heaven Destroyer would have the strength of a Guanqian Imperial Envoy. Even if it wasn't as strong, the difference wouldn't be too big. The three of them were excited. They walked around the palace hall and confirmed that there were no other joint attack formations. Then, they left and went to another palace hall. The mountain peak was very large. Even the top of the mountain was very wide. Dozens of palaces were scattered around the mountain peak, and there was still some distance between them. After a while, Lu Ming, the Bone Demon, and Dandan appeared in front of another palace hall. Dandan sensed for a moment, but there were still no fluctuations of the array formation. The three of them walked in without worry. Sure enough, at the center of the hall, they found another joint attack formation carrier. There were still 12 carriers. It seemed that there were very few carriers of formations like the 15 sabers from before. However, there was a figure sitting cross-legged below the 12 combined attack formation carriers. Suddenly, the figure turned its head and looked at Lu Ming and the others. Its silver eyes were filled with a cold and brutal aura. Its body was covered in black gas. It was a Silver-Eating corpse. Roar, the Silver-Eating corpse roared. The black gas around its body surged. It pounced at Lu Ming and the others. Its sharp claws tore through the air. Its power was terrifying. Whoosh, Dandan threw out a handful of blue firestone powder. The blue firestone powder stuck to the Silver-Eating corpse. The blue firestone powder and the black gas around the Silver-Eating corpse collided, creating a sizzling sound. Lu Ming and the Bone Demon had already charged out, attacking the Silver-Eating corpse together. Lu Ming and the Bone Demon's battle strength were not weaker than the Silver-Eating corpse. With the addition of the blue firestone divine weapon, they could restrain the Silver-Eating corpse. No matter how strong the Silver-Eating corpse's vitality was, it was not a match for Lu Ming and the Bone Demon. In just a few moves, the Silver-Eating corpse was at a disadvantage. Lu Ming's spear pierced through its body. The energy of the blue firestone exploded from the Silver-Eating corpse's body. However, the Silver-Eating corpse was not ordinary. The blue firestone had a great restraining effect on ordinary extremine corpses, but it had a great effect on the silveridine corpse. The silveridine corpse's black gas exploded, constantly wearing down the flames of the blue firestone. Unfortunately, the bone demon's attack also arrived. The purple gold battle axe almost chopped off the silveridine corpse's head, causing the silveridine corpse to be even more seriously injured. Lu Ming and the bone demon's attacks did not stop. They were like a storm, constantly attacking the silveridine corpse. Although the silveridine corpse resisted with all its might, after more than 10 moves, it was still unable to resist. Its body was cut into several pieces, and it was completely killed. After killing the silveridine corpse, they put away the carrier of the joint attack array. Then, the three of them quickly left this place and headed for another hall. However, this time, when the three of them approached the hall, a terrifying aura pressed down on them. Lu Ming and the bone demon were fine, but Dandan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His expression changed greatly, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, Lu Ming and the bone demon came to Dandan's aid in time, blocking most of the power of the aura. They also pulled Dandan back quickly. A figure appeared at the entrance of the hall. His eyes were like stars, and his killing intent was as cold as frost. Ye Immortal, the figure that appeared from the hall was Ye Immortal. Lu Ming, I've been waiting for you for so long. The Ye Immortal said coldly. It was obvious that the Ye Immortal had used some unknown method to escape from the primordial light race's experts and arrived at this hall in advance. He had taken away the joint attack array carrier in the hall and laid an ambush here. His goal was to lure Lu Ming and the others into the trap. It was obvious that he had seen Lu Ming and the bone demon arrive at this mountain. Get into formation. Lu Ming, the bone demon, used the joint attack array to block him. Dandan shouted. In the blink of an eye, Yi Wuxiu appeared before Dandan had even finished speaking. Sword of the Heavens, Destruction of the Sun. The Yi Immortal used a terrifying Genesis technique the moment he attacked. A great sun appeared, and endless rays of light scattered down. Endless sword light pierced towards Lu Ming, the bone demon, and Dandan. Dandan, step back. Lu Ming shouted and stepped forward, shielding Dandan behind him. He thrust his palm forward, and a continent appeared above them. Then, the battle god spear danced wildly in the air, forming an airtight shield. The bone demon also attacked with all his strength, forming layers of defense. His body rapidly grew in size, using his body to block the sword light that filled the sky. PFF PFF PFF. The continent was instantly pierced through. Countless tiny sword holes appeared on it, and then it crumbled. The scorching sword light didn't stop, and it collided with Lu Ming and the bone demon. A series of collisions rang out, and the two were sent flying back. The bone demon was slightly better off. The Yi Immortal didn't use a spirit attack, and he withstood it with his sturdy immortal body. Lu Ming wasn't as well off. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and his face was pale. Several parts of his body had been pierced by the sword light. Get into formation, get into formation. Dandan roared. The Yi Immortal was too terrifying. Lu Ming and the bone demon were no match for him. Even escaping was a problem. When Yi Immortal was a 9th-tier divine master, his battle prowess was already at the level of a Guangqian royal envoy. Coupled with his top-tier divine weapons, his battle prowess was extremely terrifying. After breaking through to the peak divine master level, his battle prowess skyrocketed. There was already a huge gap between a 9th-tier divine master and a peak divine master. Even if Lu Ming and Guillemot joined forces, there was still a huge gap between them and Yi Immortal. They had to set up a 10-man joint attack formation to put up a fight. Lu Ming didn't hesitate. With a wave of his hand, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Bubbles, and the others appeared from the Chaos Ring. As soon as they appeared, they did not delay at all and immediately began to set up a formation. The formation of 10 people combined to form a huge figure. The figure wore black armor covered with barbs and held a halberd in its hand. It looked very ferocious. It was very different from the joint attack formation the heavenly human race had obtained. At the same time, Yi Immortal's attack arrived. This time, Yi Immortal used an even more terrifying Genesis technique. It was a single target attack, Sword of the Heavens, Star Explosion. A giant star pressed down on Lu Ming and the others. The giant star constantly surged, containing a terrifying amount of energy. Lu Ming and the others controlled the black-armored warriors to quickly retreat. At the same time, they swung their halberds with all their might. Boom, the halberd struck the star, causing it to explode with destructive energy. The black-armored warriors' bodies shook violently as they frantically retreated. The people who had set up the formation, such as Dandan, Bubbles, and Ling Yue, paled and almost vomited blood. However, Yi Immortal's attack was finally blocked. What a powerful attack! Lu Ming and the others were secretly shocked. One must know that when they set up the joint attack formation, they could easily suppress Guanqian royal envoys like Yuan Yu. At that time, Dandan, Bubbles, and the others hadn't reached the 8th tier Divine Master level yet. Their joint attack formation wasn't as powerful as it was now. Even though the combined attack array was stronger now, it still felt like it was no match for Yi Immortal. This showed just how strong the Yi Immortal was. Go! After blocking Yi Immortal's attack, Lu Ming and the others controlled the black-armored warriors to quickly retreat. Although the joint attack array could withstand Yi Immortal's attack, it was only temporary. The joint attack array consumed a lot of energy, especially for Dandan, Bubbles, Tang Jun, Ling Yue, and Wan Shen. They were only 8th level Divine Masters, so their energy would be quickly depleted. They had to shake off the Yi Immortal before they ran out of energy. You want to leave? Yi Immortal's eyes flashed with cold, murderous intent. His desire to kill Lu Ming was stronger than anyone else's. There was already a taboo sword ancestor. He did not want another Lu Ming to appear. The stronger the taboo sword ancestor was, the greater the impact it would have on the heavenly human tribe. Yi Immortal stepped forward and chased after Lu Ming and the others like a stream of light. He swung his sword, sending terrifying rays of sword light toward the black-armored warriors. However, these were not Genesis techniques. They were just ordinary attacks, so Lu Ming and the others easily blocked them. Even Yi Immortal couldn't use Genesis techniques all the time. Using Genesis techniques consumed a lot of energy. Even though Yi Immortal's control over his own energy had reached the pinnacle and he wouldn't waste any energy, he couldn't use Genesis techniques all the time. He would only use them when he was close enough. The two sides fought as they walked. In the blink of an eye, they were thousands of miles away. Sword of the Heavenly Human, Star Explosion. When the two sides were close enough, Yi Immortal used another terrifying Genesis technique. A star crashed toward the black-armored warriors, filled with terrifying destructive power. Lu Ming and the others could only meet the attack head-on. Boom, after the collision, the black-armored warriors were sent flying again. Their bodies were trembling, and the light on their bodies had dimmed significantly. This is bad, the hearts of Lu Ming and the others sank. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to last more than a few moves before Dandan and the others ran out of energy. Once their energy was depleted, the array would collapse. But from the looks of it, it would be very difficult for them to shake off Yi Immortal before the array collapsed. Let's enter the crack, Lu Ming transmitted to the others. They had to give it their all. He wanted to enter the crack and use the heavenly abode light in the depths of his chi channels to shake off Yi Immortal. Although it wasn't a good time to enter the depths of his chi channels, the heavenly abode light in the depths of his chi channels seemed to have gone berserk when the giant bird charged out. Dense heavenly abode light would rush out from the depths of his chi channels from time to time, making it very dangerous. However, they had the armor refined by Dandan, so they might be able to give it a try. Okay, let's do it. Xianxia, Qiu Yu, Bone Devil, and the others agreed through voice transmission. Swish, the black-armored warriors charged towards one side of the mountain. There was a crack there. Yi Immortal quickly chased after them. After exchanging a few moves, Yi Immortal used another Genesis technique, Star Explosion. This time, Dandan, Tang Jun, and the others violently vomited blood. The array was on the verge of collapsing, and they were in imminent danger. However, they weren't far from the crack at this time. They controlled the black-armored war envoy to charge into the crevice, then quickly rushed down the crevice. Trying to use the heavenly abode light to stop me? That's a good idea, but don't even think about it. Yi Immortal said coldly. Without any hesitation, he followed Lu Ming and the others into the crack. Not long after Lu Ming and the others charged into the crack, Lu Ming and the others could no longer maintain the array and were forced to scatter. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming sent Xianxia, Autumn Moon and the others into the chaos ring, leaving only him and Guemo outside. Wearing the armor left by Dandan, they frantically charged forward. A gush of heavenly abode divine light rushed over. Lu Ming and Bone Demon passed through it. Behind them, Ye Immortal did not stop. He continuously slashed out with his sword, creating dazzling sword lights that forcefully split apart the heavenly abode light and followed closely behind Lu Ming and the others. Ye Immortal was very determined to kill Lu Ming, and would not give up so easily. Even after several heavenly abode lights, Ye Immortal did not give up. This guy really doesn't want to live anymore, Guemo said unhappily. He was a little wary of Ye Immortal. Ye Immortal's soul attack was very terrifying, and could be said to be Gumo's nemesis. Gumo's physical defense was completely useless. Let's charge towards the area with the densest heavenly abode light, Lu Ming said. The two of them descended with all their might, flying towards the area with the densest heavenly abode light. However, Yi Wuxiu's strength was truly formidable. Unless it was an extremely dense heavenly paradise god light, Yi Wuxiu would be able to forcefully break through any ordinary dense heavenly paradise god light. After chasing for a while, Ye Immortal still did not give up. However, with the interference of the heavenly abode light, it was not easy for him to catch up to Lu Ming and the others. Both parties maintained a certain distance. Roar! Suddenly, a beastly roar rang out, making Lu Ming's hair stand on end. The roar of a beast actually rang out from the depths of the meridian. It was truly frightening. They could not help but think of the huge beast condensed from the heavenly abode light. Was there another one below after the one that had flown out earlier? Not only did Lu Ming's expression change, but even Ye Immortal's expression changed. His body tensed up involuntarily. Roar! Another roar rang out. Following that, purplish-golden heavenly abode light surged towards Lu Ming's group. Within the dense heavenly abode light was a huge beast. The beast resembled a lion, but its entire body was purplish-golden. It seemed to be completely condensed from the heavenly abode light and gave off a terrifying aura. Lu Ming, Guemo, and Ye Immortal were all shocked. It really was a huge beast condensed from the heavenly abode light. Enter the chaos ring, Lu Ming roared. With a wave of his hand, he entered the chaos ring with Guemo. Only the chaos ring remained, floating in the air. Ye Immortal's eyes flickered. Now was the best time to take down Lu Ming. As long as he had the chaos ring in his hands, Lu Ming's group would be like turtles in a jar. However, the huge beast condensed from the heavenly abode light was rapidly charging over. The distance between the two parties was getting closer. Ye Immortal did not take action in the end. He turned around and quickly retreated. The battle prowess of a huge beast condensed from the heavenly abode light was just too terrifying. Even reciprocity experts would die if they came, let alone him. This was because these huge beasts were not living creatures. They were condensed from extremely dense heavenly abode light. There was no difference in their cultivation level, so they were not affected by the origin tribulation. Roar roar, the huge beast constantly roared as the heavenly abode light constantly flashed. This made Ye Immortal even more shocked. He did not dare to stay any longer. After flying for a while, he madly charged upwards. Strangely enough, the giant beast only continued to roar and did not continue to pursue the Ye Immortal. After roaring for a while, the Ye Immortal was nowhere to be seen. The giant beast turned around and flew towards the Great Desolation Ring. Nestle, we're in trouble. Could it be that this paradise mythical beast has its eyes on the Great Desolate Ring? Lu Ming had been paying attention to the situation outside the Great Desolate Ring. At this moment, he could not help but howl in grief. Heavenly Abode Beast was a name that Lu Ming had given himself. He had originally thought that the Grotto Heaven Beast would chase after the Ye Immortal if he hid in the Chaos Ring. He had not expected that the Grotto Heaven Beast would not chase after the Ye Immortal. Instead, it had stopped to pay attention to the Chaos Ring. What a blunder! The Paradise Mythical Beast circled the Great Desolate Ring and observed it for a while. Then, its enormous body began to shrink rapidly. Eventually, the beast form of the Paradise God Beast began to morph rapidly into a plant form. this plant was only half a meter tall. Its roots had taken root in the void and were slithering around the great desolate ring. Above the head of this plant, there was a small plant that looked exactly the same as this one. It was flying back and forth, and it was completely composed of energy. What the, Lu Ming was tongue-tied and dumbfounded. How was this a paradise god beast? It was clearly a stalk of source-level divine herb. Moreover, it was an extremely high-grade source-level divine herb. It was a source-level divine herb that could run around. It turned out that the paradise god beast from before was just an illusion of this source-level divine herb to frighten people. Very good, Lu Ming's eyes shone with a fiery light. A source-level divine herb of this grade was priceless. He definitely could not miss it. He wondered if the Yi immortal would be so angry that he would vomit blood if he knew about it. With a thought, Lu Ming immediately appeared outside the great desolate ring. With a grab of his hand, a huge palm formed and grabbed at the source-level divine herb. However, the source-level divine herb was extremely fast. In a flash, it escaped from the range of Lu Ming's hand and flew towards the depths of the Qi channel as if it had been frightened. It was not easy to come across a stalk of high-level source-level divine medicine. How could Lu Ming miss it so easily? After putting away the ancient desolation ring, Lu Ming quickly chased after the Yung divine medicine. However, this source-level divine herb had obviously been nurtured in the depths of the Qi channel. It was very familiar with the terrain and was not afraid of the paradise god light. It continued to rush towards the area where the paradise god light was denser in an attempt to shake off Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming had the armor refined by Dandan and was also not afraid of the paradise god light. He continued to chase after the source-level divine herb. The two of them quickly arrived at the deepest part of the Qi channel. They were almost at the bottom of the core mountain. At this time, Lu Ming released Dandan, Bubbles, and the Bone Demon. He realized that it was very difficult for him to catch up to the source-level divine herb alone. He could only rely on Dandan, Bubbles, and the others to help. Space-time force. Bubbles made a move and used space-time force. The space-time in the area was affected and the source-level divine herb speed immediately decreased. Seal. Dandan also quickly made a move and shot out a dense array of runes. Seeing such a high-grade source-level divine herb, Dandan was more active than anyone else and used all his strength. Runes appeared in the surrounding void and intertwined to form a sealing array that was about to seal the source-level divine herb. At the same time, Lu Ming and the Bone Demon also made a move. Energy surged and formed a barrier that was about to completely seal the source-level divine herb. The source-level divine herb shone with a dazzling light as it tried to break free. However, it was futile against the combined efforts of Lu Ming's group of 4. In the end, this stock of source-level divine medicine was sealed by Dandan with an array formation. Lu Ming grabbed it and held it in his hand. The soul-grade divine medicine was like a sentient being. It kept twisting its needles, and the roots at its roots kept twisting. What a rich life essence. What a rich origin imprint. Lu Ming sized it up carefully and discovered that this stock of source-level divine medicine was no small matter. Lu Ming had also obtained source-level divine herbs in the past. In particular, he had obtained more than one source-level divine herb in the outskirts of the Qi channel. However, those source-level divine herbs paled in comparison to this one. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. A fortuitous encounter. It really is a fortuitous encounter. Not only is this origin-level god pill extremely useful to reciprocity experts, but it's also extremely beneficial to peak godmasters. It can greatly increase the speed and chances of breaking through to reciprocity. Bone Demon stared at the source-level divine herb as the soul fire in his eye sockets constantly pulsed. Dandan's eyes shone as he stared at the source-level divine herb. He almost drooled. Ordinary source-level divine herbs were extremely useful to reciprocity experts, but they were useless to peak godmasters. This was because peak godmasters found it difficult to absorb the medicinal effects and origin imprints of source-level divine herbs. However, the best source-level divine herbs were different from ordinary source-level divine herbs. This sort of top-class source-level medicine was extremely easy to absorb and refine. Even a peak god lord would be able to refine it. The value of a top-grade source-level divine herb was immeasurable. It could greatly increase one's chances of breaking through to the origin source realm. It was extremely tempting to divine masters. No wonder Dandan had such an expression. Lu Ming was certain that the primordial light rays had many such source-level divine herbs. He had seen more than one at the primordial sacred mountain. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming stored the source-level divine herb in the chaos ring. Then, he had Dandan undo the seal. He let it roam freely in the chaos ring. It was best to let such a top-grade source-level divine herb roam freely. After all, it couldn't run away from the chaos ring. There doesn't seem to be any danger in the channel of Qi. Why don't we take all the treasures here first and let them fight for the treasures above? Dandan said. That's what I was thinking. Lu Ming nodded. Then, he released Xianxia, Qiu Yu, and the others. They put on Dandan's armor and began to search the area. Soon, they made a major discovery. Divine herbs, a large number of divine herbs. The environment in the deepest part of the channel of Qi was truly unique. There were large patches of divine herbs. Most of them were primary-grade divine herbs. Lu Ming and the others found at least a few hundred of them. Most of their medicinal power was much stronger than the primary-grade divine herbs outside. The energy contained in a few hundred primary-grade divine herbs was extremely shocking. Moreover, there were a few source-level divine herbs. Unfortunately, they didn't find any top-grade source-level divine herbs. A vein of ore, a vein of primordial crystals. Ha ha ha, we're rich. We're rich. Dandan suddenly laughed. They continued to dig in an area where there were main-grade divine medicines. Finally, they saw a vein of primeval crystals. It looked similar to the vein they had found last time. Countless primordial crystals were embedded in a transparent rock. Lu Ming and the others began their arduous struggle. They peeled away the surrounding rocks, revealing a large vein of primordial crystals. A vein of primordial crystals as large as a mountain range appeared before them. Their eyes widened, and then they revealed looks of excitement. This? How many prehistoric crystals are there? Dandan was dumbfounded, his eyes shining. At the very least, there must be tens of billions of desolate crystals. Tang Jun also exclaimed in shock. Even though she was experienced and knowledgeable, she was still shocked to see so many desolation crystals at once. Lu Ming, the energy you need is finally enough. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming and whispered. Not bad, it's finally enough. Lu Ming nodded. He then activated the ancient desolation ring and put the entire ancient desolation crystal mineral vein into it. Lu Ming, what are you going to do next? Are you going to stay here and refine the desolation crystals to make a breakthrough, or are you going to fight for the treasures? Dandan asked Lu Ming. If they broke through their cultivation first, their battle prowess would definitely skyrocket. The desolation crystals here were enough for Lu Ming to make a breakthrough. The remaining desolation crystals would be enough for the others to make a breakthrough. Lu Ming's current cultivation was only at the 8th tier of the Divine Master realm, but his battle prowess was already so strong. Once he broke through to the 9th tier of the Divine Master realm, his battle prowess would undoubtedly be even more shocking. It would even be possible for him to rival the Yi Immortal. However, there was a problem. Time. If Lu Ming wanted to make a breakthrough, he would have to refine at least 5 billion desolation crystals or even more. Even with Dandan's great heavenly refining origin formation, it would still take a long time to refine such a terrifying amount of desolation crystals. It would take at least a year. In such a long time, the treasures above would have already been snatched up by the Yi Immortal or the primordial light race. However, they were not strong enough to compete with the Yi Immortal or the primordial light race if they really encountered precious treasures. Lu Ming was also a little hesitant. Lu Ming thought for a while and said, we should be directly above the core peak of the meridian. Let's go up along this path and see what's going on. If it doesn't work, we'll find a place to refine the desolation crystals and make a breakthrough. This was a compromise. They would go up first and see if they could succeed. If they could, they would decisively seize the treasures. If not, they would retreat. All right, let's do that. The others nodded. Then, the group flew up. There were no cracks above them. They planned to break through the rocks and enter the peak. Soon, they encountered rocks. They took out their divine weapons and started to dig. However, they soon stopped because they encountered an obstacle. There was a black metal in the rocks. This black metal was very hard. Even if Lu Ming and the others tried their best to break it open, it would take a long time. Is this black star iron? Dandan muttered. Yes, this is black star iron. It's a material that can be used to refine master-grade divine weapons. I didn't expect there to be so much here. Tang Jun nodded. They had just dug dozens of miles and found that it was all black star iron. The amount of black star iron here was shockingly large. However, they were pressed for time and didn't have that much time to dig. Qiu, we're counting on you. Lu Ming said to Qiu. No problem. Watch me. Qiu revealed 2 rows of sharp teeth. With a crunch, a large piece of black star iron was bitten off. Crunch, crunch, chunks of black star iron were bitten off. Lu Ming waved his hand and put it away. Since it was bitten off, it would be a waste not to take it. Qiu didn't like to eat metals of this level because they weren't very effective. He wanted to eat metals that could be used to refine source-grade divine weapons. Soon, Qiu dug a huge tunnel that extended all the way up. In less than half an hour, the black star iron was dug through. Nestle, dark divine gold. There's so much dark divine gold here. Suddenly, Qiu shouted excitedly. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Dark divine gold was a top-grade metal that could be used to refine source-grade divine weapons. Could there be one here? They quickly passed through the tunnel and saw a strange metal. This metal was too dark. It was darker than darkness. There was no light at all. Lu Ming stretched out his finger. His finger was like a spear gleam, piercing the black metal. However, it only left a shallow dent on the black metal. It's really dark divine gold. Qiu, dig it all out. Lu Ming said excitedly. A metal that could be used to refine source-grade divine weapons was definitely precious. Since they had encountered it, they couldn't miss it. Leave it to me, Qiu shouted excitedly. He opened his mouth and began to dig. He started to dig along the edge of the dark divine gold. The edge of the dark divine gold was black star iron. It would be much faster to dig like this. As Qiu dug, they found that there was an astonishing amount of dark divine gold here. It took them a few hours to dig out all the dark divine gold in this area. There were at least a few 100 million caddies. Refining in source-grade divine weapon required about a few 100,000 caddies of dark divine gold. There was at least enough to refine 1,000 source-grade divine weapons. Refining a source-grade divine weapon required about a few 100,000 kilograms of divine darkness gold. The main reason was that the divine darkness gold was too heavy. A fist-sized lump weighed 50 to 60,000 kilograms. A few 100,000 kilograms of divine darkness gold was actually not that big. Lu Ming put away the dark divine gold. When he returned to the Heaven Exterminating Army's camp, he could hand it over to the blacksmithing masters of the Heaven Exterminating Army to refine. Of course, the Heaven Exterminating Army would compensate them accordingly. Unfortunately, there was no time. Under such a large meridian, it seemed that there was not only a large number of chaos gems and divine herbs, but also a large number of precious metals. Unfortunately, digging for metals was too time-consuming. Even with Qiu, they did not have that much time. After digging out the divine darkness gold, it was the rock behind. Lu Ming and the others worked together. After a few hours, they dug through the rock and entered a stone chamber. This is not the top of the mountain, but inside the mountain. It seems that this is an underground secret chamber. Guillemot observed for a while and speculated. There's a door. Let's go. Lu Ming said. At the side of the secret chamber, there was a stone door. It opened with a gentle push. Behind the stone door was a secret passage. After passing through the secret passage, they soon arrived at another secret chamber. This secret chamber was very big. It was like a great hall, and there were several stone doors around it. They casually opened a stone door and walked in. They found that it was also a stone chamber. This seems to be a refining room, Dandan said. He was proficient in rune formations and was quite experienced in refining. He could tell from the traces at the scene. There were some stone platforms at the scene. It did look like a refining room, but unfortunately, there was nothing left behind. Then, they left the stone chamber and opened another stone door. Behind the stone door was another stone chamber. However, this stone chamber looked like a bedroom. There was a stone bed, a stone bench, and a stone table. On the stone bench, there were a few stone cups and a stone pot. It should be used to pour tea and wine. It smells so good. There seems to be wine in this stone pot. Dandan's nose twitched. There is indeed wine. What a rich essence. This wine is amazing. Lu Ming walked towards the stone table. They had long since sensed that rich energy was constantly gushing out of the stone pot, containing a terrifying amount of life essence. When the lid was opened, everyone was stunned. There was indeed wine in the stone pot. However, it wasn't much. No, it wasn't that there wasn't much, it was very little. To be exact, there was only one drop. A single drop of wine actually emitted such rich energy and life essence. This was somewhat inconceivable. What was even more inconceivable was that this drop of wine should have been left behind from the previous era. After so many years, this wine had actually been preserved without evaporating or corroding. This was somewhat unimaginable. I feel that this drop of wine contains a terrifying amount of energy. It's countless times denser than the sky jade ginseng's energy. Xianxia said. That's right. This wine should be concocted from some peerless divine medicine. The existence of the previous era is truly extravagant. Dandan said as he licked his lips, as if he couldn't wait to swallow this drop of wine. This drop of wine contains a terrifying amount of energy. A normal person wouldn't be able to endure it and would explode, Bone Devil coldly said. His words were like a bucket of cold water that had been poured over Dandan's head. Can we only watch? Dandan said unhappily. Lu Ming might be the only one who can give it a try. Lu Ming, do you want to give it a try? I feel that if you can refine this drop of wine, your cultivation will probably quickly break through to the 9th level of the Divine Lord realm. Bone Devil said. Lu Ming also appeared tempted. Just by sensing it, he could sense that this drop of wine contained a terrifying amount of energy. When he closed his eyes, it was like there was a great desolate era crystal mountain before him. If he could really refine this drop of wine, he might really be able to break through. I'll try first. In the end, Lu Ming decided to give it a try. Of course, Lu Ming would not directly swallow this drop of wine. Instead, he used his forbidden energy to strip off a sliver of the wine, about 1% of the drop. After all, this was a drop of wine left behind from the previous era. Who knew if it was poisonous? Or something else, so it was best to be careful. Lu Ming swallowed this 1% of the drop of wine. Lu Ming swallowed it. Boom, the moment this sliver of wine entered Lu Ming's body, it was like a star had exploded, turning into surging energy that spread through Lu Ming's body. What astonishing energy! Lu Ming was stunned. He frantically circulated his forbidden energy to absorb and refine this energy. To Lu Ming's delight, this drop of wine did not contain any poison or other harmful elements. It was pure energy that was extremely pure and easy to absorb and refine. In just over 10 minutes, Lu Ming had refined all the energy. Lu Ming felt that his cultivation level had improved by a notch. What astonishing energy! It's at least the energy of 50 to 60 million desolate crystals, or even more. Refining this drop of wine might really be able to help me break through. After some thought, Lu Ming continued. This time, he stripped off 1/10 of the drop of wine and swallowed it. Extremely dense energy spread through his body, rapidly transforming into Lu Ming's forbidden energy. Soon, Lu Ming also absorbed and refined 1/10 of the drop of wine. Like before, he did not discover anything strange. Let's refine it together and break through to the 9th level of the Divine Master realm in one go. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. He opened his mouth and sucked. All the wine in the stone pot flew into Lu Ming's mouth. Boom! Boom, boom. This drop of wine constantly exploded in Lu Ming's body, wildly attacking him. Lu Ming's body even began to swell. However, Lu Ming was no longer the same as before. Ever since he comprehended the 3000th ancient secret technique, his forbidden energy had undergone a qualitative change. It was incomparably strong and tenacious. The forbidden energy circulated, crazily absorbing and refining the wine drop's energy. Lu Ming's cultivation also crazily rose. Soon, he reached the peak of the 8th level of the Divine Master Realm and began to attack the 9th level of the Divine Master Realm. A few hours later, boom, there seemed to be a booming sound coming from Lu Ming's body. It was as if he had broken through a certain hurdle. Lu Ming's aura soared and soared to another level. He had broken through to the 9th level of the Divine Master Realm. Xianxia, Qiu Yu, Ling Yue, Dandan, and the others were all overjoyed. Now that Lu Ming had broken through to the 9th level of the Divine Master Realm, his fighting strength would definitely soar. How many opponents below Origin would there be? After another hour, Lu Ming withdrew his aura and ended his cultivation. I didn't expect that I would really break through, and so quickly, Lu Ming sighed inwardly. It was too fast. In less than half a day, he had broken through. Compared to refining the primal crystal, this was many times faster. Even with Dandan's great heavenly refining origin formation, refining the primal crystal would take at least a year. However, refining this drop of wine would take less than half a day. The difference was too great. This drop of wine was simply a supreme treasure. What kind of wine is this? Isn't it too terrifying? Dandan circled around Lu Ming, looking at him intently. Haven't you ever thought that the person who drank the wine is the most terrifying? Xianxia said. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. That's right. The person who drank the wine, the owner of the wine, was the most terrifying. Just one drop was enough for Lu Ming to break through from the 8th level Divine Master Realm to the 9th level Divine Master Realm. This was equivalent to 5 or 6 billion desolate crystals. And the owner of the wine had obviously drunk the entire pot. How extravagant was that? What kind of cultivation did the owner of the wine have? It was definitely far beyond their imagination. Come, let's go up, Lu Ming said with confidence in his eyes. Feeling the surging power in his body, Lu Ming was full of confidence. Now, even if he encountered the Yi Immortal, Lu Ming was confident that he could put up a fight. Even if he encountered a large group of the primordial light race, he would not be afraid. Given his current combat strength, he could compete for treasures with the other races. We can't give up on this stone cup and stone pot. Put it away. Dandan hurriedly put away the stone cup and stone pot on the stone table. The stone cup and stone pot were definitely not simple to match with such a precious wine. After putting it away, they walked up a flight of stairs. As for the other secret rooms, Gu Mo and the others had already searched them while Lu Ming was refining the wine. They did not find anything special. The stairs slanted upwards. When they reached the end of the stairs, they arrived at a courtyard. They had already reached the top of the mountain. They were in a palace at the top of the mountain. I remember that the top grade source grade divine armor is in that direction. Dandan pointed to the east. Let's go. Lu Ming and a group dashed toward the east at lightning speed. The top grade source grade divine armor was too precious. It was their main target. Roar, suddenly, a violent roar rang out. An extremely sharp force tore at Lu Ming and the others. It was a silver-eating corpse. It's a good opportunity to test my strength, Lu Ming soared into the sky. His figure was as fast as lightning as he thrust out his war god spear, colliding with the sharp claws of the silver-eating corpse. When the war god spear collided with the silver-eating corpse's claws, the claws were shattered into pieces. The war god spear didn't stop as it pierced through the silver-eating corpse's palm. The blue firestone flames enveloped the silver-eating corpse's entire arm. The silver-eating corpse roared and retreated. But Lu Ming was like a shadow, his war god spear thrusting out like lightning. Although the silver-eating corpse tried its best to resist, after 10 moves, Lu Ming had pierced several holes in his body. In the end, the war god spear stirred up his body, causing it to explode. Amazing! Dandan was full of praise. Lu Ming also showed a satisfied expression. The silver-eating corpse's combat strength was equivalent to the Guanqian royal envoy, but it was killed by Lu Ming in just 10 moves. Although the war god spear was infused with the blue firestone, which could suppress the silver-eating corpse, Lu Ming didn't use his ultimate moves like the heaven-breaking form and the great desolation form. It was obvious that Lu Ming's combat strength was much stronger than the silver-eating corpse's. This gave them a boost of confidence. They continued to head east. When they were close to the east, boom. Boom, boom. 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 Colorful lights flashed and roars could be heard from time to time. There is still a chaotic battle over there. Lu Ming and the others looked into the distance and found that a chaotic battle was taking place at the intersection of the second mountain peak and this mountain peak. The second mountain peak was also connected to the core mountain peak by a chain. At one end of the chain, Yi Wuxiu, the powerhouses of the primordial light race, and some silveridine corpses were engaged in a chaotic battle. It wasn't hard to guess that the joint attack array carriers at the second mountain peak had all been taken by various parties. Then, the various parties wanted to enter the core mountain peak through the chain, so a chaotic battle broke out at the entrance of the chain. This is a good chance, Lu Ming and the others were delighted. They thought that the primordial light race, Yi Immortal, and the others had already reached the core mountain peak and taken away the silver-grade divine weapons and armors. They didn't expect that they would still be fighting at the entrance of the second mountain peak. This gave them a chance. How could they miss such an opportunity? Lu Ming and the others sped up and rushed to the east. A corner of the palace there had been shattered, and a top-grade silver-grade divine weapon and armor had flown out. A few balls of light could still be seen in the shattered area. Inside each ball of light was a piece of armor. It was exactly the same as the top-grade silver-grade divine weapon and armor from before. At least, it looked the same. Lu Ming and the others were discovered by the primordial light race and Yi Immortal as they approached. Roar roar roar, 5 silveridine corpses were engaged in a chaotic battle with the people from the primordial light tribe. At this moment, they also discovered Lu Ming and the rest. All of them roared and abandoned the people from the primordial light tribe. Instead, they charged toward the mountain peak where Lu Ming and the rest were. The 5 silveridine corpses ran past the chain at an extremely fast speed. Once the silveridine corpses left, the primordial light race suddenly had one less opponent. They only had Yi Immortal left. 2 21-man joint attack arrays will continue to deal with Yi Immortal. The rest of you, follow us. Yuan Baji shouted. He led 2 Guanqian royal envoys and several joint attack arrays along the chain and rushed toward the mountain peak where Lu Ming and the others were. Yuan Baji did the same. He led his experts and followed closely behind Yuan Baji. Yi Immortal's eyes were cold. He attacked with all his might, wanting to rush toward the mountain peak where Lu Ming and the others were. Unfortunately, he was attacked by 2 21-man joint attack arrays. The 2 21-man joint attack arrays turned into a saber and a sword. Their attack power was astonishing. Yi Immortal could only protect himself. It was extremely difficult for him to rush over. Let's speed up. Lu Ming shouted. They increased their speed to the maximum and rushed into the shattered palace before the silveridine corpses and the primordial light race arrived. So many? Once they rushed into the shattered hall, Lu Ming and the group's hearts trembled and their eyes widened involuntarily. There were 11 balls of light. There were actually 11 balls of light. Each ball of light contained a piece of armor. All of them were exactly the same as the top-notch soul-grade divine weapon that had flown out earlier. Their heartbeats involuntarily quickened. Could it be that these 11 armors were all top-notch soul-grade divine armors? If that was true, they would really be rich. Lu Ming and the others did not have time to rejoice. They rushed forward and each of them targeted a ball of light and started to attack. Lu Ming grabbed one of the balls of light. The defensive power of this cluster of light was much stronger than that of the cluster of light that enveloped the carrier of the combined attack array. Lu Ming actually did not manage to break it. Even Lu Ming could not break it, let alone the others. Naturally, they could not break it. Break it, Dandan shouted. He had already transformed into his original form. His shell glowed as he used the array to break the ball of light. Xianxia and the others also used various methods to break the light balls. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, Lu Ming began to use the heaven-breaking style. His 5 fingers were like 5 long spears, constantly stabbing the light balls. After using the heaven-breaking style, Lu Ming's power was too strong. The light balls finally couldn't withstand it and exploded with a bang. The armor inside the light balls was also caught by Lu Ming. After injecting the forbidden power into the armor and scanning it with his spiritual sense, Lu Ming already knew the level of the armor. His eyes were extremely bright. It was really a top-notch source-level armor. According to the level, it was on the same level as the life spirit divine weapon of the heavenly court, like the war god spear. I'm rich, I'm really rich. The value of a defensive armor of the same level was many times higher than that of an offensive weapon like the war god spear. Back then, among the 18 life spirit divine weapons of the heavenly court, there wasn't a single defensive divine weapon. It could be seen that defensive divine weapons of this level were too precious and too rare. In fact, before the creatures of the Forbidden Lands appeared, all the major forces in the universe added together didn't have many defensive divine weapons of this level. However, this was the Purple Heaven Cave. In the previous era of the Eldritch continent, only the top forces could occupy it. It was normal for a powerful force that claimed to have immortals to be in charge of it to have many armors of this level. There were probably many treasures more precious than this. However, there was no time to refine it now. With a thought, he put the armor into the Eldritch ring. Then, Lu Ming pounced on the second light ball. Originally, there were 11 light balls here. Lu Ming and the other 10 people divided 10 light balls. There was still one left. Lu Ming's current target was the remaining light ball. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, Lu Ming continued to use the heaven-breaking style. His fingers were like spears, constantly stabbing the light balls. After a while, this light ball was also broken by Lu Ming. The armor inside fell into Lu Ming's hands. Upon sensing it, Lu Ming knew that this was also a top-notch source-grade armor. It seemed that the armors and the balls of light were all top-notch source-grade divine armors. Roar roar roar, the 5 Silveridine corpses continued to roar as they closed in on Lu Ming's group. Their sharp claws continued to swipe out, and a terrifying force tore at Lu Ming's group. Boom, Lu Ming used the Great Desolation style and slapped out with his palm. A large piece of land formed in front of the 5 Silveridine corpses. The claws of the 5 Silveridine corpses tore at the continent, creating large cracks. Finally, the continent exploded with a bang. Of course, this was because Lu Ming had not used his full strength. He did not want to use his full strength for the time being. If he used his full strength now, how could he trick the people of the Primordial Light Clan? Once Yuan Baji, Yuan Jiuji, and the others saw Lu Ming using his full strength, would they still dare to charge over? How could they be as energetic as they were now? Lu Ming blocked in front of Xianxia and the others. The divine battle spear kept thrusting out, and spear light pierced towards the Silveridine corpses. At the same time, Lu Ming waved his left hand and shot out rays of blue firestones. Lu Ming had attached a forbidden energy to the blue firestones. When the blue firestones got close to the Silveridine corpses, the forbidden energy on them exploded, and the blue firestones were blasted into powder. The blue firestone powder enveloped the 5 Silveridine corpses. At this moment, the bone demon finally broke through the ball of light and put away the armor inside. After putting away the armor, the bone demon did not stop and charged towards the 5 Silveridine corpses. In the process, he also threw out a large amount of blue firestones. Of course, it was impossible to completely block the 5 Silveridine corpses with just the blue firestones. After all, the Silveridine corpses had a strong resistance to the blue firestones. The black smoke on the Silveridine corpses surged like flames and rushed past the blue firestones. However, they were met with the terrifying attacks of Lu Ming and the Bone Demon. Lu Ming and the Bone Demon's weapons were attached with blue firestones, which had a restraining effect on the Silveridine corpses. Boom! 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 After a series of explosions, Lu Ming and the Bone Demon blocked the 5 Silveridine corpses. Lu Ming still did not use his full strength, and looked like he was going all out to block the 2 Silveridine corpses. The Bone Demon relied on his strong defense and blue firestones to block the 3 Silveridine corpses. Therefore, in the eyes of others, Lu Ming's battle strength was equivalent to a Guanqian imperial envoy, at most a little stronger. Behind them, Yuan Baji and Yuan Jiuji rushed over with their men. Attack from the other side. Kill them and take the armor. Yuan Baji shouted coldly. He planned to bypass the battlefield where Lu Ming, the Bone Demon, and the Silveridine corpses were fighting and directly attack Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and the others. They would kill Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and the others first and take the armor. This move was ruthless. However, Lu Ming had expected it. He did not move and waited for the people of the Yuanguan clan to come closer before he suddenly attacked. Whoosh! 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 Lu Ming unleashed his full strength. The war god spear shook and turned into a dazzling spear light, stabbing at the silver-eyed corpses. Lu Ming's battle strength was too terrifying. The spear light broke through the silver-eyed corpses' defenses and pierced holes in their bodies. The terrifying destructive power was like countless tiny spear lights that exploded in the silver-eyed corpses' bodies, almost tearing them apart. After the silver-eyed corpses were repelled, Lu Ming struck out with his palm. A huge continent was formed and pressed down on the people of the Yuanguang clan from above. It covered the sky and the sun, and its aura was violent. The people of the Yuanguang clan were shocked and their hearts trembled. The power was too terrifying. Why is it so terrifying? Attack, attack with your full strength. Block this attack. Yuan Jiuji and Yuan Baji roared and attacked with their full strength. The 3 Guanqian royal envoys under their command also attacked with all their might, attacking the void. There were others who hurriedly set up arrays to block the attack. Boom, the continent pressed down and collided with the attacks of the Yuanguang clan. There was an earth-shattering explosion. At the moment of collision, the people of the Yuanguang clan were shocked. Many of them spat out blood. Kill! Lu Ming roared and used the sky-breaking form. He stabbed out with his spear at one of the Guanqian imperial envoys. This was Lu Ming's full-strength attack. The Yuanguang clan member had just blocked Lu Ming's attack and had not recovered yet. The main reason was that he had been careless. He did not expect Lu Ming's attack to be so terrifying that it could put so many of them under such great pressure. It would be strange if he could recover after blocking Lu Ming's desolation form in a hurry. How could he block Lu Ming's sky-breaking form in such a state? Whoosh, the head of the Guanqian imperial envoys was pierced by the spear light and exploded. His soul was also destroyed in an instant. A Guanqian royal envoy was killed by Lu Ming on the spot. Not far away, Yuan Baji, Yuan Jiuji and the other members of the primordial light race were all scared out of their wits. Their eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. They were shocked by Lu Ming's combat strength. The combat strength that Lu Ming displayed just now was too strong. It had far surpassed the combat strength of the Guanqian royal envoy. Whoosh, at this moment, Lu Ming's figure flashed and appeared in front of Xianxia and the others. Because the silver-eyed corpses were about to attack Xianxia and the others, Bone Demon alone couldn't stop them. Lu Ming waved the war god spear and blocked the silver-eyed corpses. At this moment, Xianxia, Autumn Moon and Qiuqiu had also destroyed the light balls and put away the armor inside. At the same time, the 3 of them also attacked and threw out a large number of blue firestones. The combat strength of the 3 of them was about the same as the strongest Lord of Heaven. Naturally, they couldn't be compared to the silver-eyed corpses. However, they could still cause a lot of disturbance to the silver-eyed corpses with their blue firestones. Retreat, let's retreat first. Not far away, Yuan Jiuji and the others wanted to retreat. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong. They planned to avoid him and let the 21 people joint attack formation deal with Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming didn't want to let Yuan Jiuji and the others go so easily. He definitely couldn't reconcile with the primordial light race. They were mortal enemies. Now that there was a chance to get rid of them, how could he give it up so easily? Whoosh, 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 Lu Ming waved the war god spear and stabbed out 5 times in a row. These 5 stabs weren't aimed at the primordial light race or the silver-eyed corpses, but at Dandan, Bubble and the others. No, to be precise, it was aimed at the 5 light balls they were in. The 5 balls of light had originally been continuously attacked by Dandan, Bubbles, Ling Yue, and the others. They had already consumed a lot of energy and were not far from breaking through. Lu Ming's attack power was extremely strong. With Lu Ming's help, the 5 spear lights pierced the light balls, and the 5 light balls immediately shattered. Ling Yue, Dandan, Bubbles, and the others all put away the battle armor in the ball of light. Although all of this took a long time to describe, it actually happened in the blink of an eye. All of you, enter the Great Desolate Ring. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming activated the suction force of the Chaos Ring and sucked Dandan, Bubbles, and the others into the Chaos Ring. Outside, only Lu Ming remained. Even the Bone Demon had been sent into the Great Desolate Ring. Lu Ming was alone, so it was easier for him to take action. He planned to go all out. With a flash, he dodged the attack of the silver-eating corpse. Lu Ming was like a stream of light as he charged towards Yuan Baji and the others. The current Lu Ming was too fast. In a few moments, he had caught up to Yuan Baji and the others. "Join hands and block him," Yuan Baji roared. Under Yuan Baji and Yuan Jiuji, there were 6 9-man joint attack formations. They set up the formation together and launched a terrifying attack towards Lu Ming. As for the 2 Guanqian royal envoys, they brought Yuan Baji and Yuan Jiuji and quickly retreated. However, Lu Ming didn't want to clash head-on with the other party's joint attack formation. The combined attack of 6 9-man joint attack formations was extremely terrifying. It was at least equivalent to the combined attack of 10 or 20 of the strongest Lord of Heaven. Even Lu Ming didn't want to clash head-on. Although he wasn't afraid, it would consume a lot of energy. He directly used his movement technique to avoid the joint attack formation's attack. Then, he used the sky-breaking style to attack one of the formations. How could a 9-man joint attack formation be a match for Lu Ming? It was destroyed by the spear light, and 5 of the 9 people who set up the formation were killed in an instant. The remaining 4 also vomited large mouthfuls of blood, suffering heavy injuries. Lu Ming didn't stop and continued to attack Yuan Baji and Yuan Jiuji. "Oh no, he's going to kill the young master and the others. Stop him." The remaining 5 9-man joint attack formations were shocked and chased after Lu Ming with all their strength. "Quick, come and help us." "Don't worry about the Yi Immortal," Yuan Jiuji roared in horror. He was shouting at the 2 21-man joint attack formations, asking them to come and help. On the opposite mountain, the 2 21-man joint attack formations also noticed that Yuan Baji and the others were in a bad situation. They abandoned the Yi Immortal and rushed to the mountain. Yi Immortal's eyes flashed, but he didn't chase or stop them. To be honest, he was also shocked by Lu Ming's combat strength. Not long ago, he had fought with Lu Ming and could completely crush Lu Ming. Even the joint attack formation that Lu Ming and the others had set up was no match for him. They were chased into the crack. Could they have obtained an opportunity under the crack? Could they have obtained all the desolate gems under the meridians? But it's useless even if they obtained so many desolate gems. They can't refine them and break through so quickly. Yi Immortal couldn't figure it out. No matter how heaven-defying a forbidden body was, it couldn't refine a large number of desolate gems and break through in such a short time. Could it be that they had obtained other opportunities? Yi Wuxian's mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts. There were many questions that he couldn't figure out. Didn't they encounter a giant beast formed by the heavenly light under the crack? Lu Ming and the others hadn't died. Not only had they not died, but Lu Ming's cultivation had also skyrocketed. Yi Immortal couldn't figure it out. However, he could use the power of the primordial light tribe to fight Lu Ming. It would be best if both sides suffered heavy losses and he could reap the benefits. The 2 21-man joint attack formations were fast, but Lu Ming was even faster. The battle god spear pressed down like a huge mountain towards Yuan Baji, Yuan Jiuji, and the others. The 5 9-man joint attack formations couldn't save them in time. "Block it." Yuan Baji and Yuan Jiuji had no choice but to take it head-on. Yuan Baji and Yuan Jiuji roared at the top of their lungs and used all their strength to launch their strongest attack. The 2 Guanqian royal ambassadors did the same. Their bodies almost turned into rays of light. Boom! Boom! After 4 explosions, the 4 figures of the primordial light tribe retreated. The 2 Guanqian royal ambassadors spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were pale and the rays of light on their bodies dimmed. Surprisingly, Yuan Baji and Yuan Jiuji didn't die. They each had a piece of armor covering their bodies. This was definitely a top source-level divine weapon armor. It wasn't any weaker than the armor Lu Ming and the others had just obtained. Moreover, there was a layer of runes inside their source-level divine weapon armor. Lu Ming's attack was blocked by 2 powerful layers of defense. Otherwise, given their combat abilities, they would most likely die if they collided head-on with Lu Ming. These forbidden creatures are really rich. Their bodies are full of treasures, Lu Ming murmured in his heart. However, he didn't stop attacking. Sky-breaking form, Lu Ming became one with his spear and turned into a ray of dazzling spear light that stabbed towards one of the Guangqian royal ambassadors. Yuan Yu, yes, Lu Ming was aiming at Yuan Yu. This guy had chased after him and destroyed 6 trillion cells in Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming wouldn't forget this. Oh no, Yuan Yu's face turned pale. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Yuan Yu wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Yuan Yu roared as he ignited all the energy in his body to unleash his strongest attack in an attempt to block Lu Ming's attack. As long as he could block this attack, the other 5 9-man formations would arrive. In addition, 2 21 people combined attack formations would arrive soon. As long as the 21-man formations arrived, he would be saved. He struck the most powerful blow of his life and collided with the spear gleam that Lu Ming had transformed into. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion as Lu Ming's spear light shattered Yuan Yu's attack like a hot knife through butter. The spear light pierced through Yuan Yu's forehead. Pfft! Yuan Yu's head exploded, and her soul was also annihilated. Another Guangqian royal envoy had fallen. Yuan Yu had already been injured and Lu Ming's attack was his strongest attack. It was normal for Yuan Yu to not be able to block it. However, because Lu Ming was focused on dealing with Yuan Yu, the 5 9-man formations of the Yuan Guan clan had already arrived. Lu Ming wanted to dodge, but it was too late. However, Lu Ming had no intention of dodging at all. At least 100 layers of defense appeared behind him. They were all defensive archaic secret skills. Although it was impossible for these archaic secret skills to block the combined attacks of the 5 9-man formations, they could still offset some of the power. Boom, boom. Boom. Boom, boom. 5 consecutive attacks penetrated Lu Ming's defense and landed on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body was thrown forward. He felt the blood in his body churning and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. It's a pity that I didn't have time to refine that armor, a thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. His defense was still not strong. Although the taboo power had undergone a qualitative change and his overall defense had improved greatly, he was still injured after being hit by the combined attacks of the 5 9-man formations. If he wore a top-notch soul-grade armor, he would definitely not be injured. Of course, this sort of injury was nothing to Lu Ming. Every cell in his body was filled with a steady flow of energy. Lu Ming's injuries quickly healed. Kill! Lu Ming roared and swung his war god spear backward, striking the 2 sabers. These 2 sabers were formed by 2 9-man formations. With 2 dang-dang sounds, the 2 battle blades flew out. The radiance dimmed, almost collapsing. The people who set up the formation inside coughed out blood at the same time. Their faces were filled with horror. Lu Ming's battle prowess was simply too strong. Just now, Lu Ming's attack had not been his full strength. If he had, they might not have been able to maintain the joint attack formation. Desolate style. After sweeping away the 2 9-man formations, Lu Ming struck out with his palm. A huge continent formed and pressed down on Yuan Baji, Yuan Jiuji, and the last Guangqian emissary. The 5 9-man joint attack formations wanted to block the great desolate continent. However, the 5 Silveridine corpses had already charged over, leaving the 5 9-man joint attack formations with no time to deal with them. Although the Silveridine corpses had some intelligence, in their eyes, Lu Ming and the Yuan Guang race were both invaders and they had to attack them. Oh no, Yuan Baji and Yuan Jiuji turned pale. Although they were wearing top-notch source-grade divine weapon battle armor and had life-saving talisman inscriptions carved into their bodies by the elites of the primordial light tribe, they were not invincible. Even if they were attacked continuously, the power could still penetrate their defenses and injure them or even kill them. Lu Ming's battle prowess was enough to pose a threat to their lives. However, it was at this moment that 221 people combined attack formations finally arrived. Boom! Boom! A saber and a sword slashed the continent and shattered it. Then, the saber and sword continued to slash at Lu Ming. Buzz, the taboo power in Lu Ming's body surged wildly into the god of war spear. He then stabbed the spear twice consecutively, clashing with the Dao and sword combined attack arrays. Then, Lu Ming's figure quickly retreated. What a powerful force! Lu Ming felt his arm go numb. The 21-man formations were extremely powerful. Each of them was as powerful as Lu Ming's battle prowess. Even Lu Ming would be at a disadvantage if two of them attacked together. Kill. Kill him for me. Tear him into pieces. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. Yuan Baji and Yuan Jiuji roared. The two 21-man formations attacked Lu Ming again. Fight. Lu Ming roared. His battle-intent soared and his blood boiled. His long spear was like a dragon as it clashed with the two formations. Boom. Boom, boom. An earth-shattering roar erupted from the mountain as a violent force swept in all directions. The two sides exchanged 5 or 6 moves in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming's figure kept retreating. Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage when fighting against two 21 people combined attack arrays. However, it was still possible to resist the other party. Lu Ming wouldn't be defeated in a short period of time. But at this moment, the two formations suddenly retreated rapidly and came to the side of Yuan Baji and Yuan Jiuji. Why are you retreating? Kill that bastard for me in one go. Yuan Jiuji roared. Ninth young lord, our strength is seriously exhausted. It's impossible to kill the other party before our strength is exhausted. It's better to leave. Inside the formation, a burly man transmitted his voice to Yuan Jiuji and Yuan Baji. This made Yuan Baji and Yuan Jiuji's expressions change. They also came to their senses. The two 21-man formations had already consumed a lot of energy in the previous battle with the Yi Immortal. After exchanging 5 or 6 moves with Lu Ming, their energy consumption was even greater. If they continued to fight, their strength would really be exhausted. Once the 21-man formations were gone, they would be in great danger with Lu Ming in front and Yi Immortal behind them. They might even die here. Go! Yuan Jiuji roared and chased to the other side of the mountain with Yuan Baji and the others. The saber and sword covered Yuan Jiuji and Yuan Baji and quickly retreated. The remaining 5 9-man formations also shook off the silver Ideen corpse and retreated together. It seems that their strength is about to be exhausted. Lu Ming's heart stirred and he guessed the truth. However, he didn't chase after them. Firstly, the two 21-man formations were extremely difficult to deal with. Even if he attacked, he might not be able to defeat the other party. Secondly, he had also consumed a lot of his strength. If he continued to attack, it would be even more exhausting. After all, there was still the Yi Immortal on the other mountain. Chasing after them would only benefit the Yi Immortal. Lu Ming took out 2 stalks of divine medicine and swallowed them in one gulp. He quickly refined them. The energy that he had depleted was also recovering rapidly. Soon, the people of the primordial light race rushed down from the other side of the mountain. Roar! Roar! After the primordial light race retreated, the 5 silver Ideen corpses lost their target and pounced on Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming had no intention of fighting with the 5 silver Ideen corpses. He strode forward and headed for the mountain where the Yi Immortal was. Lu Ming's figure flickered a few times before he landed on the metal chain. He stepped on the metal chain and charged toward Yi Immortal. Yi Immortal, let's fight again. Lu Ming roared. His fighting spirit was like a dragon. He wanted to see who was stronger between him and Yi Wuxiu with his current battle strength. Yi Immortal narrowed his eyes slightly. He circulated his energy to the maximum. The top-grade source-level divine weapon armor on his body glowed like a layer of dancing flames. When he was a 9th-level divine master, he had been at a disadvantage when he fought with Lu Ming, who was an 8th-level divine master. Now that they had all broken through, he was determined to suppress Lu Ming this time. After all, he had broken through to the peak of the divine master realm from the 9th-level divine master realm. Compared to Lu Ming, who had broken through from the 8th-level Divine Master realm to the 9th-level Divine Master realm, he had improved much more. He was confident that he could suppress Lu Ming. Lu Ming was extremely fast. He was about to pass through the metal chain in an instant. At this moment, Yi Immortal made his move. He slashed out a shocking sword light that went straight for Lu Ming's glabella. You don't dare to fight me fair and square? Lu Ming sneered. Yi Immortal wanted to trap him on the metal chain. In that case, Lu Ming would have to face Yi Immortal in front and the 5 silver Ideen corpses behind him. This was because the 5 silver Ideen corpses were also chasing after Lu Ming along the metal chain. Sky Splitter style. Lu Ming directly increased his combat power to the extreme and performed the heaven-splitting style. He became one with the spear and transformed into a spear gleam. He dashed forward and collided with the sword gleam that Yi Wuxiu slashed out. Clang, there was an earth-shattering explosion. The spear light and the sword light shook continuously. In the end, the sword light dissipated. However, Lu Ming was also stopped. Chaos, Sky Splitter. When Lu Ming's figure came to a halt, he immediately unleashed two ultimate moves, the Desolation style and the Sky-breaking style, almost instantaneously. Above the Yi Immortal's head, a huge continent formed and pressed down on the Yi Immortal. At the same time, Lu Ming transformed into a beam of spear light and rushed forward. He actually changed his moves so quickly. Yi Immortal's heart skipped a beat. Most people wouldn't change their moves so quickly when using such a move. Usually, after using such a move, they would need to take a breather. However, Lu Ming didn't slow down at all. He had just used the heaven-cleaving style, and then used two more ultimate moves. There was almost no gap between them. However, he did not know that this was a realm that Lu Ming could only reach after comprehending the 3000th ancient secret technique. Comprehending the 3000th ancient secret technique was very beneficial to Lu Ming. There were many benefits that Lu Ming hadn't discovered yet. He would have to wait to discover them later. In the face of Lu Ming's storm-like attacks, Yi Immortal roared and attacked with all his might. Terrifying energy exploded from his body. Several beams of sword light shot out. Some of them slashed towards the continent in the sky, while others slashed towards Lu Ming. Boom boom, a series of explosions rang out. The continent in the sky was blasted apart. However, Yi Immortal's strength was scattered. He couldn't block Lu Ming's sky-breaking style. The spear gleam that Lu Ming transformed into defeated Yi Wuxiu's sword aura. It dashed past the iron chain and landed on the mountain peak where Yi Wuxiu was. Buzz, Lu Ming didn't stop attacking. He swept his war god spear towards Yi Immortal. Sword of the Heavens, Star Explosion. Yi Immortal roared. He used his strongest Genesis technique to battle Lu Ming. The two exchanged another blow. This time, they were evenly matched. Both of them retreated. Then, their figures moved and charged towards each other, each using their ultimate moves. Lu Ming used the Primal Desolation style and the Sky-breaking style consecutively. However, Yi Immortal was very powerful. He also used his Genesis techniques consecutively. He didn't seem to be at a disadvantage in the fierce battle against Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged several blows. Last time, when Lu Ming was an 8th-level Divine Master, he had suppressed Yi Wuxiu, who was a 9th-level Divine Master, and barely gained the upper hand. But this time, although he had broken through to the 9th-layer Divine Master, Yi Immortal had broken through to the peak Divine Master level. The extent of his improvement was greater than Lu Ming's. Therefore, Lu Ming couldn't suppress Yi Immortal this time even if he used his full strength. After a few exchanges, the 5 Silveridine corpses also charged over. They roared and attacked Lu Ming and Yi Immortal at the same time. This exchange turned into a chaotic battle. In a secret place in the distance, a group of people was secretly watching. These people were the Quasi-Saint tribe led by Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia and the others had extremely grave and ugly expressions. Lu Ming and Yi Immortal's battle prowess has reached such a level. It's unbelievable. Indeed, to be able to erupt with such battle prowess at the Divine Master level, their battle prowess is comparable to the Origin level, right? It's still reasonable for Yi Immortal to reach such a level of battle prowess. After all, he's a reincarnated person and is known as the strongest person in the heavenly human tribe. But it's unbelievable that Lu Ming has reached such a level. The most unbelievable thing is that Lu Ming's cultivation is only at the 9th-layer Divine Master level. Once he reaches the peak of the Divine Master level, I wonder how powerful he will be. Besides Xianxia, a few experts who were comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven were discussing this, their voices trembling slightly. Although they had battle prowess comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven, they felt that they were far inferior to Lu Ming and Yi Immortal's battle prowess. They had a feeling that if they were to face off against Lu Ming and Yi Immortal alone, they would be killed instantly. This feeling was similar to facing the Origin level. Xianxia didn't say a word, but his expression was ugly. He had always prided himself as a peerless genius. He thought that with his talent, he would be almost invincible in a battle of the same level in the universe. But now, he realized that he was far inferior to Lu Ming and the Immortal. Although his current cultivation was only at the 9th layer Divine Master level, even if he broke through to the peak of the Divine Master level, his battle prowess would only be comparable to that of the Guanqian Royal Ambassador. He was definitely no match for Lu Ming and the Immortal. This was a huge blow to his confidence. The battle between Lu Ming, Yi Immortal, and the 5 silver-eating corpses wasn't over yet. They had exchanged more than 20 blows in a row. Boom, 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 all of a sudden, the two figures retreated rapidly. They were Lu Ming and Yi Immortal. Lu Ming, today's battle is over. We'll fight another day. Yi Wuchang left behind a sentence. His figure was like lightning, and he actually retreated. Looks like Yi Immortal has exhausted a lot of his energy. But I'm in a similar state. Lu Ming muttered to himself. He guessed that Yi Immortal had retreated because he had exhausted a lot of his energy. After all, Yi Immortal had exchanged many blows with the Primordial Light Tribe. Yi Immortal knew that he wouldn't be able to defeat Lu Ming if the battle continued, so he might as well retreat. Actually, Lu Ming was in a similar state. He had exchanged blows with the Primordial Light Tribe, killed 2 Guanqian Royal Ambassadors, and blocked 221 people combined attack arrays. He had also exhausted a lot of his energy. Right now, he was almost out of energy. He had no intention of continuing the battle. It would be very dangerous to continue fighting in such a chaotic situation. Lu Ming, no matter how talented you are, all the members of the Heaven Exterminating Army are dead. What's the use of being alone? Yi Immortal's figure was about to disappear before Lu Ming's eyes when a voice rang out. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He shouted, Yi Immortal, what do you mean? You should know what I mean. Lu Ming, I'll kindly give you an address. The Heron Ancient Mine. Go and collect the corpses of Heaven Destroyer's men. Yi Immortal's voice rang out again. His figure had completely disappeared before Lu Ming's eyes. The Heron Ancient Mine. Lu Ming muttered. His face was a little gloomy. Although he couldn't believe Yi Immortal's words completely, he couldn't not believe them. What happened to Heaven Destroyer's men? Also, where was the Heron Ancient Mine? It must be somewhere in the Purple Heaven Cave. But where was the specific address? There was no time to think because the 5 silver-eating corpses were charging at Lu Ming again. Lu Ming's figure flashed and dodged the 5 silver-eating corpses. He rushed to the side of the mountain and quickly disappeared. The treasures at the top of the mountain had been plundered. The treasures in the depths of the meridian had also been taken away by Lu Ming and the others. There was no need to leave this meridian. After going down the mountain, the 5 silver-eating corpses were still chasing after Lu Ming. Lu Ming flew at full speed. After more than 10 minutes, he finally shook off the 5 silver-eating corpses. Then he found a hidden place and released Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and the others from the Chaos Ring. Lu Ming told everyone what Yi Immortal had said. Yi Immortal is definitely up to no good. The Heron Ancient Mine must be very dangerous. He wants to trick you into going there. Dandan immediately said. It may not be completely groundless. What if it's true? Tang Jun said. His face was solemn and his eyes were full of worry. In the Heaven Destroyer, there were many friends and relatives of Tang Jun. Naturally, she was worried. That's right. It's better to believe it than not. We must go and take a look. However, before we go, we must try our best to increase our strength. Also, where exactly is the Heron Ancient Mine? We have to find it first. Lu Ming said. Since the Yi Immortal had told Lu Ming the name of the Heron Mine, he naturally wasn't trying to guide Lu Ming out of kindness. That place was definitely very dangerous. At the very least, the Yi Immortal felt that it was very dangerous. Therefore, it was necessary to increase his strength. Of course, they had to find the location of the Heron Mine first. Everyone was dumbfounded. How would they know the location of the Heron Ancient Mine? Should he ask the Yi Immortal? Previously, we obtained many scrolls. I wonder if there is a map of the Purple Heaven Wonderland on them. Xianxia said. The Purple Heaven Wonderland covered a huge area. Logically speaking, the people of the Purple Heaven Wonderland should have drawn a map. They had obtained many scrolls on the first mountain. Immediately, they took out those scrolls and opened them one by one. There really is a map. When Lu Ming flipped open the 9th fortune scroll, his eyes lit up. There was really a map in that scroll. When Lu Ming injected his forbidden power into the scroll lit up. In the void, a huge map appeared. The mountains and lakes on it were clearly visible. Every location was marked with words. Unfortunately, these words were from the last era. Lu Ming didn't recognize any of them. I found a map here too. I found it too. At this time, Dandan and Bubbles exclaimed. They also found a map respectively. After injecting their powers, the image that appeared was exactly the same as Lu Ming's. It was an identical map. It seems that many of these scrolls are maps. Dandan muttered. They thought of the scrolls that flew away on the first mountain. They guessed that the people of the other forces had also obtained a lot of them. But this map is marked with the words of the last era. We can't understand it at all. Can any of you understand it? Lu Ming said and glanced at everyone. Most of his attention was on Gumo, Xianxia, and Tang Jun. Gumo had lived for a long time, while Tang Jun and Xianxia were reincarnated. In their previous life, they were the daughters of the taboo sword ancestor, Tang Feng. Heaven Destroyer had people who specialized in studying the words of the last era. Would they understand something? I don't understand. Gumo shook his head directly. Then, Xianxia and Tang Jun also shook their heads, indicating that they didn't understand. You two were the daughters of the taboo sword ancestor in your previous life. Have you not studied the words of the last era at all? Dandan muttered. When we died in our previous life, Heaven Destroyer hadn't been developed for a long time. Therefore, we didn't study the words of the last era. It's normal that we don't understand them. Tang Jun said. Everyone was stunned. They were speechless. How about this? Let's ask the people of the Quasi-Saint tribe. The Quasi-Saint tribe has a long history. There should be people who understand the words of the last era. I can sense that the Quasi-Saint tribe is on that chi vein. Lu Ming said. When he fought with the Yi Immortal, he had already sensed that the Quasi-Saint tribe was hiding in the distance. Everyone nodded. This was the only way. You guys enter the Chaos Ring first and refine the top-notch armors. I'll go look for the Quasi-Saint tribe and the others. Lu Ming said. He let Xianxia and the others enter the Chaos Ring to refine the top-notch armors. Lu Ming turned into a rainbow light and continued to head toward the chi vein. In fact, whether it was the people of the primordial light race, the celestial race, or the Quasi-Saint tribe, none of them left the chi vein. Instead, they were hiding somewhere in the chi vein. This was because they didn't know that the treasures in the depths of the chi vein, such as the Chaos Crystal vein, had been plundered by Lu Ming and the others. They were hiding in the dark, avoiding the silveridine corpses while waiting for the Paradise Divine light in the depths of the chi vein to dissipate. After Lu Ming arrived at the chi vein, he sent a message to Xianxia using the sound transmission jade talisman. Unexpectedly, he soon received a reply from Xianxia, asking him to meet at a certain place. In a canyon, Lu Ming saw Xianxia and some other Quasi-Saint tribe experts. Those Quasi-Saint tribe experts revealed a trace of fear in their eyes when they saw Lu Ming. Brother Lu, your battle prowess is truly frightening and admirable at the same time. Xianxia smiled and cupped his fists. He had an amiable appearance, hiding the jealousy and displeasure in his heart. Brother Xianxia is too polite. I was just lucky. Lu Ming also cupped his fists and smiled as if he had forgotten that Xianxia had helped to exterminate the Lord of Heaven and drive them out of the ancient city. By the way, Brother Xianxia, I'm looking for you this time because I need your help with something. Lu Ming said. Brother Lu, if you need anything, just say it. As long as it's within my ability, I'll do my best to help. Xianxia path. Actually, it's not a big deal. I wonder if Brother Xianxia can read the words of the previous era? Lu Ming asked. I know, I've dabbled in it. Xianxia nodded. Lu Ming was overjoyed when he heard that Xianxia knew the language of the previous era. He immediately took out the map and showed it to Xianxia. Brother Lu, did you get the map of Purple Heaven Hollow too? Song Qiong asked calmly. Brother Tsong, did you get it too? Lu Ming asked. That's right. I was lucky enough to get two not long ago. Song Qiong nodded and translated the markings on the map into the language of the current era. There were no eternal enemies, only eternal benefits. Everything was based on benefits. Lu Ming's current combat strength was too shocking. Song Qiong did not dare to offend Lu Ming and even wanted to be on good terms with him. So the Heron Ancient Mine is here. After Song Qiong translated, Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he looked in a direction on the map. The Heron Ancient Mine was in the northeast of the map. They were now in the southeast of the map. There was still a long distance between them. Goodbye. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bade farewell to Song Qiong. He then quickly left the meridian and headed toward the Heron Ancient Mine according to the map. At this moment, Lu Ming realized that Guo was looking for him in the Chaos Ring. He waved his hand and released Guo from the Chaos Ring. Have you found the exact location of the Heron Ancient Mine? Guo asked. Yes, I'm on my way there. Lu Ming said. How about this? I'll bring you there. You can refine the top source level divine weapon armor in peace. Anyway, it's not very useful to me. Guo said. Gumo's defense was extremely shocking. It was probably stronger than a top source level divine weapon armor. He did not need it at all. Alright. Lu Ming nodded and entered the Chaos Ring. He took out the black source level divine weapon armor and started to refine it. It was not easy to refine a top source level divine weapon armor. It would take some time. As for the Bone Devil, he carried the Great Desolate Ring and rapidly flew towards the Heron Ancient Mine. The Heron Ancient Mine was a huge mine. The underground had been hollowed out and extended in all directions. At this moment, there were many people guarding the entrance of the Heron Ancient Mine. These people were actually creatures of the Forbidden Lands. The Blue Sea race, the Balefulline race, and the others actually had them. However, there weren't many of them. There were only about 100 people on each side. I wonder if the Heaven Destroyer and those demons died inside? Within the Balefulline race, a few Balefulline race members were chatting. This Heron Ancient Mine is already quite strange and full of danger. Moreover, there are extremine corpses. Even if they are not all dead, they are not far from it. Another Balefulline member said. However, those Absolutine corpses haven't come out yet. It seems like the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons haven't died yet. We just have to wait a little longer. The Balefulline being from before said. At this moment, in the Heron Ancient Mine, the Heaven Destroyer and the demons were facing a crisis. The terrain in the Heron Ancient Mine was very complicated. There were all kinds of mines and tunnels that extended in all directions. In a pit, the Heaven Destroyer and the demon gathered together. Around them was a layer of black light that enveloped them. This layer of black light was completely made up of dense demonic chi. Outside the light, there was a large number of extremine corpses. These extremine corpses surrounded the light and kept roaring. Some of them directly charged at the light and caused the light to shake. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, within the light, rays of blue light flew out and hit these extremine corpses. These rays of blue light were actually blue firestones. Within the light, Lion, Tang Jian, and the other higher-ups of the Heaven Destroyer and the leaders of the demons looked outside with serious expressions. Most of the people of the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons were gathered here. If this continues, our blue rock won't be able to last for long. Tang Jian sighed. The blue rock he was talking about was actually blue firestones. It's all because of those creatures of the Forbidden Lands. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to hide here. Lion said in a low voice. They couldn't help but think of their experiences during this period. After they entered the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven, they spread the news that the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons had gathered together. The Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons had worked together for many years and had a tacit understanding. Moreover, they also understood that their strength was the weakest among the various forces in the universe. If they didn't work together, they wouldn't even be able to survive, let alone compete with other forces for treasures. After they gathered together, their strength increased greatly. They were about to explore a chi channel when they were attacked by the extreme corpses. The extreme corpses used their powerful defense and vitality to catch the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons off guard and suffered heavy losses. If it wasn't for Gu Changfeng breaking through the encirclement with his powerful combat strength, their losses would have been even greater. However, after breaking through the encirclement, they couldn't shake off the extreme corpses at all. The extreme corpses chased after them, and the more they chased, the more there were. In the end, there were thousands of extreme corpses. At that time, the people of the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons were in despair and thought that they were going to be wiped out. However, there was always a way out. At the crucial moment, they encountered an abandoned mine. They realized that the extreme corpses were actually afraid of this mine. They used the mine as their base and blocked the attacks of the extreme corpses. In the end, they realized that the extreme corpses were afraid of a type of blue rock in this mine. Later, they started to collect the blue rock in the mine and made all kinds of weapons. After a long period of research, they even successfully attached the blue rock to their weapons. After all, there were many world divine turtles in the Heaven Destroyer who were proficient in formations. Although they weren't as good as the Dandan, they were very proficient in rune formations. Among the evil demons, there were also some who were proficient in rune formations. It wasn't difficult for the two sides to work together and research how to attach the blue rock to their weapons. In the end, they used the blue rock to kill a large number of extreme corpses and successfully broke out of the encirclement. With the blue rock, their confidence increased greatly. They were about to continue exploring when they encountered the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds, the Blue Sea race and the Eveline race. When the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds saw them, they immediately attacked. The blue rock was useless against the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds. In this battle, the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons also suffered great losses. In this battle, even Gu Changfeng was severely injured. At the crucial moment, the current leader of the purple-eyed evil demons, Xianxia, ignored the danger and crazily merged with the demon ancestor blood crystal. She actually successfully activated a trace of the demon ancestor blood crystal's power at the crucial moment and blocked the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds. Then they retreated as they fought and retreated into the Heron Ancient Mine. The terrain of the Heron Ancient Mine was complicated and there were all kinds of dangers inside. After the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds charged in, they also suffered great losses. Behind them, the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds retreated. However, they used the blue rock to gather a large number of extreme corpses. They used the extreme corpses to deal with the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons while they themselves guarded the Heron Ancient Mine. The light shield formed by demonic chi was created by Xianxia using the demon ancestor blood crystal. We're very lucky this time. You should know that the demon ancestor blood crystal is the ultimate treasure of our demon clan. It's extremely ancient. Since ancient times, almost no one has been able to merge with the demon ancestor blood crystal and activate its power. It's a miracle that Xianxia succeeded this time. Yin Kong, the current leader of the Silver Wing clan, said. The demon ancestor blood crystal was the most precious treasure of the demon clan. Naturally, countless demons wanted it for their own use. In fact, in the history of demons, like the previous era, there were many demons who wanted to take it for themselves and merge it with their own bodies. Because there was a rumor in the demon clan that whoever could merge with the demon ancestor blood crystal would obtain great fortune and evolve into a supreme demon ancestor. His talent and potential would skyrocket and he would have a chance to become an immortal in the future. But in history, no demon had succeeded. No matter how talented they had never succeeded. Without exception, when they tried to merge with the demon ancestor blood crystal, they were devoured by the demon ancestor blood crystal instead. Until later, no demons dared to try again. In this era, the demon ancestor blood crystal had been sealed by the human sovereign barrier. Naturally, no demons had the chance to try again. Later on, when Lu Ming took out the demon ancestor blood crystal, no demons tried because it would be a waste of their lives. This time, they were really forced into a corner. If they did not fight to the death, they would also die in the hands of the creatures of the Forbidden Lands. But they did not expect Xianxia to succeed and merge with the demon ancestor blood crystal. Her cultivation and strength skyrocketed. At the critical moment, she fought against several peerless masters of the Forbidden Lands alone. These peerless masters were not weaker than Gu Changfeng. It was also because of Xian that they had the chance to retreat to the Heron ancient mine. How's Xian's condition? Lion asked with a worried expression. Not too good. The process of merging with the demon ancestor blood crystal did not seem to be very smooth. I hope she can pass this stage smoothly. Yin Kong sighed. The other demons also looked solemn and worried. The four royal demon clans had always been in a competitive relationship. In the past, they had never stopped fighting. However, things were different now. Now that the universe was in chaos and the creatures of the Forbidden Lands had appeared, the demons' strength had declined. If they still killed each other, they would be digging their own graves. They had long since abandoned their former enmity, so no matter which royal demon clan they were from, they all hoped that Xian could successfully fuse with them. If Xian could successfully fuse with it, then the demons would have an unprecedented expert who would lead the demon clan to glory. However, Xian's fusion did not go smoothly. It was not a complete success. It could only be considered a partial success. Sometimes she would be awake, and sometimes she would be in a daze. She relied entirely on her tenacious willpower and instincts to fight. If this continues, we won't be able to hold on for much longer. Those blue rocks are about to run out. Tang Jian sighed. The blue rock that they encountered before didn't contain a lot of blue rock. Although they were able to move all the blue rock, they couldn't help but continue to consume it. After fighting with the Absolute Yin corpse non-stop for a period of time, he had consumed a lot of energy. Moreover, among the Absolute Yin corpses, the Silver-Eyed Yin corpses and the Absolute Yin corpses that were comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven had a strong resistance to the blue rock. If one didn't have a strong battle strength, the blue rock alone wouldn't be able to stop these powerful Absolute Yin corpses. During this period of time, they had completely relied on Xian's demon ancestor blood crystal to form a defensive light shield and the blue rock to barely block the attacks of the Absolute Yin corpses. Now, Gu Changfeng was still recovering, Xian's condition wasn't stable, and the blue rock was about to run out. The situation wasn't good for them. Roar roar, at this moment, a few angry roars sounded. 3 burly figures suddenly charged towards them and crashed into the demonic chi light shield. Boom boom boom, the demonic chi light shield shook violently. These 3 figures were covered in thick black gas. Their eyes were silver white. They were clearly 3 Silver-Eyed Yin corpses. The 3 Silver-Eyed Yin corpses were extremely powerful. They constantly attacked the demonic chi light shield, causing it to cave in. Behind the 3 Silver-Eyed Yin corpses, there were more than 10 burly Absolute Yin corpses. Each of them was comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven. They also attacked together, causing the demonic chi light shield to shake even more violently. Attack! Stop them! Shuri roared. Xiao xiao xiao, instantly, the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons attacked, shooting out rays of blue light. These blue light rays were all long needles made from blue rock. They were densely packed as they hit the Absolute Yin corpses. Then, the blue rock exploded, turning into blue flames that enveloped the Absolute Yin corpses. The blue rock had quite a bit of effect on the Absolute Yin corpses. No matter if it was the Silver-Eyed Yin corpses or other Absolute Yin corpses, they all needed to use the black gas to block it. Their own strength was naturally affected, and their attacks on the demonic chi light shield were also much weaker. Not long after, the 3 Silver-Eyed Yin corpses retreated with the other Absolute Yin corpses. We used up a large amount of blue rock just now. We don't have much left. Tang Jian said with an ugly expression. Although their divine weapons were also covered in blue rock, they didn't dare to engage in close combat with the Silver-Eyed Yin corpses. The difference in battle strength was too big. Even if they had divine weapons with blue rock, they would only die if they engaged in close combat with the Silver-Eyed Yin corpses. They would be easily killed. So, they could only shoot out blue firestones from afar to block the Absolute Yin corpses. This way, they would use up a lot of energy. Boom! Boom! Not long after, a violent explosion sounded again, and the demonic chi light shield shook violently. The 3 Silver-Eyed Yin corpses led the Absolute Yin corpses to attack again. The Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons were helpless, and could only continue to shoot out blue rock to block. After a while, the silver-eating corpses retreated with the absolute-eating corpses, but not long after, they continued to attack. After a few times, the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons finally ran out of blue rock. Roar! The silver-eating corpses led the absolute-eating corpses to attack again, and the demonic chi light shield trembled non-stop. The faces of Lion and the others were incomparably gloomy. This time, without the blue rock, they could only rely on themselves. Boom boom boom, the demonic chi light shield trembled more and more violently. Although this demonic chi light shield was released by Xianxia using the demon ancestor blood crystal, Xianxia's cultivation was limited after all. Moreover, she had only half succeeded in fusing with the demon ancestor blood crystal. So, although the demonic chi light shield's defense was strong and could block normal absolute-eating corpses, it was very difficult to completely block the silver-eating corpses. The 3 silver-eating corpses were about to break through the demonic chi light shield and kill their way in. Attack! Stop them! Lion roared, and his figure soared into the sky. He took out an origin-grade divine weapon and slashed at a silver-eating corpse. His divine weapon was naturally covered in blue rock. When Lion attacked, Heaven Destroyer and the other top experts from the evil demons also attacked the 3 silver-eating corpses. However, there weren't many top experts on both sides. There were only a few people who were at the level of the strongest Lord of Heaven. The rest were at the level of the strongest Lord of Heaven. Although their divine weapons were covered with blue rocks, their combat strength was far inferior to the silver-eating corpses. In just one exchange, the experts from Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons were forced to retreat. They spat out blood and their faces were pale. There were even 2 top Lord of Heaven level experts who were almost killed by the silver-eating corpses' terrifying claws. Everyone's heart sank. The difference in combat strength was too great. The silver-eating corpses were blocked by the demonic chi light shield. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to block it. When the silver-eating corpses broke through the demonic chi light shield, how could they block it? Roar roar roar, boom boom boom. The extreme corpses kept roaring as they attacked the demonic chi light shield. Finally, a crack appeared. The 3 extreme corpses charged through the crack and appeared above everyone's heads. Their berserk auras covered the sky and pressed down on everyone. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them, making everyone feel an enormous pressure. Then, the 3 extreme corpses attacked. Their sharp claws tore through the void and a terrifying force grabbed at everyone. Block it! Lion and the others roared as they rushed into the sky to block the attacks of the extreme corpses. Their eyes were filled with determination. Without the demonic chi light shield, they knew that they wouldn't be able to block the 3 silver-eating corpses. In the end, they would probably be killed. However, they had no choice. They couldn't run away. Swoosh! At this moment, a figure rushed into the sky from the ground and charged at one of the silver-eating corpses. With a loud boom, the silver-eating corpse was blocked. It was Gu Chongfeng. Gu Chongfeng retreated quickly. His face was pale and his blood was weak. It was obvious that he hadn't recovered from his injuries. Roar! The silver-eating corpse let out a furious roar and charged towards Gu Chongfeng. Gu Chongfeng held his divine weapon and fought with the silver-eating corpse. Although Gu Chongfeng was injured, it was still possible for him to fend off the silver-eating corpse with the help of his blue firestone weapon. However, the others were in imminent danger. When the others faced the 2 silver-eating corpses, they were not a match at all. As soon as they exchanged blows, there were people who died, torn apart by the silver-eating corpses. Kill! A silver-eating corpse let out a loud roar and charged at Yin Kong. Its sharp claws swiped at Yin Kong's head. My life is over. Yin Kong sighed. With his strength, there was no suspense when facing a silver-eating corpse, and only death awaited him. At this moment, in the sky, a black light filled with rich and powerful demonic chi flew towards the silver-eating corpse. With a bang, the silver-eating corpse was blocked. A figure appeared in the sky, exuding an aura as vast as the abyss. It was Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia was in an unusual state. Her eyes were tightly shut, and black demonic chi surrounded her body like black ribbons. A terrifying aura gushed out from her body, but it was not very stable and kept fluctuating. The 2 silver-eating corpses turned to look at Xianxia. With a roar, they pounced at Xian with shocking speed. Xian still had her eyes closed. As if it was her instinct, her palm formed a demonic blade that was more than 10 meters long. She stepped in the air and waved the demonic blade, fighting with the two silver-eating corpses. After a few exchanges, Xian's figure retreated slightly. She was at a disadvantage. She had to maintain the demonic chi barrier to block the other extreme corpses, so her battle strength was naturally not at its peak. However, if she did not maintain the demonic chi barrier, a large number of extreme corpses would rush in, and many of the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons would die. One had to know that there were more than 10 extreme corpses that were comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven. The Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons would not be able to block them. In this way, Xian was at a disadvantage against the two silver-eating corpses. Roar! The silver-eating corpses roared angrily and continued to attack Xian. Outside the demonic chi barrier, there were more than 1,000 extreme corpses. They attacked the demonic chi barrier crazily, putting Xian under great pressure. Outside the Heron Ancient Mine, the Blue Sea race and the Eveline race heard the explosions coming from the mine. Such intense explosions. It seems like the battle is very intense. Perhaps the battle has entered its final stage. After this battle, the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons will be destroyed. The Quasi-Saint race, the Heavenly Human race, the Heaven Destroyer, the evil demons, and the other low-level races will all be eliminated. After destroying these low-level races, we will destroy the Blue Sea race and the Primordial Light race. The Void Universe will belong to the Eveline race. A few Eveline race members discussed in secret. Similar discussions occurred within the Blue Sea race. Who is it? Suddenly, a top expert from the Balefulline tribe shouted as he looked at the void behind him. This elite from the Eveline race was equivalent to the Primordial Light race's Guangqian royal envoy. At the same time, there was also an expert of the same level from the Blue Sea clan who was looking at the sky. Whoosh, there was a flash of light in the void and a young figure appeared. This figure was naturally Lu Ming. After the Bone Demon flew with him for a while, Lu Ming refined the top-notch Origin Great Armor and let the Bone Demon enter the ancient Desolation Ring. He traveled alone and finally arrived at the Heron Ancient Mine. This person seems to be Lu Ming from the Heaven Destroyer. A Eveline race member recognized Lu Ming. Lu Ming had become famous in the universe after the battle with the Heavenly Human race and had killed 3 of their strongest Lord of Heaven. Even the creatures in the Forbidden Lands knew of Lu Ming's reputation and had seen Lu Ming's portrait. That's right. It's Lu Ming. It's indeed him. The other creatures in the Forbidden Lands also recognized Lu Ming. Very good, very good. Let's send him and the rest of the Heaven Destroyer to hell. The top expert from the Eveline clan sneered. In a flash, he dashed toward Lu Ming like a beam of dim light. Before he arrived, a terrifying sinister aura dashed toward Lu Ming, exuding an extremely cold and sinister aura. Lu Ming frowned and a terrifying murderous intent appeared in his eyes. As soon as he arrived, he heard a loud explosion in the Heron Ancient Mine. He couldn't help but worry. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted and the Battle God Spear appeared in his hand. He thrust it forward. The spear radiance was dazzling and destroyed the Eveline chi. It continued to pierce toward the elite from the Eveline race. Oh no, the top elite of the Balefulline race paled in fright and disbelief appeared on his face. Lu Ming's attack power was beyond his imagination. It was terrifyingly strong. The spear radiance pierced through the Balefulline chi of the Balefulline tribe expert and blasted a large hole in his body. The Balefulline tribe expert retreated rapidly, his body twisting like a ghost. Balefulline chi filled the air and the large hole in his body was quickly mended. The Balefulline tribe's body constitution was extremely special. It was between illusion and reality. It was as if it had no physical body but was pure. Balefulline chi. It was difficult for ordinary attacks to cause any harm to such a body constitution. However, Lu Ming's attack was no ordinary attack. It was too strong. No matter what kind of body constitution one had, it would destroy everything. Although the Balefulline tribe expert was not dead, he was severely injured and his aura was weak. Kill! Lu Ming shouted coldly. He did not stop and chased after the Balefulline tribe expert. The war god's spear was like a mountain range, pressing down on the Balefulline tribe expert. The violent destructive energy completely drowned him. Ah! The Balefulline expert let out a shrill scream as his body exploded. Both his body and soul were destroyed. His scream was filled with indignation. He had been careless and underestimated Lu Ming. Otherwise, with his strength and special body constitution, he would not have been killed by Lu Ming in 2 moves. Unfortunately, it was too late. There was no point in regretting. This person, the other Balefulline tribe experts, including the CC tribe, felt a chill in their hearts. They could not help but retreat. How would they dare to stop Lu Ming? Lu Ming was not in the mood to continue attacking the Balefulline tribe and CC tribe experts. He turned into a beam of light and rushed into the Heron Ancient Mine. When he disappeared, the Balefulline tribe and CC tribe people were relieved. Lu Ming has terrifying combat strength. Indeed. Lord Balefulline tribe must have been careless. However, it is still shocking that he could kill Lord Balefulline tribe in 2 moves. Let's send a message to the other lords and ask them to come and kill this person. Some Balefulline tribe people discussed and spread the news. The CC tribe people also thought that Lu Ming could not be left alive and had to be killed. Therefore, they spread the news and asked more CC tribe experts to come. Lu Ming dashed into the Heron Ancient Mine and flew toward the direction of the booming sound at an extremely fast speed. Along the way, he saw some mechanisms and arrays. However, they were all broken. He guessed that they were either destroyed by the exterminating heavenly army, the Ultimatine Corpse, or the living creatures of the Forbidden Grounds. They no longer had much power. At this moment, the battle between the Heaven Destroyer and the Extremine tribe experts was. Gu Changfeng was severely injured and it was already his limit to hold back a Silver Eating Corpse. Furthermore, he was at a complete disadvantage and it was likely that he would not be able to defeat the Ing Corpse after a while. Xianxia was fighting 2 Silver Eating Corpses and had to use her demonic Qi barrier to block a large number of Extremine Corpses, so she was in an even more passive position. Finally, a Silver Eating Corpse clawed at Xianxia and tore the Balefulline Qi on her body, leaving a few deep wounds on her body. Xianxia kept her eyes closed. Her body trembled and her energy fluctuated. Even the Balefulline Qi around her shook violently as if it was about to collapse. Prepare for the battle. Lion roared and turned back to his original form. The Heaven Destroyer and the demons all took out their divine weapons and were ready to fight. Once the Balefulline Qi was destroyed, they would have to fight to the death. Everyone, remember this. When the great battle erupts, try your best to charge outwards. If you can escape, do so. Don't worry about others. Do you understand? Tang Jian shouted. Many people looked sad. This was the most helpless decision, but it had to be done. The only way was to preserve the strength of the Heavenly Extermination Troop. If they could preserve as much strength as possible, the Heavenly Extermination Troop would be destroyed. Roar! The 2 Silver Eating Corpses continued to roar and pounced at Xianxia. Xianxia could only resist with all her might. If this continues, Xianxia will be in great danger. He is not completely fused with the Devil Ancestor Blood Crystal, and has only partially fused with it. If this continues, all his efforts will be in vain, and he might even be devoured by the Devil Ancestor Blood Crystal, Ying Kong said with a solemn expression. The other Abyss Devils, especially the Purple-Eyed Abyss Devils, were even more worried. Look outside. Suddenly, someone shouted. Many people looked outside the demonic Qi light shield. In that direction, a large amount of blue light suddenly flew out and shot towards the Extremine Corpses. Everyone could clearly see that the blue light was the blue rock they had used before. These blue rocks were polished into the shape of needles or shuttles. When they hit the Extremine Corpses, they exploded and turned into blue flames that enveloped the Extremine Corpses. Sizzling sounds could be heard. Following this, a figure charged over at an astonishing speed. Wherever he passed, spear lights flashed, and the Extremine Corpses exploded one by one. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming! Someone in the Heaven Destroyer exclaimed. Only him. Some people in the Heaven Destroyer felt their hearts sink. What was the use of Lu Ming coming alone? Wasn't he just sending himself to his death? Lu Ming, leave quickly. Some of the extreme corpses are terrifying. You can't deal with them. Yin Kong roared. He knew the name extreme corpses from the Abyss Devils. Some of the Abyss Devils' ancient books had records of extreme corpses. Lu Ming was strong, comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven, but it was useless in this situation. Among the extreme corpses, there were at least a dozen existences comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven. Not to mention, there were also existences like the Silver-Eyed corpses. Lu Ming was no match for them. He was just sending himself to his death. With Lu Ming's talent, it would be a pity if he died here. To be honest, Lu Ming's value alone was worth thousands. The others also shouted for Lu Ming to leave. But it was already too late. There were at least 4 or 5 extreme corpses comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven charging towards Lu Ming. It's too late. Yin Kong, Tang Jian, and the others had pale faces as they sighed. But in the next moment, their eyes widened. They saw Lu Ming advancing instead of retreating. The war god spear vibrated and sent out 5 spear lights, each aimed at 5 extreme corpses comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven. The spear lights were unstoppable. The 5 extreme corpses comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven couldn't even withstand a single blow. Their bodies were directly pierced through, creating a large hole. The blue firestone flames on the tip of the spear spread out from the extreme corpses' wounds and enveloped them. In one move, 5 extreme corpses comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven were heavily injured. Yin Kong, Tang Jian, and the others didn't even have time to be shocked before Lu Ming continued to attack. Another 5 spear lights were sent out. This time, the bodies of the 5 extreme corpses that were comparable to the strongest Heavenly Lord realm exploded into pieces. They had completely died. Within the demonic Qi light shield, everyone from the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons opened their mouths wide in shock. In just 2 moves, 5 existences that were comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven were killed. What kind of combat power was this? They were very clear about how strong these extreme corpses were. Although they were comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven, they were actually much more difficult to deal with than the strongest Lord of Heaven. Their offensive power was comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven, but their vitality and defensive power far surpassed the strongest Lord of Heaven. An ordinary strongest Lord of Heaven had no chance of winning against these extreme corpses. However, Lu Ming had killed 5 extreme corpses in 2 moves. Although they could see that Lu Ming's divine weapon was also covered with the blue rock, although the blue rock could restrain the extreme corpses, the effect was not that heaven-defying. There was only one possibility, and that was that Lu Ming's combat power was too strong. Could it be that Lu Ming had made great progress during this period of time? Xian, let me in. At this moment, Lu Ming arrived outside the demonic Qi light shield, and his voice was transmitted into the demonic Qi light shield. When Lu Ming's voice fell, the demonic Qi light shield rippled, and a gap appeared. Although Xian's eyes were tightly shut, she was still conscious. Lu Ming's figure moved, and he charged into the demonic Qi light shield. Without the time to greet Lion, Tang Jian, and the others, Lu Ming charged in Xian's direction. Sky-splitting style, Lu Ming became one with his spear, and he turned into a spear light, piercing through the void. With shocking speed, he stabbed at a Silver-Eyed corpse. Roar! The Silver-Eyed corpse roared, and it waved its sharp claws at Lu Ming. With a clang, the spear light collided with the Silver-Eyed corpse's claws. Then, the Silver-Eyed corpse's claws shattered, and the spear light pierced through its palm. The Silver-Eyed corpse retreated and Lu Ming quickly followed up. His spear was like a dragon as he launched a barrage of attacks. Currently, Lu Ming's combat strength was already far above the Silver-Eyed corpse. In addition, he had the blue firestone to restrain the Silver-Eyed corpse. A single Silver-Eyed corpse would not be able to withstand Lu Ming's attacks. In just a few moves, the Silver-Eyed corpse's body was pierced through by the war god spear. After a few more moves, the Silver-Eyed corpse's body was torn apart and it died on the spot. After killing this Silver-Eyed corpse, Lu Ming turned around and charged towards the Silver-Eyed corpse that Gu Changfeng was fighting against. Because Gu Changfeng was in an even worse situation. Because Xian had lost a Silver-Eyed corpse, the pressure on her was greatly reduced and she was able to stabilize the situation. Whoosh! 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 The spear radiance was like a dragon and the attacks were fierce. The silver-eyed corpse that was fighting with Gu Changfeng was killed by Lu Ming in a few moves. At this moment, everyone present was shocked beyond words. They were all shocked by Lu Ming's combat strength. Such a terrifying silver-eyed corpse could not withstand a few moves from Lu Ming. What kind of combat strength did Lu Ming have? Was he still in the Divine Master Realm? How could a Divine Master Realm's combat strength reach such a level? This was simply an origin source. Even Gu Changfeng was shocked beyond words. Even if it is a forbidden body, there are not many people who can reach such a level of combat strength in the Divine Master Realm. Moreover, Lu Ming is only in the 9th level of the Divine Master Realm. If his combat strength reaches the peak of the Divine Master Realm, how powerful would he be? Can a forbidden body reach such a level? The two most outstanding forbidden bodies in the ancient times, the life spirits of the Heavenly Court and the life spirits of the Great Ancient Divine Court, did not have such combat strength when fighting at the same level, right? Gu Changfeng thought to himself. Then, he took out a few divine elixirs and swallowed them. Lu Ming did not stop and charged towards the last silver-eyed corpse. Roar! The silver-eyed corpse's intelligence was very high. When it saw Lu Ming kill two beings of the same level as it knew that it was no match for Lu Ming. When it saw Lu Ming charging towards it turned around and tried to escape. However, Xianxia would not let it escape. She used all her strength to restrain the silver-eyed corpse. At the same time, Lu Ming rushed over and cut off the silver-eyed corpse's escape route. With Lu Ming and Xianxia working together, the silver-eyed corpse's fate was sealed. In just a few moves, it was completely killed. Roar roar roar, outside the demonic chi light shield, the extreme corpses did not have much intelligence and were still attacking. Lu Ming waved his hand and Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Bone Demon and the others appeared. Let's attack together and destroy these extreme corpses. Lu Ming's voice rang out as he charged towards the outside of the demonic chi light shield. Then, Xianxia, Autumn Moon and the others followed Lu Ming and charged out, throwing out blue firestones. Kill! Then, the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demon experts roared and charged out as well. The three silver-eyed corpses had been killed and there were not many extreme corpses left that were comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven. Their strength had dropped drastically. On the other side, there were experts like Lu Ming, Xianxia and Gu Changfeng. They were completely unstoppable and a large number of extreme corpses were killed. Not long after, the thousands of extreme corpses were almost all killed. At this moment, Gu Changfeng sat cross-legged on the ground and started to heal himself. Xianxia was in a similar situation. She landed on the ground and closed her eyes. The demonic chi on her body fluctuated and was very unstable. Xianxia's situation is not looking good. Brother Lu, do you have any way to help her? Yin Kong came to Lu Ming's side and sighed. I don't know much about this. Gumo, do you have any ideas? Lu Ming turned to ask Gumo. Gumo was the ancestor of the demonic path and he must have a way. Unexpectedly, Gumo shook his head. The origin of the demonic ancestor blood crystal is frighteningly ancient. I don't know much about it, but I can feel that the demonic ancestor blood crystal's energy is frighteningly strong. Merging with it is harder than ascending to the heavens. Outsiders can't interfere at all. Only Xianxia can rely on herself. Gumo said. Hearing Gumo's words, the evil demons' faces turned solemn. It seemed that Xianxia could only rely on her own luck. Lu Ming, how did you find this place? Tang Jian asked. I heard from Yi Immortal. Lu Ming said. He guessed that Yi Immortal must have been active in this area before and knew that Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons were trapped here. However, Yi Immortal told Lu Ming that he didn't have good intentions. He probably wanted to use the Songming tribe and the Balefulin tribe to deal with Lu Ming. He knew that Lu Ming must have come here to save the people of Heaven Destroyer. This would definitely make him face the Songming tribe and the Balefulin tribe. It could be said that this was an open conspiracy. Lu Ming knew this, but he had no choice but to come. Yi Immortal? This guy doesn't have good intentions, Tang Jian muttered. Tang Jian muttered. Naturally, they could guess Yi Wuxiu's intentions. By the way, how did you guys get here? Why are you trapped here? Lu Ming asked. It's like this, Tang Jian briefly recounted their experiences during this period of time. The Songming tribe and the Balefulin tribe? A wisp of killing intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He said, "We have to leave this place quickly. The Balefulin tribe and the Songming tribe are guarding outside. They must have sent messages to the others." "What about Xian?" Yin Kong asked. "Take her away and put her into my chaos ring." Afterward, he sent a voice transmission to Xian, asking her to cooperate. He then put Xian into the chaos ring. "Senior Gu Chongfeng, you should heal in the chaos ring too." Lu Ming looked at Gu Chongfeng. "Lu Ming, did you comprehend the 3,000th ancient secret skill?" Gu Chongfeng stared at Lu Ming with bright eyes. "That's right. Senior, you are wise." Lu Ming nodded and did not hide anything. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Gu Chongfeng was shocked and said, "You really comprehended the 3,000th ancient secret skill. This is unbelievable and unprecedented. Senior, you are flattering me. Didn't the Lord of the Ancient Divine Court comprehend the 3,000th ancient secret skill long ago?" Lu Ming said. "That's just a rumor." Gu Chongfeng shook his head and smiled. He then said to Lu Ming through voice transmission, "To tell you the truth, I once heard from a senior who survived the ancient divine courts that the Lord of the ancient divine courts did not comprehend 3,000 ancient secret skills. In fact, he only comprehended 2,999. Lu Ming was shocked and replied, "How is that possible? Didn't they say that the ancient divine court had the 3,000th ancient secret skill? Have you seen anyone who has gathered the 3,000th ancient secret skill?" Gu Chongfeng asked. Lu Ming was stunned and did not know how to answer. Yes, it had always been a rumor that the ancient divine court had the 3,000th ancient secret skill, but no one had ever gathered them all. It was said that after the Lord of the ancient divine court died, no one had gathered the 3,000th ancient secret skill. So, it's just a rumor. In fact, there are only 2,999 grand ancient secret arts in the grand ancient divine court. The 3,000th grand ancient secret art has always been a conjecture of the grand ancient divine court's leader, but he didn't manage to comprehend it. I didn't expect you to be able to comprehend the 3,000th grand ancient secret art. So, you're unprecedented. I can feel that your forbidden energy has become even more terrifying." Gu Chongfeng said. "Not bad." Lu Ming did not hide anything. "You're an eternal genius. Of all my previous taboo physiques, you're probably the most accomplished. You've walked the path that the Lord of the Archaic Divine Court couldn't walk. However, I've heard that the taboo sword ancestor, Tang Feng, seems to have walked on another path. It seems to be unprecedented. I truly wish to have the opportunity to meet him." Gu Chongfeng said. In terms of age, Gu Chongfeng was Tang Feng's senior. However, when Tang Feng was born, Gu Chongfeng was already in a deep sleep and the two of them had never met. After talking with Gu Chongfeng, Lu Ming felt a surge of emotions. It turned out that he had unintentionally walked on a path that had never been seen before. He had originally thought that the Lord of the Archaic Divine Court had also comprehended 3,000 ancient secret skills. Who would have thought that the Master of the Primordial Divine Court would fail, and would instead be stuck at 2,999? Fortunately, there was this rumor that Lu Ming had succeeded. If he had known earlier that the Lord of the Archaic Divine Court had failed, he might not have succeeded either. Because he had always thought that the Lord of the Archaic Divine Court had comprehended 3,000 ancient secret skills. He thought that since others had succeeded, it meant that this path was feasible and that he could succeed too. Therefore, he had been persevering and did not give up. If he had known earlier that the Lord of the Archaic Divine Court had failed, he would have been discouraged and thought that this path was not feasible. He might have failed. Things were really unpredictable. After that, Lu Ming also put Gu Chongfeng into the Chaos Ring. It was not only Gu Chongfeng. Next, Lu Ming got everyone to enter the Ancient Desolation Ring. There were most likely creatures guarding outside the Heron Ancient Mine. It would be a burden to bring a large group of people with him. It was safer and more convenient for him to move alone. After putting everyone into the Chaos Ring, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he dashed out of the Heron Ancient Mine. Soon, Lu Ming arrived outside the Heron Ancient Mine. As soon as he arrived outside the Heron Ancient Mine, Lu Ming felt many cold gazes landing on him. Their gazes were filled with murderous intent and they were like sharp blades cutting his skin. These were naturally creatures of the Forbidden Land. There were hundreds of them from the Tsangming tribe and the Balefulin tribe, which was several times more than when Lu Ming had entered previously. There were more people from the Balefulin tribe and the Tsangming tribe. They came so quickly. Lu Ming's face darkened slightly. It had only been a short while since he had gone in to help, but the number of people from the Balefulin tribe and the Tsangming tribe had increased by several times. It seemed that there were experts from the two tribes in the area. Lu Ming, how dare you kill an expert from the Balefulin tribe? You are courting death. Set up the formation and summon the Balefulin Ghost King. Tear him apart. A middle-aged man from the Balefulin tribe spoke. His body was constantly twisting and turning like a ghost. This middle-aged man had arrived later. Before entering, Lu Ming had not seen him before. However, the aura he gave off was extremely terrifying. He was probably a top expert. Swoosh, 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 a total of 15 experts from the Balefulin tribe rushed out. They all had treasures that looked like skulls. These skulls were the size of an adult's fist and were covered with runes. These skulls were the carriers of the combined attack formation. The runes spread and the 15 skulls shone. They intertwined with each other and then formed a huge figure. This figure gave off a terrifying Balefulin chi. It was the Balefulin Ghost King that the Balefulin tribe had mentioned. This was the Balefulin Ghost King formed by the combined attack formation of 15 people. It was extremely powerful. The Balefulin Ghost King roared and pounced towards Lu Ming. At the same time, the Tsangming tribe also attacked. The Tsangming tribe also used a combined attack formation. However, it was not a combined attack formation of 15 people, but a combined attack formation of 18 people. The combined attack formation of 18 people formed a flying fish. This flying fish had 2 wings. With a flap of its wings, it shot towards Lu Ming like an arrow released from a bow. The 2 combined attack formations attacked Lu Ming from the left and right. Following closely behind the 2 combined attack formations, 2 figures also charged towards Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. One was the middle-aged man from the Balefulin tribe, and the other was a top expert from the Tsangming tribe. These 2 people were comparable to the Guanqian royal envoy. They knew that Lu Ming was very strong. Therefore, they used their strongest combat power from the get-go. Their coordination was flawless. The 2 terrifying combined attack arrays and the 2 experts who were comparable to the king of Guanqian formed a killing move. They wanted to kill Lu Ming. In the face of such an attack, the Guanqian royal envoy would definitely be killed in an instant. Even if they were stronger than the Guanqian royal envoy, they would still be severely injured. However, Lu Ming's strength was not just a little stronger than the Guanqian royal envoy's. What's more, he was in control of a top-tier soul-grade armor. On the way to the Heron Ancient Mine, Lu Ming had already refined a top-notch source-level divine weapon armor. At this moment, Lu Ming's heart stirred and a black armor appeared, shrouding Lu Ming within it. It covered him tightly and he looked just like a god of war. Swoosh, the sky-breaking form was unleashed and turned into a sharp spear radiance that shot toward the sinister Shade Ghost King. Roar, the sinister Shade Ghost King roared and slashed at Lu Ming with a Ghost King blade. When the blade collided with the spear radiance, there was an earth-shattering explosion. In the next moment, the Ghost King blade vibrated violently and dense runes appeared on its surface. The sinister Shade Ghost King was also forced to retreat. The sinister Shade Ghost King was formed by a 15-man combined formation. The 15 people who had set up the formation were all peak almighty experts. Compared to the 9-man combined formation of the Yuanguan tribe, it was naturally much stronger. However, compared to the 21-man combined formation of the Yuanguan tribe, it was still much weaker. Its offensive power was slightly stronger than that of the Guanqian royal envoy, so it was naturally no match for Lu Ming. Just as Lu Ming forced the sinister Shade Ghost King to retreat, the 18-man combined formation of the Blue Sea tribe and the 2 top experts from the Blue Sea tribe and the sinister Yin tribe arrived. 3 terrifying attacks landed on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming ignored the 3 attacks. He gathered all his strength and continued to unleash the sky-breaking form to attack the sinister Shade Ghost King. Boom! Boom, boom! The 3 terrifying attacks landed on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body only vibrated a few times before he blocked the 3 attacks. It is indeed a top-notch source-level divine weapon armor. Its defensive power is very strong. The vibrations that passed through the armor were not much. I can completely block them. Lu Ming's confidence was greatly boosted as this thought flashed across his mind. The top-grade source-grade battle armor didn't disappoint Lu Ming at all. Its defensive power was too strong. Those 3 terrifying attacks had been completely blocked. Even if there was some vibrating force through the armor, it wasn't strong. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he could completely withstand it. Only someone with the same attack power as Lu Ming would be able to penetrate the armor and cause a certain amount of damage to Lu Ming. These people were obviously not good enough. Boom, Lu Ming's offensive was not affected much. He exchanged a second blow with the Baleful Ghost King. This time, the Baleful Ghost King's saber exploded. The spear light pierced a hole through the Baleful Ghost King's body. In reality, it had pierced through the body of a Baleful expert. The destructive power exploded, and the Baleful expert's body was torn into pieces. He died on the spot. With one person killed, the formation instantly became unstable and its light dimmed. It almost couldn't maintain the form of the Baleful Ghost King. Primitive style, Lu Ming struck out with his palm and used the primitive style. A piece of land formed above the Baleful Ghost King's head. This piece of land wasn't large. It was only 100 meters in radius. The smaller the area, the stronger the attack power of the primitive style. The piece of land with a radius of 100 meters suppressed the Baleful Ghost King's head. A terrifying power exploded, and the Baleful Ghost King exploded. The remaining 14 people who had set up the formation were all shocked to death. Yes, the 14 people who had set up the formation were all shocked to death by the primitive style. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Only 15 skulls were left floating in the air. At this time, another 3 attacks landed on Lu Ming. However, they didn't cause much damage to Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming roared, and the war god spear swept out. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was the top expert from the Blue Sea tribe who was comparable to the Guanqian royal envoy. This top expert from the Blue Sea tribe was the closest to Lu Ming. He was directly hit by the war god spear. His body flew out like a cannonball and smashed through a mountain. Let's go! The top expert from the Baleful tribe was scared out of his wits. His face was pale. Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying. He was frightened. He couldn't help but think of the top expert from the Baleful tribe who had been killed by Lu Ming. That expert was at the same level as him. If he could be killed by Lu Ming, what about him? Therefore, he fled without hesitation. The speed of the Baleful tribe was extremely fast, comparable to that of the Primordial Light tribe. Like a ghost, he disappeared into the distance in a few flashes. The other members of the Baleful tribe didn't dare to stay. They followed closely behind the top expert and fled into the distance. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He didn't chase after them. Instead, his body flashed and he charged toward the top expert from the Blue Sea tribe. Ah, damn it, the top expert from the Blue Sea tribe was shocked. When he saw the top expert from the Baleful tribe escape, he was furious. However, the most important thing now was to stop Lu Ming. Come and help me! The top expert from the Blue Sea tribe shouted. At the same time, he unleashed his full strength. He opened his mouth and a long river appeared. The long river was filled with this kind of water. It was extremely cold. This kind of cold was different from ordinary cold. Not only was it cold, but it was also filled with yin qi. It was like the qi of the 9 underworlds. The river surged and swept toward Lu Ming. At the same time, the 18 people's joint attack formation also charged toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming ignored the attack of the formation. Open! Lu Ming bellowed. The taboo power surged into the war god spear wildly. The war god spear rapidly grew in size. It was like an incomparably huge mountain range, pressing forward and lashing out at the cold and gloomy river. Splash, the river splashed in all directions. It was directly split open by the war god spear. The powerful force hit the top expert from the Blue Sea tribe and sent him flying. His body trembled and his face turned pale. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. At the same time, the 18 people's joint attack formation hit Lu Ming again. Lu Ming's body staggered slightly, but he managed to block the attack. To be honest, the joint attack formation of the 18 people from the Blue Sea tribe was very powerful. It was only slightly weaker than the joint attack formation of the 21 people from the Primordial Light tribe. Lu Ming wouldn't have dared to let it hit him if he didn't have the top-notch source-grade divine weapon battle armor. In fact, even with the top-notch source-grade divine weapon battle armor, a powerful force could still pass through and hit Lu Ming. However, this force couldn't cause serious injuries to Lu Ming immediately. It could only cause light injuries. Given Lu Ming's vitality and recovery ability, he could recover quickly. Of course, this was only one such formation. Lu Ming could ignore it. If there were 8 or 10 of such formations, Lu Ming wouldn't dare to be so careless. Continuous light injuries could also accumulate into serious injuries. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he stared at the top expert from the Blue Sea tribe. If he wanted to fight, he had to focus on one person. Boom, the desolation style was executed. A continent formed above the top of the Blue Sea tribe's expert and pressed down on him. The top expert from the Blue Sea tribe roared and used all his strength to resist. However, it was useless. When the continent pressed down, the Blue Sea tribe's expert's attacks kept collapsing. In the end, the continent pressed down on his body. Bam, the man's body was torn to pieces. This top expert of the Blue Sea race was crushed by Lu Ming's desolate style. His body was torn apart and his soul was also destroyed by the violent destructive power. Another terrifying expert was killed by Lu Ming. The remaining Blue Sea race members were terrified. Go. Retreat first. The Blue Sea race members, including the 18 people in the formation, fled into the distance. You want to leave now? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He stepped forward and chased after the Blue Sea race like a stream of light. In an instant, he caught up with the 18 people in the formation. Boom, Lu Ming struck with his palm and used the primeval style. A large piece of land blasted toward the 18 people's combined attack array. The 18 people of the Blue Sea race formed a giant fish with 2 wings. The fish's head was as thin as a sword and its body was surrounded by cold water. Seeing that they couldn't escape, the 18 people's formation could only take it head-on. But the result was that the giant fish was forced to retreat. In a head-on battle with Lu Ming, the combined attack of the 18 of them was still lacking. Moreover, Lu Ming now had a top-notch source-level divine weapon armor. When he fought with others, he could use more of his energy to attack. He did not need to consider defense. His combat power would undoubtedly be stronger. Yi Immortal used this advantage and was usually stronger in a battle of the same level. After gaining the upper hand in one move, Lu Ming didn't stop attacking. He attacked continuously and his opponent couldn't resist at all. After a few moves, Lu Ming's spear broke through the opponent's defense and killed one of the Blue Sea race members in the formation. The remaining 17 Blue Sea race members in the formation were really panicking. Lu Ming, are you really going to kill us all? You're becoming a mortal enemy of the Blue Sea race. Can you stop our revenge? A Blue Sea race member roared. Aren't we mortal enemies now? Lu Ming sneered. He had finally seen through the life forms of the Forbidden Grounds. Even if you were to avoid them, they would still take the initiative to come and kill you. Therefore, the only way was to counterattack and kill until the other party was afraid or even flatten the other party. Only then would they be able to eliminate all future troubles. Dealing with these creatures of the Forbidden Lands, Lu Ming would not show mercy at all. Whoosh, the sky-breaking style erupted and turned into a dazzling spear light. This time, the spear light directly pierced through the 2-winged giant fish. When the giant fish exploded, 7 out of the 17 people who had set up the formation were instantly killed by the spear light. The remaining 10 people were also injured. They ignored their injuries and fled in all directions. Spread out and spread the news to Lord Song Luo. During this period of time, we brought back a large amount of resources from the Tsangming Sea. Soon, more cultivators will awaken and come to the Purple Heaven Cave. At that time, those cultivators will avenge us. Several Blue Sea race members roared loudly. Their figures didn't stop as they fled with all their might. Lu Ming went all out to kill them. In the end, another 6 people were killed by Lu Ming. A few people still managed to escape. There were many people from the Blue Sea race. In addition to those who had set up the formation, there were also those who didn't. They had already escaped. Seeing that he couldn't catch up, Lu Ming didn't stay. His figure flashed and he left the place. A day later, in a relatively quiet and hidden place, Lu Ming appeared and released the people from the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons. Seeing that they were safe, they naturally thanked Lu Ming profusely. In particular, Lion, Tang Jian, and the others were even more amazed by Lu Ming's strength. At the same time, they were also very ashamed. Not long after they entered the Purple Heaven Cave, they were chased by the Extremine Corpse. Later, when they finally got rid of the Extremine Corpse, they encountered the creatures of the Forbidden Lands. Therefore, during this period of time, it could be said that they had accomplished nothing. On the other hand, Lu Ming's combat strength had skyrocketed, forming a sharp contrast. By the way, Senior Lion, Senior Tang, do you recognize the words of the last era? Lu Ming asked. I know a little. Lion nodded. That's great. We previously obtained some scrolls from the Purple Heaven Cave. They were recorded in the words of the last era. We can't understand them at all. Please take a look, Senior. Lu Ming said. Scrolls from the Purple Heaven Cave. Lion's eyes lit up. Not only him, but the others around him also revealed a look of joy and anticipation when they heard it. If these scrolls recorded some mysterious chi refinement skills from the last era, or even profound refining skills and alchemy skills, they would be invaluable. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a large number of scrolls appeared. Lion picked up a scroll, opened it expectantly, and read it carefully. Not long after, Lion revealed an excited look and said, recorded in this scroll is a profound refining skill that can refine source-level divine weapons. If this is given to our blacksmith masters, their refining skills will definitely increase greatly, and the success rate of refining source-level divine weapons will also increase by a lot. It's actually a profound refining skill. This is simply a priceless treasure. Tang Jian was also excited. This kind of refining method was too valuable for a certain force. The various factions in the universe, such as the Heaven Destroyer, the Heavenly Human Tribe, and the demons, although there were blacksmiths who could refine source-level divine weapons, the success rate was very low. One could imagine the speed at which source-level divine weapons were produced. The supply was far from meeting the demand. If they could increase the success rate of refining source-level divine weapons, it would be crucial for the development of a faction. However, although I can understand it, it's still very complicated to translate it. It will take a long time. Lion said. It doesn't matter. Let's see what's in these scrolls first. When we bring them out, we can slowly translate them. Lu Ming said. Then, Lion picked up the second scroll and began to read it. This scroll was a profound crafting technique. Moreover, it was an offensive technique called the Tai Heavenly Imperial Palm. Once mastered, it was extremely powerful and was even more powerful than an ancient secret technique. Of course, the value of this chi refinement technique could not be compared to the previous refining skill. After all, this type of offensive chi refinement technique was generally only suitable for beings below the origin realm to cultivate. This was because after reaching the origin realm, one could only comprehend Genesis arts according to one's own origin power. The power of Genesis arts was generally far above that of ancient secret techniques or offensive chi refinement techniques. Lion then picked up the third scroll and read it. This is an source level array. Lion suddenly exclaimed, revealing the array's expression. What? An source level array? The first to react was Dandan. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Lion, staring at him with fiery eyes. It's an source level array. The others also became excited, and their eyes lit up. Yes, it's an source level array, and a defensive one. Lion nodded solemnly. An source level array was not to be underestimated. In the past, the Heavenly Human Tribe and the demons did not know about it, but Heaven Destroyer lacked source level arrays. Therefore, the arrays in Heaven Destroyer's base were not very powerful. Is it a complete source level formation? Tang Jian hurriedly asked. The Heaven Destroyer had been excavating the ruins of the universe for so many years, but it had never found a complete source-level formation. A complete source-level formation would be incredibly powerful once it was laid down. If the Heaven Destroyer's base had a complete source-level formation, they would not have to fear the celestial race's attack. If they could control a complete source-level formation, once the origin tribulation was over and the Heaven Destroyer's origin awakened, the overall strength of the Heaven Destroyer would definitely increase. That's right. It's a complete source-level formation. Lion solemnly nodded. Many people's breathing became ragged. Can you translate it for me? Dandan stared at Lion with sparkling eyes. It might take some time to translate it. After all, a formation involves a lot of information, Lion said with some difficulty. Dandan, don't worry. What's supposed to be given to you will be given to you sooner or later. You can't run away. Moreover, your cultivation is only at the 9th level of the Godlord realm. Even if I give it to you, you won't be able to lay it down. Didn't you also obtain a complete source-level formation in the Myriad Transformations ruins? Lu Ming patted Dandan on the shoulder. Dandan awkwardly smiled and took a few steps back. Laying down a source-level formation was not that easy. The requirements were extremely stringent. Generally speaking, one needed to be at the Origin Realm to lay down a formation. This was because Origin Realm existences controlled Origin energy. Source-level formations required Origin energy to be laid down and activated. At the very least, one needed to be a peak God Lord to lay down a formation. But generally speaking, peak God Lords would find it very difficult to succeed. Although peak God Lords had already condensed their Origin seeds and contained Origin energy, peak God Lords had far too little Origin energy. It was not enough to lay down a source-level formation. Of course, it was not impossible to use some special treasures or techniques. But Dandan was only at the 9th level of the God Lord realm. That was simply impossible. Lion continued to look through the other scrolls. The remaining scrolls were all very valuable. For example, there were all kinds of chi cultivation techniques, artifact refining techniques, alchemy methods, and some other source-grade formations. There was even a method to refine a combination array formation carrier. Although it was only a method to refine a 9-person combination array formation carrier, its value was still immeasurable. Once they brought it back, as long as they gathered enough materials, wouldn't the Heaven Destroyer be able to continuously refine the carriers of the joint attack formation? Of course, the success rate of the joint attack formation carrier was extremely low, but it was better than nothing. There were also some scrolls that were maps of the Purple Heaven Cave. They were exactly the same as the one that Lu Ming had translated for Xianxia. Lu Ming, what do you plan to do next? Lion asked Lu Ming after reading all the scrolls. To the Violet Firmament Immortal Kingdom. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the map lit up, forming a huge map in the air. Their current location was in the northeast direction of the map. Violet Firmament Immortal Kingdom. Everyone looked at the center of the map. Previously, Lion had translated the words on the map in front of everyone. Therefore, everyone could understand the map. They could see that there was a huge sea in the middle of the map. This sea was surrounded by continents. There was an island in the center of the sea. This island was the Violet Firmament Immortal Kingdom. This was also the true core of the Violet Firmament Immortal Kingdom. Back then, the Immortal of the Violet Firmament Immortal Kingdom was overseeing this place. There was no doubt that the most precious treasures of the Violet Firmament Immortal Kingdom were hidden here. They didn't know before, but after seeing the map, how could they not go? Everyone else also showed signs of interest. They didn't need to guess to know that the Violet Firmament Immortal Kingdom contained amazing treasures. This was the place where the Immortal was overseen. What was the Immortal? He was a transcendent, an eternal existence that transcended the universe. Even a strand of hair left behind by the Immortal was a priceless treasure. The Violet Firmament Immortal Kingdom is the true core of the Violet Firmament Immortal Kingdom. I believe that the heavenly human race, the quasi-sage race, and even the creatures of the Forbidden Lands will definitely go there after knowing about it. That place will become a chaotic and dangerous place. If you don't have enough strength, you will only be courting death. Lion's voice sounded in everyone's ears. Many people's hearts sank, and the light in their eyes faded. Yes, how could the heavenly human race, the quasi-sage race, and the creatures of the Forbidden Lands miss the violet firmament immortal kingdom, especially those creatures of the Forbidden Lands. Once they knew about it, they would definitely not miss it. That area would be very dangerous. They knew very well how strong the creatures of the Forbidden Lands were. If they went, not only would they not get any treasures, but they would also be courting death. I won't restrict your choice. If you want to go, you can go. If you don't want to go, you can stay in the outer continents and look for treasures. There are countless treasures in the outer continents. Lion said. I'm not going. I'll stay. Many people spoke one after another. Apart from Lu Ming and the others, almost no one else went. As the leaders of the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons, Lion, Tang Jian, Yin Kong, and the others naturally had to stay and advance and retreat with everyone. Although Gu Chongfeng wanted to go, his body was injured and it was inconvenient for him to move. He planned to focus on healing his injuries. If he still had time after his injuries were healed, he would rush over to take a look. In the end, the decision was made. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Ling Yue, Dandan, Bubbles, Qiuqiu, Bone Demon, Wan Shen, and Tang Jun would go to the Violet Firmament Immortal Kingdom in a group of 10. The others would continue to stay in the outer continents to look for treasures. I have a good place to go. There are opportunities there. It's right here. On a mountain peak here, there are 4 statues. They are incomparably mysterious and can help people comprehend secret techniques. Lu Ming's heart stirred as he pointed at a corner of the map. The place he was talking about was the Qi vein where Lu Ming and the others had competed for treasures with the primordial light race and the heavenly human race. There were 4 statues there. Lu Ming and the others had obtained great benefits there. Lu Ming had comprehended the 3000th ancient secret technique there, which had greatly increased his battle strength. Without those statues, Lu Ming didn't know if he could comprehend the 3000th ancient secret technique. Even if he could, who knew how long it would take? If everyone in the Heaven Destroyer comprehended their strength would definitely improve greatly. Especially the top figures such as Gu Chongfeng, Lion, and Tang Jian. Their gains would definitely be shocking. There's actually such a mysterious place. Lion, Tang Jian, and the others' eyes lit up when they heard Lu Ming's introduction. However, there might still be people from the primordial light race, the quasi-sage race, and the heavenly human race in that place. We have to be extremely careful. Lu Ming reminded them. Don't worry, we won't act rashly. We will find a secret place to hide first. It won't be too late for us to go after the primordial light race, the heavenly human race, and the quasi-sage race have left. They can't possibly stay there forever. Lion said. End of chapter. That works. Lu Ming nodded. The plan was set. Lu Ming's group of 10 would go to the Purple Heaven Immortal Kingdom first, while the rest of the Heaven Destroyer and the demons would go to the Qi Channel and wait for an opportunity to act. Gu Chongfeng could treat his injuries first. As for Xian, she could have a quiet environment to cultivate and try to get through the difficulties. After the discussion, everyone split up. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the rest of the group of 10 set off towards the center of the Purple Heaven Grotto. Most of the time, Lu Ming and Gu Mo took turns to travel, while the others stayed in the ancient Desolation Ring and cultivated quietly. Although Xianxia and the others had already refined the top origin grade divine weapons and armors, they could still comprehend secret techniques. They had already touched the outline of Genesis techniques in front of the 4 statues. For example, Xianxia and Tang Jun were confident that they could use Genesis techniques at the peak of the almighty level. There would be many benefits if they seized the time to consolidate their strength. Lu Ming and Gu Mo took turns to travel at an extremely fast speed. Whenever they encountered something like the extreme corpse, they would first avoid it. Finally, half a month later, they arrived at the seaside. Although it was an inland sea, it stretched as far as the eye could see, with no end in sight. The sea was very calm, without any wind or waves, like a mirror. There seems to be no living creatures in the sea. Lu Ming sensed for a moment, and then his figure flew into the air, heading towards the depths of the sea. Along the way, they did not encounter any abnormalities. This sea was like a dead sea. Lu Ming increased his speed to the maximum, and when he was tired, he replaced Gu Mo. The two worked together and crossed the sea in just a few days. A huge object appeared on the surface of the sea. It was an island. They had arrived at the Purple Heaven Immortal Kingdom. This aura. As they approached the Purple Heaven Immortal Kingdom, Lu Ming's pupils shrank, and he was shocked. The sky above the island, which was the Purple Heaven Immortal Kingdom, was pitch black and covered by dark clouds. The world was dark and gloomy, and there was a cold aura constantly coming from it. This gloomy and cold aura was the same as the other places in Purple Cloud Grotto. However, it was many times denser. Looking from afar, one could see a dark and cold energy radiating from the Violet Firmament Immortal Kingdom, rushing in all directions. Such a dense and sinister aura. To think that an immortal country would turn into such a state. What in the world happened here? Lu Ming whispered. At the same time, he was secretly disappointed. This place was filled with such a dense and cold aura, which meant that there were basically no divine herbs growing on this island. It seemed like he would be disappointed if he wanted to obtain any source-grade divine herbs here. However, since they were already here, they naturally couldn't come here for nothing. They had to properly explore this place. Lu Ming continued to step forward and flew towards the island. This island was very large, like a continent. Lu Ming stood in the air and carefully observed. The island was completely barren. There were no plants at all. He could even see that there were many large pits and sword marks on the island. It was obvious that these were the traces left behind by a great battle. Even after countless years, they still hadn't completely disappeared. Lu Ming waved his hand and let Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Dandan, and the others come out of the Chaos Ring. Xianxia, Dandan, Bubbles, and the others all had their own unique methods. Lu Ming needed everyone's opinion. Dandan, do you feel any fluctuations of a formation? Lu Ming asked Dandan. Yes, there are fluctuations of a formation in the center of this island, and it's very, very terrifying. Dandan pointed to the front with a solemn face. Lu Ming and the others' faces also sank. It was the first time that Dandan used the word very consecutively and with such a solemn face. Can we go and take a look? Lu Ming asked Dandan. There shouldn't be any problems if we look from afar. Dandan nodded. They immediately set off. Not long after, a huge ancient city appeared in front of them. This ancient city was incomparably grand and took up an astonishing amount of space. However, there were layers of purple gold light that enveloped the ancient city, making it difficult to see the situation inside. This is the Heavenly Paradise Divine Light. Why would such a dense Heavenly Paradise Divine Light envelop this ancient city? Autumn Moon, Ling Yue, and the others all exclaimed and were puzzled. Even the Bone Demon, Xianxia, and Tang Jun, who were experienced and knowledgeable, revealed puzzled expressions. Dandan frowned and looked carefully. Sometimes he looked at the ancient city, sometimes he looked at the ground, and then he sent a rune into the ground. After a while, this ancient city is set up with a mysterious formation that can constantly extract the Heavenly Paradise Divine Light from the depths of the ground to protect this ancient city. It seems that under this ancient city, no, perhaps under this island, there is a huge chi vein. Dandan speculated. As he reached the end, his eyes shone as if he had seen countless treasures. Let's go to the sea and take a look. Perhaps we can find some clues. Xianxia suggested. Everyone agreed and left the place. They speculated that this ancient city was the real Purple Firmament Immortal Kingdom. However, the ancient city was surrounded by Heavenly Paradise Divine Light. Moreover, the Heavenly Paradise Divine Light was so dense that it was impossible for them to enter. Even if they had the armor that Dandan and Bubble had forged together, it was still far from enough. They even speculated that even Origin Realm experts would not be able to enter. If they tried to force their way in, they might be killed by the dense Heavenly Paradise Divine Light. They came to the edge of the island and entered the sea, sinking down. Not long after, they sank to the bottom of the sea and saw an incomparably huge mountain range. It was like a divine dragon that extended into the depths of the island. Chi vein, an incomparably huge chi vein. However, they revealed a trace of doubt. Although this chi vein was huge, it seemed similar to the chi vein that they had fought over with the primordial light race. This was the Purple Firmament Immortal Kingdom. It was beneath their dignity to be located on such a chi vein. Perhaps there is more than one chi vein under the island. Let's take a look again, Guillemot said. Lu Ming and the others nodded. They followed the bottom of the sea and circled around the island. Indeed, not long after, they discovered another chi vein. It was not smaller than the previous one. It extended from afar and converged with another chi vein in the depths of the island. There really was more than one. They continued to observe and discovered a third, fourth, and fifth chi veins. In the end, they circled around the island and discovered a total of 9 chi veins. Yes, a total of 9 chi veins. Each chi vein was about the same size. The 9 chi veins were like 9 divine dragons entrenched at the bottom of the sea. The dragon heads converged at the center of the island. They speculated that the place where the 9 chi veins converged was very likely under the ancient city. That ancient city was constantly extracting the heavenly paradise divine light from the depths of the chi veins to form a powerful protection. It seems like we won't be able to enter the ancient city in a short period of time. Lu Ming shook his head and sighed. End of chapter. Lu Ming sighed. It seemed that they would not be able to enter the ancient city in a short period of time. That's right. The ancient city's formation is too advanced. I can't break it at all. Dandan also shook his head. Do we have to wait for this area to collapse before we can enter? Guillemot said. That's right. Sooner or later, Purple Cloud Grotto will collapse completely. The 9 meridians will collapse and the ancient city's formation will be torn apart. Only then can people from the outside enter. But it will take at least a few years for that to happen. Dandan said. Everyone nodded. The collapse of Purple Cloud Grotto would not happen instantly. It would be a gradual process that would last for a period of time. It could be as short as a few years or as long as 100 years. The collapse of Purple Cloud Grotto started from the periphery and slowly extended to the center. At that moment, the periphery of Purple Cloud Grotto was almost completely destroyed. It was in a state of chaos and there were huge cracks that extended to the center. When they came, they saw that there were a few huge cracks in the sea. The seawater was pouring in and the scene was shocking. These cracks would extend all the way to the island. When they reached the island, they would definitely tear apart the 9 meridians below the island. When the meridians collapsed, they would not be able to absorb the grotto divine light and energy from the meridians. The ancient city's formation would naturally be useless. It seems that we are the first to arrive here. Why don't we take a look around and familiarize ourselves with the terrain so that we can seize the opportunity later? Tang Jun's suggestion was naturally approved by everyone. The group of 10 immediately began to explore the entire island. There was dead silence around the island. There were no plants or divine herbs. They wandered around for a while but did not find anything. Half an hour later, they saw a dark red land. They stopped at the edge of the dark red land because they felt that there was something unusual about the land. The gloomy aura was thicker and more terrifying. The color of this land is different from other places. It's dark red as if it's soaked in blood, Guillemot said. Whoosh! Lu Ming waved his hand and controlled a divine weapon to fly into the dark red land. Without causing any abnormalities, the divine weapon circled around the dark red ground and flew back. Looks like we worried too much. Lu Ming opened his mouth, but before he could finish, he paused and his eyes narrowed. Because on the dark red ground, some places suddenly wriggled, and then pitch-black sharp claws stretched out. Bang bang bang, following that, burly figures leaped out of the soil one after another. It was the absolute Yin corpse. There were at least a few hundred extreme Yin corpses. Their eyes were pitch-black like abysses as they stared at Lu Ming and the others, but they did not attack. Roar, with a roar, the hundreds of absolute Yin corpses on the scene began to move, forming a square formation. Then, an even more burly figure stepped out and landed in front of the square formation. It was the silver-eyed Yin corpse. Outsider, get out of this island. Otherwise, I'll kill you without mercy. The silver-eyed Yin corpse actually opened his mouth. His voice was hoarse and filled with brutality. Lu Ming and the others were dumbfounded. This silver-eyed Yin corpse could actually speak. It was not like they had not encountered silver-eyed Yin corpses before, and they had encountered quite a number of them. Although those silver-eyed Yin corpses had intelligence and were not low, none of them could speak. This silveridine corpse could not only command the other extremine corpses to form a square formation, but it could also speak, which really surprised Lu Ming and the others. Seeing Lu Ming and the others in a daze, the silveridine corpse's silver eyes revealed a brutal murderous intent. "I'll say it again, outsider, get out of this island or I'll kill you without mercy." The silveridine corpse's hoarse voice sounded again, filled with cold murderous intent. "Get out of this island? Based on what? You're just a bunch of dead corpses. Do you want to occupy the Purple Heaven Immortal Kingdom?" Dandan curled his lips and shouted. "Kill." The silveridine corpse revealed a brutal murderous intent and roared. Roar, 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 the extremine corpses roared and charged at Lu Ming and the others. "You're courting death." Dandan roared and took a step forward. Dense runes appeared on the ground, forming a large array that enveloped hundreds of extremine corpses. Spacetime swamp. Bubbles made a move, and the spacetime power covered all the extremine corpses, limiting their speed. Ling Yue drew her bow and nocked an arrow. She exploded with all her might and shot out shocking arrows one after another. Bone Demon, Tang Jun, Wan Shen, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Qiu, and the others also charged out, shooting out weapons made of blue firestones. Lu Ming did not move, and stared at the silveridine corpse. Ordinary extremine corpses were also very strong, and there was no lack of extremine corpses that were comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven, but Bone Demon and the others with the blue firestones were enough to deal with them. "Kill." The silveridine corpse stared at Lu Ming and roared. Its body was like a bolt of black lightning as it charged at Lu Ming. Its sharp claws grabbed out, and it actually condensed a large bird that pounced at Lu Ming. "This is some kind of offensive technique." Lu Ming's heart trembled. This silveridine corpse was really amazing. Not only was it intelligent, it could speak, and it could even use offensive techniques. The extremine corpses that Lu Ming and the others had encountered before could only blindly wave their claws to attack. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. The battle character art exploded with 9 times the battle strength, and the forbidden power flowed into the War God Spear. The War God Spear released a dazzling light, and with a stab, it directly pierced through the silveridine corpse's giant bird. The spear light did not stop, and it pierced through the silveridine corpse's palm. The silveridine corpse quickly retreated, and the black gas on its body spread out, resisting the blue flames on its palm, and slowly extinguishing the blue flames. What a dense black gas! Lu Ming discovered that the black gas on this silveridine corpse was frighteningly dense, and it was even stronger than the silveridine corpses he had encountered before. At the same time, Lu Ming also noticed that the black gas on the other extremine corpses was even denser than the ones he had encountered before. In other words, these extremine corpses were even harder to deal with. The extremine corpses here are generally stronger, maybe it has something to do with the environment here. Lu Ming pondered. On this island, the cold aura was even denser. Moreover, the ground in front of them was dark red, and the cold aura was extremely dense. These extremine corpses had lived under the dark red ground for many years, and it had created a terrifying strength. Luckily, Xianxia, Autumn Moon and the others had refined top-grade soul-grade divine armors. With the top-grade soul-grade divine armors protecting their bodies, they could block these extremine corpses. The silveridine corpse's palm was pierced by Lu Ming, and it quickly retreated. It then roared into the sky, and its voice spread far and wide. The silveridine corpse roared, its voice echoing from afar. The next moment, the dark red ground even further away began to wriggle as burly figures emerged from the ground. Another extremine corpse, and there were even more of them this time, reaching over 1,000. Leading them were 3 silveridine corpses. "What's going on? Why have you awakened us?" The silveridine corpses in the back all spoke up. "Outsiders have arrived. They'll definitely hinder our plans. We need to chase them away." The first silveridine corpse said. "Outsiders? At the most crucial moment, how can we allow outsiders to interfere?" "Kill." One of the silveridine corpses roared as it charged at Bone Demon's group. The other 2 silveridine corpses also began to move, moving as fast as lightning. Soon after, the 1,000 extremine corpses also roared as they charged at Lu Ming's group. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Slightly. He took a step forward and appeared beside Xianxia's group. "All of you, enter the primordial ring." "Leave this to me," Lu Ming said. They could actually set up a joint attack formation, but it consumed too much divine power. Moreover, they still had Dandan, Bubble, Myriad God, Tang Jun, and Ling Yue, who were only at the 8th layer of the God Lord realm. Even if they set up a joint attack formation, their battle prowess would still be weaker than a single person. It was better for them to enter the primordial ring and let Lu Ming move alone. Although they all had top-grade source-grade armors, they were not origin realm existences. It was difficult for them to use the power of their armors. They could block ordinary extreme corpses, but they were still very dangerous against the silver-eating corpses. When the silver-eating corpses' attacks landed on their armors, the vibrations were enough to injure them. Xianxia, Qiu Yu, and the others all understood this, so they did not say anything and entered the primordial ring. Only the Bone Demon was still outside. Bone Demon's defense was astonishing, and his own battle prowess was enough to block a silver-eating corpse. He had enough power to protect himself outside. Xianxia and the others had all entered the great desolate ring. Lu Ming did not have to worry about anything. He could fight without restraint. He unleashed the heaven-splitting technique, consecutively thrusting out 4 spear lights, flying in different directions, piercing towards the 4 silver-eating corpses. Boom! 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 With 4 consecutive heaven-shaking explosions, the 4 silver-eating corpses retreated. However, these 4 silver-eating corpses were truly very powerful. Although they were repelled by Lu Ming, they did not suffer any injuries. With a roar, they once again charged at Lu Ming. At the same time, the other extreme corpses also pounced towards Lu Ming. Dense amounts of energy surged towards Lu Ming, wanting to drown Lu Ming. "Your opponent is me." Guimo waved his purple-gold battle axe and charged at a silver-eating corpse, blocking it. Whoosh, Lu Ming waved his battle god spear, becoming one with the spear, transforming into a resplendent spear light, shattering the void as he charged forward. The spear light pierced into a large group of extreme corpses. This was Lu Ming's all-out attack. How could an ordinary extreme corpse block Lu Ming's all-out attack? Even those extreme corpses whose battle prowess was comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven could not. Bang! 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 Wherever the spear light passed, the extreme corpses exploded one by one, completely destroyed by the destructive power of the spear light. Bang! In the end, the spear light collided with an extreme corpse, sending it flying. Lu Ming's figure did not stop as he continued to attack the extreme corpse. If he wanted to kill, he would focus on killing one. As for the other extreme corpses, even the silver-eating corpses, Lu Ming was too lazy to care about them. Anyway, he had a top-grade origin-grade divine weapon battle armor, so he could still block the silver-eating corpses' attacks. Desolate style, sky-breaking style, Lu Ming unleashed his full battle prowess, using the 2 killer moves consecutively, unleashing a torrential attack on the silver-eating corpse. In just a few moves, half of the silver-eating corpse's body was destroyed by Lu Ming. Although the silver-eating corpse wanted to repair it, Lu Ming's strength was too strong, and the silver-eating corpse could not repair it at all. Clang! Clang! The attacks of the other 2 silver-eating corpses landed on Lu Ming's body, but they were all blocked by the origin-grade divine weapon battle armor. Even if the impact passed through the battle armor and hit Lu Ming's body, it was still within the range of Lu Ming's endurance. After all, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the 9th layer of the Divine Master realm. His overall strength had increased greatly, and his defense had also increased by several times. Lu Ming ignored the attacks of the other extreme corpses and attacked the silver-eating corpse with all his strength. Boom! With a palm strike, a continent formed and pressed down on the silver-eating corpse. The silver-eating corpse resisted with all its might, but its strength was limited due to its heavy injuries. Its body cracked open, and the black chi constantly dissipated. Its aura withered, and it was on the verge of death. Kill! Lu Ming roared as he continued to use the heaven-breaking stance, becoming one with the spear. The battle god spear stabbed at the silver-eating corpse's forehead. The battle god spear had blue firestones, so it was more effective against the silver-eating corpse. With this move, Lu Ming planned to kill the silver-eating corpse once and for all. Roar! at this moment, a roar came from the depths of the dark red earth. This roar was incomparably terrifying, and the entire sky trembled. An incomparably dense black chi erupted from that direction, surging over like a tide. Corpse King, save me! The silver-eyed corpse on the verge of death cried for help. Rumble, the sound of space exploding could be heard. Lu Ming glanced over and saw a burly figure in the depths of the dark red earth. It was rushing over at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming's face turned solemn, but he didn't stop attacking. Puff, the battle god spear accurately pierced through the silver-eyed corpse's forehead, piercing through its head. The blue flames mixed with destructive power completely destroyed the silver-eyed corpse. You're courting death. Seeing the silver-eyed corpse being killed, the burly figure rushed out from the depths of the dark red earth and let out a furious roar. He held a black halberd in his hand. The halberd looked tattered, but it was condensed with an incomparably dense and cold black chi. The halberd slashed out, growing rapidly, and slashing towards Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming waved the battle god spear to meet the attack. With a clang, the battle god spear violently shook. Lu Ming felt an incomparably powerful force rush towards him along the battle god spear. He couldn't help but retreat. However, the burly figure was in a similar situation. Its forward momentum was stopped, and it drifted backwards. Another extreme corpse, but its eyes are golden. Is this the golden-eyed corpse that Song Qiong mentioned? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Song Qiong had once said that there was a golden-eyed corpse above the silver-eyed corpse, known as the king of extreme corpses. It was extremely difficult to form a golden-eyed corpse at this level. Only monstrous existences could form a golden-eyed corpse when they were alive. In the last epoch, the number of golden-eyed corpses was even fewer than the origin realm extreme corpses when the corpse calamity broke out on the primitive continent. Lu Ming had always suspected that there were origin realm extreme corpses in the Purple Heaven Wonderland. However, because of the origin tribulation, the origin realm extreme corpses were all in slumber. Outsider, you dare to kill my subordinates. Die. The golden-eyed corpse roared. Cold killing intent flickered in his golden pupils. The black chi surging around his body was several times denser than the silver-eyed corpse. His aura was thick and terrifying. He held a tattered pitch-black halberd in his hand. He took a step forward and charged towards Lu Ming like a ray of light. Let's see how strong this golden-eyed corpse is. Lu Ming charged forward with the war god spear in his hand and engaged in a fierce battle with the golden-eyed corpse. The two of them were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than a dozen moves. The other extreme corpses were unable to interfere at all. The other silver-eyed corpses simply surrounded the bone demon. This made the bone demon rather depressed. He could only fight while fleeing. Fortunately, he was unscathed due to his immeasurably tough body. What a strong battle strength. This golden-eyed corpse's battle strength is not weaker than mine. Moreover, it is extremely difficult to deal with, Lu Ming thought in his heart. His face was solemn. The golden-eyed corpse's battle strength was extremely shocking. Lu Ming had already used all his methods. He used the desolate style and the sky-breaking style consecutively, but he still could not do anything to the golden-eyed corpse. Moreover, the golden-eyed corpse's defense and vitality were abnormally strong. Lu Ming also discovered that the blue firestone's restraining effect on the golden-eyed corpse was even smaller. Although it could not be said to be negligible, it could not play a decisive role. Very soon, after a few more moves, Lu Ming's figure suddenly retreated rapidly. With a few flashes, he appeared beside the bone demon. He activated the desolate ring and let the bone demon enter it. Then, Lu Ming quickly flew into the distance. It was not that he was afraid of the golden-eyed corpse. It was just that Lu Ming felt that there was no need to continue fighting. He could not do anything to the golden-eyed corpse. Rather than wasting his strength, it was better to leave. Chase. The golden-eyed corpse roared and led the extreme corpse army to chase after Lu Ming. However, the absolute corpse was not known for its speed. Even the golden-eyed corpse was not as fast as Lu Ming. After chasing for a while, it lost track of Lu Ming. Damn it. Pass down the order. Kill all outsiders without mercy. The golden eating corpse angrily roared. Finally, it helplessly returned to the dark red ground. Its body sank into the ground and disappeared. After shaking them off for a while, Lu Ming stopped and released Xianxia and the others from the great desolate ring. Then, he told them about the golden eating corpse. It seems that the extremine corpses on this island are extremely intelligent. The extremine corpses have already formed a complete faction and are extremely difficult to deal with. Xianxia sighed. In other places, the extremine corpses they met were like a plate of loose sand. Although the silver Ayin corpse could also command the low-level extremine corpses, it was definitely not so organized. The others also nodded. The extremine corpses on this island were gathered together like a tribe. It was indeed difficult to deal with them. However, this island was very large. They would just have to avoid it in the future. After discussing for a while, they decided to avoid the dark red ground and continue to explore the other parts of the island. They continued to set off. Half a day later, they made another shocking discovery. Because they found another dark red ground on the other side of the island. The dark red ground emitted an aura that was almost the same as the one they had encountered before. When Lu Ming and the others had just stepped in, there were actually extremine corpses charging out from under the ground. This time, Lu Ming and the others had learned their lesson and directly retreated. There was no need to tangle with these extremine corpses. However, they were still very shocked in their hearts. On this island, there was actually more than one dark red ground. There were actually extremine corpses living under each of them. They guessed that this dark red ground should have been soaked in the blood of some terrifying creature, creating a terrifying fierce land that was suitable for the extremine corpses to cultivate in. In the end, Lu Ming and the others searched the entire island and found a total of 3 dark red lands. All of them had extremine corpses. Other than these 3 dark red lands, there was nothing unusual in the other parts of the island. There were also no living creatures. Of course, they didn't find any divine medicines either. Let's find a place to settle down and wait. A few years isn't long anyway. Lu Ming said. They didn't have any plans to leave. At most, in a few years, the giant crack would extend to this place. At that time, not to mention the ancient city, even the resources contained in the 9 chi veins were unimaginable. One had to know that they had obtained more than 10 billion desolate crystals from the previous chi vein. In addition, there were large amounts of main-grade divine medicines, source-grade divine medicines, and even top-grade source-grade divine medicines. Moreover, there were immortal crystals among them. Their value was simply immeasurable. And there were a total of 9 such enormous meridians here. How could he miss out on such an opportunity? I know a place. It's at the edge of a chi vein. We'll settle down there. In these few years, we can cultivate. Dandan said. Naturally, no one had any objections. They immediately set off and arrived at a hill. This hill was adjacent to a chi vein. If that chi vein cracked open and a treasure flew out, they would be able to easily collect it. After arriving here, Dandan began to set up a formation. The main thing was the concealment formation, which could hide them. Even if people from other factions came, or if the Absolutine corpse came, they would not be able to find them. You guys stay here for now. I've found many precious metal deposits on this island. We can't miss this opportunity. I'll go get some. The ball was on the fairway. Xiaoqiu's cultivation had already reached the peak of the Divine Lord level, and his cultivation mainly relied on devouring high-level divine weapons or metal materials. Cultivating here was of no use to him. Go, but remember to be careful. If you encounter people from other forces, try to avoid them as much as possible. Lu Ming said. Don't worry. I won't fight them head-on. Let's go. With that, Xiaoqiu's figure flashed and he left. Dandan spent an entire day setting up a large-scale concealment formation. Then, Lu Ming took out the enormous desolate crystal vein. They began to dig out the primordial gems in the vein. After a final calculation, the number of desolate crystals in the vein reached 1 billion. There were also several hundred immortal crystals. Every immortal crystal contained an origin imprint. It was an important cultivation resource for Origin Realm experts. Afterward, the others also took out the desolate crystals and main-grade divine medicines they had obtained earlier. If they were all converted into desolate crystals, they would be worth more than 10 billion. These resources should be enough for the 5 of you to cultivate to the 9th layer of the Divine Lord realm. Lu Ming glanced at Ling Yue, Dandan, Bubbles, Wan Shen, and Tang Jun. Now, only Ling Yue, Dandan, Bubbles, Wan Shen, and Tang Jun were still at the 8th level Divine Master realm, and they needed a lot of resources to cultivate. Lu Ming had already reached the 9th level Divine Master realm, and the next step was to break through to the peak of the Divine Master realm. He no longer needed resources like desolate crystals and main-grade divine herbs. Ling Yue, Dandan, Bubbles, Wan Shen, and Tang Jun were all top geniuses, and the power they controlled was not to be underestimated. The resources they needed to cultivate were also shocking. On average, each of them needed 2 to 3 billion desolate crystals, but they had more than 10 billion desolate crystals, so it was about enough. A large number of main-grade divine herbs and desolate crystals piled up into a mountain. The 5 of them surrounded the mountain, each grabbing a desolate crystal and starting to refine it. Lu Ming, Bone Demon, Autumn Moon, and Xianxia sat cross-legged outside, guarding Dandan and the others while comprehending their own secret techniques. Lu Ming sat cross-legged, circulating forbidden power. His body glowed, and specks of light filled the sky like stars. A yellow mud road appeared, leading to the depths of his dantian. My cultivation has reached the 9th level Divine Master realm, and my universe bridge should have reached the cosmic sea. Let's go take a look. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. After breaking through to the 9th level Divine Master realm, he had not cultivated properly. On the yellow mud road, Lu Ming's spiritual sense condensed, and then he stepped forward. He passed by the pool of blood. The blood was bright red and glowed as if it had just been spilled on it. What was the origin of this pool of blood? Lu Ming could not figure it out, so he could only ignore it and continue walking. This was Lu Ming's universe bridge, so he could control his speed. With one step, he entered the depths of the universe bridge, and after 2 more steps, he arrived at the end of the yellow mud road. In front of him was a boundless ocean. This ocean was filled with endless multicolored light. He took a step forward and entered the multicolored light. Within the light were endless stars, galaxies, star fields, and so on. He had become incomparably huge, and with a stretch of his hand, he could envelop a star field. These star systems were filled with rays of light. These rays of light were the source of the star systems. This origin was very clear. Lu Ming stretched out his hand to grab this origin, and could clearly feel it. The cosmic sea. That's right, it's really the cosmic sea. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This was not the first time he had come to the cosmic sea. Back in the Taishang Immortal City's origin battle, he had won first place and had come to the cosmic sea once. That time, he had condensed the seed of the origin. This was the second time. This was the first time he had come to the universe sea. He had come to the universe sea through the yellow mud road by relying completely on himself. Why is it their perception sea origin? Origins origin is? Why is it origin so especially origin? My, it. You. Lu Ming was a little puzzled. The last time he came to the cosmic sea from the Grand Supreme Immortal City, his perception of the origin was already relatively clear because he was first. He had asked around, and the others were not as clear as him. Therefore, the seed of origin he had condensed was larger than the others. But now that he had come to the cosmic sea through the universe bridge, his perception of the origin was clearer than before. Under such conditions, as long as he comprehended the power of the origin, his speed would definitely be very fast. Could it be related to my taboo power? Lu Ming could not help but think so. Taboo power was no small matter, and his taboo power had undergone a qualitative change and was even more extraordinary. If it was related to the taboo power, it would make sense. In the distance, seems to be the ruins of the universe. Then, Lu Ming looked into the distance. The distance was shrouded in a dense light. The last time he came, Lu Ming could not see it clearly at all. But this time, Lu Ming could see more clearly. There seemed to be continents in the light, and they looked very much like the ruins of the universe. The cosmic sea seemed to be a projection of the primitive universe. Of course, there seemed to be a wider area on the other side of the ruins of the universe, but Lu Ming could no longer see it clearly. He retracted his gaze and looked at the yellow mud road again. The yellow mud road did not stop here but continues to extend forward. Where does it lead to? Lu Ming muttered, somewhat surprised and doubtful. He had heard others say that the universe bridge extended to the cosmic sea and stopped there. It would not continue to extend. The main function of the universe bridge was to allow the spiritual consciousness or consciousness of cultivators to come to the cosmic sea and comprehend the power of the origin. Therefore, the purpose of the universe bridge extending to the cosmic sea was achieved. However, he had never heard of a universe bridge extending to the cosmic sea and continuing to extend forward. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming stepped forward. With every step he took, it was as if he was crossing star fields. One star field after another passed under his feet. Soon, Lu Ming stepped into the area of the ruins of the universe along the universe bridge. Here, countless continent fragments were floating. These continent fragments seemed to be formed by rays of light. Lu Ming stretched out his palm and enveloped the countless continent fragments. The yellow mud road continued to extend forward. Lu Ming continued to move forward. After a while, he came to the edge of the ruins of the universe. The edge of the ruins of the universe was shrouded in a dense glow. This glow was like a barrier. Lu Ming could vaguely see that there seemed to be something behind the glow. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not see it clearly. The yellow mud road did not stop. It passed through the dense glow and kept moving forward. There seemed to be no end to it. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming decided. He was very curious. If the cosmic sea was a projection of the primitive universe, then this place was the edge of the primitive universe. What would happen after passing through the edge? He took a step forward and prepared to move forward along the yellow mud road. However, he couldn't do it. He was blocked. Lu Ming was blocked by the dense glow. This kind of glow was really like a kind of barrier, blocking Lu Ming outside. No matter how hard Lu Ming tried, he could not pass through it. Why is this happening? I can pass through the yellow mud road. Why can't I pass through it? Lu Ming was puzzled. Lu Ming tried several times but failed. Lu Ming finally gave up. It's the same whether I have a forbidden body or not. I'll ask Senior Gu Chongfeng later. Lu Ming pondered and did not continue. Then, he sat down cross-legged on the yellow mud road and sensed the origin around him clearly. If I want to break through to the peak of the Almighty Realm, I must let the origin power in the origin seed reach a certain concentration. However, what I need to do now is to transform the origin power in the origin seed into an origin power that belongs to me. Everyone's origin energy was different. They all had their own unique characteristics. It was formed by gathering one's essence, qi, and spirit based on the power one controlled. For example, Lu Ming had to use the taboo power as a foundation to condense the power of origin. In addition, he had to integrate his essence, energy, and spirit. Thus, it could be said that everyone's source energy was different. Even if the power they controlled was the same, after condensing their source energy, there would still be differences in their source energy. Lu Ming had condensed the power of origin a long time ago, but that kind of power of origin belonged to the general attribute and did not have personal characteristics. Before he broke through to the peak of the Almighty Master Realm, he had to convert it. However, it was not that easy to convert it successfully. Lu Ming had to have a deep understanding of the power of origin. Therefore, Lu Ming's temporary cultivation was to focus on comprehension. Time flew by as he meditated. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In half a year, Lu Ming's comprehension of the power of origin had reached a new level. Convert. With a jolt of his heart, the power of origin in the origin seed in Lu Ming's body began to transform rapidly. Very soon, the power of origin in the origin seed was completely transformed into power of origin that contained Lu Ming's own characteristics. I didn't expect to succeed in half a year. Lu Ming opened his eyes and felt the power of origin in his body. He was delighted. This speed was much faster than he had imagined. He knew that the main reason was that he could clearly sense the power of origin in the cosmic sea. Otherwise, the conversion speed would not be so fast. After the first step of conversion was successful, the next step was to continue comprehending and slowly strengthen the power of origin. Once the power of origin reached a certain concentration, he would naturally be able to break through to the peak of the Almighty Master realm. This process could not be done overnight. It needed to be accumulated slowly. However, Lu Ming could clearly sense the power of origin in the cosmic sea. He believed that this time would be greatly reduced. At least, he would save a lot of time compared to others. Lu Ming glanced at the others and found that Ling Yue, Bubbles, Wan Shen, and Tang Jun were still refining the desolate crystals and had not broken through. It was normal that they had not broken through. Even with the great heavenly origin refining array set up by Dandan, it was impossible to refine so many desolate crystals so quickly. It would take at least a year. Guillemot was also cultivating, most likely comprehending Genesis techniques. Although Guillemot could use Genesis techniques now, the more he comprehended them, the more proficient he would be at using them and the more powerful they would become. He didn't know what Xianxia and Autumn Moon were comprehending, but they were probably comprehending Genesis techniques and origin power. Continue. Lu Ming closed his eyes, and his spiritual consciousness condensed on the yellow dirt road. Following the yellow dirt road, he re-entered the cosmic sea and continued to comprehend the power of origin. Time passed quickly, and another year and a half passed. Lu Ming and the others had been cultivating here for 2 years. Lu Ming's improvement was not small. The origin energy in the origin seed was much denser than before, nearly doubling. Of course, he was still far from reaching the peak of the Divine Master realm. However, it would also increase Lu Ming's battle prowess a little. Without mentioning anything else, the denser origin energy would pour into the War God Spear, and it would definitely be able to unleash more of its power. After 2 years of cultivation, Ling Yue, Bubbles, Wan Shen, and Tang Jun had all entered the 9th layer of the Divine Master realm. In this way, apart from Guillemot and Xiao, Lu Ming's group of 10 were all at the 9th layer of the Divine Master realm. Their overall strength had greatly increased. Moreover, once they set up a joint attack formation, its power would definitely increase greatly. It could be said that they had gained a lot from this trip to the Purple Heaven Utopia. Rumble, the ground suddenly trembled, and a violent rumble came from deep underground. In the distance, the sea churned, and huge waves rose to the sky. Lu Ming and the others wore calm expressions, as if they were used to this. This was because after 2 years, the huge cracks had already extended to the island. Over the past month, the island had frequently erupted with rumbles. It was only a matter of time before the veins beneath the island were torn apart. Not only that, but more than a year ago, Lu Ming had discovered that the creatures of the Forbidden Lands had already arrived on this island. This was because the creatures of the Forbidden Lands would often fly over their heads. However, Dandan had set up a concealment array here, so the creatures of the Forbidden Lands could not discover Lu Ming's group. Lu Ming had seen the primordial light race, fiendine race, and blue sea race before. Swish, swish. Suddenly, several figures flew over Lu Ming's group, their speed astonishing. They quickly flew in a certain direction as if in a hurry. They were members of the fiendine race. The fiendine race seems to have something important to do. You guys stay here. I'll go take a look. After Lu Ming spoke, his figure flashed and he left the original spot, following behind the few Evil Yin clan members from afar. These few people from the Evil Yin clan were all experts. They were all peak almighty existences. However, they did not discover Lu Ming. After flying for a while, boom. Boom, boom. Lu Ming heard violent explosions coming from the front. Following the roars, a cold aura swept out in all directions like a wave. There's a place where the Extremine corpses live. Are the fiendine race and the Extremine corpses fighting? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. There was nothing strange about this. The Extremine corpses seemed to be hostile towards outsiders and wanted to kill all of them. It was normal for them to fight with the fiendine race. The few Evil Yin clan members dashed to the front at high speed. Lu Ming followed them and finally saw the situation in front clearly. At the edge of a dark red land, the Extremine corpses and the fiendine race were fighting fiercely. There were more than 1,000 Extremine corpses. However, there were more fiendine race members, close to 2,000 of them. Furthermore, the fiendine race members had blue firestones. Lu Ming realized that the fiending race, like the primordial light race, seemed to have some method to restrain the extremine corpses and could easily penetrate the extremine corpses' protective black energy. That is, Lu Ming looked up into the sky. There was a huge battle there that attracted Lu Ming's attention. Two figures were fighting fiercely in the sky. The scene was extremely terrifying. One of them was a tall extremine corpse. It was wearing tattered black armor and its eyes were golden. Its aura was terrifying. It was the extremine corpse king and the golden eyeing corpse. This golden eyeing corpse was not the one that Lu Ming had fought with before. This was because it was on another dark red land. Obviously, this dark red land also had a golden eyeing corpse guarding it. The one fighting with the golden eyeing corpse was a fiendine race member. He looked very young, in his 20s. However, his battle strength was extremely terrifying. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand in the battle with the golden eyeing corpse. There's such an elite among the fiending race. Did he enter Purple Heaven later? Lu Ming thought. He already knew that the primordial light race, the fiending race, and the blue sea race had come to Purple Heaven to obtain resources. For example, various divine medicines and immortal crystals and immortal stones. Once they obtained the resources, they would send people to deliver them. Once the living beings of the four great forbidden lands obtained enough resources, they would send people to transport them out to awaken more living beings of the forbidden lands. In the past few years, the living beings of the forbidden lands had transported countless resources out of the Purple Heaven cave. No one knew how many living beings of the forbidden lands had awakened. Most of the living beings of the forbidden lands that had awakened would enter the Purple Heaven cave to obtain more resources and then transport them out, forming a virtuous cycle. Therefore, in the past few years, many of the living beings of the three great forbidden lands had entered the Purple Heaven cave. It was not strange that there were existences comparable to the golden eyeing corpse. For example, the terrifying expert of the Baleful race. He had never seen him before. Perhaps he had entered from the beginning, or perhaps he was a new expert. In short, after 2 years, the situation in the Purple Heaven cave had become more and more complicated. Even though Lu Ming's combat strength was not what it used to be, he did not dare to let his guard down. You're just a mixed blood of the extremine race. To put it bluntly, you're just a mixed blood. How dare you try to kill my race? You're overestimating yourself. The terrifying expert of the Baleful race said coldly. His voice was cold and arrogant. Facing the extremine corpse, he was like a superior looking down on a subordinate. Extremine race? What race is that? Lu Ming was puzzled. This was the first time he had heard of the extremine race. Die. The golden eyeing corpse's golden eyes were filled with anger. He held a broken bronze battle sword in his hand and attacked crazily, unleashing a terrifying attack. This level of combat prowess was truly astonishing. Even an expert at the level of King Guanqian would be severely injured in a few moves. However, the expert of the Baleful race was also very powerful. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand in the battle with the golden eyeing corpse. Below, there were as many as 6 silver eyeing corpses among the extremine corpses. However, they were all blocked by the Baleful race experts. Overall, the Baleful race had the upper hand. From time to time, there would be extremine corpses being killed. Roar! Suddenly, the golden eyeing corpse let out a terrifying roar. The sound pierced through the clouds and spread far and wide. Dong! Suddenly, the ground shook. At the same time, a roar came from the depths of the dark red ground. The roar was filled with anger, and a horrifying cold aura rushed over in a frenzy. Another golden eyeing corpse, Lu Ming's pupils suddenly shrank, revealing a look of shock. On this dark red land, there was actually more than one golden eyeing corpse. At this moment, what was rushing out from the depths of the dark red earth was clearly another golden eyeing corpse. How could a mere mixed blood form such a high-level extremine tribe? Damn it, back off! The terrifying expert from the Baleful race roared. Following his orders, the other members of the Baleful race all retreated. However, although they retreated, they did so in an orderly manner, not leaving any openings for the Absolute corpse. At the same time, the Baleful expert was also retreating as he fought. Roar! In the depths of the dark red earth, the second goldenite corpse was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived nearby. Set up the formation and stop him. The terrifying expert from the baleful race ordered. Below them, a joint attack formation was set up. This was actually a 21-man combined attack array, condensing a huge fiend ghost king, much more terrifying than a 15-man combined attack array. The fiend ghost king rushed into the sky and exchanged a blow with the second goldenite corpse. Both sides retreated at the same time. The baleful race retreated as they fought. The baleful race's speed was extremely fast, and their bodies were like ghosts. The absolute corpse could not catch up to them at all. After a while, the baleful race calmly retreated. Lu Ming also left secretly without alerting the others. He returned to the concealment formation and recounted what he had just seen. After Xianxia, Qiao Moon, and the others heard this, they fell into deep thought. The situation was becoming more and more complicated, and there were too many experts. In the years when the Great Origin Tribulation had just descended, existences at the level of the strongest Lord of Heaven represented the strongest Divine Masters. Existences at this level in other factions were called the strongest Divine Masters. Once the strongest Lord of Heaven appeared, the other Divine Masters could only avoid him. They were simply unmatched. However, later on, as the creatures of the Forbidden Lands appeared, more and more experts appeared. The strongest Lord of Heaven did not seem that strong anymore. Guangqian Emissary was much stronger than the strongest Lord of Heaven by a large margin. Now, existences stronger than Guangqian Emissary were constantly appearing. The goldenite corpse of the Absolute corpse, the Yi Immortal, the terrifying experts of the creatures of the Forbidden Lands, and those joint attack formations, the situation was too complicated. Even though Lu Ming and the others were getting stronger and stronger, they did not dare to be careless at all. There are many creatures of the Forbidden Lands. They will definitely clash with the Absolute corpse. We can continue to stay here and watch the tigers fight. Guillemot said. Everyone nodded and continued to cultivate in the concealment formation. Not long after, Qiao returned. For the past 2 years, Qiao had been mining metal on the island and had only returned now. Qiao brought back a piece of news. The creatures of the 3 Forbidden Lands had indeed sent many terrifying experts. During this period, there had been more than one conflict with the Absolute corpse. The experts sent by both sides were shockingly strong. There were existences at the level of the goldenite corpse. Moreover, the creatures of the 3 Forbidden Lands had begun to divide the 9 chi veins. They began to send people to guard the various chi veins and wait for the treasures to fly out. As expected, after Qiao returned for 2 days, a large group of experts descended on this area. The baleful race, they were the baleful race. There were about 2,000 of them. The area where they landed was less than 10,000 miles away from Lu Ming and the others. They were on the other side of this chi vein. 10,000 miles was a very short distance for a Divine Master. Lu Ming and the others could easily see them. However, they had the concealment formation, so the baleful race could not see them. Damn it. They're clearly trying to steal our resources. Dandan said unhappily. Although they had broken through to the 9th level of the Divine Master realm, the primal crystals were not very useful to them. However, no one would complain about having too many primal crystals. If they brought back the Heaven Destroyer, they could give it to their friends and family. They could also exchange it for other precious treasures. Moreover, there were precious immortal crystals and source-level divine medicines in the chi veins. Now that so many baleful race had arrived, they were too much of a hindrance. Just like that, a few more months passed. More and more cracks appeared in the surroundings, and the rumbling from the depths of the ground grew louder. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, suddenly, streams of purple golden paradise divine light shot out from his chi channels, forming pillars of light that pierced through the sky and into the firmament. However, the heavenly abode light was not as dense as everyone had imagined. It was far from comparable to the previous chi vein. It would appear that the heavenly paradise divine light in the heavenly paradise meridians is being continuously extracted by the ancient city spirit formation. As a result, the heavenly paradise divine light in the heavenly paradise meridians is not very dense. Dandan analyzed. There probably won't be any giant beasts in there, right? Bubbles said. This? I'm not very sure. Dandan said hesitantly. If the heavenly paradise light in the meridians wasn't very dense, they could use the armor that Dandan and Bubble had refined to enter and take the treasures. However, they couldn't be sure if there were any giant beasts condensed from heavenly paradise light in the meridians. The previous meridian had condensed 2 giant beasts. None of the 9 meridians here were smaller than the previous one. Would there be any giant beasts in there? Under normal circumstances, it was most likely possible. However, because the ancient city's formation was constantly absorbing the heavenly paradise light in the meridians, they couldn't be sure. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, along with the heavenly paradise light, was a large number of desolate crystals. One could see that the great desolation crystals were like specks of stars as they flew out in all directions together with the heavenly paradise divine light. The Balefulline tribe members acted. Waves of Balefulline chi swept out and swept away the desolate gems one by one. They could even see an immortal crystal mixed in from time to time. Desolate crystals were called immortal stones in the previous epoch. Immortal crystals were even more precious as they contained origin imprints. Damn it. We've been guarding here for so long for nothing. Dandan gnashed his teeth in anger. Lu Ming and the others also felt that it was a pity. Immortal crystals weren't immortal stones. Immortal stones weren't of much use to them. However, immortal crystals would be of great use once they reached reciprocity. With their talent, breaking through to reciprocity in the future was a certainty. Therefore, it was necessary to store immortal crystals in advance. They were naturally envious when they saw immortal crystals fall into the hands of the Balefulline race. However, they were too close. As soon as they tried to take the immortal crystals and immortal stones, they would be discovered by the Balefulline race. There were around 2,000 Balefulline race members. They were definitely experts. Lu Ming recognized a young Balefulline race member among them. He was the one who had clashed with the Golden Eating corpse. Just him alone was enough to fight with Lu Ming. Not to mention, there were so many experts comparable to Guangqian royal emissaries. The combined formations were also extremely terrifying. Once Lu Ming and the others were discovered, they definitely wouldn't be their opponents. I'll secretly collect them with the power of spacetime. They shouldn't be able to discover us. Bubbles said. That's right, the power of spacetime. It can affect spacetime silently. Good, hurry up and attack. Dandan said impatiently. Some time later, another violent tremor came from the depths of his meridians, followed by a burst of heavenly abode light, accompanied by a huge amount of immortal crystals and immortal stones. This time, Bubble made her move. He pressed his hands forward, and 2 ancient origin characters appeared between his eyebrows. A silent fluctuation spread out. Even the void and spacetime in the distance were affected. Many immortal crystals and immortal stones that were flying around suddenly disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, they appeared in the concealment formation Lu Ming and the others were in. Bubble used the power of space to intercept the immortal crystals and immortal stones. Then, it used the power of time to erase all fluctuations. It was completely silent and did not cause the slightest fluctuation. At the same time, the Balefulline clansmen also attacked. Balefulline chi swept out and swept away the immortal crystals and immortal stones. However, they immediately realized that something was wrong. Eh? That's strange. Why are there so few of them? I think so too. I clearly saw a lot of immortal crystals and immortal stones flying out, but when I collected them, I didn't see that many. Am I seeing things? Everyone can't be seeing things, right? Many Balefulline clansmen were discussing, bewildered. The young Balefulline clansman was also bewildered. He looked around, but did not find anything unusual. Bubble, collect less next time. If the difference is too big, they might notice something. Lu Ming said to Bubble. All right. Bubble nodded. As expected, the next time the immortal crystals and immortal stones flew out, Bubble collected less and left more for the Balefulline clansmen. After all, it was a long shot, right? It was not easy to snatch food from the Balefulline clansmen's mouths. This time, the Balefulline clansmen also realized that what they saw was different from what they collected. However, the difference was not very big, and they did not find any clues, so they left it at that. Only the terrifying young leader of the Balefulline clansmen was still puzzled. That's not right. This time, I saw clearly that many immortal stones disappeared into thin air. The young Balefulline clansman thought to himself, his eyes flashing fiercely. It seems that someone is secretly trying to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. You're courting death. I will find you. His body flickered like a ghost. Very thin strands of Balefulline chi spread out and penetrated the void like threads. He was surrounded by a large number of Balefulline clansmen, so Lu Ming and the others did not notice his strange behavior. Just like that, every time immortal crystals and immortal stones flew out, Bubble would intercept a portion of them. Over the course of 2 months, the number of immortal stones, or chaos crystals, which were later replaced by immortal stones, that Bubble had intercepted numbered in the hundreds of millions. Bubble had only collected a small portion. The Balefulline clansmen had collected at least a few 100 million immortal stones. After Bubble collected another portion of immortal stones, the young Balefulline clansman's eyes suddenly shone with a cold light. I've finally found you. You were hiding in a concealment formation, using the power of time and space to collect immortal crystals and immortal stones. But don't think you can hide from me. The young Balefulline clansman shouted coldly. His body shot up into the sky, bringing with it surging Balefulline chi as he rushed toward where they were. A distance of 10,000 miles could be covered in an instant for an expert of this level. Oh no, we've been discovered. Lu Ming and the others' expressions changed. At this time, the young Balefulline clansman had already reached them. He slapped out a huge palm that covered the sky and smashed down on Lu Ming and the others. This scene was too sudden. By the time Lu Ming and the others reacted, the violent power had already reached them. The concealment formation that Dandan had set up rumbled violently. After all, the concealment formation was not a defensive formation. Its defensive power was not strong. Under the pressure of such a terrifying power, it immediately collapsed. When the concealment formation collapsed, Lu Ming and the others were naturally exposed. So it's a remnant of the void universe. How dare you snatch food from the tiger's mouth in front of me? Die. The young Balefulline clansman shouted coldly. Balefulline chi surged out and turned into a ferocious evil spirit that pounced on Lu Ming and the others. The evil spirit opened its mouth and roared, wanting to swallow Lu Ming and the others. The young Balefulline clansman was very terrifying. He was an existence that could fight against the golden eating corpse. Once he attacked, the power was earth-shattering. Bone Demon, Xianxia, Autumn Moon and the others' expressions changed drastically as they felt a great pressure. Buzz, Lu Ming attacked. The war god spear trembled and a spear radiance shot up into the sky, colliding with the evil spirit. When the spear light collided with the evil spirit held. It was clearly an attack from the Balefulline youth, but it seemed to be alive. Finally, with a boom, the evil spirit exploded. Lu Ming's body swayed as he retreated 2 steps. The Balefulline youth exclaimed in surprise as he sized up Lu Ming in shock. He clearly hadn't expected Lu Ming to be able to block his attack. His fighting strength could truly be considered invincible among Divine Masters. In the Divine Master realm, those who could block his attack could be counted on one hand. When he discovered that Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 9th tier Divine Master realm, he was even more shocked. If a 9th tier Divine Master had such fighting strength, then wouldn't he be even more terrifying after reaching the peak of the Divine Master realm? Then wouldn't an invincible Divine Master like him become a joke? He had to kill him. At this moment, the other Balefulline elites were also rushing over. Lu Ming, he's Lu Ming. A Balefulline youth comparable to the Guangqian royal emissary roared. He recognized Lu Ming. This person had seen Lu Ming at the Heron Ancient Mine. In the end, he had been nearly scared to death by Lu Ming and had fled in a sorry state. So you're Lu Ming. Very good, I've heard of your reputation when I first came to Purple Heaven. I'll take your head to celebrate the awakening of me, Gaishak. The Balefulline youth, Gaishak, said coldly. His body was like a bottomless pit that constantly spewed out Balefulline chi. The world was pitch black, shrouded by his Balefulline chi. A terrifying aura pressed down on everyone like an abyss. All of you, enter the Chaos Ring. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Xianxia and the others as he secretly opened the chaos ring. A suction force enveloped Xianxia and the others. Lu Ming, you have to be careful. Young master, be careful. Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and the others asked with concern. They could feel how terrifying Gaishak was. Although they knew that Lu Ming was strong, they couldn't help but worry. At the same time, they also knew that it would be best for them to enter the Great Desolate Ring. It was much easier for Lu Ming to escape alone than for a group of people. With a flash, they entered the ancient Desolation Ring, leaving Lu Ming alone. Gaishak's gaze turned cold as he coldly said, "Do you think it's useful to store the others away? If I kill you, the others will die too." As soon as he finished speaking, a black banner appeared in Gaishak's hand. Streaks of yin qi revolved around the black banner, and it was covered with ferocious and terrifying patterns. It was obvious that this was an extremely high-level source-grade weapon. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Gaishak waved the black banner in Mengdi's hand. Immediately, a strong wind blew, and black qi soared into the sky. Roars came from the black banner, and then, huge evil spirits rushed out of the black banner and pounced on Lu Ming. There were a total of 9 of them, and each of them was extremely terrifying, emitting a cold and sinister aura. Chaos Style, Lu Ming directly struck out with the Chaos Style. A continent formed and suppressed the 9 evil spirits. At the same time, he became one with his spear and executed the Skybreaking Style. It turned into a bright spear light and pierced towards Gaishak. "Do you think you can fight me in close combat?" The king of evil ectoplasm shouted coldly. His body quickly swelled up, and his originally handsome face became ferocious. His body grew several times larger, and he used the black banner as an iron rod. He swept it out and collided with Lu Ming's spear light. Clang, there was a loud explosion, and the force was rampant. Gaishak's body shook violently, and he retreated violently, stepping on the void. However, Lu Ming's attack was also blocked, and his body floated back. Lu Ming felt a cold and sinister aura surging from the war god spear, and even a small part of it passed through the top source-grade armor and attacked Lu Ming's body. It was destroyed by Lu Ming's taboo force. What a terrifying baleful yin qi! Lu Ming was shocked. In a head-on confrontation, the baleful yin qi could pass through the top source-grade armor. Although it was only a small part, it was absolutely amazing. Yin Jiuling under Dark Knight Rose also controlled the baleful yin qi, but compared with Gaishak, it was simply a small child. The difference was too great. However, Gaishak was even more shocked. He felt that Lu Ming's power was simply too sharp and invincible. It almost broke his layers of protective baleful yin qi and injured his body. It should be known that except for the Origin Realm experts, no one in the Divine Lord Realm had injured him for many years. At this time, the 9 evil spirits also collided with the primitive form and disappeared. "Kill!" Lu Ming shouted. As soon as his figure retreated, he immediately launched a counterattack. He took the initiative to attack Gaishak. The primitive form and the heaven-breaking form were displayed consecutively. Gaishak's speed was also very fast. He also attacked with all his strength. The world was completely enveloped by the baleful yin qi. Soon, the two exchanged more than 10 moves. After more than 10 moves, Lu Ming began to gain the upper hand. Gaishak's baleful yin qi was very powerful and terrifying. Not only was it extremely cold, but it could also corrode and devour the flesh and blood of living creatures. Unfortunately, Lu Ming's forbidden power was too strong. It seemed to be able to restrain the baleful yin qi. Coupled with the protection of the top source-level divine armor, the baleful yin qi could not do anything to Lu Ming at all. Although Gaishak also had the top source-level divine armor, Lu Ming was still slightly stronger in terms of frontal strength. After more than 10 moves, Gaishak began to retreat. How could this be? The other baleful yin race members could not believe their eyes when they saw this scene. Gaishak, who was undefeated and known as the invincible divine lord, was actually at a disadvantage. Moreover, his opponent was a 9th-layer divine lord. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would have found it hard to believe. Set up the formation, kill him for me. Gaishak roared in rage. He no longer planned to fight Lu Ming one-on-one. He planned to use the formation to kill Lu Ming. The other baleful yin race experts immediately began to set up formations. 221 people combined attack formations were set up, forming two gigantic baleful ghost kings. Yes, there were actually two 21-man combination formations among the baleful race members. The two massive baleful ghost kings lunged at Lu Ming from two different directions, their ghost chi soaring into the sky and causing the world to turn cold. A normal peak divine lord expert would have been frozen to death by this terrifying ghost chi before they could even get close, let alone fight with these baleful ghost kings. Swish, Lu Ming pushed his speed to the limit, turning into a streak of light as he retreated, dodging the two baleful ghost kings. You want to win with numbers? Haha, let's fight another day. Lu Ming sneered and turned to leave. Lu Ming was well aware that he would be defeated while facing Gaishak and two 21-man combination formations, and he would find it difficult to escape unscathed. Naturally, leaving was the best course of action. Although his battle power was slightly stronger than the King Evil Spectre, that was because his forbidden power could restrain the other party. However, there was a limit to how strong he could be. It would be very difficult for him to injure the other party, let alone kill the other party. Thus, leaving was the best course of action. Don't even think about leaving. Gaishak roared. His figure was like a ghost as he chased after Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. However, although Gaishak's speed was fast, the two Fiend Ghost Kings weren't as fast. After all, the Fiend Ghost Kings were formed by the Fiend race's combined attack formation. This combined attack formation specialized in offense and speed wasn't its forte. In fact, there were many types of combined attack formation. Some combination formations were good at offense, some were good at defense, and some were good at speed. However, most of the combined attack formations specialized in offense. After all, the purpose of gathering the power of many experts together was to increase the offensive power. There were also many combined attack formations that specialized in defense, but there weren't as many as those that specialized in offense. As for combined attack formations that specialized in speed, there were even fewer of them. The main reason was that they weren't very useful. There weren't many people who could refine such a combined attack formation. What was the purpose of the carrier of the array formation that he had painstakingly refined, which was known for its speed? Was it to escape? Of course, there were also combined attack formations that were very strong in all aspects. However, these combined attack formations were rarer and more precious. The corresponding combined attack formation's carrier was also harder to refine. For a combined attack formation with the same number of people, this type of combined attack formation's carrier was even more precious. Lu Ming's speed was also very shocking. He was like a ray of light as he disappeared into the distance in an instant. Only Gaishak was able to keep up with Lu Ming's speed. As for the other Fiend race members, they were left far behind. The two of them, one chasing and one fleeing, flew hundreds of thousands of miles away in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly stopped. The war god spear was like a mountain range as it smashed towards Gaishak. Gaishak waved the black banner and blocked it. Boom, following that, Lu Ming struck out with his palm. A huge continent formed and pressed down on Gaishak. Gaishak controlled the 9 evil spirits to block it. With this delay, Lu Ming quickly escaped. Damn it! Gaishak roared in anger. However, he didn't continue to pursue. He knew that he couldn't stop Lu Ming alone. Not only was Lu Ming's combat strength strong, but his speed was also faster than he had imagined. Originally, he wanted to delay Lu Ming and wait for the combined attack formation to arrive, but he realized that it was impossible. This Lu Ming is really terrifying. When his cultivation reaches the peak divine master, no one below the origin level will be able to stop him. I have to send a message to the Infernal King and join forces with him. That's the only way. Luov. The king of the evil ectoplasms whispered. His body flashed and he left the place. And Ginfernals. Comst. Of them about. Ant. And SS and the T. Lu Ming, what are your plans now? Xianxia asked Lu Ming. I estimate that there are creatures of the Forbidden Lands near the 9 Chi meridians. We can't let the creatures of the Forbidden Lands get the treasures under the Chi meridians. We can only watch. Lu Ming said. His eyes were filled with killing intent. What do you plan to do? Dandan hurriedly asked. He knew Lu Ming very well and knew that Lu Ming didn't have good intentions. The Eveline race won't let us have an easy time. Naturally, we can't let them have an easy time either. Now, it's up to Dandan and Bubbles. If the two of you work together, can you make me kill the Fiendavine silently? Lu Ming said coldly. Of course. Leave it to us. Hee, I love this kind of thing the most, Bubbles and Dandan nodded. Especially Dandan, his smile was treacherous and cold. The group discussed and perfected the details. Then, Dandan set up a concealment array on Lu Ming and Bubbles. After the array was completed, Lu Ming sent Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Dandan and the others back into the ancient ring. He and Bubbles returned to the vicinity of the Chi Meridian silently. The king of the evil ectoplasm had returned. The Eveline race rearranged themselves around the Chi Meridians, ready to grab the immortal crystals and immortal stones that flew out of the Chi Meridians. Kill those who are attacking the array first. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubbles. Bubbles nodded. Wrapping Lu Ming with the power of time and space, the two of them charged toward the Eveline race. Bubbles' cultivation had reached the 9th tier Divine Lord realm, so his control over the power of time and space had improved. His comprehension of the two origin ancient words, time and space, had deepened. They traveled through the void as though they were in another world, but also as though they were traveling between the past and the future. When they got close, the Eveline race didn't notice. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, suddenly, Lu Ming attacked, thrusting his spear 3 times in a row. 3 beams of spear light shot toward 3 Eveline race experts. He hadn't sent out more spear lights because he was afraid that the power would be scattered and he wouldn't be able to kill them in one strike. Lu Ming was confident that he could kill them in one strike if he sent out 3 beams of spear light at once. The 3 Eveline race experts he was targeting were the 3 who had set up the array of 21. If he wanted to attack, he would naturally target the one who posed the greatest threat to him. And the 21 people's joint attack formation was undoubtedly the greatest threat to him. Be careful. Gaishak sensed Lu Ming's attack the moment he attacked. With a furious roar, he charged toward Lu Ming in a frenzy. The Eveline race experts who had set up the array also sensed it. However, setting up a joint attack formation required time. Although the time required was very short, it would still require time no matter how short it might be. Lu Ming suddenly attacked as he approached. His speed was so fast that it was too late for them to set up the array of combined attacks. Puff. Puff, Lu Ming pierced the skulls of the 3 experts from the Malevolentine clan. The terrifying destructive power crushed them into pieces, killing the 3 experts from the Malevolentine clan. A skull hung from each of their bodies. These skulls were the carriers of the array of combined attacks. Lu Ming waved his hand and put away the 3 skulls. The other Eveline race experts were shocked and frantically retreated. As for Gaishak, he charged over and struck with a terrifying blow. Swoosh, Lu Ming retreated quickly. Beside him, Bubble circulated the space-time energy to wrap around Lu Ming. In an instant, the two of them quickly retreated silently. The Eveline race did not even see Lu Ming and Bubble's shadows. The space-time energy. It's Lu Ming. Damn it, damn it. Gaishak roared furiously, his face ferocious. A combined attack of 21 had lost 3 people just like that. Most importantly, the carriers of the 3 combined attacks had been taken away by Lu Ming. He could send people to replace them after they died. As long as they were trained for a period of time, the combined attacks could still operate. However, the loss of the carriers meant that the array of combined attacks was as good as useless. It was extremely difficult to replace the carriers of the array of combined attacks. The price to pay was also shocking. He was furious and wished he could cut Lu Ming into pieces. Set up the array. Be careful not to scatter. Gaishak continued to roar. The Fiendine race members began to set up their joint attack formations. 7-man joint attack formations, 9-man joint attack formations, 12-man joint attack formations, all the way up to 21 joint attack formations. The living beings of the Forbidden Lands have an astonishing foundation. So many joint attack formations. In the distance, Lu Ming and Bubble stood in the dark, observing the Fiendine race members' reactions. Just over 2,000 Fiendine race members had set up close to 30 joint attack formations. Of course, most of them were 7-man or 9-man joint attack formations, but this was already shocking enough. When 7 ordinary 9th-level Divine Masters set up a 7-man joint attack formation, their battle prowess would be comparable to that of the strongest Heavenly Lords. A 9-man joint attack formation was even stronger. If all the people setting up the formation were peak Divine Masters, a 9-man joint attack formation would be comparable to several experts on the same level as the strongest Lord of Heaven. Not to mention the even stronger 12-man or 15-man joint attack formations. However, Lu Ming did not care about these joint attack arrays at all. The only thing that concerned Lu Ming and posed a threat to Lu Ming was the 21-man joint attack formation. There are actually 2 21-man joint attack formations, Lu Ming muttered in his heart. He was very shocked. When the Fiendine race had attacked him earlier, they had only deployed 2 21-man joint attack formations to attack him. Lu Ming had thought that there would only be 2 21-man joint attack formations among the 2,000 Fiendine race members. He hadn't expected that there would be 3 of them. There was still one that hadn't been set up. Lu Ming guessed that the Fiendine race members were most likely trying to hide their strength. After all, there was a lot of competition on the island right now. A hidden strength could play a decisive role at a critical moment. But now, the Fiendine race members couldn't care less about hiding their strength. If they continued to hide, they might be secretly killed by Lu Ming. Many combined attack arrays condensed Fiend Ghost Kings of different sizes. They surveyed the surroundings. As long as Lu Ming appeared, they would give him a thunderous blow. But how could Lu Ming appear now? They can't keep defending in formation. Their strength will be exhausted. When their strength is exhausted, the formation will no longer be able to be maintained. That will be the time for us to strike. Lu Ming and Bubble communicated in secret. Time ticked by, but Lu Ming didn't appear. The Fiendine race members setting up the formation couldn't hold on much longer. This Lu Ming must be waiting for us to lose the formation to launch a sneak attack. Damn it, Gaishak was very smart. How could he not know what Lu Ming was thinking? Disperse the formation and gather together to defend. Remember, it's a 21-man combined attack formation. Hide in the middle. The Fiendine race members of the Fiendine race heard Fiendine race members. The Fiendine race, the formation, the Fiendine race formed Formdine race. How naive of them to think of using this method to stop me. Don't they know that space-time power can ignore space? Bubble chuckled. Then, the space-time power enveloped Lu Ming and himself. In a flash, he charged towards the Fiendine race members. The Fiendine race members forming a circle might be useful to others, but it was useless to living beings who were proficient in space-time power. Lu Ming and Bubble appeared silently above the Fiendine race members. The Battle God Spear stabbed out, and 3 spear radiances shot out towards 3 Fiendine race members. These 3 Fiendine race members were part of another 21 joint attack formation. Lu Ming, you're courting death. Gaishak had been hovering in the sky. Wisps of Fiendine chi seeped into the void as he observed every movement in the surroundings. Before Lu Ming made his move, Gaishak hadn't sensed it. However, once Lu Ming made his move, the minute energy fluctuations were immediately detected by Gaishak. Gaishak waved the black banner. 9 ferocious evil spirits roared as they charged towards Lu Ming. However, they were still one step too slow. Lu Ming used the sky-splitting form. 3 spear radiances were faster than flowing light. The 3 Fiendine race members he had chosen were only ordinary peak Almighty Masters. How could they dodge? The 3 spear radiances pierced through and killed the 3 Fiendine race members. As for Lu Ming and Bubbles, they were already tens of thousands of miles away at lightning speed. It's a pity that I only got 1 skull this time. However, it's enough. Lu Ming opened his palm. There was a pitch-black skull in his palm. He had wanted to take all 3, but Gaishak had acted too quickly. There was no time, so he had only taken 1. However, taking 1 was enough. The 21 joint attack formation was no longer perfect. Even if he found others to replace them, he could only set up a 21 joint attack formation. Lu Ming was no longer afraid of the imperfect 21 people combined attack array. This way, 2 of the Fiendine race's 21 joint attack formations had been destroyed by Lu Ming and Bubble. The other fiending race members were so frightened that they continued to set up their formations as though they were facing a great enemy. Damn it, damn it. Lu Ming, get out here. Get out here if you can and fight fair and square. Gaishak kept roaring. However, Lu Ming couldn't be bothered with him. Fight fair and square. Wasn't it laughable that the other party had used their joint attack formations to surround him and fight fair and square? How comfortable would it be to hide in the dark and launch a sneak attack? When the last 21 joint attack formation of the fiending race was destroyed, Lu Ming wouldn't be afraid no matter how many people there were. He now had a top-grade source-level divine weapon armor. Unless they were at the same level as him, it would be very difficult to break through his defense. No matter how many people there were, it would be useless. After roaring for a while, Gaishak seemed to know that Lu Ming wouldn't show up. He had no choice but to give up. Go, let's leave this place first. Gaishak roared and retreated in another direction with his men. He had no choice. No matter how unwilling he was, he could only leave first. If he continued to stay here, his joint attack formations would be destroyed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming was too difficult to deal with when combined with the power of time and space. I must find a chance to kill this Lu Ming. Otherwise, the threat is too great. Gaishak kept roaring in his heart. Thinking of leaving? How decisive. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he quickly followed with bubbles. However, the fiending race had been retreating in formation. Lu Ming didn't find a chance to attack. Of course, he could kill those fiending race members who couldn't form formations. However, it wouldn't be effective to kill more or less of these fiending race members. Instead, he would expose himself. It wasn't worth it. That is, after following for a while, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly narrowed. That was because there were many figures rushing in their direction. Fiending chi filled the air. They were also fiending race members and there were a shocking number of them. There were almost 2,000 of them. There are so many fiending race members. It seems that many of them have awakened during this period. Lu Ming muttered with a grave expression. Be careful, infernal fiend king. There's someone beside Lu Ming who's proficient in the power of space-time. They're working together to launch sneak attacks. Be careful, he might break your combined attack formation. Gaishak shouted. Among the baleful beings behind him, there was a baleful being who looked to be in his 30s. His aura was the most terrifying. He was Infernal Fiend King. Set up the formation. Infernal Fiend King immediately ordered. The baleful beings under him immediately began to set up the formation. There were 2 combined attack formations of 21 people and some other combined attack formations. They formed baleful ghost kings that patrolled the area. Gaishak, looks like you've suffered a great loss. Infernal Fiend King said. He stood in the air and looked around. His powerful baleful chi seeped into the void like a spider web to capture Lu Ming's movements. Another terrifying expert. Lu Ming's expression was grave. This Infernal Fiend King was definitely in existence at the same level as Gaishak. The strength of the creatures in the Forbidden Lands was truly terrifying. Not only did they have many combined attack formations, but they also had a shocking number of terrifying experts. In the era where the origin did not appear, their combat strength was far above the Heavenly Human Tribe, Quasi-Saint Tribe, Evil Demons, and Heaven Destroyer. After all, the creatures in the Forbidden Lands were already a Forbidden Lands in the last era of the Eldritch Continent. Their foundation was too profound. Although the Heavenly Human Tribe and Evil Demons were also from the last era, they were only slaves of the Human Tribe. Their foundation was far from comparable to the creatures in the Forbidden Lands. Brother Lu Ming, what do you plan to do now? Continue to attack? Bubbles asked. No. Lu Ming shook his head and said, there are 2 invincible almighty existences. In addition, there are more than 10 existences who are comparable to the former king's envoy. If we attack and get surrounded, it will be difficult for us to escape. 2 invincible divine masters were enough to threaten Lu Ming's life. Furthermore, there were more than a dozen existences comparable to the Guanqian royal envoy. Although it would be difficult for powerhouses of this level to cause any substantial harm to Lu Ming, the sheer number of them was enough to interfere with his movements. In other words, it was enough to keep him occupied. Once he was tied down and the two invincible divine masters attacked, Lu Ming would be in grave danger. Not to mention, there were so many joint attack formations. Let's observe them secretly and see where they're going. Lu Ming continued. After a while, they did not find any traces of Lu Ming. Gaishak and the Infernal Spirit King discussed for a while before leading a large group of baleful beings towards the original meridian. They set up camp around the meridians. Gaishak and Infernal Fiend King were guarding the two sides. If there were any unusual movements, they would be able to provide support in an instant and form a joint attack. This gave Lu Ming no chance to make a move. Rumble, at this moment, the meridian shook violently. The intensity of the tremors was far greater than before. A giant fissure appeared on the island and large amounts of seawater poured in. However, the seawater was flushed out by the heavenly paradise divine light from the depths of the meridian and evaporated into mist. With the tremors, large amounts of immortal crystals and immortal stones flew out. The baleful beings immediately attacked. There were nearly 4,000 of them, all of them above the Divine Master realm. As they attacked together, baleful chi spread and swept in all directions, taking away all the immortal crystals and immortal stones. Lu Ming even saw quite a number of divine herbs flying out. Most of them were main divine herbs. However, Lu Ming also saw a stalk of source-level divine herb. All of them fell into the hands of the evil clan. Lu Ming found it a pity, but now was not the time to act. At this moment, a commotion broke out among the baleful beings. It's a top origin grade divine herb. Don't let it get away. Many baleful people roared. Their baleful chi filled the air, forming many giant hands or interweaving into many giant nets, enveloping a certain area. Swish, a streak of light suddenly shot out of that area with astonishing speed. A top origin grade divine herb. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he immediately looked in that direction. A divine herb in the shape of a lingji mushroom with roots like feet shot into the distance like a streak of light. It really is a top origin grade divine herb. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Clearly, this top origin grade divine herb had rushed out from the depths of the meridian. I can't miss it. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. A origin grade divine herb of this level was absolutely precious. A peak divine master could use it to break through to the reciprocity realm. Lu Ming's group had obtained one from the meridian with the 4 statues. That top origin grade divine herb had pretended to be a heavenly paradise divine beast and scared off the Yi immortal. In the end, it had fallen into Lu Ming's hands and was now not obediently staying in the primitive ring. In that Qi meridian, Lu Ming only discovered one stock of source-level divine medicine of this level. It was very likely that there was only one origin grade divine herb in the entire meridian. A origin grade divine herb of this level was no different from a living being. It could even cultivate on its own and complete its evolution. Even 100 ordinary origin grade divine herbs wouldn't be able to give birth to a origin grade divine herb of this level. The baleful beings were extremely tempted by such a top origin grade divine herb and they all chased after it. Gaishak and the Infernal Fiend King were the fastest as they chased after the top origin grade divine herb. They released a large amount of baleful chi to surround it. However, the speed of a origin grade divine herb of this level was extremely shocking. Back in the origin grade divine mountain, they had discovered a few origin grade divine herbs, but whether it was the quasi-immortal tribe, the heavenly human tribe, or Lu Ming's group, none of them had been able to catch them. The previous origin grade divine herb was careless and had transformed into a heavenly abode, thinking that it had scared Lu Ming and the others. In the end, it had approached the Chaos Ring and was captured by Lu Ming, Dandan, and Bubbles. The origin grade divine herb, which looked like a Ganoderma lucidum, flashed a few times and shuttled through the void, avoiding Gaishak and the Infernal Fiend King's attacks as it rapidly moved forward. Everyone, get into formation and be on guard. Chase! The king of the evil ectoplasm shouted. His body did not stop as he chased after the top origin grade divine herb. The other baleful beings got into formation. Even at this time, they were still worried about Lu Ming's sneak attack and were on guard. Initially, Lu Ming really had this intention. He wanted to take the opportunity to destroy the other party's joint attack array. However, upon seeing this, he knew that there was no chance. Hence, he did not make a move. Instead, he chased in the direction where the top-notch source-level divine medicine had escaped. Gaishak and the infernal fiend king chased after it. The baleful beings were known for their speed. No matter how fast the origin-grade divine herb was, it couldn't shake them off. At this rate, they would catch up to it sooner or later. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he pondered over how to snatch the origin-grade divine herb from Gaishak and the infernal fiend king. Just like that, he crossed a large distance in the blink of an eye. It's the primordial light race. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. A large number of figures appeared in front of him. Their hair was fluttering in the wind. Who else could it be but the primordial light race? Lu Ming and the others, who had been chasing after the top-notch source-grade divine medicine for a long time, seemed to have reached the vicinity of another meridian and encountered a large number of primordial light tribe members. Lu Ming glanced over and realized that there were at least 3,000 primordial light tribe members. The total number of people that Yuan Baji and Yuan Jiuji had brought with them had only been a few hundred. Furthermore, Lu Ming immediately saw that Yuan Baji and Yuan Jiuji were among this group of people. However, the two of them were standing respectfully beside the other two youths. They no longer had the arrogant aura that they had used to have. Who's there? It's a top-notch source-grade divine medicine. The members of the primordial light tribe also noticed the top-notch source-grade sacred medicine immediately. Their eyes were burning with passion. A top-notch source-grade divine medicine was priceless and couldn't be measured by immortal stones. Fifth brother, sixth brother, it's the Malevolentine tribe. Yuan Jiuji, who was in the primordial light tribe, said softly. Who cares who it is? It's a top-notch source-grade divine medicine. Since we have encountered it, we can't miss it. Attack and surround the divine medicine. A young primordial light tribe member shouted. His voice reverberated throughout the area. This person was Yuan Jiuji and Yuan Baji's fifth brother. His name was Yuan Wuji. Following Yuan Wuji's order, all the members of the primordial light tribe made their move. Countless beams of light shot out from their heads and rapidly grew in length. They intertwined in the air and formed an inescapable net that enveloped the top-grade source-grade divine medicine. The source-grade divine medicine immediately changed direction and rushed in another direction. However, a large number of beams of light also appeared in that direction. More than 3,000 primordial light tribe members made their move together and the beams of light covered a large area. No matter which direction the source-grade divine medicine rushed in, it was useless. This source-grade divine medicine belongs to the Malevolentine tribe. Get out of my way, primordial light tribe members. Gaishak shouted as he waved his black banner. 9 malevolent evil spirits rushed towards the primordial light tribe members in an attempt to break the inescapable net formed by the beams of light. At the same time, Infernal Fiend Lord also made his move, unleashing a terrifying attack. But at that moment, two silhouettes appeared in front of Mr. Evil Ectoplasm and Mr. Evil Ectoplasm. Their bodies were like rays of light. They continuously released a dozen rays of light which blocked Mr. Evil Ectoplasm and Mr. Evil Ectoplasm's attacks. One was Yuan Wuji, and the other was Yuan Liuji. The primordial light tribe had 9 great princes, each more powerful than the last. Every one of them was a stunning genius. Relatively speaking, the 3 people after the 7th, 8th, and 9th were the least talented. Since the source-grade elixir has come to us, it's ours. Please leave, said Yi Futian. Yuan Wuji sneered. Bullshit. Yuan Wuji, get out of my way. Gaishak roared as he continuously waved the black banner and launched terrifying attacks. However, they were all blocked by Yuan Wuji. On the other side, Infernal Fiend King was also blocked by Yuan Liuji. This is not good. If this continues, the source-grade sacred medicine will fall into the hands of the primordial light tribe. Lu Ming's face darkened. He didn't want to see the source-grade sacred medicine fall into the hands of either side. Whoosh, Lu Ming and Bubbles silently appeared not far from the inescapable net. Then, they executed the sky-breaking form and stabbed their spear with all their might. A huge spear radiance burst forth and pierced the intertwining light strands. Rumble, the light strands trembled violently before exploding one after another. In the end, a huge gap was created. We're in the wrong direction. Through the gap, Lu Ming could see that the source-grade sacred medicine was in another direction. It was still quite far away, so it was too late for him to seize the opportunity to rush out of the gap. Only by creating a gap near the source-grade sacred medicine could the source-grade sacred medicine take the opportunity to rush out. However, Lu Ming's move was discovered by the primordial light tribe. It's Lu Ming. Damn it. Set up the array and kill him. Yuan Baji and Yuan Jiuji shouted angrily. Suddenly, the primordial light tribe's figures flashed and 221 people combined attack arrays were set up. A saber and a sword slashed toward Lu Ming. Whoosh, the bubble enveloped Lu Ming with the power of time and space. In a flash, they were far away. They avoided the two combined attack arrays and appeared on the other side. They weren't far from the source-grade sacred medicine on the other side. Boom, Lu Ming thrusted his spear again, piercing the defensive wall that was intertwined with light beams and hair, piercing a big hole in this area. The source-grade sacred medicine inside seized the opportunity and rushed out. Bubbles, do it! Lu Ming shouted. This was the best time to make a move. He would let Bubbles use the power of time and space to take the source-grade sacred medicine. Leave it to me. Oh no, be careful! Bubbles suddenly shouted. A saber and a sword slashed toward Lu Ming from both sides with terrifying power. It was the 21 people combined attack array of the primordial light tribe. The combined attack array of the primordial light tribe's combined attack array was very powerful and fast. This had something to do with the special attributes of the primordial light tribe. The sword chi and saber radiance surged, making it difficult for Bubbles' power of time and space to reach the source-grade sacred medicine. The source-grade sacred medicine took the opportunity to rush into the distance. Lu Ming, on the other hand, used the primeval style and the heaven-breaking style to block the combined attack of the saber and sword. Let's go! Lu Ming bellowed. Seizing the opportunity, Bubbles brought Lu Ming along and disappeared in a flash. They appeared thousands of miles away and dashed toward the stalk of source-level divine herb. After them. That's Lu Ming. Die! Gaishak, Yuan Wuji, and the others roared and stopped fighting. They rushed toward Lu Ming and the source-grade sacred medicine. Lu Ming pushed his speed to the limit. With Bubbles' help, his speed was even faster than Gaishak and the others. He even surpassed the source-grade sacred medicine. He was getting closer and closer to the source-grade sacred medicine. It wouldn't take long for him to catch up. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. In front of the source-grade divine herb, a light barrier suddenly appeared and enveloped the source-grade divine herb. This light shield was as big as a bowl. It was transparent and huge. It suddenly appeared in front of the source-grade sacred medicine and it was too late for it to dodge. With a clang, the source-grade sacred medicine was enveloped by the light shield. The source-grade sacred medicine crashed into the light shield, but it didn't budge. Although the source-grade sacred medicine's speed was very fast, its offensive power was very ordinary. It wasn't proportional to its speed at all. After the light shield enveloped the source-grade sacred medicine, it trembled slightly and tried to fly away. Bubbles used the power of time and space to control the light shield, but the light shield shook and broke the power of time and space. Boom, Lu Ming struck out with his palm. A huge palm formed and pressed down on the light shield like a mountain, suppressing it and making it difficult for it to fly away. In the next moment, a figure appeared above the light shield. Ye immortal! End of chapter 4903. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.